Looks like we can't escape today. Scared? The man's voice sounded weak, his body covered in wounds, yet there was still a trace of humor in his tone. His once sharp and handsome face was now unrecognizable, but his bright, determined eyes still shone. All around them was a sea of corpses, broken limbs, and waves of powerful zombies pressing forward. The air reeked of gasoline and blood, making it hard to breathe. Yet his gaze lingered greedily on the equally battered woman fighting beside him. The woman was stunning, but far from fragile. After swiftly taking down another zombie, she turned her head and rolled her eyes at him. With a famous Captain Shun as company, I'd say it's worth it. Then she dove back into the fight, not noticing the deep affection in his eyes. Time blurred. Exhausted, the two of them leaned back against each other, surrounded by endless zombies, sharing the last bit of warmth. She shook her head helplessly.
So be it.
This is our fate. From the day they were created in the lab, their only purpose had been to fight and destroy zombies. Quietly, they waited for the horde to close in. Without words, they reached out and held hands, an unspoken bond built over years of battle. Just as the first zombie lunged at them, boom, they self-destructed together. The combined explosion of two top-tier ability users was enough to flatten skyscrapers. Against mere zombies, it was absolute annihilation. The high-level zombies were wiped out, and the remaining low-level ones posed no threat. Though their bodies were gone, the mission was complete. Not bad. Except I never got to confess to Shinny. That was Chu-Shi's final thought before everything went dark. Ugh. My head hurts. When Chu-Shi opened her eyes again, pain split through her skull. Something felt wrong with her body. Forcing her eyes open, she saw a chubby man pressing down on her, trying to tug at her clothes. He cursed under his breath, "Stubborn woman. Do you only listen after a beating?" Her mind hadn't caught up yet, but her body reacted on instinct. Chu-Shi grabbed his wrist with a sharp glare. "Who are you?" The man sneered, not taking her seriously. Her hands looked delicate and weak, so he leered, "Don't worry, pretty one. I'll take good care of you." But the next second his smile froze. His hand was completely locked in place. He couldn't move at all. "Chu Jiqing, are you going back on your word?" he demanded angrily, his face darkening. Chu-Shi frowned. How long had this man gone without brushing his teeth? "Stay away from me. I don't understand what you're saying." She raised her hand to push him away, but he didn't budge. Instead, he grew angry and shouted, "You'd better listen to me today." Using his weight, he tried to press down and force a kiss on her. There was no way Chu-Shi would let that happen. She slapped him hard across the face. The man froze in shock. "You dare hit me? Just wait and see what I'll do to you." Seeing his movements grow more aggressive, Chu-Shi didn't have time to think. She struck the side of his neck with a sharp hand chop, knocking him unconscious. "Wow, he's heavy," she muttered as his body collapsed onto her, nearly crushing her. With disgust, she pushed the unconscious man aside and flexed her sore wrist. When had she become so weak? Straightening her messy clothes, she finally had a moment to figure out what was going on. Oh no, she had crossed into another world. As someone who usually spent her free time reading novels, Chu-Shi found this kind of plot all too familiar. The original person here was also named Chu-Shi. She had been sent down to Shaosu village last year as an educated youth. Quiet and gentle by nature, she had grown up in the city, but she was not someone to be underestimated. During her year in the countryside, no matter how hard or tiring the work was, she always gritted her teeth and finished it. Many men had tried to get close to her because of her pretty face, but she never accepted any of them. Earlier, while she was gathering firewood, a man suddenly covered her mouth and dragged her into a nearby hut, trying to force himself on her. She resisted fiercely, but he struck her on the head. That was how the original Chu-Shi died, and the Chu-Shi from the post-apocalyptic world took her place. From the original's memories, she quickly realized that this incident was connected to her so-called good friend, Gao Xiaodie. Speaking of Gao Xiaodie, things were indeed strange. When Chu-Shi had first arrived last year, she didn't know how to plant rice or weed the fields. Most villagers were unwilling to teach the educated youths, since they were slow learners and dragged down the work. But Gao Xiaodie had volunteered to teach her, acting very warm and friendly. The original Chu, she had been grateful, and afterward, Gao Xiaodie often lingered around her. Just today, Gao Xiaodie had asked with a worried look, "Xiaoxi, have you gotten used to life in the countryside?" Tomorrow, Guanxin kindly said, "Xiaoxi, my grandma said it might rain tomorrow. Remember to take an umbrella when you go out." She often cared for her like this, and over time, the quiet original Xiaoxi began to see her as a good friend. Today, the reason Xiaoxi came to the mountain was because she was told, "Qin Xiongjuan, the educated youth, asked you to collect firewood with him this afternoon." Xiaoxi never thought she would be deceived. Since Xiaoxi had some feelings for Qin Xiongjuan, she didn't want to miss the chance to spend time alone with him. But before she even saw Qin Xiongjuan, a man dragged her into a small wooden hut. This hut was usually used by hunters in winter, but at this season, no one came here since everyone was busy working in the fields. That made it convenient for the man. The man who fainted was Su Guiqiang. He was chubby, with small eyes and a flat nose, lazy and unreliable. But he had a powerful father, Su Dazhuang, the accountant of the village production team. Their family was also the richest in the village. In Xianghun, Gao Xiaodie, Su Guoqiang. Chu, she felt a sense of familiarity. Wasn't this the story from the Rebirth novel she once read? In that book, the heroine Gao Xiaodie was reborn in the 1970s, determined to change her tragic fate, become wealthy and admired, and eventually marry the male lead Qin Xiongjuan, reaching the peak of life. In the original story, Su Guiqiang was Gao Xiaodie's husband in her past life, a selfish man who relied on his father's power and was greedy and arrogant. Gao Xiaodie had tricked Su Guiqiang, telling him that Chu she wanted to meet him in the hut, hoping his father would later give her easier work. Su Guiqiang understood right away. When he saw Chu she slowly collecting firewood on the mountain, he grew restless. Taking advantage of the empty place, he dragged her into the hut, planning to force her into a situation where she would have no choice but to marry him. His goal, like Gao Xiaodie's, was to make Chu she his wife. After all, Chu she was beautiful, pure-looking yet striking, and no other girl in the nearby villages could compare. Not to mention, she was from the city, with fair skin and education. Marrying her would bring him great pride. Chu she remembered that in the original story, after Su Guiqiang succeeded, he threatened the original Xiaoxi, "If you don't marry me, I'll tell the whole village you tried to seduce me. Everyone will think you've lost your reputation." In this era, reputation was everything. A single rumor could ruin a person's life. But the original Xiaoxi would rather stay single forever than marry someone who tried to harm her. She forced herself to stay calm, planning to return home and seek help from her family to find a solution. But as soon as she stepped out the door, she ran right into Qin Xiongjuan, the very person she secretly liked. Embarrassed and upset, she acted recklessly and ended her own life. Yet this incident caused no real stir, because Su Dazhuang quickly covered it up. After that, there was no further mention of her. After all, the original character's only purpose was to sacrifice her life, so the heroine could escape her abusive husband from her past life. When Chu she first read the book, she couldn't help complaining to Shun Yi about the plot. The heroine's very first move after being reborn was to sacrifice an innocent young woman, using her as a stepping stone. Not only that, she used such underhanded methods. Chu she found it disgusting and stopped reading altogether. And now, was she really inside that very book? And had she become the side character with the same name, the one destined to die soon? Realizing this, Chu she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But since the Chu she from the apocalypse had taken over this body, she was determined to live well for her and seek justice. The problem was, how should she handle the situation right in front of her? According to the original story, at this point Gao Xiaodie should be arriving here with Qin Xiongjuan. She wanted Qin Xiongjuan to see with his own eyes that the woman he liked no longer had the chance to marry him. After all, in the 1970s, very few men would overlook such things. If Chu Shi went out now, she would definitely run into them, and then it would be impossible to explain. She had to leave quickly, but not through the door. She felt a headache coming on. Even though she came from the apocalypse, this body was far too weak. She couldn't even break open a simple wooden window. She grew anxious, especially when she thought she heard footsteps approaching. What did she usually do in situations like this? No time to think. She quickly slipped into her hidden space. The moment she disappeared, the door was pushed open. Entering with excitement written all over her face was Gao Xiaodie. She turned back to Qin Xiangjuan and said, "Comrade Qin, see? I told you the two of them were." Before she could finish, Qin Xiangjuan cut her off. "Comrade Gao Xiaodie, don't speak without proof. Haven't you learned that without investigation, you have no right to make claims?" Sensing something was wrong, Gao Xiaodie turned around and froze. There was no sign of Shi in the room. All she saw was Su Guiqiang, fast asleep. The excited smile on her face twisted instantly into disbelief. How could this be? She had clearly seen Su Guiqiang drag Shi into the room before she left. And she knew Su Guiqiang well. He would never let such a good chance slip by. But where was he? Flustered, she explained, "No, that's not it. I clearly saw Shi walk in here with a man." "You saw it with your own eyes? With a man? Comrade Gao, how can you prove the person you saw was really Shi?" Qin Xiangjuan asked impatiently. Then he added, "Aren't you supposed to be Shi's good friend? Is this how you protect her reputation?" Gao Xiaodie grew anxious. She was indeed Shi's friend, but Qin Xiangjuan had always had a poor impression of her. Heaven knew how much effort it had taken to convince him that Shi was here. Now, how could she explain that Shi wasn't? She searched everywhere, even under the bed, but there was no sign of Shi. Where on earth did that girl go? She thought angrily. When Qin Xiangjuan entered and didn't see Shi, he secretly felt relieved. He had always believed Shi wasn't that kind of person. She wouldn't give up her dignity just because life in the countryside was hard. As for Gao Xiaodie, he really couldn't figure out what she was up to. After all her fuss, Gao Xiaodie realized she wouldn't find Shi today. She had no choice but to explain, "That person just looked a lot like Shi. Maybe I really made a mistake." As she spoke, she sneaked a glance at Qin Xiangjuan, then quickly lowered her head, pretending to be pitiful. But in her heart, she cursed Su Guiqiang over and over. Useless. He can't even take advantage of such a good chance. Once he was sure she wasn't there, Qin Xiangjuan saw no reason to stay. His gaze turned cold as he looked at Gao Xiaodie, who was trying to avoid his eyes. "Gao Xiaodie, whatever your purpose is, I hope this never happens again." With that, Qin Xiangjuan turned and left. He truly couldn't feel close to Gao Xiaodie. Even if she was Shi's friend, it was hard to tell how genuine that friendship really was. Gao Xiaodie's plan had failed completely. She could only glare at his back with resentment. "Just wait. One day, I'll marry you." She shot a glance at Su Guiqiang, who was still sleeping soundly on the bed, then searched the area again. Still, there was no trace of Shi. Unwilling but helpless, she went down the mountain, puzzled. Where had Shi gone? Could it really be that she had mistaken someone else for her? Meanwhile, Shi had just entered the hidden space. She quickly checked herself and was relieved to find that, aside from a bump on her head, she had no other injuries. However, this body is a little undernourished. It's not only because food and clothing are scarce in this era, but also because her health had been weak since before birth. In contrast, her twin brother grew up strong and healthy. For Shi, improving her health wasn't a big problem. She could use traditional medicine to slowly adjust her body, but the results would be slow. Using the special serums from the post-apocalyptic world was much faster. After the apocalypse, many physical problems in humans could be solved directly with these serums. Shi herself was a product of the laboratory. One could even say she was a perfect experimental subject. Her parents had been chosen because their genes matched best, and she was born from that pairing. In the apocalypse, many people like her were born this way, from the most compatible genetic combinations. Humanity needed to evolve, after all, so they wouldn't fall behind the zombies. But children born from such forced pairings rarely experienced parental love. After she was born, she was raised entirely in the laboratory, where she was required to study all kinds of knowledge from a young age. When she turned 18, her spatial ability awakened. From then on, she was kept in the lab for 5 years of ability fusion experiments. Each fusion felt like her soul was being torn apart. The process was painful, but she survived. In the end, she fused with all types of abilities, becoming a tool that feared no kind of zombie. The first time she destroyed a zombie, she met Shin-Yi. That day, she saw that calm and composed man twist off a zombie's head without a change in expression. On impulse, she asked, "Need a partner? Someone like me, good-looking and strong?" She was very satisfied when she saw the faintest trace of expression appear on his poker face. After that, Shun-Yi became her partner, and they worked together for more than 10 years. The two of them traveled everywhere, clearing out zombies and collecting supplies. Fortunately, her spatial ability was limitless, so anything she found interesting could be stored inside. She even stockpiled a batch of high-level zombie crystals, which she used to strengthen Shun-Yi's body. Sigh. Why am I thinking of Shun-Yi again? Maybe it was because the things in her space were so familiar that they reminded her of him. Unfortunately, he wasn't here with her now. As for Shun-Yi, of course she liked him. Maybe it was because he was so handsome that she fell for him at first sight. Or maybe it was because of the years they spent together, his constant care, his loyalty, and the way they faced life and death side by side. No one wants to be treated as a tool, and she was no exception, even in the end times. But she couldn't deny that after she was born, she lived in comfort, was carefully looked after, and received the best education, even if none of it came from true affection. So in a way, she accepted being a tool. And as a tool, the one thing she must never touch was emotions. Shaking her head to clear away the heavy feelings of the past, she noticed something different about her space. What was once only a place to store things now had living creatures. There were mountains, rivers, and animals, like a small world full of life. Looking at the crops and livestock on the ground, Chushi felt a spark of excitement. These were all edible. In other words, even in this time when food was scarce, she could still live well. But when she tried to use her wood-based power to harvest the crops, she realized all her abilities were gone. Could the change in her space be connected to the loss of her powers? Still, it wasn't a bad thing. In this world, powers weren't really useful anyway. Besides, apart from her space, the other abilities had been forced on her. Now, she could finally live only for herself. Although the technology of the end times was far more advanced, the food of this peaceful era was something the end times could never compare to. Back then, people couldn't even eat real food, relying on nutrient solutions that could replace meals for a whole week. So when she saw the food in her space, the first thing she did was cook a dish to taste. She made a plate of spicy chicken with bright red peppers and tender, crispy chicken pieces. The heat made her lips burn red, but she couldn't put her chopsticks down. In the end times, many dishes only existed in cookbooks, with no ingredients to make them. Now, in this world, she could finally try them. She almost wanted to laugh out loud in joy. After eating well and resting, she felt it was about time to leave. Quietly, she stepped out of her space. By her calculation, half a day had passed inside, but only 15 minutes outside. Now it was time to deal with the matters waiting for her. Without bothering to check on Su Guiqiang, who was still unconscious on the bed, Chushi hurried down the mountain by another path, taking some branches from her space with her. When she returned to the educated youth camp, Qin Xiangjuan was already back. Seeing her carrying a bundle of branches for firewood, he quickly came over to help. But as he looked at her, he seemed to want to say something yet held back. She didn't care about his strange behavior. After all, she was no longer the same Shi as before. "You've worked hard, Shi. Next time you go up the mountain, remember to ask someone to go with you," Qin Xiangjuan reminded her. "It's fine. Xiaodie was with me at first, but she had something to do and left early," Shi replied, looking completely unconcerned. As for Gao Xiaodie, well, she would deal with her slowly. Qin Xiongjuan, as the male lead of the story, was not naive. After thinking it over, he basically understood what had happened, and he felt even more protective of the kind and simple Chu Shi. He couldn't help asking Yu and Gao Xiaodie, "Are you very close?"
Chu Si sợ my innocenti.
"Of course, she's my best friend. Why do you ask all of a sudden?" Seeing her like this, Qin Xiongjuan didn't know what to say. Even if he told her the truth, she might not believe him. But it was exactly this innocence that he liked. "Sigh, I'd better keep an eye on Gao Xiaodie in the future," he thought. "Qin Xiongjuan?" Chu Shi's voice pulled him out of his thoughts. He quickly covered it up. "Nothing, I was just asking casually." "I see. I thought you also found Xiaodie pretty and wanted me to pass a message for you," Chu Shi said lightly. It wasn't unreasonable, after all. Gao Xiaodie was considered the village beauty, and many young educated workers often asked her to help pass along their words. Although Chu Shi was actually more beautiful than Gao Xiaodie, the educated youths often preferred to marry local villagers, since that meant they would have helped with the heavy farm work. So, in their eyes, good looks alone didn't mean much. "I don't like her. The one I like is someone else," Qin Xiongjuan said firmly, his eyes fixed on her. If this had been the real Chu Shi, she probably would have blushed deeply. But the current Chu Shi, calm and composed, only said, "Oh, it's time to eat." Qin Xiongjuan gave a helpless laugh, annoyed at his own impatience, and followed her to the table. The educated youths took turns cooking, with 2 people preparing meals each day to save firewood. Today it was Su Ranan and Wei Qi's turn. The dishes were made from vegetables grown in the courtyard plots, and the staple food was steamed cornbread mixed with sweet potato flour. In those days, this was the most common meal. Out of curiosity, Chu Shi took a bite. The rough texture scratched her throat. She then tried the coarse cornmeal porridge in her bowl. The first sip seemed okay, but the more she drank, the harder it was to swallow, just like the cornbread. Although Su Ranan was the best cook among the educated youth, even the most skillful cook couldn't make dishes taste good without enough oil and seasoning. Her food was only a little better than plain boiled vegetables. After eating spicy chicken earlier, Chu Shi felt disappointed. She forced herself to finish most of the meal, but then decided that one day she would make some steamed cornbread in her own space, make it look similar, and secretly switch it. She wasn't planning to keep suffering like this. Later, she would find a way to cook for herself. If that didn't work, she could always share meals with some villagers. For now, though, she had already handed in her grain for the month, so she still had to eat from the communal pot for a few more days. She didn't really care about the grain itself, but she wasn't about to give up her share for no reason. She wasn't a saint. She had no intention of giving away her food for free, nor did she want to test people's kindness. She had seen enough of human nature in the last days. Meanwhile, Gao Xiaodie went home, but kept feeling uneasy. Could she really have been mistaken? Where exactly had Chu Shi gone? These questions kept bothering her, making her restless. She even skipped dinner and ran to the educated youth dormitory to look for Chu Shi. Chu Shi had just finished her meal and was about to return to her room to plan her next steps. There were still 2 years before the college entrance exams would be restored, and she really wanted to experience that challenge. Suddenly, she heard someone calling her. She straightened her clothes and went out, not at all surprised to see who it was. Standing at the door was Gao Xiaodie. This was the first time Chu Shi had seen her since arriving in this world. As expected of the novel's heroine, her skin was very fair. Even though she worked in the fields every day, she hadn't tanned. People often said fair skin could hide many flaws. With her oval face, big eyes, and 2 thick black braids hanging over her shoulders, she was the prettiest girl in the village. Her clothes were patched in many places, but they were washed clean. She looked simple, cheerful, and hardworking. But that was only on the surface. Sure enough, the moment they met, she couldn't wait to test her. "Xiao Shi, where did you go this afternoon? I saw you with Su Guiqiang near the little cabin," Gao Xiaodie asked while carefully watching Chu Shi's reaction. She knew Chu Shi's personality well. If she lied, Chu Shi would surely notice. But she was destined to be disappointed. After surviving so many struggles in the last days, how could Chu be easily tested by a young girl? Xiaodie, do you realize that saying things like that can cause misunderstandings? She replied directly. She was too tired today to play games. Gao Xiaodie didn't give up after not getting a direct response. But I really saw you. At that time, you were being. She couldn't accept that Chu was safe. She wanted Chu and Su Guoqiang to be tied together, so she herself wouldn't have to marry that violent man, and Chu wouldn't end up with Qin Xiangjuan either. Her unfinished words left room for imagination. The sky was getting dark, and many people were passing by the entrance of the youth camp after work. In this era, without much entertainment, gossip was the biggest pastime. Sure enough, a few young wives and elderly women stopped, pricking up their ears to hear more. Where exactly did you see me? What was I doing? And if you really saw me, why didn't you call out to me? She cut her off, her voice cold and filled with anger. Faced with Chu's sharp questions, Gao Xiaodie suddenly realized she hadn't succeeded yet. She couldn't let Chu know her true plan now.
Well,
sorry, Xiaoxi. I thought I saw someone who looked like you and I was worried, so I came to check if you were safe. Gao Xiaodie was unwilling, but she had no better excuse. She even started doubting herself, but she pushed the thought aside. She had waited so long after being given a second chance at life, and now the time to split from her greedy relatives was finally coming. This chance was too rare to miss because of Chu. As for Chu, she could be dealt with later. After all, during the past year, since Chu had come to the countryside, Gao Xiaodie had already tricked her out of plenty of things. Seeing the calculating look on her face, Chu felt it was pointless to continue talking. She turned and went back to the youth dormitory. The people waiting for gossip were disappointed. After all that, this was all they got? Dissatisfied, they muttered among themselves. That girl from the Gao family doesn't seem like a good one. What kind of young lady talks like that? When Chu returned, everyone was already getting ready to sleep. In the countryside, people were reluctant to waste oil lamps, so they went to bed early. It was Chu's first day here, and she wasn't used to it yet. Sharing a big bed with others was also inconvenient, but after a long day of work, she soon fell asleep. Before closing her eyes, she decided she would find a villager to share meals with. Otherwise, she couldn't use her hidden supplies, and she couldn't have extra food. It felt like sitting on a mountain of treasure, but not being able to touch it. Frustrating. Meanwhile, in the small wooden hut on the mountain, Su Guoqiang finally woke up. Taking advantage of the darkness, he hurried down the mountain. Since he hadn't succeeded in his plan, he didn't dare make it public. But in his mind, there would be plenty of chances to deal with Chu later. The next day, Chu woke up before the morning horn sounded, feeling refreshed after a good night's sleep. In the countryside, the air was especially clean. Around April and May, the weather was getting warmer, but it wasn't yet the busy season for harvesting wheat, so there wasn't much farm work to do. Today, Chu planned to go to town. A few days ago, the team leader had mentioned that she had a package waiting for her. Chu decided to go to town not only to pick up her package, but also to learn more about this world. This era was thousands of years before the end time she came from, and what she had read in books could never compare to experiencing it herself. She needed to understand this world as quickly as possible, otherwise, if she slipped up one day, it could cause trouble. The town wasn't far from Xiaosu village. Walking there and back would take about an hour and a half. She could also borrow the village's ox cart, or if she was lucky, even a bicycle, which would make things much easier. Chu was fortunate. At the village entrance, she came across an ox cart heading to town. She rode along, swaying gently with the cart, and after arriving, she gave Uncle Su, the driver, 2 cents. They agreed on a time to return, and then she went straight to the post office. At the post office, Chu picked up 2 packages, one from her family and one from the army. Her family background was quite good. Her grandfather, Chu Aigua, had once fought bravely in the war, but now his health was poor and he had retired. Her father, Chu Simin, was a professor in the mechanical engineering department at Hua University, but during this special period, He had been sent down to the countryside. Her mother, Qian Bengxia, was skilled in medicine and worked at a hospital, which also allowed her to stay home and take care of Chu Shi's grandfather. Chu Shi also had a twin brother, Chu Wang. Unlike her, he didn't enjoy studying, so he had joined the army early and was now serving in a nearby military district. It was because of him that their grandfather had arranged for Chu Shi to be sent down here so that her brother could look after her. Finding a quiet spot, Chu Shi opened her packages. From her family, she received a letter, some malted milk powder, canned fruit, candies, a few summer clothes, and hidden among them, 10 yuan and some food coupons. Her brother's package was much simpler. It contained dried game he had hunted in the mountains. In his letter, he explained that he wouldn't be able to send her more things for a while. During a recent mission, his commander had been badly injured while saving him, and he needed to stay at the hospital to take care of him. Seeing the things her younger brother had sent, Chu Shi felt for the first time what it was like to be cared for by family. Her heart warmed, though she wasn't sure if it was her own feeling or the original owner's. She also began thinking about what she could send back to them in the future. The original Chu Shi had lived a decent life, but most of her supplies had been tricked away by Gao Xiaodie. Every time a package arrived from home, Gao Xiaodie would come crying about her hardships, then take away most of the supplies under the excuse of borrowing, but she never returned anything. Because of this, Chu Shi now had just enough money and supplies to feed herself. What a waste of a good life. The original owner had really let things slip. Thinking of this, Chu Shi made up her mind. Everything Gao Xiaodie had taken from her, she would get back. She put her money and supplies into her storage space, and her first stop was the supply and marketing cooperative. She wanted to buy some things and then find a chance to visit Shen Wang's leader. After all, that person had saved Shen Wang's life. If she didn't go to show her thanks, it wouldn't be right. So, at the cooperative, Chu Shi bought 1 jean of brown sugar and half a jean of fried pastries. Then she went to the butcher's shop and bought 1 jean of meat and 3 jean of big bones. The bones were perfect for making soup to strengthen the body. Although meat was hard to buy, she managed to get some after waiting in line. After all her purchases, she had just over 2 yuan left. She had wanted to eat lunch at the state-owned restaurant, but now it seemed she couldn't afford it. Instead, she spent 1 yuan there on 2 large pork and cabbage buns. In those days, the buns were huge with plenty of meat and just a little cabbage. The skin was thin, the filling was big, and each bite was juicy and fragrant. The original owner hadn't eaten white flour buns in a long time, and for Chu Shi, it was her very first time. The 2 buns, each almost as big as her face, were gone in no time. She had to admit, the pork and cabbage buns were delicious, and at 50 cents each, they were worth it. Next time, she wanted to try the pork and pickled vegetable ones. But now, with no money left, Chu Shi felt uneasy. After all, money often gave people the strongest sense of security. Her only source of income was the allowance from her family. The production team also gave work points, but those were only converted into money at the end of the year. And even then it wasn't much. Last year, she had only received 32 yuan and 7 cents. This year, since she was more familiar with farm work, she might earn more points, but at most it would be around 50 yuan.
Sigh.
I really need to find a way to make money. Chu Shi thought to herself that at least food wasn't costing much for now, since she had her own supply. When it came to making money, she really had no idea. Back in the apocalypse, she never had to worry about money at all. Now that she needed it, she didn't know what to do. From the books she had read, she knew that in this era, doing business was called speculation, and it wasn't allowed. But in order to survive, many people secretly traded on the black market. That way, she could earn money, and buying things there was easier than going to the supply store, though the prices were higher. Since there was a chance to make money, she naturally wanted to try. More importantly, the black market was known as a treasure ground for people like her who had traveled through time. If she didn't go, she might regret it. Even though she was just a minor character in the story, and the chances of getting rich or finding rare items were slim, who wouldn't want to try their luck? So she decided to go. She thought about the supplies in her space. The crops grew faster there than outside, but since she had only arrived 2 days ago, they weren't ready yet. Selling grain wasn't possible. However, she had plenty of eggs in her space. She planned to try selling those first. At this time, eggs were sold one by one, about 2 cents each, and on the black market, they could be sold for even more. Knowing that the inspections were strict, and since it was her first time, she was extra careful. She found some men's clothes she had once used for playing games, stuck on a fake beard, and disguised herself as a strong man with a full beard. That way, she wouldn't be easily bullied. Of course, a big man carrying a small basket looked a little strange, but that didn't matter. She put 10 eggs in the basket, covered them with a black cloth, and slowly walked through the alley. She didn't rush to sell right away. Instead, she observed for a while and noticed that others with baskets would quietly ask passers-by if they wanted to buy something. The buyers usually didn't carry baskets or bags. Following their example, she sold her eggs for 3 cents each. Very quickly, all 10 were gone. It wasn't much money, but her first success still made her happy. Satisfied, Chushi went home, planning to return to the black market again when she had the chance. This time, she only brought back a few clothes, not like before when she returned to the village with big bags. On the ox cart, a fellow villager, sister-in-law Wu, asked curiously, "Comrade Chu, didn't you go to the post office today? Why didn't you bring back much this time?" Before, whenever she went to the post office to pick things up, there were always plenty of supplies. Sometimes, if they were lucky, they even got some candy to enjoy. Although Chu Jiqing didn't talk much, she was actually quite generous. Sister-in-law Wu, who was well known in the village for being talkative and curious, couldn't help but ask. Sitting nearby, Aunt Sue quickly joined in. "That's right, Jiqing Chu. Everyone in the village knows you always get the most packages, and they're always the biggest ones." The people on the cart all nodded in agreement, waiting for Chuxi's reply. Chuxi had been expecting their questions, but she still put on a sad expression. "I went. It was just clothes from home. I still have some supplies left." She didn't say more, only forcing a small smile. The villagers were sharp enough to sense that something wasn't right. Since she clearly didn't want to talk further, they didn't press her. Still, her reaction gave them plenty of room to imagine. Maybe something had happened to her family, or maybe they simply couldn't afford to send her things anymore. The ox cart was much slower than a car, so by the time they reached the village entrance, it was nearly dinner time. From a distance, Chuxi saw Gao Xiaodie waiting there. As soon as she spotted Chuxi, she ran over happily. Every month when Chuxi went to collect her packages, it was the happiest time for Gao Xiaodie. It was also when their friendship felt the closest. On those days, Gao Xiaodie would always wait early at the village entrance, then help carry the packages back to the educated youth's quarters. Usually, Chuxi had so many bags that she couldn't manage them alone. With Gao Xiaodie's help, she was always grateful, and giving her a little something in return didn't matter. But today, Gao Xiaodie's help wasn't needed. She greeted Chuxi warmly, ready to take the bags as usual and maybe complain a little about her own troubles. But when she saw that Chuxi was only carrying a small bundle, her smile quickly faded. Chuxi acted as if she hadn't noticed the change. She greeted her briefly and walked past. Gao Xiaodie couldn't hold back and asked anxiously, "Xiaoxi, where's your package?" Hearing this, Chuxi turned back, lifted the small bundle of clothes in her hand, and said calmly, "It's right here. This time I can carry it myself. You should head back." Xiaodie couldn't believe it, but she also didn't understand what was going on.
Why are there so few things this time?
What happened? She was upset. Usually, at least half of Chuxi's supplies would end up in her hands. Now that Chuxi had nothing, didn't that mean she had nothing too? How could this be? A few women who had just gotten off the bus overheard her and curled their lips. To anyone listening, it almost sounded like the supplies belonged to Xiaodie herself. In their hearts, they were full of disdain. This girl from the Gao family is really something. What do other people's things have to do with her? Always trying to take advantage. She didn't catch the hidden meaning. She thought Xiaodie was worried about her, so she lowered her voice and said sadly, "Something happened at home. For now, they can't send me anything." Although She spoke softly, the women nearby weren't far away. They had been listening carefully and understood everything. They exchanged glances, then went home without saying more. Watching their backs, She curved her lips slightly. It wouldn't be long before the whole village knew that she hadn't received a package this month. In other words, the educated youth She had become poor. When Xiaodie heard this, she froze.
How could this be?
She had been relying on She's help. How could She suddenly have nothing? Before Xiaodie could recover from the shock, She spoke again. Xiaodie, I don't have any money right now either. About the things you borrowed from me before. When do you plan to return them?
What?
Return them? Xiaodie was stunned. Was this a joke? Those things were hers now, gained through her own cleverness. Why should she give them back? Seeing her hesitate, She asked softly, as if she couldn't hold back. You promised you would return them. You're not planning to go back on your word, are you? Of course she didn't want to return them. But although Xiaodie thought this, she put on a troubled expression and said, You know my family's situation. Right now, I really can't give anything back.
Could you maybe?
Just let it go. It's fine, She interrupted calmly. If you can't return the things, you can just give me money instead. My family needs to send some funds right now. Xiaodie almost burst with frustration. Was She foolish? She had just made it clear she couldn't return anything, not even money. Shouldn't she be generous and say it didn't matter? But She knew exactly what Xiaodie was thinking. Not return it. And why not? Back then, She gave her money, food, and pretty clothes. And what did she get in return? She was tricked and ended up losing her life. The original She treated her as a good friend. But what did she do? She wore patched-up clothes, came crying about being poor, then casually wrote an IOU and took away most of She's supplies. The original She was simple and kind, pitying her for not having enough to eat or wear. But She now wasn't going to spoil her. People like that would never be satisfied, no matter how much you gave them. When she stayed silent, She continued, Xiaodie, at first I really didn't plan to ask for it back. Hearing this, Gao Xiaodie's face lit up with joy. But then She added, but now my family is in urgent need. My uncle's life depends on this money. In truth, She's grandfather only had one son, but Gao Xiaodie didn't know that. Gao Xiaodie thought to herself, your family's problems have nothing to do with me. I won't pay back. No money, no goods, nothing. What can She do to me? And with so many things, she can't possibly remember them all. Seeing the shifting look on her face, She knew she was planning to deny the debt. So she decided to strike harder. Xiaodie, I can't even remember exactly how much it was. I'll just go back and check the IOUs you wrote. Then she even held her hand and said with a smile, luckily you insisted on writing those IOUs. At the time, I didn't even want them. If not for you, I wouldn't be able to keep track now. Gao Xiaodie almost burst with regret. Why had she insisted on writing those IOUs back then? And every single time. Even if she hadn't calculated carefully, the things she borrowed from She each month added up to at least 100 yuan. 100 yuan was enough for a bride price in the village. What had she been thinking? Now she regretted it deeply. But regret was useless. Leaving her with this heavy worry, She returned to the youth camp. It was time for dinner. She remembered she hadn't made the cornbread yet, so tonight she could only eat coarse mixed grain buns. Meanwhile, Gao Xiaodie's mind was in chaos. Back then, to avoid gossip, she had written IOUs every time she borrowed from She. She thought it was just for show, since She would never really make her pay back. But she never expected She to actually demand repayment now, and even keep the IOUs. She calls me her good friend, but she was guarding against me all along. Just wait. When I marry Qin Xiangjuan and rise above everyone else, I'll make sure She pays for this. Gao Xiaodie thought this way, then hurried home to check her belongings and quickly hid whatever she could. She returned to the educated youth spot just as dinner was still being prepared. Excluding those who ate with the villagers, there were 7 educated youths living there. Qin Xiangjuan, the good cook Su Ranan, the shy Wei Qi, as well as Wang Hongjun, Gu Chunyan, and Zhang Weiguo. Zhang Weiguo was considered the leader of the group. He had been there the longest, was the oldest, and usually took good care of everyone. His way of handling things also earned their respect. In the past, whenever Chu Shi came back from town, she would often bring some food to share, sometimes meat, sometimes homemade pickles. Everyone had gotten used to waiting for her to add something tasty to their meals. This time, they waited and waited until Chu Shi finally returned, but she showed no sign of bringing out any extra food. Wang Hongjun, who was impatient by nature, couldn't hold back and asked, "Chu Shi, why didn't you bring anything back from town today? Everyone's still waiting for you to add to the meal." He sounded quite self-assured. With Qin Xiangjuan and Zhang Weiguo still outside cooking, only 4 people were in the room. Hearing Wang Hongjuan's words, Gu Chunyan lowered her head and stayed quiet, as if she thought he wasn't wrong. Chu Shi looked at him calmly and said, "I didn't." Wang Hongjun frowned. "How come not this time? Don't tell me you secretly hid it and don't want to share?" As he spoke, he glanced at Gu Chunyan, who softly murmured in agreement. Su Ranan, who had a fiery temper, couldn't stand it anymore. "What kind of talk is that? Does Chu Shi owe you something?
Who said it's just for me?
Isn't it for everyone to share?" Wang Hongjun muttered unhappily. Gu Chunyan quickly explained, "Sister Ranan, you misunderstood. That's not what we meant." But Su Ranan only grew angrier. At that moment, Wei Qi, usually shy and quiet, pulled her back and gave Wang Hongjun and Gu Chunyan a sharp look. Chu Shi shares with everyone because she's kind, but it's not her duty. You have no right to blame her. She was a little surprised. She hadn't expected the timid Wei Qi to speak up so firmly. Clearly, there was more to him than she thought. Gu Chunyan quickly tugged at Wang Hongjun, who still wanted to argue. "Sister Ranan, Wei Qi, we understand." Her voice was soft and gentle, sounding very considerate, and she even gave Wang Hongjun a meaningful look. Catching her signal, Wang Hongjun turned his head away and stayed silent, though his expression showed he was still unhappy.
Hey, juicy loget?
Wang Hongjun, whether I take out my things or not is up to me. Seeing Wang Hongjun stiffen his neck, ready to argue, she added, "What right do you have to demand anything from me?" Then, ignoring him, she called Su Ranan and Wei Qi to go eat together. Wang Hongjun came from a wealthy family, the only son, raised in a big city. He always thought he was better than others and looked down on the farmers. Even among the educated youth, if someone's family background was worse than his, he still looked down on them. Yet he couldn't handle the hard farm work, so whenever the others brought food to share, he was always the first to grab some. When he secretly ate extra meals, he never thought about sharing with anyone else. It wasn't that he was required to share, times were hard and no one was obligated, but he only enjoyed the benefits others brought without ever giving back. There was nothing illegal about that, but Chu Shi simply wasn't the kind of person who could get along with someone like him. Because of this small incident, the meal felt a little awkward. Mostly it was Wang Hongjun being upset with Chu Shi, while she didn't care at all. As always, she ate quietly, washed her bowl afterward, and went back to her room to read. Chu Shi was living at the educated youth station, sharing a room with Su Ranan and Gu Chunyan. The 3 of them slept on the same Kong bed, but that didn't mean they were close friends. Among the male educated youth, the old Chu Shi had once liked Qin Xiangjuan, but only a little, nothing more. Before the lamp was blown out, Chu Shi wrote a letter home, telling her family not to send anything for now. She also wrote to her younger brother, reminding him to thank his commander. Now that everyone knew about her family situation, that she was poor, things became clearer, and it was also a good chance to deal with Gao Xiaodie. Gao Xiaodie went home and counted the things she had borrowed from Chu Shi. The food like malted milk and peach pastries was already eaten, but there were still some cloth, grain coupons, and meat coupons left. Looking at these, she felt a pang of regret at the thought of returning them. Did Chu Shi's family really run into trouble? She wondered. Or is she just making this up to trick people? So Gao Xiaodie went to find Chu Shi again. She carried 2 cans of fruit preserves and made sure everyone at the educated youth station saw her arrive. When Chu-shi followed her into the house, she saw her put a can on the table and say, "Xiao-shi, I can't really remember everything written on the IOU. For today, can I just give you this first?" She spoke carefully and sincerely, but what she gave was the cheapest thing. Chu-shi accepted the can without taking out the IOU. She smiled lightly and said, "Since you can't remember, then when we have time, let's ask the team leader to calculate the value in money."
You can just give me the money then. How can that work?
Gao Xiaodie blurted out. She had planned to delay paying back, thinking that if she returned a little now and then, over time no one would be able to tell how much was left, and it would just become a messy account. Her plan was clever, but she didn't fall for it. "I'll deduct the value of these 2 cans later. My family is in a hurry right now, Xiaodie. I'm sure you understand." She spoke with real sincerity, just like before, leaving Gao Xiaodie unsure how to respond, since she knew she was in the wrong. "What happened to your family?"
Can I help?
"I'd be happy to," Gao Xiaodie asked, though she still suspected she was just making excuses to get money. Lately, she seemed different, smarter, and harder to fool. Inside, she sneered, but on the surface she stayed gentle, her bright eyes showing a trace of helplessness. "Thank you, Xiaodie, but you really can't help. I told you before, my uncle needs money for surgery and hospital care. It's a matter of saving his life." Hearing this, Gao Xiaodie finally believed her. After all, whenever there was a sick family member, the expenses were huge. Unlike later times, there was no insurance, so it seemed true that she needed money. She chatted a little more, promised to prepare the money soon, and quickly left the educated youth's quarters. In the days that followed, she finally enjoyed some peace. She went to work in the fields every day, hoeing and weeding. Even though she didn't earn full work points, 6 points a day was enough to cover her food. At the same time, she also looked for suitable villagers to share meals with. Whenever she had free time, she secretly went into her space and made a batch of steamed cornbread. On the outside, they looked like the usual coarse ones, but in fact, they were made entirely of fine white flour. At mealtimes, she would quietly switch them when no one was watching. The coarse cornbread she replaced went into her space, where it became feed for the chickens, ducks, and geese. Changing things around like this every time was not a good solution. There was still a lot of space that needed to be organized, and she didn't want to sneak up the mountain whenever she wanted to cook. It was just too inconvenient. A month passed like this. Sure enough, when she went to town again, she came back empty-handed. This made Gao Xiaodie completely believe that she was no longer of any use to her. Recently, Gao Xiaodie's household had been in constant chaos. One day, she had just returned from weeding in the fields when Su Ranran came running over, looking very excited. She said, Chu-shi, come on, let's go watch the commotion. I heard that Gao Xiaodie's family is fighting over splitting up the household. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? What's wrong with it? You can see how much she gets from the split and maybe she'll finally pay you back, Su Ranran said confidently. She had disliked Gao Xiaodie for a long time. Alright then, let me go change my clothes first. After a whole day of work, she was covered in sweat. As soon as she entered her room, she saw Gu Chunyan quickly shutting the cabinet door. She greeted she casually and hurried out. She checked her cabinet and saw that everything was still in place, so she didn't think much of it. After changing clothes, she followed Su Ranran to Gao Xiaodie's house. By the time they arrived, a large crowd had already gathered around. The walls in the countryside weren't very high, and with all the noise coming from inside, almost everyone who had finished work had come to watch. After squeezing into the front row, they saw Gao Xiaodie's grandmother sitting in the courtyard, shouting angrily, "You ungrateful troublemaker! Stirring up your father to split the family. What are you thinking? Do you want to ruin us all?" The old woman sat on the ground, with a sharp chin, high cheekbones, and narrow eyes that slanted upward, her face full of bitterness and harshness. Her hair was messy. One hand slapped the ground while the other pointed at Gao Xiaodie. Inside the house, Gao Xiaodie's second aunt kept her head down, her face showing clear bruises. She didn't dare step out or say a word. Gao Lifu, with his back to the old woman, squatted on the ground smoking, showing no intention of speaking. It was unclear whether he didn't dare, or simply didn't care. Gao Xiaodie's hair was disheveled, her clothes untidy, one side of her face swollen, and there were scratches on her neck. It was obvious she had just been in a fight. Looking at her father, who was of no help at all, Gao Xiaodie felt nothing but deep grievance. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she pointed at her second aunt inside the house and said to her grandmother, "Grandma, don't you know the real reason we want to split the family? If we don't split the family now, my little brother's life will be in danger." The old lady's eyes darted around nervously, but she still raised her voice. "Isn't Sipin fine now? If he's fine, why are you making such a fuss? Anyway, I don't agree to splitting the family." The onlookers began explaining to the newcomers. It turned out that Gao Sipin had almost drowned when his second aunt pushed him into the river while he was playing by the bank. Aunt Gao, who had just arrived, said, "No wonder Gao Lifu, such an honest man, insists on dividing the family." But what was his second aunt after? A young woman nearby whispered, "She's after Gao Lifu's job." If Gao Lifu lost his son, the position would eventually go to her own son. Everyone understood. At that time, factory jobs were passed down within families. When a father retired, the position could be directly given to his son or a close relative. Gao Lifu worked at the meat processing plant. Even though he was only a temporary worker, he still earned wages and received ration food. No wonder the second aunt had such thoughts. Gao Xiaodie continued, "Grandma, you always hide eggs and meat, giving them to Daping, Erping, and second uncle when we're not home. We've endured it without complaint, but this time Sipin almost lost his life. A person's life is at stake. Are you still going to favor second uncle and second aunt? Sipin nearly died. Do you still expect my father to keep supporting them? How many work points does second uncle earn in a year? Isn't it all because of my father's job that they can live?" Gao Xiaodie spoke with anger and sorrow. Her words also meant for her father, Gao Lifu, who was silently smoking nearby. Favoritism existed in many families, but Gao Xiaodie openly exposed it, leaving the old lady humiliated in front of everyone. She trembled with rage. Tears streamed down Gao Xiaodie's face as she spoke, moving many of the men watching.
She's right.
The grandmother has gone too far. If it were me, I wouldn't support people who treat us like enemies either. Many nodded in agreement. When the topic of the job came up, the old lady snapped, "You ungrateful girl. How did your father get that job? I was the one who gave it to him. Of course, he should support us." Hearing this, Gao Lifu froze. He wanted to say something, but seeing his mother's expression, he lowered his head and kept smoking in silence. Looking at her father's weak and submissive manner, Gao Xiaodie wished she didn't have such a father at all. After giving birth to her younger brother, her mother's health declined, and she passed away within a year. The eldest sister was already married, so now she was the oldest at home and the only one who could stand up to her grandmother. She was angry and spoke without holding back. "Given by you? Isn't it just because your other two sons are useless? Even if this job wasn't given to my father, no one else could do it. All these years, my father has worked like a beast of burden. After finishing his shift, he still had to work in the fields. He handed over his wages to you to support the whole family, and in the end, he raised a bunch of ungrateful people who nearly cost him his life." Second Uncle Gao had felt guilty at first, since what his wife did was wrong, and he had already admitted it. But now, being scolded by Gao Xiaodie, he felt upset. After all, he was still an elder. Third Uncle Gao originally wanted to calm things down, but he didn't expect this stubborn girl to scold him too. As a man, being lectured like that by a younger generation was hard to accept. Third Uncle even added fuel to the fire. No matter what, it was Mother who decided to give the job to the eldest brother. That's something no one can change. Xiaodie, you mustn't forget your roots. Old Madame Gao had felt a little guilty before, but now she thought about it and felt reassured. Back then, her husband had been trampled to death by pigs while working at the meat factory. As compensation, the factory gave the family a job. She had never liked her eldest son. He was quiet and dull, and when she gave birth to him, she nearly lost her life. But when the second son was born, everything went smoothly, and after that, the family's life gradually improved. In comparison, of course, she favored the second son. At first, she didn't want to give the job to the eldest, but the work required someone who knew how to slaughter pigs. Only the eldest had learned this from his father since childhood. Besides, if the eldest went to work, she could take his wages and use them to help the second and third sons' families. As for how the eldest's family lived, well, as long as they weren't starving, that was enough in her eyes. Thinking this way, old Madame Gao became fearless. "You useless girl. Always talking back to me. Have you forgotten who raised you? Ungrateful troublemaker. Do you want to tear this family apart before you're satisfied?" Before Gao Xiaodie could reply, old Madame Gao started crying loudly. "Old man, why is my life so bitter? Come and take me away. I can't go on like this, being bullied by the younger generation." Gao Xiaodie was furious. In her past life, there had been no talk of dividing the family, and she hadn't expected her grandmother to be so difficult. But today, she had to make it happen. She had carefully planned everything, even arranging for someone to witness her second aunt pushing another person. What a perfect chance to push for separation. In her previous life, she only learned the truth many years later, after her younger brother had already passed away. Her second aunt accidentally let something slip, and she overheard it. But by then, her father had already treated her second uncle's son as his own, even giving him all the family's money. No one ever pursued the matter. Her father, Gao Lifu, was far too weak. If they didn't split from the family, they would be drained by the others for a lifetime. How could she ever save enough for her dowry and marriage? She was determined to marry Qin Xiongjuan. He was bound to succeed in the future, but if she didn't cut ties with her relatives now, who knew how much they would take advantage of her later? Just as the two sides were locked in a standoff, unwilling to give in, the brigade leader arrived, accompanied by Elder Su, a highly respected figure in Xiaosu village. Most people in Xiaosu village carried the surname Su. Elder Su was the oldest in the village, and unlike many families who had fled there during hard times, his family had always lived in the village. That was why, whenever families wanted to divide their households, people usually asked him to witness it. Gao Xiaodie's family had come to Xiaosu village years ago while fleeing hardship, and they had since settled there. In her past life, her father had married her off to Su Guoqiang, not only because his family was wealthy and could offer a generous bride price, but also because Su Guoqiang's father, Su Dazhuang, was the village accountant. That connection gave their family more standing and protection. But marrying Su Guoqiang had been a disaster. He was useless, relied on her for everything, and on top of that, he drank heavily and often mistreated her. In the end, she had lost her life because of him. When the brigade leader and Elder Su arrived, the crowd quickly dispersed. They had seen enough excitement for the day, and tomorrow, while working in the fields, they would have plenty of gossip to talk about. "Come on, let's go eat," Su Ranran said, pulling Chu Shi along. Curious, she asked, "Do you think Gao Xiaodie will really be able to split from her family?" Chu Shi, having watched the whole scene, felt speechless about Gao Xiaodie's family. But judging from her determination, it seemed she was set on making it happen.
Probably.
Didn't they say it almost turned into a serious accident? Chu Shi replied with her guess. Su Ranran shook her head in disagreement. Look at her grandmother. This won't be easy. And if they really split, what about her second and third uncles? They're not even as hardworking as us educated youths. Chu Shi was about to speak when, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a man staring at her with bad intentions. She thought for a moment and realized it was Su Guoqiang, the one she had knocked out when she first arrived. Later, on a dark night, she had even put a sack over his head and taught him a lesson. She didn't expect to see him again today. Apparently, his injuries had healed. Su Guoqiang had directly caused the original owner's death, so that beating was only a small payback. But since there were too many people around, Chu Shi and Su Ranran quickly returned to the youth camp. After the last time he came back from the mountains, Su Guoqiang had fallen ill and stayed in bed for half a month. When he finally recovered enough to go out, he was beaten again. His father immediately guessed that he must have been up to no good and had been punished for it. Su Dazhuang scolded him harshly and then kept a close watch on him, going to and from work together, so he wouldn't cause more trouble. Today was the first time he was allowed out again, so he went to see the commotion at Gao Xiaodie's house. His father had once wanted him to marry Gao Xiaodie, since she was considered the prettiest girl in the village. Su Guoqiang used to think so too, but after Chu Shi arrived, Gao Xiaodie suddenly seemed ordinary. With his family situation, of course he wanted to marry the most beautiful one. Now, all he could think about was marrying Chu Shi. When he saw Chu Shi outside Gao Xiaodie's house today, he remembered what he had failed to do before, and his thoughts stirred again. But with so many people around, he couldn't act. He licked his lips and thought, sooner or later, she will be mine. Inside Gao Xiaodie's house, the team leader Su Yukai and the elder Su Lao sat in the middle. On one side was Gao Xiaodie's family, and on the other side were her grandmother, second uncle, and third uncle's families. Grandmother Gao firmly insisted that the family must not be divided, while Gao Xiaodie's side strongly demanded separation. Just as the argument was about to break out again, Su Lao tapped his cane on the ground twice to quiet them, then said, Lai Fu, Lai Shun, Lai Wang, what do you three think? Do you want to divide the family? Second uncle Gao, whose name was Gao Laishun, replied, no. Then he turned to Gao Laifu and said, Big brother, Xiufan just made a mistake in the heat of the moment. She already knows she was wrong. Please forgive her for the sake of family. Of course, he didn't want the family to split. If they did, who would keep supporting his household? Their mother favored him the most, and most of his elder brother's wages were spent on him and his son. He would have to be out of his mind to agree to separation. As for the fact that his wife had nearly harmed his nephew, that he chose to ignore. No one actually died, and even if something really had happened, in the future his son could still take care of the funeral for his eldest brother. Second Uncle Gao was not good at much, but he was clever at making plans. Third Uncle Gao Lai Wang, the youngest, knew very well that their mother favored the second brother. He wasn't very skilled at farm work, but he sometimes went up the mountain to gather things and sell them at the market. That way, he could still support his family without relying on his eldest brother, so he agreed to divide the household. Now, everyone's eyes turned to Gao Laifu. Based on what they knew of him, he would most likely listen to his mother, since for so many years he had always followed her word. Feeling everyone's gaze, Gao Laifu grew uneasy. He rubbed his clothes with his hands, clenched his fists, and finally said in a low voice, I want to separate the family. No, I don't agree. You ungrateful child. I'll teach you a lesson. The old lady exploded the moment she heard this. Sitting right beside him, she raised her hand and started hitting and pinching him, not caring that others were watching, nor that this was her own son. Gao Xiaodie let out a sigh of relief. She knew that her father would never allow his son's life to be harmed. Seeing Gao Laifu being beaten so harshly, the people around quickly stepped in to pull them apart. Even after being held back, the old lady still managed to land another slap before sitting down, breathing heavily. Second brother's wife hurried forward to comfort her. Mother, don't be angry, otherwise you'll only let some people get what they want. This was why the old lady favored the second son's family the most. His wife was sweet-tongued and always made her happy, so naturally the old lady was willing to give them money and things. In contrast, the third brother's family stood quietly to the side, looking awkward and saying nothing. The old lady glared fiercely at Gao Laifu, then turned her head away in silence. Second uncle hadn't expected his elder brother to really want to split the family. He quickly tried to stop him. Big brother, we already apologized and nothing happened to Siping. Why do you still want to divide the family? Look how upset you've made our mother. The team leader, Su Yukai, exchanged a glance with old Su. Then old Su spoke. Laifu, have you thought it through? Do you really want to separate the family? Gao Laifu's decision to separate was not made lightly. He was deeply disappointed in his second brother and sister-in-law. He never imagined they would go so far as to harm Siping. He felt guilty toward his mother. He had planned to wait until the old lady passed away, then naturally separate the family, so she could enjoy her later years surrounded by children and grandchildren. But in her heart, Saiping's life was not as important as her second son, not even as important as her second daughter-in-law. Realizing this completely chilled Gao Lifu's heart. This family had to be divided. Elder Su, Captain, I've decided. Let's split. I don't want anything from the house. That was the only thing he could do. Hearing that he wanted nothing, Gao's second son's eyes lit up. If that was the case, dividing the family wasn't impossible. After all, their mother had been keeping the eldest brother's wages for years, and there would be plenty to share.
But the old lady didn't see it that way.
You can give up the things in the house, but your job must go to your second brother. That job was given to you by me, and now I want it back for him. She was old and knew well that the job was the real treasure, the steady source of income, so she wanted to secure it for her second son. Her words shocked both the captain and Elder Su. This was pushing Gao Lifu's family to the edge. At that moment, Gao Lifu felt his head buzzing. His own mother was forcing his family into a dead end. Their family only had land for the 3 children. If he gave up his job, he could at most earn half a year's work points. How could he feed the whole family? He never thought his mother's favoritism would go this far. Mother, I've already given up the money and belongings. But this job is mine, and I won't give it up. Hearing her father speak so firmly, Gao Xiaodie almost wanted to clap. If he had been this strong earlier, their family might have been the richest in the village, not Su Guiqiang's. Although it was a pity to give up the household goods, at least this way their grandmother and others would have no excuse to keep draining them. In the long run, it was worth it. Elder Su asked the old lady, Lifu's wife, your eldest son is giving up everything except his job, not even keeping the house. Do you agree to this division? The old lady naturally didn't want to agree, but before she could speak, Gao Xiaodie said, Grandmother, if you insist on taking my father's job, how will our family survive? My mother is gone, my third sister still needs to go to school, my little brother is only 4, and already hurt from falling into the river. Do you expect just my father and me to earn enough work points to feed everyone? My father is also your son. Are you really trying to push us to the end? Gao Xiaodie's words were like tearing away the old lady's last bit of cover. The words I don't agree were stuck in her throat, but she just couldn't say them. Still, she was unwilling to give in. After all, so many people dreamed of getting a job in a factory. Grandma, you don't know, do you? What second aunt did? If the police found out, it would be considered attempted harm, and she could be taken away. If that happens, second brother Ping can forget about joining the army in the future. Gao Xiaodie didn't believe the old lady would stay firm after hearing that. The second daughter-in-law trembled at the thought of being taken away. Normally she was clever, but now she was completely lost. If she really went in, her whole life would be ruined. Mother, let Lai Shun give up the job. Please agree to split the family. I promise I'll treat you like my own mother and take good care of you. She was almost in tears. Gao Laishun, who always listened to his wife, nodded in agreement. The old lady had already been shaken by Gao Xiaodie's words. After all, her precious grandson, Gao Erping, was planning to join the army, and he couldn't afford even the smallest stain on his record. The old lady finally gave in, following Li Xiufin's lead. Fine, let's split it. The eldest doesn't want anything, so the second and third families will divide the household goods. With the team leader and Elder Su as witnesses, the Gao family's division went fairly smoothly. The house had 6 rooms in total, 3 for each family. As for the 280 yuan saved from the eldest son's wages over the years, each family received 140. The old lady chose to live with the second son. As for the malted milk, sponge cakes, and brown sugar, she kept them for herself, saying she needed them to stay healthy. Even if the third family was unhappy, they couldn't say much. Gao Xiaodie knew her grandmother probably still had money hidden away to secretly help the second uncle, but she didn't care. She had been given a second chance at life and had the ability to earn much more on her own. The 3 families also separated their household registrations. They agreed that each family would give the second household 5 yuan a month as the old lady's living expenses. A written agreement was made, and the family division was complete. Since Gao Laifu's family had no place to live for the time being, and Gao Xiaodie was still recovering, they had no choice but to stay in the old house temporarily. Gao Laifu discussed it with them. Second brother, second sister-in-law, Xiaodie's health isn't good right now. Please let us stay here for a few days. Once we build our own house, we'll move out right away. Gao Laishan was about to agree, but his wife pinched him and spoke up. Big brother, if you want to stay, of course, I can't just say no. But this isn't your house anymore. If you live in someone else's place, you should at least give something in return, right? Even the educated youths who share meals know they need to pay or bring food. Don't you think so? You have no shame. Gao Xiaodie was shocked that her second aunt could be so shameless. Just a moment ago, she was trembling like a quail, and now she was acting all proud. She was about to argue, but Gao Laifu pulled her back. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. We'll stay another half-month. 5 yuan. We'll cook our own meals."
Deal.
Big brother, you're straightforward, not like your daughter, who's too sharp-tongued. She'd better be careful, or she might have trouble getting married. Li Xiaofin was delighted to earn an extra 5 yuan, enough to buy plenty of eggs. She didn't forget to mock Gao Xiaodie while she was at it. Gao Laifu stayed silent, but Gao Xiaodie was furious, mostly at her father. How could he be so spineless? After the Gao family split up, night had already fallen. That evening, Gao Xiaodie's family didn't even have dinner. Inside her room, Gao Xiaodie was counting her supplies. Every month, she borrowed goods from Chu Shi, then found ways to exchange them for money and ration tickets, sometimes even trading on the black market. Now she had 120 yuan in cash, plus some goods she hadn't exchanged yet. It seems Chu Shi's family really is wealthy. What a pity, though. The easy source is gone now, she thought as she looked at her supplies. Suddenly, she heard someone outside. She quickly hid the money and goods. Just as she finished, Gao Laifu pushed the door open. "Dad, why don't you knock before coming in?" she said with annoyance. She always disliked how timid and dull her father was. That day, after the family split, Gao Laifu had no money left. He knew his second daughter had some, and he also knew where it came from. His purpose in coming was to see if he could borrow a little. "Xiaodie, it's not good for us to keep living at your second uncle's place. I'm planning to ask the team leader for a piece of land, so we can build our own house. What do you think?" he asked. Of course, having their own house was better than relying on others. Without hesitation, Gao Xiaodie agreed. "Of course, that's good, Dad. Where will we build it?" "If it's near the educated youth spot, that would be even better. That depends on what the team leader approves. But Xiaodie, I don't have any money right now. Could you lend me some first?" Gao Laifu finally revealed his true purpose. To be honest, the two of them really were alike. On the surface, it was about borrowing money, but in reality, both knew there was no chance of paying it back. "Dad, I already used all my work points to buy food for my younger brother. I don't have any money left. I remember you were close with Comrade Chu. Didn't she often help you out? Why don't you ask her for a little?" "Not much, just 30 yuan. Later, I'll get some of my wages in advance, and we can start building a house." Gao Laifu looked honest on the outside, but in his heart, he was calculating carefully. Gao Xiaodie was tempted. Chu Shi surely still had some money, though she didn't know how much. But the money in her own hands was hers. There was no way she would give it up. She wanted to save it. When the reforms came, she planned to start a clothing business and eventually open her own factory. In her previous life, she had worked in a factory sewing clothes, so she already knew the skills. It was late now, so she decided she would go to Chu Shi tomorrow to borrow money. She imagined it all very nicely, without even considering whether Chu Shi would agree. After dinner, Chu Shi took out the stack of IOUs Gao Xiaodie had given her over the past year. There was almost one every month, sometimes for half a pound of sugar, sometimes for 20 pounds of grain coupons. Gao Xiaodie had indeed borrowed a lot from the original owner. The next morning, breakfast was 2 cornbread buns and a bowl of sweet potato and corn porridge. The porridge was the only thing she found easy to swallow, soft and a little sweet. After eating, she went to the fields with the other educated youths. Before leaving, she carefully put the IOUs into her hidden space, just in case. As for the 2 cornbread buns, many of the youths didn't have time to eat in the morning, so they carried them along to eat later when they got hungry while working. By mid-morning, the June sun was already scorching. After pulling weeds from 2 rows, Chushi sat on the ridge to rest. When no one was looking, she secretly took out a small honey bun from her space to eat. The buns were small, just 1 bite each, so there was no risk of being noticed. Not long after she finished, she heard voices nearby. "Hey, did you hear? The Gao family split up yesterday?" Yes. The eldest son left with nothing at all. I even heard his mother almost took back his job to give it to the second son. Sigh, what a shame. I've never seen such favoritism. Isn't that true? Just look at that girl, Gao Xiaodie. She's already sunburned, yet she still can't bear to give up those work points. Poor thing. The 2 women chatted about Gao Xiaodie's family. Chu Shi, who had sharp hearing, caught every word. She didn't really want to get involved in Gao Xiaodie's matters, but she knew she had to reclaim what the original owner was owed. Just as Chu Shi was thinking about finding a chance to ask for it back, Gao Xiaodie came to her on her own. Other than seeing her at the commotion yesterday, Chu Shi hadn't seen her for a whole month. Now, Gao Xiaodie's face was red from the sun. She stood in front of Chu Shi, biting her lip as if she had made a big decision. "Xiao Shi, I need to talk to you. Let's go over there." Chu Shi didn't move. "If you have something to say, just say it here. I still have work to do." "Are you here to pay back the money?" "And no, not that." "Oh, then there's nothing to talk about." Chu Shi turned to leave. The women nearby started glancing over. Gao Xiaodie quickly stepped forward and whispered, "Could you lend me a little more money?" Chu Shi looked at Gao Xiaodie in surprise. She hadn't expected her to be so shameless. Chu Shi just stared at her, half smiling. The stare made Gao Xiaodie's scalp tingle, but she forced herself to speak. "My family just split up yesterday. We don't have money. I want to borrow some to build a house." "Not much, just 30 yuan." She blurted it all out in one breath, then looked at Chu Shi, hoping to see the usual pity on her face. She didn't like that look, but as long as she could get the money, she didn't care. But Chu Shi's face showed no emotion. That made Gao Xiaodie feel like something was slipping away, though she couldn't tell what. Then Chu Shi spoke, her voice tinged with hurt. "Gao Xiaodie, I told you before, my family has been going through trouble, and I don't get any support. All this time, you never once asked how I was doing. And now you come to borrow money? What am I to you, a wallet? Do you only think of me when you need cash?" Her voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for everyone nearby to hear. People slowly gathered around. The 2 women who had just been feeling sorry for Gao Xiaodie immediately lost all sympathy. She looked like a decent girl, but turns out she's full of tricks. Better stay away, or who knows when she'll try to take advantage again. "What are you all standing around for? Is every weed in the field gone already?" The captain's voice came from the crowd, and before she knew it, quite a few people had gathered around. People around made way for the captain to pass, and Qin Xiangjuan followed behind him. Qin Xiangjuan was worried about Chu Shi and came over to check on her. After saying these words, Chu Shi felt her eyes sting, but she held back her tears. She knew this was the original owner's emotion. She truly considered Gao Xiaodie a good friend. The beautiful girl looked close to tears. Even Gao Xiaodie was momentarily stunned by her beauty, not to mention the people around. But now wasn't the time to think about that. "Xiao Shi, you misunderstood. I didn't say I wouldn't pay back. It's just," Gao Xiaodie hesitated, unsure how to continue. Seeing Chu Shi's reaction today, she knew she wouldn't get the money. Gao Xiaodie had a feeling she couldn't stay here any longer. "Just what?" "Just that you're not squeezing the last drop out of this fool yet?" Chu Shi almost shouted this. People around whispered among themselves, how much money did Gao's girl borrow? Chu Jiqing used to be rich. She could eat meat twice a month, except during the pig slaughter at year's end. Everyone was reluctant to eat meat. Sometimes, if lucky, they could catch wild chickens or rabbits for a treat. Do you think Gao's girl is good? She goes to borrow from others every month. Over the past year, she's never missed, said Zhang Xinghua, who had always disliked Gao Xiaodie. Gao Xiaodie used to rely on her looks, making her own husband do chores for her. Zhang Xinghua had never liked her and now saw an opportunity to put her down. I tell you, Gao's girl, if you borrow and pay back, it's not hard. But you haven't paid back what you owe, and now you're thinking of borrowing again? Where's the fairness in that? Zhang Xinghua said to Gao Xiaodie. Exactly. Now Chu Jiqing is almost starving, and she still hasn't paid back her debt. She's really heartless, others agreed. She had now calmed down. Hearing what the others said, she sneered inwardly. Recently, she hadn't used much of her space's resources for acting. Even the grain at the youth point was almost gone, and there was no sign of wanting to pay the grain tax. It seemed her plan was working well. Although solving problems with violence was simple, she didn't want that. She wanted to use Gao Xiaodie's way, gradually getting back what was hers. Gao Xiaodie lowered her head, looking for a way to escape. But everyone around was watching her, and she couldn't run away. She could only admit defeat. Xiaoxi, I didn't mean not to pay you back. I just don't have money right now. I'll pay you back as soon as I get some. Who knows when you'll bring the money? I think today is best, so you don't have to make another trip later. Zhang Xinghua said quickly before She could speak, worried that She might let Gao Xiaodie go easily. She liked this young woman from the countryside. She was pretty and quick at work. Unlike Gao Xiaodie, who relied on her looks to get others to help her. Since Zhang Xinghua was helping, She didn't want to embarrass her. She agreed and said, Gao Xiaodie, Xinghua is right. Let's settle this today. I have the IOU here, and since I have the money, we can exchange it for cash. Then you can pay me back. You've agreed, right, Xiaodie? Hearing She ask, Gao Xiaodie could only nod unhappily. Zhang Xinghua stood nearby, wanting to find an excuse, but afraid to say anything. Knowing she would challenge her no matter what she said. That was one reason she brought her along. Seeing that Gao Xiaodie had no objections, the head of the team started calculating the debt. The more he counted, the more he disliked Gao Xiaodie. Over the past year, she had borrowed a total of 150 yuan worth of goods from Shi. No wonder she always looked so well-dressed. His daughter said Gao Xiaodie used a lot of expensive creams and oils, things that cost a lot. He had thought these were paid for by Gao Lifu, but now he realized they weren't her own money. All settled, Xiaodie. You only need to pay Shi 150 yuan, and the debt will be cleared, said the team leader to Gao Xiaodie. Captain, I don't have any money to give to Shi right now, Gao Xiaodie said, starting to cry. Even if she had money, she couldn't give it to Shi immediately. Her family was building a house, and if her father found out she had so much money, he would probably hit her. Her father was usually honest outside, but at home, he cared a lot about his status. If she disobeyed, she would get beaten. Captain, I borrowed money from Shi to pay Xiaoyan's school fees, and I bought food for Siping and Xiaoyan. You know my grandma is very biased. They often don't have enough to eat. I had to secretly borrow money to buy food for them. I can go hungry, but my younger brothers and sisters are still growing, Gao Xiaodie said, crying and sounding very sad. The captain felt uncomfortable hearing this. Everyone in the village knew that Gao Xiaodie's grandma was biased. Gao Xiaodie had no mother, and her father was irresponsible. It was hard for a young girl like her to worry about everything. Zhang Xinghua snorted nearby. She didn't believe a word Gao Xiaodie said, but since it was her family matter, she didn't say anything to argue. The captain looked at Shi with a difficult expression. Compared to the educated youth, he naturally favored people from his own village. He first asked Gao Xiaodie, Xiaodie, we know your situation, but you also need to pay back Shi's money. How about giving me a deadline? When is the latest you can pay it back? Then he looked at Shi, you have a good relationship with Xiaodie. You see she can't come up with that much money now. Can you give her some face and let her make a statement? When she has the money, she will pay you back. Is that okay? Although Shi wasn't happy with the captain's solution, he didn't want to offend him. The county officials were more powerful, and many of the educated youth's records needed the captain to fill out. But right now, he was clearly having trouble with his own life. "Captain, my situation isn't good either. The grain at the educated youth camp is almost gone. What do you suggest I do?" The captain hesitated. She was usually gentle and easygoing, but he wasn't easy to fool. "Gao Xiaodie, this problem started because of me. Please, Captain, borrow some grain from the team for Chushi. At the end of the year, deduct it from my work points. That way, I will pay back the money plus the interest from before." Gao Xiaodie quickly took the opportunity to show her stance. She then added, "Xiaoxi, give me half a month. Even if I have to work at the brick kiln, I will gather enough money to pay you back." After speaking, she looked at Chushi with hope. Seeing Chushi appear to be thinking, she nervously looked at the team leader for help. The team leader signaled her to wait patiently. "Okay," Chushi finally said. Gao Xiaodie immediately relaxed. But then she heard Chushi say, "But if I don't get the money in half a month, Xiaodie, I might have to ask the police for help. You know, my uncle is waiting for this money to save his life. I have no choice. Can you understand me? Pretending to be pitiful is easy for anyone. Using one's own weakness to defend oneself." Gao Xiaodie almost spat blood from anger, but had to grit her teeth and agree, "Yes, I understand." Seeing her suffer, Chushi felt very happy. She said goodbye to the team leader and Zhang Xinghua and went back to the youth commune. Today, it was Chushi and Qin Xiangjuan's turn to cook. Chushi's cooking skills have always been just okay, but compared to Qin Xiangjuan, she was much better. She was in charge of lunch. Usually, everyone eats a lot at noon because they are tired from morning work and have to work again in the afternoon. So, lunch is usually quite hearty. The youth commune has 2 stoves. She used one to cook rice, mixing cornmeal and rice. After cooking, she took it out and let it simmer in the pot. Qin Xiangjuan was helping to build the fire. He felt she had changed a bit recently. Although they didn't interact much before, he could always sense some affection when he looked at her. But lately, she gave him a feeling of coldness. She still interacted with others as before, but he inexplicably felt that Chushi seemed like a different person. Chushi didn't know what Qin Xiangjuan was thinking. If she did, she would definitely be amazed. The hero in this story is truly extraordinary. He can think of such things. Chushi cut some chives from the youth commune's vegetable plot. After stir-frying 3 greens, she decided to make scrambled eggs with chives. The youth workers still had work in the afternoon, so they needed some protein. Nowadays, eggs are considered a type of meat dish. She chopped the chives finely so that the dish would look good and taste better. While chopping vegetables, she was focused and serious. Qin Xiangjuan suddenly felt that her coldness had lessened, and he couldn't help but want to say more. She looked up, surprised that Qin Xiangjuan would say that, but she still refused. "Thank you, but I don't need it. My situation is only temporary. It's better not to have too much involvement with the main character." Seeing Chushi's reaction, Qin Xiangjuan didn't insist. Instead, he asked about Gao Xiaodie. "What's going on with you and Gao Xiaodie lately? I heard there was a fuss at the team office today." "No fuss, just seeing things clearly," Chushi said softly, then lowered her head to continue chopping vegetables, not wanting to talk more. From Chushi's attitude, Qin Xiangjuan understood her feelings. It seemed unnecessary to worry about her getting hurt again. Although he had liked Chushi before, over the past month, her attitude had changed noticeably. Besides necessary communication, she was mostly cold, so he gradually lost hope. Chushi was frying chives with eggs, using plenty of oil and salt. The workers found it very tasty. Along with rice and flatbread, everyone ate until they were full. After Chushi finished cleaning up and was about to rest in her room, she saw Gu Chunyan hurriedly tidying things in the cabinet, closing the door, and lying on her bed to sleep. Chushi pretended not to notice her strange behavior, went straight to her spot, lay down, and thought about checking the cabinet carefully when she had the chance. At 2 p.m., the team leader blew the work whistle. Chushi followed the main group to the fields. The weather was getting hotter. In about a month, wheat harvest would begin. During the busy harvest season, everyone worked very hard. Chu Shi's task in the afternoon was to hoe 2 rows of peanut fields. It was her first time hoeing since arriving here. She hadn't finished 10 minutes when she developed blisters on her hands. People in the post-apocalyptic world didn't need to do these by hand. Inside the base, there were fully automatic machines that made it very easy. It would be great if I could bring out the small hoeing machine from the space, Chu Shi thought. Just when she had almost given up hope, the small hoeing machine that should have been in her space suddenly appeared at her feet. OMG, Chu Shi's eyes widened. She quickly looked around and saw everyone busy with their work, so she relaxed. The small hoeing machine in front of her looked like a gear from the future, a bit smaller than usual, and not as tall as the peanut plants. But that was good, so no one would see it. Chu Shi, seeing no one was watching, wrapped the entire creature in grass bags so that from the outside, it just looked like a pile of grass. Then Chu Shi turned on its switch and let it start working on its own. Chu Shi leisurely followed behind, picking up the grass it had dug up, while thinking about why it could come out of the space. Could it be mental power?
Chu Shi wondered.
But if it weren't for its appearance, Chu Shi almost forgot what mental power was for. Once, mental power was one of Chu Shi's main skills, allowing her to see the enemy's situation during battles. So mental power still existed. Chu Shi was very happy. Chu Shi was confused. Why could she suddenly summon things from the space? It seems there's still more to learn about the space. Chu Shi tried summoning different things from the space again, but nothing appeared. She was a bit disappointed. Maybe it was just a lucky accident this time. But it was still a happy surprise. If she needed something from the space, she could just go in and get it herself. Next time she wanted something, she could just look inside. Although, the part of the space where she stored things is quite messy right now. But that's not important. Once she moves out, she'll have time to tidy it up. After a relaxing afternoon, Chu Shi hid her hoeing machine in her tool basket. Recently, she had been working on hoeing, so she hadn't put the machine back into the space. Even if it was discovered. Well, she didn't think it would be. She hid her things and happily returned to the youth commune. But she noticed something strange. The atmosphere was off. The other 6 people from the youth commune had all returned and were sitting around the dining table, seeming to wait for her. When she arrived, everyone's expressions were different. Wei Qi and Su Ranan sat together. Su Ranan greeted her. Chu Shi, come sit here, and patted the seat beside him. Chu Shi went over and sat down. She looked around at the people in the room. Everyone from the youth commune was gathered. Wang Hongjun and Gu Chunyan sat together. When they saw her, they snorted disdainfully, but didn't say anything. Gu Chunyan was sitting opposite Su Ranan, with red eyes, as if she had just cried. Qin Xiangjuan and Zhang Weiguo sat in the middle, looking like they were going to be fair. Chu Shi had just returned and didn't understand what was happening, so she didn't plan to speak. Su Ranran was about to quietly tell her the situation when she saw Wang Hongjun stand up across from her, pointing at Chu Shi and saying, "Chu Shi, I really can't see that you're this kind of person." Suddenly accused, Chu Shi was confused. She looked up and gave him a light glance, her lips parting slightly. "What kind of person am I, you? You know very well what you've done." Wang Hongjun was short of breath after her glance. He raised his voice, saying, "I really don't understand why Chu Shi is so confident." "Enough." Big brother Zhang Weiguo stopped Wang Hongjun from speaking further, then said to Chu Shi, "Chu Shi, Gu Chunyan lost 50 yuan. Now everyone suspects you took it." As soon as Zhang Weiguo finished speaking, Su Ranran immediately became unhappy. "What do you mean, everyone suspects? It's just Gu Chunyan and Wang Hongjun who suspect her. Or do you, Zhang Weiguo, also suspect Chu Shi?" Although Zhang Weiguo usually handled the team leader's duties, Su Ranran was the oldest here, at 22, and had the most fiery temper. No one dared to challenge her, but at this moment, he couldn't hold back and retorted. Zhang Weiguo didn't want to provoke her. "That's not what I meant, Ranran. The case isn't closed yet." "Don't worry. How can it not be closed? We've searched all 6 of us, except Chu Shi. If it wasn't her stealing, then who could it be? I heard she's been having a tough time at home lately. Who knows? Maybe she saw someone with money and got jealous. Wang Hongjun finally seized the opportunity to use Chu Shi's weakness, saying all sorts of unpleasant things, trying to turn the situation around. Stealing nowadays could land someone in jail for years, ruining their future. Chu Shi listened for a while and understood the whole story. Suddenly, she remembered Gu Chunyan's recent odd behavior. When she entered the room, Gu Chunyan looked anxious several times. Chu Shi didn't check her locker at noon, so it seemed the problem started there. If she guessed correctly, her locker must contain 50 yuan now. Even Gu Chunyan might have memorized the serial number on the money. Although Chu Shi couldn't understand why Gu Chunyan would target her, she was certain she didn't steal anything. From the beginning to the end, Gu Chunyan, the person involved, didn't say a word. Chu Shi looked at Wang Hongjun, who was being used as a pawn, and smiled casually. Then she crossed him and asked Gu Chunyan, "Do you also think I took your money?" Gu Chunyan looked at Chu Shi, who was still beautiful and bright, and a flash of jealousy crossed her eyes. She whispered, "Chu Shi, I know you're short of money lately, and made a mistake. As long as you can correct it in time and return the money to me, I won't pursue this matter." She was very confident in her plan. Chu Shi definitely couldn't escape this time. Chu Shi experienced what it meant to speak in riddles. Gu Chunyan's words seemed to defend her, but in fact, they firmly pinned the blame on her. Not only the straightforward Su Ranan, but even Wei Qi, who was usually shy, couldn't sit still. He was about to go up and argue, but someone was faster. Qin Xiongjuan said, "Gu Chunyan, the matter hasn't been fully investigated yet. There's no evidence that Chu Shi took your money. Be careful with your words." Seeing so many people supporting Chu Shi, Gu Chunyan's face twisted, and her jealousy almost turned into reality. She clenched her fists, nails digging into her palms, and the pain made her suddenly clear. What if some people believe her? She wanted these people to watch helplessly as their trusted person was proven to have stolen money. Although she didn't know Gu Chunyan's true purpose, Chu Shi wouldn't let her succeed. At worst, she still had her mental strength, though touching physical objects would consume a lot of energy. Chu Shi slightly smiled, crossed her arms, and relaxed as if she was watching a show. After enjoying Gu Chunyan's changing expressions, she slowly said, "You say you lost 50 yuan, but as far as I know, your family isn't wealthy enough to cover that amount. How can you prove you have so much money?" The students mostly knew about each other's family situations. Gu Chunyan's family was an ordinary worker's family, but her parents favored boys over girls. They had 4 daughters and 1 son. Gu Chunyan had an older sister who was already married. She was the second oldest at home. The twin younger sisters were still young, not yet in middle school, and she had a newborn brother. With her parents' wages, the family could barely afford to eat. As for extra money, it could only be given to the beloved son. 50 yuan is not a small amount at this time. A bicycle costs just over 100 yuan. Looking at it this way, it's quite doubtful whether Gu Chunyan really has 50 yuan. When Chu Shi asked this, even Wang Hongjun, who was next to Gu Chunyan, couldn't help but doubt. Yes, Gu Chunyan looks good, but her family isn't well off. She usually wears very plain clothes and often earns money by washing clothes for others, 5 cents per piece. He used to ask her to wash clothes often, but recently she hasn't been doing it. If Gu Chunyan came from a better family, he might pursue her. Now, thinking about it, does she really have 50 yuan? Where did it come from? Once people have doubts, it affects their initial firm judgment and makes them do things to verify their suspicions. Even if Gu Chunyan really has 50 yuan, the source of the money would definitely be suspicious. As long as someone doubts her, her days won't be easy. In the future, Gu Chunyan would try her best to hide how she got the money, and Chu Shi's goal would be achieved. When Chu Shi doubted where the money came from, Gu Chunyan suddenly panicked. She didn't have that much money at home, but if she could give up some things, she could get the money. However, she couldn't say this directly. She could only make up a story. This money was borrowed from Su Guangwu, who is in the neighboring Xiangyang production team. My mother sent a telegram saying my father was hospitalized and urgently needed money. I met him in town, and he lent it to me. Then she continued with tears in her eyes, but I lost the money before I could send it to my mother. If there were villagers around, they would definitely know what kind of person Su Guangwu was. Su Guangwu was a well-known bachelor in Xiangyang production team. He was 35 and still unmarried. He often flirted with young women and was known to be a troublemaker, even in Suzhuang production team. However, the young workers didn't know much about the villagers, let alone the people in the neighboring production team. They thought he was just another young worker sent down from the city. The money Gu Chunyan had was indeed given to her by Su Guangwu, but she exchanged it with her body. She had fallen ill with a fever, and the village's barefoot doctor couldn't treat her for several days. She had to go to the town hospital, but she didn't have money for medicine. She was so overwhelmed that she sat crying at the hospital entrance. Su Guangwu appeared at this time, paying her medical bills, caring for her and gently looking after her. Gu Chunyan felt very lucky to meet such a good person. However, later he asked her to sleep with him. It wasn't a romantic relationship or marriage, just to satisfy his needs. Gu Chunyan felt disgusted and offended. At first she refused, but Su Guangwu was a scoundrel. He said, "Do you think anyone would believe I help you for no reason? If you don't find out who I am, you won't understand. I'll borrow from you and I will pay you back. What will you use to pay me back? If you have money, why can't you buy 2 yuan medicine?" Su Guangwu sneered, looking at her as if he wanted to strip her clothes. He was right. She had no money and couldn't pay him back. After a while, she finally said, "I can marry you. No bride price." If they got married, sleeping with him would be natural, right? Su Guangwu looked at her like she was a fool. "Marry me? Huh, everyone knows you young workers are hard to please. I let you use my money, and you don't work. You might leave me and go back to the city someday. Who would do such a foolish thing? I just think you look good, and want to try the life of a young worker. Marry you? Dream on." Every word felt like a knife, cutting her heart open, making Gu Chunyan realize how miserable her life was. She couldn't even come up with 2 yuan. How ridiculous. She gave in. She didn't care about manners, integrity, or morality. She just wanted to avoid burning her brain with a high fever, not to wash clothes in cold water in winter, and not to ask her family for money and get scolded for being a burden. So she chose to go to hell. Su Guangwu was a devil, an unbreakable devil, because he came with his friends too. The only thing Gu Chunyan was grateful for was that Su Guangwu was in the neighboring production team, and no one in the village knew. So she could still survive in Shao Su village. Last month, she saw Chu Shi in town with Su Guangwu. She thought she saw Chu Shi, but she didn't know if Chu Shi saw them. She didn't dare to bet. As fellow young workers, why could Chu Shi get monthly support from her family? Even if she faced difficulties, she still had many people helping her and could live decently. Even Wang Hongjun, whom she liked, once said that only someone from Chu Shi's family and with her looks could match him. Why does Chu Shi live so well? Gu Chunyan is not willing to accept this. She wants to ruin Chu Shi and send her to hell together. If she knew what Chu Shi was thinking right now, Chu Shi would definitely tell her, "Girl, my family is well off because my grandfather risked his life for it. My parents worked hard to earn it. As for me being down and out, well, I'm not really poor, but I do get up early and work hard every day. I used your family's money, and I even ate your rice. Are you jealous of me just because I don't go below the line? That's your problem. But now you're stabbing me in the back. Do you want me to praise your good stabbing before I stab you again? How shameless." After Gu Chunyan explained where the money came from, some people present believed her, but Chu Shi didn't care either way. Chu Shi tapped her nails and then asked, "Then why do you think I took it? This money is so important. Shouldn't you keep it safe and send it to your mom quickly?" Hearing this, Gu Chunyan thought Chu Shi's head might be out of order. She was giving herself a knife. Everyone around watched the two of them quietly, afraid to speak. They had never seen Chu Shi like this, lazy yet serious, like a queen on her throne. Compared to her, Gu Chunyan, who looked like a little bunny, seemed a bit too fragile. Chu Shi, don't go too far. If a thief steals something, it's not right to blame the owner for not hiding it well. What kind of logic is that? Wang Hongjun couldn't stand Chu Shi and looked at her as if she was nothing. At this moment, Gu Xiaodie also spoke up. "No, Chu Shi, I locked the money in the cabinet. Only I have the key. I was planning to go up the mountain today to pick some fruit and send it to my family. But Gu Chunyan paused, looked at Chu Shi with a troubled expression, then lowered her head. But our cabinets are connected, and I found that the middle partition can move. When she said this, everyone's hearts were shocked. Gu Chunyan's words clearly indicated that Chu Shi had deliberately tampered with the cabinet to steal the 50 yuan. Zhang Weigua and Su Ranan looked at Chu Shi differently, but Wei Qi and Qin Xiangjuan didn't react at all. Wei Qi finally couldn't hold back. Nonsense. How would Chu Shi know you have so much money? During lunchtime, when I was packing my things, Chu Shi and Su Ranan were both there, said Gu Chunyan. Chu Shi, I ask you to return the money to me. I might not tell the police, but everyone makes mistakes. I understand that, and I just hope you stop being so stubborn. Seeing the expressions of the people around, Chu Shi remained calm. So, according to you, where should I put your money? Su Ranan replied, of course, in the cabinet. After she said that, she regretted it. She wanted to believe Chu Shi, but no one wants their roommate to be a thief.
What if something gets lost someday?
Chu Shi didn't mind Su Ranan's reaction. Although they seemed to get along well normally, they weren't close friends without any personal interests involved. Chu Shi didn't foolishly think they were best friends. Gu Chunyan agreed with Su Ranan and said, as long as you open the cabinet and find no money inside, it proves you didn't take it. I will apologize. I will write down the number on the money. I'm poor, but I wouldn't steal your money. Her words sounded very righteous and convincing, making people think she was reasonable and understanding. While she was speaking, Chu Shi tried to use her mental power to look inside the cabinet. Sure enough, she found a few large bills. Mental power is like the thickness of the soul. In her past life, Chu Shi's mental strength was very strong. Having lived 2 lives, her mental power was only enough for daily life. When she entered the cabinet, Chu Shi felt a bit tired and the distance was a little far. She withdrew her mental power, her face slightly pale. To Gu Chunyan and the others, this looked like guilt. Gu Chunyan even thought Chu Shi probably knew she was set up, but since she couldn't escape, she was really happy about it. Just apologizing is enough? Being falsely accused isn't a good feeling, Chu Shi said. However, Wang Hongjun and Gu Chunyan thought she was just pretending to be brave. Gu Chunyan even thought she was trying to delay. But what's the point of delaying? Nothing will be solved anyway. So, what do you want? Gu Chunyan asked. If you can prove I didn't take the money, both of you must apologize to me publicly and write an apology letter to be posted on the notice board at the entrance of the team for 10 days. Gu Chunyan didn't understand why Chu Shi looked so fearless. She hesitated for a moment and was about to speak when Wang Hongjun said, okay, we agree. Gu Chunyan could only nod in agreement. Chu Shi probably was just pretending to be tough to scare her. Chu Shi turned to everyone and said, since that's the case, please come with me to witness. I also want to see if there really is 50 yuan in my cabinet. After speaking, Chu Shi led the way, and the others followed behind. Qin Xiangjuan quickly caught up and said to her, Chu Shi, are you confident? From Gu Chunyan's expression, she seems sure you can't escape. Chu Shi looked at him in surprise. Aren't you worried I really took the money? Qin Xiangjuan didn't expect her to ask that. After a moment, he replied firmly, no, you wouldn't, and even if you did, no one would find such clear evidence. Chu Shi smiled happily. As the main character from the original story, he really saw things deeply. Chu Shi didn't say anything more. At this moment, she was controlling her mental power, slowly placing the money into her space, 1 bill at a time. Since Gu Chunyan said she lost it, she might as well let her think she really did. After putting the last bill into her space, Chu Shi's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Her face was pale, and her legs felt weak, almost causing her to fall. This made Gu Chunyan secretly happy. Wei Qi came over to support her and whispered, Sister Chu Shi, are you feeling unwell? Maybe you should go to the hospital first. Nearby, Wang Hongjun sneered. If you're feeling guilty, just say so. Gu Chunyan already said she wouldn't pursue it. Why are you still insisting? If it gets found out, You'll just embarrass yourself. Brains are a good thing. I hope you have one too. Just as she reached the door, Chu-shi pushed it open and went inside, leaving Wang Hongjun looking confused. Wei-chi followed behind, trying not to laugh, shoulders shaking. After a while, Wang Hongjun finally realized Chu-shi was insulting him, but Chu-shi was already inside, so he could only stew in his anger. The 7 of them arrived at the girls' dormitory. The small room felt even more crowded with everyone inside. They stood in front of the cabinet, and Chu-shi didn't waste time. She took out the key and unlocked the lock. After opening it, she didn't move anything. Instead, she turned to them and said, "Brother Weigua, Sister Rarin, please check if the money she mentioned is inside my cabinet." Zhang Weigua and Su Ranin were the oldest among the educated youths, and everyone usually called them that. For this matter, no one dared to make a fuss, and everyone trusted them to check. Everyone was watching, so the 2 people couldn't make any small moves in front of so many eyes. Under everyone's watch, the 2 began to take things out of Chu-shi's cabinet one by one. 2 cans of fruit brought by Gao Xiaodie last time, half a pound of sugar, a quarter of malted milk, 2 sets of clothes for changing, and a Tenjin food coupon. Apart from these, there was no sign of any money. Seeing the cabinet emptied, Wang Hongjun didn't believe it and even stuck his head inside to look again and again. But he found nothing. Now he regretted it deeply. It really wasn't Chu-shi who took the money. If it was, he would have to apologize openly to Chu-shi. That would be too embarrassing. The most shocked was Gu Chunyan. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. What was going on? She had personally put the money in there. She didn't have the key to Chu-shi's cabinet. She had even spent several days making the connecting wooden board movable so she could hide the money inside. How could it be gone now? Where was her money? It couldn't have been taken by Chu-shi. Chu-shi only left after she put the money in, and Chu-shi returned later than her. Could she be seeing ghosts? She couldn't bear to think about it. She looked at Chu-shi in horror. Chu-shi was smiling at her, which made her feel uneasy. Did Chu-shi already know? Or was there really a ghost? The truth was revealed. Chu-shi looked at their changing expressions with a half-smile. Su Ranran also breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Chu-shi wasn't a thief. Otherwise, she would have to consider teaming up with other villagers. Qin Shengjuan and Wei Qi's expressions remained unchanged. They already believed Chu-shi wasn't responsible. Zhang Weigua finally relaxed. Whether Chu-shi did it or not, if they found the money in Chu-shi's cabinet, the situation would definitely get worse. At that time, the villagers' view of the educated youths would become even more negative. In the quiet atmosphere, Chu-shi's voice was especially clear. "Can you prove my innocence?" "Yes, yes." "I knew Chu-shi was innocent," Wei Qi happily said. For some reason, he had a strange admiration for Chu-shi. Maybe because Chu-shi was very good-looking and he was just a fan of pretty faces. Chu-shi's face looked much better now, but Gu Chunyan's face was dark, as if it had been coated with soy sauce. Gu Chunyan saw the result and knew she couldn't do anything to Chu-shi today. She took a deep breath, held back her tears, and walked over to Chu-shi. "I'm sorry, Chu-shi. I apologize to you." "Boo-hoo." After crying a few times, she continued, "I was just too anxious. This money is very important to me." The beautiful woman was crying, and Wang Hongjuan's heart almost broke. Although he didn't like Gu Chunyan, he considered himself a gentleman and couldn't stand to see a lady being bullied. For a moment, he felt a strong sense of justice. "Chu-shi, Gu Chunyan has apologized to you. You should be done now." After saying this, he gave Chu-shi a disapproving look and then went to comfort Gu Chunyan. "Don't cry anymore. It's not your fault. We understand you." Is Wang Hongjun brainless? Chu-shi's only thought now was that. What does it mean that she has apologized? That she should be fine now? Isn't it her duty to apologize? She hadn't even had a chance to speak. Not being able to punch him in the head made Chu-shi very angry. She hadn't been this angry in a long time. "Where is your apology?" Chu-shi looked at Wang Hongjun with a smile on her face. At this moment, Wang Hongjun finally remembered that he was also supposed to apologize. The little bit of pride he gained from comforting Gu Chunyan disappeared instantly. But he had previously boasted loudly, and now couldn't back out. Sorry, he said very quickly and softly, but Chu Shi didn't hear it anyway. What? Chu Shi asked. Chu Shi, stop it now. Wang Hongjuan's face turned red with anger. Are you going to apologize or not? Chu Shi said impatiently. She really didn't hear him. Being provoked multiple times, even saints would lose their temper.
Yes. No.
Sorry, he gritted his teeth and said. Wang Hongjun felt like he had lost face. Are you satisfied now? Chu Shi gently scratched her ear. It's okay. Don't forget to post a 10-day apology letter. Seeing Wang Hongjuan's annoyed expression and how he couldn't get rid of her, Chu Shi felt a little better. She looked at Gu Chunyan with a meaningful gaze, and then went out to eat. The matter was settled, and she still needed to eat. Only Gu Chunyan and Wang Hongjun remained in the room. Didn't you say Chu Shi stole your money? Wang Hongjun questioned Gu Chunyan. He's not stupid. After getting angry, he realized he had been used as a pawn. I don't know why this happened. Clearly. Gu Chunyan hurriedly tried to explain, but she dared not say that the money was her own. Although Wang Hongjun often argued with Chu Shi, she knew Wang Hongjun must have feelings for Chu Shi, just like a young boy in kindergarten who teases the girl he likes. She kept giving Wang Hongjun hints, making him dislike Chu Shi, so she couldn't let the truth come out. This matter could only be accepted quietly, so she used her usual trick, crying. Gu Chunyan kept crying and apologizing until Wang Hongjun lost his patience. He waved his hand and left her there. Watching Wang Hongjun leave, Gu Chunyan finally stopped crying. She had worked hard on her plan, but not only did she fail to trap Chu Shi, she also lost 50 yuan of her own money. Just thinking about it made her very angry. She didn't dare to pursue it further. Whether she was truly cursed or not planning against Chu Shi meant Chu Shi was more powerful than she thought. She decided to wait and see. Chu Shi. She didn't believe Chu Shi could always be so lucky. She would see what happens next. While Chu Shi was having dinner, she suddenly sneezed. Could someone be thinking of her? Never mind that eating is more important. Today, to make up for something, the young workers at the farm rarely cooked spicy stir-fried preserved meat. The meat was made before the new year. Before the new year, they slaughtered pigs, and each family received some pork. They didn't want to eat it all at once, so they made it into preserved meat that could last a year. The preserved meat at the farm was made with the help of Zhang Xinghua from the village. After dinner, Gu Chunyan hadn't come back yet. Su Ranan was writing a letter at home. Chu Shi was lying on the kong, a traditional bed, looking at the dark beams above the girls' dormitory, and started thinking about recent events. It's been over a month since she arrived in this world. She has adapted to the way of life here. Right now, Chu Shi most wants to move out of the farm. Only by moving out can she have more time to explore the space. Living in a shared room is really inconvenient. Earlier, when she went to the fields, Chu Shi had already asked around about a few families she could stay with. One was a widow in the village named Gao Xiaodie. Her husband died 2 years ago after falling while working on the mountain quarry. They had no children and had been living alone. There are many disputes outside a widow's door, especially since Gao Xiaodie is young and pretty. Many men with bad intentions want her, including Su Guiqiang's father, Su Dazhuang. Relying on his status, he often makes things difficult for her. However, Gao Xiaodie is fiery and strong-willed. Those who try to bully her don't get any benefits. Over time, they stop bothering her openly. The second person is Su's wife, Li Erya, who is married to a soldier. He died 10 years ago, leaving only their daughter, who is now 12 and in middle school. Su's wife is gentle and kind to others. Because she is a widow of a martyr, the villagers respect her. Both families are simple and can provide a room for Chu Shi. Chu Shi prefers to share a household with Su's wife because it would reduce many troubles. Chu Shi admires Gao Xiaodie, but she also knows that sharing a household with her would likely be more troublesome than now. In the next 3 days, with the help of a hoeing machine, Chu Shi broke her record and earned 8 work points in a day, which is quite good among the youth. The day after the money-stealing incident, She wanted to talk to Sue's wife about sharing a household, but she didn't see her in the fields that morning. She could only visit her after lunch. When she arrived, Sue's wife was busy taking care of Su Xiaomei, who was vomiting badly. Su Xiaomei had been vomiting since morning. After lunch, she started again. Sue's wife was so worried, she looked like an ant on a hot pan. She immediately realized she had food poisoning and didn't have time to discuss sharing a household. "Sister-in-law, go to the kitchen and get some salt water," she said. Sue's wife, panicked, instinctively went to prepare it. She supported Su Xiaomei and pressed on her acupoints to help her vomit out the food inside. When she had vomited enough, she gave her some salt water to drink. After a long while, Su Xiaomei finally stopped vomiting. She and Sue's wife took care of her until she fell asleep. Then she wrote a remedy for her, which usually works for food poisoning. After finishing the remedy and thanking her, she remembered her plan to share a household. "Sister-in-law, actually, I came today to talk to you about something," she said. Sister Su was also curious. She didn't have much contact with she normally. She only knew that this young woman was pretty, not very talkative, but worked hard. What was she here for? Did she also want to join in? As a widow of a hero and with a simple family, just her and her daughter, many young people wanted to team up with her, but she refused. If she had come to team up earlier, Sister Su would have refused her to. She thought that working with other young people could be difficult and might cause trouble. But she was different. She knew traditional Chinese medicine. If it weren't for Shi, her daughter might not recover anytime soon. People in the village generally liked teachers and doctors. She was a young person sent to the countryside, so she was educated. Plus, she knew Chinese medicine. Such a person, Sister Su didn't want to push away. Of course, Sister Su didn't know what she was thinking. Even if she did, she wouldn't mind. It was a mutually beneficial situation. In just a short time, Sister Su had thought about all this. But she still wanted to confirm. She asked Shi with a calm face, "Did you learn Chinese medicine?" As soon as Sister Su spoke, Shi understood her meaning. Nowadays, there are very few doctors, especially in the village. "I know a little. My grandfather was a Chinese doctor. I've also learned some from my mother since I was young," she replied simply. Hearing this, Sister Su felt more at ease. Su also understands the current situation of the educated youths, so she has no problem with what she said. However, she has other questions. "I have no issue with that. Does Chu Jiying have any other requests?" "Yes, I hope my sister-in-law and younger sister won't enter my room without my permission. The main reason she shared a house was to have private space." "Is cleaning also unnecessary?" Su asked. Many of the educated youths in the village rely on others to clean their rooms, paying money for it, which Su disapproves of. She replied, "No, sister-in-law, I can clean my room myself." Hearing this, Su's impression of her improved a lot. They finished their conversation happily and agreed that she would move in the afternoon. She went back to pack her things. Su's house is a brick building, brighter than the small earthen houses in the village. It has 4 rooms. Su lives in the main room, with the kitchen and Su Qing's room nearby. She was assigned to the east wing. The wing was usually empty, so she could move in directly. Su, who had to go to work, simply handed her the key. She didn't have many belongings, just bedding and what was in her cabinet. Most important items were stored in her space. After work in the afternoon, she greeted the other educated youths and then moved directly to Su's house. Although Zhang Weigua and the others were surprised, they remembered the incident with Gu Chunyan a few days ago. They thought it might be awkward for the two to live together, so they understood her decision. Qin Xiangjuan offered, "Let me help you move." She didn't want to have any relationship with Qin Xiangjuan. If someone with bad intentions saw them, it could cause trouble. She quickly refused, "No need. I don't have many things. I borrowed a bicycle." Wei Qi quietly slipped Shi a Tenjin food coupon and whispered, "Sister Shi, you're short on money now. Take this first, and pay me back later." "I still have some." Then Wei Qi added, "Sister Shi, I will come to see you often, Seeing how he said it as if they might never meet again, Chu-shi chuckled. We're all in the village, so we'll see each other often. If you need anything, just come find me. Chu-shi didn't refuse and remembered Wei-chi's kindness. Su Ranan was a bit upset. Chu-shi suddenly moved out without telling her. Did she not consider her a good friend? She also didn't like living with Gu Chunyan. She always felt that Gu Chunyan looked very sinister, like a poisonous snake. Of course, Chu-shi wouldn't change her decision just because Su Ranan. She was now happily moved into Sister Su's house, humming a song as she tidied up the room, feeling very happy. The East Wing room is small, about 15 square meters. It doesn't have a Kong bed, only a bed. Luckily, it's summer now, so there's no need for a heated bed. Chu-shi quickly cleaned the room and laid straw on the bed. She put on her bedding and sheets. On her first night here, she could already sleep comfortably. Lying on the clean and cozy bed, Chu-shi closed her eyes happily. She looked around and felt the room was a bit empty. Besides the bed, there was only a bedside table. Chu-shi thought she needed a desk for studying and also a wardrobe. This was the first time Chu-shi personally tidied up a room. In the end of the world, she never had to worry about these things. She always used the best clothes, food, and living supplies. She could decorate the room in her favorite style. She was a bit excited thinking about it. Besides furniture, she also wanted to put a few pots of flowers. For now, these were Chu-shi's only requirements for the room. She would think about other things later. Chu-shi slept very peacefully that first night. Early the next morning, she saw Sister Su had already prepared breakfast. Su Qing sat at the table, looking a bit more energetic than yesterday. Get up? Come eat, Sister Su warmly called Chu-shi. Su Qing also cheerfully said, Big Sister Chu-shi. Seeing their enthusiasm, it seemed the remedy she took yesterday was effective. On the table, there was sweet potato porridge and steamed buns made with cornmeal. In the village, this was considered very good food. To thank you for helping yesterday and to welcome you to join us, we're having a good meal today, Sister Su quickly explained, noticing Chu-shi's confusion. Her family couldn't always eat such good food, nor did they have the means. Next to her, Su Qing nodded while stuffing a steamed bun into her mouth. The last time she ate white flour buns was at Flower Sister's wedding in early spring. Chu-shi was amused by Su Qing's appearance. She took out a long-prepared white rabbit milk candy and said to Sister Su, Thank you, sister-in-law and Qing. Since the other person showed kindness first, Chu-shi was happy to return the same kindness. Of course, the sweets were originally meant to be given. Sister Su was surprised by Chu-shi's generous gesture. Chu-shi had already given money and grain, and it was proper to share a meal together. But these white rabbit candies were quite special. In today's times, brown sugar and white sugar are rare, but many people can still afford a little. Higher quality treats include hard fruit candies, which are often bought for weddings or childbirth celebrations. The white rabbit candies were considered the best kind of sweets in Sister Su and Su Qing's eyes. Chu-shi suddenly brought out so many, more than 2 liang. Su Qing's eyes widened as she stared at the candies, and her plain bread buns suddenly didn't seem tasty anymore. Although she was eager, she didn't make a move before Sister Su spoke. Qing, wipe your saliva, Chu-shi said, noticing her reaction. She knew Sister Su had taught her well. Seeing such a cute girl, Chu-shi couldn't help teasing her. Su Qing hurriedly wiped her mouth, realizing Chu-shi was joking. Her young girl's temper showed. Oh, Chu-shi, you're so annoying. The two young people quickly started joking around, and Sister Su also laughed happily. Qing rarely got to act like a little girl. Her father had died early, he was a hero, but they were a mother and daughter left alone. Many people had secretly taken an interest in her. Qing had been sensible since she was young. Once, she was sick and couldn't get out of bed. Little Qing, who was still small, had stepped on a stool to cook porridge for her. Over the years, Qing had depended on her, or she wasn't sure how she could have kept going. Thinking about this, Sister Su's eyes felt a little sore. She turned her head, wiped her tears, and looked at Chu-shi and Qing playing happily. She took the candies from the table and gave one to Qing. Sister Sue scowled and said, "Here. Don't look at it like a mosquito seeing blood." Ching happily took the candy, ignoring her sister's scolding. She nodded constantly, treating the candy like a treasure, stuffing it into her pocket like a little squirrel storing food. Then she happily picked up her bun and continued eating. "Thank you, Chu Jiqing." Sister Sue thought that inviting Chu Shi to join them was a very good decision. No matter if Chu Shi was really skilled at medicine, her attitude toward Ching made Sister Sue willing to be friends with her. Many young educated youths, especially the girls, dislike the children in the village. Many families in the village have at least 3 or 5 children. During the day, the adults work to earn points, so they don't pay much attention to the kids. Most of the children are dirty, and since they come from the city, they think the village is very simple. Because of this, many young educated youths avoid the children. "It's okay, sister-in-law. Ching is very cute," Chu Shi said. Su Ching is very pretty, fair-skinned, with bright, clear eyes that are black and white, and she looks very simple and honest. Basically, Chu Shi is also someone who cares about looks. After finishing her food, Chu Shi asked Su's sister-in-law, "By the way, sister-in-law, do you know who in the village can do carpentry? I want to find someone to make a cabinet." Su's sister-in-law thought for a moment. "Arya's dad can do it. You can buy a ready-made one, or else you have to go up the mountain to get wood. Wood is also a public resource in the village, so it can't be cut down casually. Otherwise, it would be like undermining socialism." "I see. Thank you, sister-in-law," Chu Shi said, thanking her, then started to think about the problem. She can stay here for about 1.5 years. Should she make good furniture now to take with her later, or just find something similar and make better ones in the future? That's a question. But Chu Shi didn't dwell on it for long because her wallet wouldn't allow it. Arya's dad, Wang Mulan, is called Wang Carpenter. He does good carpentry work, and many villagers come to him. So, he has many finished products at home for those in a hurry. Before going to Wang Carpenter's house, Chu Shi checked her belongings. The last time she went to the black market, she earned a few yuan. Plus, she still had some money left, totaling over 4 yuan. What could she do with that? Gao Xiaodie still had 150 yuan. That was less than half a month ago. She couldn't wait 10 days. There was plenty of grain stored in her space. Although she couldn't stay in the space for long, she could still harvest grain. It only took 5 minutes each time she entered. It said that people who travel through time are very lucky. Either they find money or get rich. Why, then is she left with just over 4 yuan? Forget it. At least she had a space that wouldn't let her starve. She decided to go see what she could do. With less than 5 yuan in her pocket, Chu Shi went to Wang Carpenter's house. As soon as she entered, she smelled the distinctive scent of wood, which wasn't unpleasant. Chu Shi found Wang the carpenter working among a pile of wood. "Master Wang, I want to order a cabinet and a table," Chu Shi said directly. "Are you customizing them?" Wang adjusted his glasses and asked. Chu Shi was a bit confused. "Yes, I want to customize, but I don't know your prices." Wang casually replied, "Well, the finished products cost at least 5 yuan. If you want a custom piece, I'll design it for you, and it will cost at least 10 yuan. If you have your own design and give me the drawings, I can make it for at least 20 yuan. No matter what your design looks like, I can make it. You can choose." Chu Shi thought Wang the carpenter was quite straightforward. This way of doing things was similar to modern custom orders. She really wanted to wave her hand and say she'd pay 20 yuan. But she couldn't because her wallet was empty. After Wang explained, Chu Shi decided reluctantly, "Master Wang, please show me the finished products first." With a slightly disdainful look, Wang led her into a room filled with completed works. As soon as she entered, Chu Shi was captivated by his craftsmanship. She understood why Wang was so confident. He could make anything, regardless of the design, because he had real skill. The cabinet in front of her was perfect in design, finish, and joinery. What she liked most was the carvings. The patterns of birds and flowers looked vivid, and the clouds were so detailed. Wang was no longer just a carpenter to Chu Shi, he was a true artisan. She touched the cabinet and said with admiration, "Master Wang, your skills are amazing." Hearing this, Wang looked like a cat purring happily under a gentle stroke. He loved it when someone appreciated his work. Most people nowadays either wanted something for nothing or just a big mirror. For your compliment, I can give you a 5-cent discount, Wang said happily, making Chu Shi feel even happier. Chu Shi didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. She was just debating whether to buy only a cabinet, but now with Wang's words, it was no longer a problem. She also liked Master Wang's craftsmanship even more. I chose a satisfactory table and cabinet. After paying, Chu Shi was left with only 2 dimes, making her truly broke. That night, Chu Shi placed the cabinet against the wall and moved the table to the other side, farther from the bed. She locked the door and entered the space. This was Chu Shi's first real visit to the space. Before, she had always hurriedly looked around, either leaving after collecting grain or after cooking. This time, she was not in a rush and could take her time to explore the space. Inside the space, it could be divided into 2 main parts. One part was lively, with a rice paddy, a wheat field, and a cornfield. Besides these 3 crops, there was no other food crop yet, but there was empty land that could be used for planting in the future. Besides the crops, there were some fruit trees. Only common fruit trees from the north and south. Chu Shi carefully looked around. In the north, the main fruits were apples and pears. In the south, there were more varieties like mangoes, bananas, oranges, and a tall coconut tree. In front of many plants was a pasture with 2 cows, 3 sheep, and 5 chickens, ducks, and geese. They could find food on their own most of the time. Chu Shi felt there were no pigs in the space. Maybe because no one was feeding them. She suddenly felt a little guilty. Strangely, no matter how long she stayed in the space or whether she ate the chickens, ducks, and geese inside, their numbers never changed. Maybe because no one took care of them, and the owner was lazy. If there were too many animals, the space might become useless. It seemed the space was quite smart. There were still many parts of the space to explore. Another part of the space was, how to say it, very, especially, extremely, messy. On the other side was a space filled with things Chu Shi had collected during the end of the world from all over the place. But after finding things she liked, she habitually threw them into the space. Since it was her own space, she wasn't in a hurry to tidy up. The space was so big, she couldn't use it all anyway. Just like everyone's own room, she would tidy it up when the time was right. Sometimes a big cleaning gave a sense of achievement. So now what Chu Shi saw was a mountain of all kinds of things. Why did I like these things in the first place? Looking at the pile of things that need to be sorted out, Chu Shi sighed. I was wrong, I was really wrong. I shouldn't have brought these things in the first place. Many of these items were hard-won by her, especially by her friend. For example, the robot at the front claimed to be the latest development from the lab, the most advanced robot that can understand human emotions. Of course, it only understands. It doesn't have feelings itself. The lab boasted that as long as you're human, no matter how much you try to hide your sadness, it can sense it and comfort you in the best way, keeping you company. In this emotionless post-apocalyptic world, having such a robot made Chu Shi feel touched. She even traded 10 high-level zombie crystal cores to get this robot.
10.
In the apocalypse, 1 high-level zombie crystal core could pay for a year's rent. And she was also tired from fighting zombies, you know? But in the end, this robot couldn't feel her emotions, but it could do everything else.
Chu Shi, what good are you then?
In anger, she tore out its energy source, the crystal core. Without the core, the robot became a pile of scrap metal sitting in the space. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She even had to clean up this mess later, which made her even more upset. As Chu Shi turned around to find tools, she saw the zombie crystal cores in the corner. These were collected by her to give to Shen-Yi. When they worked together, she habitually put Shen-Yi's things into her space for emergencies. Now, Chu Shi was pleasantly surprised. Since she had the crystal cores, she could make the robot work, so she wouldn't have to do the cleaning herself. Chu Shi, feeling very lazy, thought happily. Happiness comes so suddenly. There were dozens of these crystal cores. 1 high-level core could make the robot work for about 5 years. Based on that, by the time Chu Shi's life was over, she would have enough cores. She quickly took a high-level crystal core and placed it into the robot's energy slot. After 30 seconds, the robot's voice sounded. "Hello, little fairy Chu Shi. Lord Chu is here to serve you." Hearing the familiar voice of the robot, Chu Shi felt a bit emotional. Every robot needed to be set up after it was received, given a name and a way to address its owner. When Chu Shi first got the robot, he immediately showed off to Shen Yishuan, saying, Look, this is the top-level robot. What do you think I should name it?" Shen Yi was sitting nearby, carefully polishing his treasured sword, and gave her a noble 3-character name, Chu Nyunyo. It was tasteless. The robot's gender was set as male, so how could it be called Nyunyo? Nyunyo was a name for her future daughter. "I think Lord Chu is good," she said, sounding confident. "Anyone named Overlord usually has a bad ending," Shuni said, pouring cold water on her idea. "But he's also handsome, just like you. Plus, I can handle fights alone. I don't need an overlord." Chu Shi pouted, feeling a bit stubborn. Somehow, after saying that, Shun Yi rarely argued back. In their more than 10 years of partnership, there were only a few times they didn't bicker. Shun Yi often said, "I'm warning you, or you'll fly too high." So, the name Lord Chu was decided. Hee. Chu Shi chuckled softly, just then remembering she was thinking about Shun Yi again. After mentioning Lord Chu, she waited for him to speak. "Lord Chu, do you miss me?" Chu Shi playfully teased Lord Chu, just like she used to tease Shin Yi before. But both times she teased them, their reactions were similar. Shin Yi would usually glance at her warningly, while Lord Chu would directly say, "Little fairy Chu Shi, please show some respect." It's unclear who programmed him that way, but he was as stubborn as someone from thousands of years ago. "Old-fashioned and boring," Chu Shi muttered. "Little fairy Chu Shi, let me remind you, within 5 meters, I can hear everything." Lord Chu's teasing voice sounded again.
Got it.
"Lord Chu, go sort these things out." Chu Shi pointed at the mountain of stuff behind the robot. Lord Chu turned around, looked at the 1.5-meter round body, and seemed to shiver slightly. Then he said with some frustration, "Little fairy Chu Shi, how did you get so many things?" Chu Shi didn't care about his reaction. As long as she didn't have to clean up, it was fine. However, calling herself Little Fairy Chu Shi now felt a bit embarrassing. Maybe she should change it? "King, you don't have to call me Little Fairy Chu Shi." Chu Shi tried to negotiate with the king. Besides not being able to sense human emotions, the king is similar to a regular person in most ways. Of course, there are differences, especially in body shape. Based on Chu Shi's previous playful taste, she gave it a cylindrical body that looks a bit silly. "King Chu, then what do you want me to call you?" "Chu Shi. Anything is fine, as long as it's not too much." Thinking about what to call her is quite tiring. Facing such a master, the king feels a bit unlucky. "All right, Chu Shi. Fine, that was a quick change. Okay, you can go to your work now. From now on, you'll be responsible for taking care of the space." Chu Shi took the opportunity to assign the king some tasks. "Chu Shi, I just detected that you've overused your mental power. Did you encounter any danger?" The king still thought they were in a dangerous world, so it's rare for Chu Shi to use her mental strength. Chu Shi briefly explained what had happened recently and also asked the king to retrieve some information about this era, just in case she needs to show something later and someone finds out. After organizing everything, Chu Shi left the space. Lying on the bed, Chu Shi began to review what had happened since she arrived in this world, as well as what she still needed to do. This has always been her habit. In this world, if she wants to seek justice for the original owner, she must confront 2 people, Su Guiqiang and Gao Xiaodie. They are directly responsible for the original owner's tragedy. She already gave Su Guiqiang a beating. If he doesn't cause trouble in the future, Chu Shi will at most make him poorer and miserable. It's not that Chu Shi is overly kind, but compared to killing someone, making him fall from heaven to hell and live a life worse than death is the greatest punishment for him. As for Gao Xiaodie, Chu Shi thinks it's enough to prevent her from achieving her goals. The person reborn as Gao Xiaodie most desires is to marry Qin Xiangjuan. Looking at her current situation, Qin Xiangjuan avoids her completely. It seems unlikely that Gao Xiaodie will get what she wants. But since she's been reborn, who knows if she has some kind of special advantage or a secret weapon. Chu Shi plans to wait and see what happens. She cannot interfere in others' relationships. As long as Gao Xiaodie does not marry Qin Xiangjuan, Chu Shi considers it justice for the original owner. Then she can focus on her own life, reading, studying, and relaxing like a laid-back person. As for what Chu Shi still needs to do, she plans to visit the patient and also check on her younger brother. Since her biological parents are far away, she, as the sister, wants to show her gratitude. In her past life, Chu Shi was alone and had no siblings. She feels a bit hopeful about her younger brother in this body. Recently, after finishing farm work, the biggest event in the production team is waiting for the wheat to be harvested at the end of July. Although busy, it's better than harvesting wheat. In rural areas, May is very busy and July and August are the busiest months. Luckily, it's still late June. The weather is hot, but it's not the peak busy time yet. Chu Shi can only find this time to visit the patient. If she waits too long, the patient might be discharged and cured. After work, Chu Shi goes to the team's office. Besides the team leader, Su Yukai, there are also the village accountant, Su Dazhuang, and the women's director, Wang Xiyun. The village leaders are all here, probably having a meeting. Seeing Chu Shi, the team leader turns to the others and says, "That's all for today. You all go back and think about how to motivate everyone. Make sure everyone participates actively." Then the team leader speaks privately to Su Dazhuang, saying, "Dazhuang, this year your son Xiangzi can't slack off again. Our village's progress depends on everyone's effort, and we can't let him hold us back." Su Dazhuang looks unhappy. His son is indeed a troublemaker, but being called out like this makes him uncomfortable. Moreover, there's a young woman, a female educated youth, standing nearby. Chu Jiang has been trying to get close to his son. How can he let her see his son fail? Thinking to himself, Su Dazhuang wonders, why is Chu Jiang here at this time? Doesn't she have any sense of timing? Despite these thoughts, he still shows his stance. "I'll talk to that troublemaker at home. Don't worry, team leader. This year, I'll keep him tied up in the fields." After making his statement, Su Dazhuang quickly leaves, shooting Chu Shi a sharp look as he passes by. Chu Shi, wanting to stay unnoticed, is confused by the glare. It seems that Su Guiqiang's stubborn personality isn't without reason. However, there is an important matter to attend to. Chu Shi is here to ask for leave today. "Captain, I would like to take a few days off," Chu Shi said. The last time she came to the team headquarters was about a week ago, when she asked Gao Xiaodie for money. The captain replied, "Chu Jiqing, it's almost time to harvest the wheat. Why do you want leave now?" It's not a good time to take time off. Chu Shi wasn't surprised by this answer. It's always hard for young workers to get leave, especially during busy farming seasons when everyone is preparing for the double harvest. The double harvest means collecting crops quickly and planting new ones. In collective farms, the captain needs to plan how many people are in each team and how the land is divided. Every year, they evaluate who is doing well. If some workers don't work hard or don't finish tasks on time, it will affect their scores later. So, everyone is encouraged to participate. The captain really didn't want Chu Shi to take leave now. Chu Shi works harder than Su Guiqiang. How could they let her go during this busy time? Chu Shi said, "Captain, I need to visit a patient at the military hospital. I will come back before the wheat harvest. I promise I won't hold up our team." "Promise? What can you promise?" The captain didn't fully believe her, but hearing that she was going to the military hospital made him a little more relaxed. Military service is a proud profession. The captain admired soldiers very much. Chu Shi wasn't upset. She smiled and said, "Captain, Gao Xiaodie still owes me money. If I don't come back on time, the money will go to the team. How about this promise? It's 150 yuan. With that money, they could buy a bicycle for the team. It would also make it easier for him to go to town for meetings." The captain was tempted, but he couldn't lose his composure in front of Chu Shi. He picked up his enamel teacup, took a sip, and spat out the tea leaves, saying, "Since you're visiting soldiers, we should support you. Take good care of the patient. Come back quickly. The captain knew she had a brother in the army. He thought she was going to visit her brother, so she didn't explain further. She successfully got a letter of introduction from the captain. She carried her basket and went up the mountain. A few days ago, it rained, and many mushrooms grew after the rain. She planned to pick some to bring back. In her space, she still had some large bones she bought earlier, which could be used to make soup for the patient. The original owner has been learning about herbs with her mother, Qian Bianxia, since she was young. She also wants to see if she can find some herbs herself. She decides to help a patient. Her younger brother said the injury is quite serious. If the medical level of this era can't treat it, she plans to secretly use some post-apocalyptic methods. Her brother and others are now at the county military hospital. To get there, they need to take a bus from the town. Currently, she only has 2 dimes. How can she go out without any money? She thought about the black market. The space has stored plenty of food and eggs. She wonders if Bawang has organized the space well. Thinking this, she didn't enter the space and went home first. She was afraid that if she entered the space, Bawang would scold her. Originally, she wanted a companion robot, but why did Bawang turn it into a housekeeper robot? What she didn't know was that the researcher who gave her the robot had some connection with Shen Yi. Under Shen Yi's suggestion, the robot was secretly changed to a butler type. This way, even if Bawang isn't with her, someone can take good care of her. That's why Bawang can sense her emotions but knows nothing else. There's also a deeper reason. Bawang believes that having only him to keep her company is enough, even if it's a robot. While she was confused, in a distant hospital, a person tied to the bed like a mummy suddenly laughed out loud, startling the person next to him. Wang almost jumped up. He spread his fingers in front of Shen Yi and waved them, then shouted, "Brother Shen, what's wrong? Did you blow your mind? Don't scare me. If you go crazy, I'll have to marry my sister to you. With that face of yours, she wouldn't mind." Shen Yi rolled his eyes gracefully and ignored this chatterbox. He was just thinking about Bawang. If she found out the robot was replaced, she might want to fight him. She's greatest pleasure is arguing with him. If she can't win, she challenges him to a duel. Every time, he acts like a furious cat, but he's never won. Hee. The person on the bed chuckled softly again. Wang felt hopeless. It's over. Shen Yi must have had a complication. His sister said she would come in a few days. Should he ask his sister to talk to Shen Yi about becoming her brother-in-law? He hesitated for 2 seconds and then decided against it. Although my sister is very particular about looks, she can be sure that she will like Brother Shen's face. But if Brother Shen is foolish, maybe it's better to forget it. My sister's happiness is more important. However, Brother Shen was hurt trying to save me.
Sigh.
It seems I can only sacrifice myself to take care of him for the rest of my life. Brother Shen, do you still remember who I am? Wang stood by the hospital bed, pointing to himself with a serious look on his young face. Under the well-wrapped bandages, Shen Yi had a cold expression, but Wang could still see his beautiful, charming eyes and delicate, perfect lips. His charming eyes showed clear dislike for himself. Then he heard Shen Yi say, "Wang, what are you crazy about now?" God knows how much Shen Yi has suffered during these 2 weeks of recovery. This kid is like a young monk with a serious case of middle school syndrome. When Shen Yi was mentally normal again, Wang relaxed. Seeing the young man, Shen Yi couldn't help but think of when he first arrived in this world. During a mission, Wang accidentally triggered a trap. Because he was so young, he panicked. At a critical moment, the original owner made a quick decision, pulling him away and shielding him. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and the original owner died instantly. His comrades took them to the hospital. Shen Yi was unconscious for 5 days. When he woke up, it was the end of the world. Shen team leader, the fearless leader of the zombie elimination team. Whether it was the end of the world Shen team leader or the modern Captain Shen, he had been to the hospital many times. But this was the first time he was bandaged like a mummy. Before Shen Yi woke up, he kept hearing someone crying nearby. "Brother Shen, please wake up. As long as you wake up, you'll be my real brother. Brother Shin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have impulsively chased those reckless people. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fallen into their trap and caused you to end up like this. Brother Shin, when will you wake up? I have a very beautiful sister. If you wake up, I will definitely introduce her to you. The squad leader said you're cold and don't like girls, but you haven't met my sister. Look, I look pretty handsome, right? My sister. Ugh, Shun-yi struggled to make a sound. He really couldn't stand the endless chatter in his ears. The young man beside him heard he was awake and excitedly shouted, Doctor, doctor, Brother Shun is awake. Then, limping, he hurried out to call someone. During this time, Shun-yi absorbed the memories and everything of the original owner. Soon the doctor arrived. After a thorough check, he said, waking up means you're no longer in danger. You don't have serious injuries, just need to rest well, and you'll be discharged soon. Shun-yi looked at the bandages all over his body and asked the doctor, May I remove the bandages? He could feel that he probably didn't need to be wrapped so completely. Because he hadn't spoken for a while, his voice was a bit hoarse. Before the doctor could reply, the young boy nearby anxiously said, No, Brother Shin, you don't understand how badly you were hurt. The bandages can't come off. The doctor seemed to remember something, cleared his throat, and chuckled softly. Let's keep them on for now. This little warrior cried and begged to have you properly bandaged. Next to him, Chu Wang proudly straightened his chest. Of course, Brother Shun's injuries couldn't be taken lightly. At this moment, Shun-yi finally saw the young man's face. It looked quite similar to the face in his memory. Is this fate? Shun-yi wondered. He wasn't sure if Chu-shi was also in this world. Haha, probably not. He didn't even know how he ended up here. Maybe because of the filter of Chu-shi, Shin-yi was very tolerant of Chu Wang, even forgetting how noisy he was in his ear earlier. Seeing Chu Wang limping as he poured water for him, Shin-yi couldn't help but ask, Did you hurt your leg? It couldn't be. Originally, the owner protected him very well.
Chu Wan ra đi li bờ luchet.
He scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said shyly, I accidentally twisted my ankle, but it's okay. It will be fine in a few days. Later, Chu Wang took care of Shun-yi carefully, patiently, and attentively, which greatly improved Shun-yi's impression of him. If only he didn't talk so much, Shun-yi might like him even more. Back at Chu-shi's home, after dinner, he told Sister Su, Sister-in-law, I took a day off to go out. Starting tomorrow, you don't need to prepare my meals. Hearing Sister Su's assured reply, Chu-shi went back to rest. After locking the door, Chu-shi entered his space. As soon as he stepped in, he was stunned by what he saw. In the place where chickens, ducks, and geese used to be raised, there is now a wooden chicken coop. Of course, the ducks and geese have the same treatment. Not far from them, there are 3 cabinets used to store their eggs. The largest cabinet holds chicken eggs, followed by the one for duck eggs, and the smallest for goose eggs. Chu-shi roughly estimated that there are at least 200 chicken eggs, nearly 100 duck eggs, and more than 20 goose eggs. Chu Ba Wang thoughtfully found some jars to store some of the duck eggs as salted eggs. Besides that, the pile of clutter next to the farm has disappeared, replaced by 3 buildings. The middle one is the largest, looking like a small 3-story building from later times. On each side are small wooden houses. Chu-shi guesses that everything is inside those buildings. Chu Ba Wang, you're really amazing. You finished so quickly. I thought it would take at least 3 days, Chu-shi said, about to give Chu Ba Wang a kiss. Chu Ba Wang, with his heavy body, quickly dodged Chu-shi and stood still. He then said seriously, Chu-shi, please don't doubt my abilities. All right, I won't doubt you, Chu-shi said. As long as I don't have to do the work myself, I can praise you all day. By the way, Ba Wang, do you want to give me a tour? I hardly recognize this place anymore, so Chu Ba Wang took Chu-shi to visit her own space. The one in the middle used to be a library. I made some changes and put in some valuable items. Ba Wang pointed to the 3-story small building in the middle. Chu-shi suddenly remembered that when she traveled around, she stored her favorite things inside. She found that the library was full of storybooks and novels. Since time was tight, she had thrown the library into the space along with her other belongings. At that time, the library only had one floor. It seems the other two floors were built by Ba Wang himself. Sure enough, Ba Wang's voice came again. The floor where the books used to be is now on the third floor. The third floor has 20 rooms, and I have already sorted all the books. Chushi looked at the labels on each door and knew that the rooms contained related books. She casually pushed open a door, revealing shelves filled with books, packed tightly. The other rooms were the same. Chushi followed Ba Wang to the second floor. There are 20 rooms on the second floor. I put some of the more advanced items from the end-of-world situation here. In other words, these things are not suitable for this world. Chushi nodded, curious. What about the first floor? What is it for? The first floor has the most items. The room on the far left was turned into a laboratory. Before Ba Wang finished speaking, Chushi was delighted. You turned it into a laboratory. Oh my god, Ba Wang, you're like my caring little quilt. From what I know, little quilt always refers to a daughter. Please don't take advantage of me, Ba Wang replied coldly with a mechanical voice. Chushi didn't care about its reaction. During the end of world, Chushi's biggest dream before turning 18 was to become a doctor. Later, she learned some medical knowledge, mainly to save her teammates in emergencies. Calming her excited feelings, Chushi asked, "What about the second room?" "The second room is a gym. I think you need to start exercising," Ba Wang said. Chushi thought, okay, this body is a bit weak, even though she did farm work every day and looked healthy. Compared to Chushi during the end of world, she was far from that level. Chushi noticed that the first floor had the fewest rooms, but each room was quite large. She counted 5 rooms in total. What about the others? Chushi couldn't help but wonder what other surprises there were. She truly didn't keep track of how much she had collected before. During the end of world, most areas were deserted. Humans only stayed in bases, so the things she encountered while fighting zombies were all unclaimed. She took whatever she could, without hesitation. The third room is a supermarket. I gathered all the items from the supermarket and put them here. The fourth room contains treasures of this era, basically, all kinds of gold, silver, and jewelry. But don't rush to take them out. Your current identity is just a sent-down youth. Ba Wang quickly reminded her to prevent her from fainting. Chushi felt a bit dizzy when she heard this. Oh my goodness. I actually have a house full of gold and silver treasures. Can I just become a lazy person now? Her current wish is to be a couch potato, where she can relax and have everything done for her. But she also knows that now isn't the right time. When this country opens up in the future, she can take things out openly. Until then, she needs to do something to earn money. Otherwise, taking out so much money casually might raise suspicion, and if the authorities notice, it could be dangerous. She didn't have time to wait for Ba Wang's introduction to the last room, so she pushed the door open directly. Ba Wang didn't have time to remind her, and she was already stunned. She never expected that the room in front of her was exactly the same as the one she lived in during the apocalypse. The whole room has a pink theme, but it's not decorated like a princess's room for a little girl. There's just a bed and a simple dressing table. Few people know that Chushi, a tough and tomboyish woman, actually likes pink. She simply likes the color, but her personality isn't girly. So, her room is decorated in a very simple style. Beyond the bedroom is a large walk-in closet. It doesn't have many clothes yet, but it holds some other things. Seeing these things, Chushi's previously stopped tears started flowing again. In the closet, she first saw the gift that Shani gave her when they first became partners, on their first birthday after teaming up. They had only been partners for half a year. That birthday was spent far from the base, completing a zombie elimination mission. At that time, after finishing the task, they were covered in wounds and looked very battered. On the way back, Shen Yi took out a wooden carving from his pocket. "Happy birthday," Shani said, handing her the wooden carving. It was a warm moment, but his tone sounded a bit stiff. He had no space to carry it, and he was covered in blood and dirt from the fight, but the wooden carving was quiet and still. He looked at her with bright, clear eyes. Chushi knew that his heart was warm and kind. Wow, is this me? I love it so much. Chushi hugged the wooden carving tightly and happily told him how much she liked it. In the darkness, Shun Yi's lips curled slightly. His ears turned red, then his neck. It was the first time someone had complimented him, and he realized how it felt to have friends. Every year on Chu Shi's birthday, Shun Yi would celebrate with her. Of course, the gifts varied each time. Besides wood carvings, he also made her dolls and gave her the crystal cores he obtained from his first zombie hunt, among other things. No matter what the gift was, it was Shun Yi's way of showing his affection for her. Seeing the room filled with presents, Chu Shi felt a deep longing for Shun Yi like never before. She had been busy before, not entering the space, feeling a bit regretful. But now, looking at these gifts, she understood that if Shun Yi were gone, she would be lonely forever. No one could replace him. Chu Shi cried for a while before gradually calming down. Chu Bawang had been quietly standing aside, silently handing her tissues. After leaving the room, they explored all 3 floors. Chu Shi followed Chu Bawang to a small wooden house nearby. "Hey, Bawang, where did you get so much wood?" Chu Shi asked curiously. Chu Bawang waved his short arms and pointed to the distance in the space. "Over there, there's a mountain. It's full of trees." Chu Shi looked in the direction he pointed. It was too far to see clearly, but she could vaguely see a patch of green, probably the trees Bawang mentioned. "Then why did you build 2 wooden houses?" she asked. One was a storage house for food, which she had already seen. The space had stored so much grain, she couldn't even estimate its weight. "The other is my house," Chu Bawang said calmly, as if it was a normal thing. She was surprised.
What?
"You, a robot, want a house?" It seemed Chu Bawang understood her thoughts. He continued, "Robots are also people. I just want a room." "Do you have a problem with that?" She was about to say, "Do you want a room? Are you building yourself a villa?" But she didn't really mind. Chu Bawang was her good partner and her loyal butler. She decided to be kind to him. "Of course not. This space is up to you," Chu Shi said with a slightly flattering smile, still hoping Bawang would help her with chores. After joking around with the king of Chu for a while and confirming some items to sell tomorrow, Chu Shi went straight to the first-floor room of the library and slept on her long-awaited big bed. The next morning, before dawn, Chu Shi woke up. She packed the mushrooms she picked on the mountain and the herbs into a basket. Without saying a word to Sister Sue, she set out. Chu Shi was happily preparing to visit her brother, but Gao Xiaodie was in a difficult situation. Last time she was with Chu Shi at the village office, she promised the village chief to return Chu Shi's money in half a month. Since then, she has been worried about whether to sell her current supplies. If she doesn't sell them, she won't have enough money to pay Chu Shi. If she doesn't repay the money, Chu Shi will definitely call the police. She heard Chu Shi needs money to see a doctor, and she can't avoid paying. Although she has some money, her father, Gao Lifu, is also watching her funds. Their family just moved out, and the land at the village office has been approved, right next to the river at the village entrance. Recently, Gao Lifu has been planning to build a house. Before that, Gao Lifu went to see Gao Xiaodie. "Xiaodie, how are things going with what I told you last time?" Gao Xiaodie felt angry when she thought about this. These matters should be handled by her parents, but now it was her turn. She said impatiently, "Chu Shi didn't lend me any money. Instead, I still owe her 150 yuan. Dad, I borrowed things from her, and I used them to help you and Siping get better. What am I supposed to pay her back with?" Gao Lifu didn't expect Gao Xiaodie to bring this up. Although he used the things herself, he couldn't help with the repayment. However, recently, Su Dazhuang talked to him about proposing marriage. Su Dazhuang liked her family Xiaodie. She looks like her mother, pretty and able to connect with the village officials. Gao Lifu thought it was good, especially since they would give a bride price of 200 yuan. He hesitated for a moment and asked cautiously, "Xiaodie, what do you think about Su Guqiang?" When Gao Lifu said this, Gao Xiaodie understood his meaning. In her previous life, Gao Lifu had asked her the same question, repeatedly saying that the Su family was rich and could give a bride price of 100 yuan. In the end, the family wouldn't need to pay anything, and it would all be hers. In her past life, Gao Xiaodie was indeed tempted. The wealthiest family in the village was everyone's dream to marry into, and with 100 yuan, she happily married Su Guoqiang. Later, once, Su Guoqiang got drunk and hit her, cursing nonstop. "I bought you for 200 yuan. So what if I hit you a few times?" At that moment, she realized her father had even lied to her. As for the money he left, the 100 yuan, it was ultimately spent on his nephew, Gao Erping, Gao Xiaodie's cousin. Thinking of this, Gao Xiaodie's angry gaze immediately turned to Gao Laifu, who was so frightened he broke out in cold sweat. When did his daughter become so fierce? Before he could think further, he heard Gao Xiaodie say, "Dad, have you ever heard what kind of person Su Guoqiang is?" Gao Laifu knew, of course, he was a second-rate man. But his family was wealthy, and they gave generous bride prices. Still, he couldn't tell Gao Xiaodie everything directly. "But they have money. Su Guoqiang's father told me the other day that he wanted to propose marriage to us, and even offered 100 yuan as a bride price. When the time comes, I'll give you all the money. What do you think?" Gao Laifu's words were exactly the same as in his previous life. After his anger subsided, Gao Xiaodie surprisingly calmed down. She couldn't rely on her father to stand up for her. To build a house, he was willing to sell his daughter and keep half the money himself? If it weren't for her reputation and the hope of marrying Qin Xiangjuan in the future, she would have left long ago. Now, to dispel her father's idea of marrying her off, she had to pay for the house herself. Luckily, building a house didn't cost much. Thinking of this, Gao Xiaodie sighed and said, "Dad, Su Guoqiang isn't a good person. I won't marry him. You'd better stop thinking about marrying me off. I want to be honest with you, I like Qin Xiangjuan from the youth team. I will only marry him in this life." Gao Laifu didn't expect his daughter to care so much about the youth team members. Recently, some of the young men who married villagers had, at some point, returned to the city. Some of their wives and children no longer wanted to stay. If Gao Xiaodie really married a youth team member and was abandoned later, who would pay 200 yuan bride price to marry her then? But if Qin Xiangjuan offered a bride price of 200 yuan, it might be worth considering. What if he didn't? Rumor had it that Qin Xiangjuan had no intention of marrying her. Gao Laifu wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Marry a youth team member? How many youth team members in the village have gone back to the city after making connections? Even if they could return to the city, which one wouldn't abandon their family? You want to marry him, but I don't agree. Gao Laifu has always been firm in front of his children. This is also where his pride as a man comes from.
So, he was very determined about Gao Xiaodie.
Now, they don't even have enough money to build a house. He asked at the meat factory, but they wouldn't pay him in advance. They suggested he secretly sell some pig offal, but he didn't have the courage for that. After thinking it over, he decided to have his daughter get married. Gao Xiaodie didn't expect her father to be so persistent. She guessed that maybe he was so determined to marry her off because they didn't have enough money to build a house. She decided to try to negotiate. "Dad, I only have 20 yuan right now. There's no rush to get married. Let's finish building the house first. Otherwise, I won't have a place to get married, right?" Gao Laifu indeed lowered his head to think. He wasn't sure if it was because they had some money now or if he truly thought Gao Xiaodie's words made sense. Building a house in the village is quite easy. It can be done in 3 or 5 days. The work is simple, and if villagers build it, they don't need to pay wages, just provide 2 meals a day. But building a house needs wood. Gao Laifu also wanted to build the best brick house, which costs money. He asked around, and to build 4 rooms, it would cost at least 30 yuan. Right now, his daughter only had 20. "Dad, I asked about buying bricks and other materials. It costs at least 25 yuan, Gao Laifu said, wanting to save a little more money. As a father, he knew his daughter well, just like she knew him. "Dad, these 20 yuan are borrowed money. I still have to pay it back. You're about to get your salary, right? Can't you borrow 10 yuan? Hearing this, Gao Laifu knew he could only come up with 20 yuan. He relaxed a bit and said he would go borrow the money. After Gao Laifu left, Gao Xiaodie felt she needed to find a backup plan. Her younger brother and sister were still small, and her father would definitely marry her off for money. So, she wanted to plan ahead. The best option was to marry Qin Xiangjuan as soon as possible. In her previous life, by this time, she was already engaged to Su Guiqiang. They were just waiting for her younger brother to be ready before getting married. But later, Gao Xiaodie was always sick and didn't survive half a year. In this life, Gao Xiaodie didn't have to worry about her brother dying early. Gao Xiaodie began to carefully recall her past life. Suddenly, she remembered that Chu Shi and Qin Xiangjuan had gotten married around this time. She heard that at that time, Chu Shi had accidentally fallen into the river and almost drowned. Qin Xiangjuan happened to pass by and saved her. Since it was summer, everyone wore little clothing, so after they pulled her out, some people started gossiping. Because the two liked each other, they quickly got married. Back then, Gao Xiaodie thought these two were silly. Two young workers sent down from the city getting married. This wouldn't reduce their workload or help them return to the city. Did they have to stay in the village forever? But she didn't expect that within a year or two, the college entrance exams were restored. Both of them took the exams and got into university, rising quickly in life, becoming a couple others admired. Thinking of this, Gao Xiaodie suddenly realized Qin Xiangjuan would pass by the riverbank these days. If she could be the one rescued instead of Chu Shi, then she could marry Qin Xiangjuan. At that moment, in front of everyone, Qin Xiangjuan wouldn't refuse her. If he didn't marry her, she could accuse him of misconduct. She didn't believe Qin Xiangjuan wouldn't agree. Gao Xiaodie thought this plan was brilliant. Then she thought again. What about Chu Shi? No, she had to arrange something for Chu Shi in advance. Thinking of this, Gao Xiaodie hurried to the youth camp to find Chu Shi. Are you looking for Chu Shi? She already moved out.
Didn't she tell you?
Gu Chunyan asked, surprised, when she saw Gao Xiaodie looking for Chu Shi. Gao Xiaodie hadn't expected that Chu Shi had moved out without telling her. She forced a smile to hide her embarrassment.
Oh, I see.
Do you know where she moved to? She added, my family has had some issues these days, so I didn't have time to visit her. Gu Chunyan rolled her eyes inwardly. Not enough time? Or just not bothering to come? She probably didn't know what trouble Chu Shi was up to this time. But she kept a calm face. Well, Chu Shi really is. She hurried to move out without telling us in advance, and she didn't even tell you? Aren't you her best friend? Seeing the resentment on Gao Xiaodie's face, Gu Chunyan thought to herself that it was just as she suspected. She looked down on Gao Xiaodie even more, just a greedy country bumpkin. Who does she think she is? But if she could make Chu Shi upset, she was happy to do so. Oh, by the way, I heard she moved to Aunt Sue's house and is staying there, Gu Chunyan said after watching Gao Xiaodie change her expression. What? Gao Xiaodie exclaimed in surprise. Realizing she had been a bit too loud, she apologized shyly. I was just too shocked. Xiao, she said she was going to stay with me first. Gu Chunyan didn't care about what Chu Shi had said before. She knew that as long as Gao Xiaodie went to see Chu Shi, it wouldn't lead to anything good. If you need to see Chu Shi, go quickly. I heard she's been busy lately, Gu Chunyan said, and then left. Gao Xiaodie stood there in shock. Chu Shi moved out of the Jiqing camp without telling her. Does that mean she no longer considers her a close friend? And she keeps asking her to pay back money. Does Chu Shi know something? This realization made Gao Xiaodie afraid. She just wanted to find Chu Shi quickly to confirm things. She didn't want to lose Chu Shi as a friend. Although Chu Shi was short of money now, she still had her skills and family background. She would need connections in the future. Gao Xiaodie arrived at Aunt Sue's house and met Su Qingqing, who was about to leave. Su Qingqing, now 12, was in her first year of middle school. Seeing Gao Xiaodie at the door, Su Qingqing was a bit surprised. She was locking the door and asked, Sister Xiaodie, why are you here? Isn't it less busy in the fields now? Gao Xiaodie saw her locking the door and guessed Chu Shi wasn't home. She asked, Qingqing, is Chu Shi staying with you? When will she come back? Su Qingqing didn't know about the conflict between Chu Shi and Gao Xiaodie. Without thinking, she replied, Chu Shi is visiting a patient. She won't be back for a few days. Hearing this, Gao Xiaodie's worries eased a little. She thought her plan could go ahead without Chu Shi causing trouble. But she also felt angry. Whether Chu Shi was moving or taking leave to see a doctor, She hadn't told her. It seemed she no longer valued her. From now on, Gao Xiaodie wouldn't blame her. Gao Xiaodie had never believed that sincerity could bring sincerity. She never truly considered Shi a friend, nor did she think she deserved her genuine friendship. Shi, who had been on Gao Xiaodie's mind, hadn't gone to town before dawn. She had to rely on her own legs to get there. Shi put everything into her space bag and started running, as ordered by Lord Chu. Her body was too weak, and Lord Chu disliked her for it. After half an hour of running, she was already out of breath. She quickly asked Lord Chu, "Lord, can we stop here for today?" Lord Chu had specially made her a pair of earrings to use as communication tools. This way, even if she didn't enter the space, she could still contact Lord Chu. Inside the space, Lord Chu was monitoring Shi's health in real time. Seeing the data, his expression remained emotionless. "You're too weak. Let's stop for today." Shi thought, "I knew I would be disliked." The sky was beginning to lighten with the first hints of dawn. Shi took her belongings out of the space and carried them on her back, enjoying the scenery along the way. The sun slowly rose. On both sides of the road, there were white poplar trees, and in the distance, fields of wheat stretched out, golden and connected. Shi happily thought, "This will be a good harvest year." More pedestrians started appearing on the road.
She was close to the town now.
In her basket, she had many eggs, chicken, duck, and goose eggs, prepared by Lord Chu to sell at the black market. While it was still early, Shi arrived at the black market. At the alley entrance, she saw a hurried, unkempt person rushing toward her. This person almost bumped into her. When he saw her carrying a basket, he grabbed her and asked, "Do you have goose eggs?" "I want all of them, any price is fine." Startled, Shi struggled to free herself. "Sir, please calm down." The man by Chungin relaxed a little. Shi took a moment to look at him. He was about 40 years old, somewhat disheveled, but wore a fine fabric, likely a good cloth, indicating he could afford better things. His eyes were anxious but clear, not looking like a bad person. "I do have goose eggs," Shi said. 5 cents each. "Do you want some?" Eggs in the black market cost only 3 cents each, but goose eggs were 5 cents, quite expensive. "Yes. I want as many as you have," Bai Chungin said eagerly. He also felt relieved. He had finally found what he needed. His child might be saved. She was carrying 200 chicken eggs, 50 duck eggs, and 20 goose eggs. She thought that after selling them, her expenses would be temporarily covered. Because she needs to sell a large quantity of items, it is best to find someone who can cooperate long-term and has connections in the black market. "I have 20 goose eggs," Shi said directly, pulling him aside. Shi heard that ordinary families usually want to buy goose eggs because they have a new mother at home. In rural folk remedies, goose eggs can help reduce jaundice. The person in front of him probably just had a baby, so Shi thought for a moment and asked, "I also have eggs and salted duck eggs. Do you want some?" Bai Chungin's eyes lit up with joy. Since supplies in the city are limited, being able to buy some for his wife would be perfect. He just wanted to try his luck and didn't expect to actually meet someone. Bai Chungin was very happy and couldn't help but boast, "Yes. I want all of them." Shi really wanted to roll his eyes. Considering this person was a customer, he held back and reminded him, "Comrade, 200 eggs. Are you sure you want all of them?" Bai Chungin thought to himself that a small man like him had a lot of energy, carrying so many things on a young girl. He didn't really need 200 eggs, but many families like his also wanted eggs. "Cough, cough, I won't need that many, but you can check the black market in the county town. There, many people want eggs, and the price can be higher," Bai Chungin said shyly, scratching his head. He had been a bit anxious earlier. She was still considering the possibility of doing that when Bai Chungin added, "Actually, I need to go to the county town soon. I can go with you. I know a small leader in the black market there and can introduce you." She looked up in surprise, studying this person and thinking about whether he could trust him. "Comrade, trust me. My child has high jaundice, and I need goose eggs to give to my wife. You can come with me to the county town and see for yourself." Bai Chungin, who had been a factory director for many years, knew that no one would trust a stranger easily. He was eager to explain, but became more flustered the more he tried. Finally, Chu-shi couldn't bear it and said, "All right, show me your work ID." Bai Qing'an suddenly realized and quickly took his work ID out of his shirt pocket, handing it to Chu-shi. In fact, Chu-shi had already believed him while he was nervously trying to explain. Bai Qing'an, factory manager. Chu-shi read aloud from his work ID. Yes, I won't lie to you. Bai Qing'an quickly nodded, showing he's a good person. Chu-shi thought people these days are still quite honest. He also wanted to expand his business to make earning money easier in the future. Since the county town was far away and safer, he decided to ride with Bai Qing'an to the county. It takes about an hour by minibus from the town to the county. After boarding, Bai Qing'an introduced himself again. "Hello, comrade. My name is Bai Qing'an and I am the factory manager." Chu-shi, having seen many important people in the end times, didn't care much about the title of factory manager. He casually replied, "Chu-shi, sent down youth from Xiaosu village." Seeing Chu-shi's calm attitude, Bai Qing'an felt lucky and saw good potential in him. This young comrade has a good character. Many people, especially the sent down youth, when they hear he's a factory manager, try to flatter him, hoping to get opportunities to work in the factory or use his connections to leave the countryside. From his experience over the years, Bai Qing'an believed this young man was also quite capable. Otherwise, how could a young sent-down youth secretly gather so many eggs and sell them in the countryside? To ensure a steady supply of eggs to nourish his wife in the future, Bai Qing'an kept his plans secret and maintained good relations with Chu-shi. During the journey, they chatted for a while. Bai Qing'an learned that Chu-shi had 2 children at home, an older one in elementary school and a newborn who was less than a month old. The baby had high jaundice, and they heard that eating goose eggs might help. Because Chu-shi woke up very early, he didn't say much to Bai Qing'an and soon fell into a daze and fell asleep. Bai Qing'an, being a sensible person, didn't say anything more. The atmosphere between them remained friendly on the way. Gao Xiaodie learned from Su Qingqing that Chu-shi wouldn't be back for at least a week. She saw this as a good opportunity. Recently, her family was building a house, so she hadn't been working. Whenever she had free time, she thought about her plans. Today marked the 3rd day of her family's house construction. Because of the hot weather, the food they bought in the past 2 days was almost finished. So, Gao Xiaodie planned to go to the town to buy more. The reason she planned to go shopping today was because she knew Qin Xiangjuan would also go to the town. To get to the town, the village's main road passes through this river, so she waited early in the morning in the shade of the grass to catch a good moment. Next to her, there was a net. She had already decided that if anyone asked, she would say she was fishing to feed the workers at noon. She saw someone approaching from a distance and quickly picked up her net. When the person moved a bit closer, she recognized it wasn't Qin Xiangjuan. The visitor was a man from the village. Seeing her, he greeted her. "Hey, Xiaodie, what are you doing here?" "Brother Zhuzi, I'm catching a few fish. Our house is building a new room recently." "Where are you headed?" Xiaodie replied. Zhuzi said, "Oh, I'm going to the town. My wife is pregnant, so I need to buy some brown sugar at the supply store." "Wow, Brother Zhuzi, that's wonderful news. Congratulations." After exchanging a few words, Zhuzi hurried off. Xiaodie hadn't cast her net yet. She waited until he was out of sight before squatting down again, waiting for Qin Xiangjuan. After a few more people passed by, she finally saw someone who looked like Qin Xiangjuan. Since her rebirth, she had often looked for Qin Xiangjuan, so she could recognize him easily. She watched as the person was almost about to pass by. Quickly, she threw her net into the river. She wasn't sure if she had been sitting there too long or if her net was too big, but she suddenly lost her balance and fell into the water. There was no need to pretend anymore. She had truly fallen into the river. She felt a bit panicked, but then she remembered she could swim. She had learned with her child in her previous life, so she relaxed and started paddling in the water. Qin Xiangjuan had planned to go to the town's post office today because a package had arrived for him. When he first reached the riverbank, he realized he had forgotten something and hurried back home to get it. On his way back, he saw someone standing by the river. When he returned, he wondered why the person was still there, and from the shape, It looked like a woman. When he saw the woman fall into the river, he quickly ran over, because saving a life was very important. But he was cautious. First, he found a long stick on the shore and handed it to the person in the water. When Gao Xiaodie fell into the river with a splash, she saw Qin Xiangjuan running toward her, but he stopped at the riverbank. Why didn't he jump in? He needed to jump in to show that they were close and connected. What does a branch matter in this situation? Of course, she didn't want to hold on to the branch. Qin Xiangjuan saw that the person in the river was Gao Xiaodie. At that moment, he felt very regretful. Why did he have to go out today? But then he remembered the first time he saw her and suddenly understood. Was she setting a trap just for him? In the hot summer, if he jumped in and carried her out, how could he explain it clearly? He knew Gao Xiaodie had some feelings for him. She looked at him, openly, every time. But he didn't expect her to be so bold, risking her reputation. Did she really want to marry him?
Why?
They didn't have many chances to talk. Even if Gao Xiaodie truly liked him, he couldn't accept her trying to trap him or forcing herself on him. In a flash, Qin Xiangjuan thought all this. He didn't see Gao Xiaodie catch the branch, but she also didn't seem to be sinking further. He thought she probably knew how to swim. He quickly called out, "Comrade Gao, I can't swim." "Grab the branch quickly, I'll pull you up." Then he shouted around, "Help! Someone's fallen into the water." They were near the village entrance, not far from where the villagers were working, so someone soon heard the cry for help and ran over. Seeing Gao Xiaodie in the river, the villagers who could swim hurried to jump in, but Qin Xiangjuan stopped them. "Everyone, this is a private matter between men and women. Comrade Gao has already grabbed the branch. Please help me pull her out. I can't do it alone." Hearing this, everyone understood. If they jumped in directly to pull her out, they might get misunderstood or blamed. Even with good intentions, others might not believe them. Moreover, Gao Xiaodie was already holding onto the branch. Seeing the situation, Gao Xiaodie had no other choice. She couldn't really hold her breath forever. The water was quite cold, and she was a girl. She had to get out quickly. She grabbed the branch, and with everyone's help, they pulled her onto the shore. After reaching the shore, Gao Xiaodie's clothes were all wet and clingy, revealing her curves. A few mischievous eyes were already looking at her. Gao Xiaodie was in a mess. A kind sister-in-law quickly put her jacket over her shoulders. Although Gao Xiaodie didn't want to admit she was saved just like that, there were many villagers around. She could only thank everyone, saying, "Thank you, uncles and aunts. I will visit to thank you properly another day." Then she turned to look at Qin Xiangjuan. That look, how to describe it? Full of affection, she said to Qin Jijing, "Qin Jijing, thank you for saving me. I am grateful for your help." Qin Xiangjuan quickly interrupted her, "Comrade Gao, we all helped save you. If you thank only me, it would seem like I acted alone, which isn't right. I didn't do much, so let's not talk about it anymore." After saying that, Qin Xiangjuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was really afraid Gao Xiaodie would say she wanted to marry him. With such a cunning wife, he couldn't handle it. The people around were initially quite pleased with what Gao Xiaodie said, but when they heard her words to Qin Xiangjuan, they realized she might have feelings for him. Seeing that Gao Xiaodie was fine, everyone comforted her a few words and then dispersed, leaving two kind sisters-in-law to escort her home. That noon, Gao Xiaodie didn't cook. Instead, Gao Xiaoyan, who was in high school and 16 years old, came back after class to prepare the meal. Originally, Gao Lifu didn't want Gao Xiaoyan to continue her studies, but Gao Xiaodie, who had been reborn, insisted she stay in school. She understood the importance of education and was determined to support her. Gao Xiaodie was kind to her younger siblings. She believed that in the future, if she married and was bullied by her in-laws, her family would need to support her. Since her father was unreliable, she wanted to raise her siblings well. She never thought about going to college herself or earning money, even with her rebirth golden finger. She didn't want to work hard. She preferred to leave her fate in others' hands and rely on others. Although Gao Xiaodie insisted that Gao Xiaoyan stay in school, Gao Xiaoyan was not good at studying. She didn't like learning. The The person she admired most was her childhood friend who was already married. At 16, she was old enough to consider marriage, so she repeatedly told her sister she wanted to stop studying. Every time, Gao Xiaodie scolded her, which made Gao Xiaoyan feel some resentment. Gao Xiaodie didn't know her sister was upset with her. Now she felt like a mother figure. Their eldest sister, in a kind way, called her married. In a harsh way, she was sold to someone by their grandmother. Not just during festivals, but even on ordinary days, they rarely saw each other. Most of the family matters were handled by Gao Xiaodie. She thought she was very important. Gao Lifu worked during the day and ate at the factory cafeteria at noon. After Gao Xiaoyan finished cooking, she made sure the workers ate, then rested for a while, and brought food to Gao Xiaodie. After falling into the water, Gao Xiaodie quickly changed her clothes and lay on the bed to rest. When she saw Gao Xiaoyan bringing her food, she felt very happy. Their mother's mood suddenly changed again. Yen, study hard. If you study well and get into college in the future, your sister will sell everything she has to support you. Gao Xiaoyan turned her head and pouted. I've told you many times, I don't like studying. Is it bad to get married? My childhood friend married a rich man, has everything she needs, and doesn't have to do much work. That's good. Sis, I already told you I don't like studying, Gao Xiaoyan said. Gao Xiaodie's face looked unhappy. Shut up. I work hard to earn credits and pay your school fees. Do you think I want to hear you say you don't like studying? Even if you don't like it, you still have to study well, right now. Gao Xiaodie acted like a tyrant, claiming she was doing it for her sister's good, forcing her hopes on her sister without caring if Gao Xiaoyan wanted it or not. Gao Xiaoyan was also stubborn and argued back. I just don't like it. Anyway, I don't do well on exams. After the semester, I'm quitting school. What can you do if you don't go to school? Make the family support you for nothing, Gao Xiaodie blurted out. Even though Gao Xiaoyan went to school, she still did a lot of chores at home. She wasn't as pretty as Gao Xiaodie, nor as good at talking, but she did plenty of work. I don't need your support. I don't care about being supported by you. I'll get married when the time comes, Gao Xiaoyan said confidently. With her looks, she could marry Su Guiqiang easily. You're so young and already thinking about marriage. No wonder you don't want to study. You're always thinking about nonsense. How can you learn well like that? Gao Xiaodie raised her voice. You're unreasonable. Gao Xiaoyan felt wronged, her eyes turning red. She wasn't cut out for studying, and her sister misunderstood her so much. She ran out crying after saying that. Gao Xiaodie watched her sister run away, feeling angry inside. Even at such a young age, she was not studying well and still wanted to get married. Without studying, how could she have a bright future? This time, she decided to calm down and think carefully. Next to her, Gao Xiaodie's second aunt heard the argument and stood at the door, watching and chuckling. She didn't forget to tease Gao Xiaodie a little. Xiaodie, why let Xiaoyan go to so many classes? It's better to find someone to marry quickly. Xiaoyan looks lively and charming, and the bride price will definitely be good. Their families had already fallen out, and now they were just landlord and tenant. Naturally, Gao Xiaodie wouldn't give her a friendly look. None of your business. Mind your own affairs. I heard that your second uncle has been very attentive to the widow next door recently. Gao Xiaodie said this with a bit of glee. She remembered from her previous life that her second uncle had an affair with the widow next door, and they even had a child. The second aunt spat at her and cursed as she went back inside. Seeing her face change, Gao Xiaodie felt a little better inside. Thinking of Qin Xiangjuan, she started to worry again. She missed a good chance to be with him this time. How could she find a way to marry him in the future? Meanwhile, Xiaoyan and Xiaodie argued and ran to the edge of the cornfield before stopping. Seeing her sister didn't come after her, she got even angrier. She sat at the edge of the cornfield, crying and cursing Gao Xiaodie. Su Guiqiang had originally arranged to meet a woman in the cornfield at noon. The woman's husband was not reliable, and since he was a man with needs, they often sneaked into the cornfield when no one was around. As soon as he arrived at the cornfield, he saw a young girl sitting on the ground, crying and cursing. He recognized her. She was Gao Xiaodie's sister, about 16 years old. Seeing how lively and charming Xiaoyan looked, Su Guoqiang's eyes lit up. He had an idea. If such a girl willingly threw herself into his arms, he'd have something to show off to his friends. He walked over, pretending to just notice Xiaoyan, and asked, "Isn't this Xiaoyan? Why are you out here in the middle of the day?" Hearing the voice, Xiaoyan looked up, quickly wiped her tears. Su Guoqiang only saw a girl with tears in her eyes, and he found her even more appealing. "Oh, why are you crying? Did someone bully you? Tell me, I'll help you teach them a lesson," he said, waving his fist. Hai Xiaoyan has always gone to school and doesn't know much about the outside world. She is feeling upset now, so Su Guoqiang happens to be the person she confides in. She cried and told him everything. Su Guoqiang listened patiently. Suddenly, he leaned in, took her face in his hands, and wiped away her tears. While Xiaoyan was still stunned, he took a piece of candy from his pocket and offered it to her. "Don't cry. Your face is so pretty. Crying too much will ruin it. Your sister also said some angry words in the heat of the moment. Here, have some candy." Xiaoyan felt shy now. She realized she didn't know Su Guoqiang well, and she had overheard her father and sister talking. This man might even be her brother-in-law. She quickly took a step back, lowered her head shyly. The soft feeling in her hand was gone. Su Guoqiang looked a little disappointed, but was patient as always with women. "Now you're feeling shy," Su Guoqiang teased her, then took her hand and put the candy in it. "Here, eat it. You'll feel better." Xiaoyan had never met a man so kind to her. Although he wasn't handsome, he gave her candy. She used to never get candy at home. It was always for her brothers. Recently, Su Guoqiang had been working in the fields with Su Dazhuang. His once overweight body had slimmed down a bit, so he didn't look as ugly as before. Every overweight person has potential, so it's no wonder Xiaoyan started to feel a flutter in her heart. She hurriedly pulled her hand away from Su Guoqiang, gave him a shy glare, and blushed as she ran off. Su Guoqiang watched her young, beautiful figure, almost bursting with emotion. Just then, the woman he had arranged to meet arrived. In the cornfield. After a long time, the sounds in the cornfield finally faded away. Xiaoyan Diao didn't know what happened at noon. If she had known, she wouldn't have planned what came next. But there are no what-ifs. Chu Shi followed by Qing'an to the county town. This was her first time there. She first handed over the eggs Bai Qing'an asked for. 20 goose eggs, 10 yuan.
How many eggs do you want?
Do you want salted duck eggs? Chu Shi asked. If yes, you can choose, Bai Qing'an replied. About 50 chicken eggs for my wife. How many salted duck eggs do you want? They're expensive, but very tasty. The supply and marketing cooperative doesn't have any right now. 50 eggs, 3 cents each, totaling $1.50. Duck eggs, 5 for $1. Chu Shi suddenly felt that maybe she shouldn't sell eggs anymore. Carrying the eggs was tiring and not very profitable. Then, 10 duck eggs. Bai Qing'an thought that Chu Shi's duck eggs were quite cheap. In state-run restaurants, a plate of duck eggs costs several dollars. Chu Shi quickly calculated the price. Total is $13.50. Bai Qing'an was straightforward and paid the money. After taking her own, she led Chu Shi to a small alley. They stopped in front of a small black door and knocked. The knocking pattern was regular, 3 short knocks, then 1 long. Chu Shi quietly remembered it. Soon the door opened. Seeing that Chu Shi was a stranger, the person looked cautiously at Bai Qing'an. Bai Qing'an gave a calming look and said, "I know this young comrade. You can trust us." The person said nothing and led them inside. Chu Shi followed Bai Qing'an into the house. Inside, she saw a young man sitting on a sofa. When he saw Bai Qing'an, he quickly stood up. "Brother-in-law, why are you here?" Chu Shi quietly observed the place. There were several rooms, but only 2 were used for living. The others were probably storage rooms. "This is my younger brother, named Su Hai. If you want to sell some things here in the future, you can go directly to him." Bai Qing'an introduced the young man to Chu Shi. Then she pointed at Chu Shi and said to Su Hai, "This is Chu Shi, a young educated youth." She didn't say much more. It was better to keep things simple. At this moment, Chu Shi finally recognized the young man named Su Hai. He was tall, with a high nose bridge, a crew cut, and a muscular build. He looked tough. No wonder he could make a name for himself in the black market. Su Hai was also studying Chu Shi. She was small, about 1.6 meters tall, wearing patched gray-blue clothes, with her hair tied in a ponytail at the back, neat and tidy. Seeing Chu Shi's face, Su Hai was momentarily stunned, then blushed. He had traveled all over and had never seen such a beautiful girl. He rubbed his hands on his clothes a few times, then reached out to Chu Shi. "Hello, I am Su Hai." Chu Shi politely shook his hand and greeted, "Hello, I am Chu Shi." After introducing the two of them, Bai Qing'an finished his task. Seeing Su Hai's dazed reaction, he felt a bit embarrassed for him as a brother-in-law. This silly guy just can't change his habit of getting confused when he sees a pretty girl. "Why are you just standing there? Chu Jiqing has something to exchange with you. Hurry up and focus on the matter." Bai Qing'an nudged Su Hai. Only then did Su Hai remember the main task. Chu Jiqing responded politely and took down her basket, revealing the remaining eggs and duck eggs. Seeing so many eggs, Su Hai was surprised. How did this girl manage to get so many? Noticing his confusion, Chu Jiqing lied, "I secretly collected them from the village when I had free time. That was also why she chose to come to the county's black market. Since they didn't know the situation, it reduced the risk of being exposed." If the cooperation with Su Hai went well, they could consider discussing grain supplies later. After selling the eggs at a fair price, Chu Jiqing had 5 more yuan in her hand. Around noon, Bai Qing'an suggested, "Chu Jiqing, want to have lunch together?" Su Hai looked at her eagerly, but Bai Qing'an couldn't bear to watch and decided to ask on his behalf. Chu Jiqing had seen this kind of look many times before, both in her past life and this one. She was unaffected and politely declined. "No need. I have to see my boyfriend later," she said. That was the best way to handle the situation since they didn't know the full story. Bang! It was the sound of Su Hai's heart breaking. He decided to just be a cooperative partner. He drooped his head like a neglected puppy, and Chu Jiqing found his contrasting cuteness quite adorable. Feeling soft-hearted, Chu Jiqing smiled at him. Maybe another day. Su Hai's happiness was obvious. Bai Qing'an quietly covered his face, thinking his brother-in-law was really hopeless. He gently hugged Su Hai's neck and whispered, "Chu Jiqing has a boyfriend now. Don't cause any trouble." Then, feeling uneasy, he added, "Come on, you should come to my house for dinner today. Your sister hasn't seen you since she had little you." Su Hai felt very wronged. "Brother-in-law, what are you thinking? I didn't mean anything. Chu Jiqing is just pretty. I admire her looks, that's all." Chu Shi chose to ignore the whispers of the two people. After greeting them, she left. Before leaving, Bai Qing'an even gave her his phone number. After leaving the black market, Chu Shi started heading to the hospital. Thanks to Chu Boang's help, finding the way was easy. She took a second bus and arrived at the hospital. She found a quiet corner and pretended to organize her bag. From her space, she took out the items she planned to bring. There were pig bones she bought when she first arrived, mushrooms and herbs from the mountain, and some nutritional supplements. Chu Boang had taken these from her space supermarket. There was milk powder that looked like malted milk, and some other inconspicuous items. Once everything was ready, Chu Shi went to the hospital reception desk to ask which room Chu Wang was in. "Hello, may I ask?" Chu Shi started to ask the nurse at the front desk. Suddenly, Chu Wang's excited voice rang out. "Sister, you really came?" Chu Wang had just finished buying food at the cafeteria. When he saw the familiar figure at the front desk, he didn't expect it to be Chu Shi. He hurried over. Chu Wang took the things from Chu Shi and led her toward the ward. "Sister, I thought you were just saying you'd come, but you actually did. Come on, I'll take you to see Brother Shin." "Brother Shin? Isn't your leader hurt?" "Oh, sister, you don't know. Captain Shen is usually very kind to us, and he's quite young. So, we all call him Brother Shen in private," Chu Wang explained. At the door of the ward, Chu Wang whispered mischievously to Chu Shi, "And I have to tell you, sister, Brother Shen is very good-looking. If you're interested, I can introduce you. Oh, by the way, Brother Shen's full name is Shen Yi."
Shang Yi?
Those two words hit Chu Shi like a thunderclap, leaving her stunned. She was distracted as Chu Wang led her into the ward. She only then realized that it might just be a name. Still, she held on to a small hope and looked at the person on the bed. When she saw the mummy on the bed, Chu Shi's rationality immediately returned. Chu Wang said, "Brother Shen, this is my sister Chu Shi. She's here to thank you." Chu Shi composed herself and politely said, "Hello, Captain Shen. Our whole family was supposed to come, but my parents couldn't make it for some reasons. I am here to thank you on their behalf for saving Chu Wang." She then took out the nutritional supplements she brought. When Shun Yi saw Chu Shi, his whole body stiffened like a real mummy. Although the girl in front of him might not be the girl he secretly liked, with the same face and the same name, he still wanted to look at her a little longer. Seeing Shun Yi silent for a long time, Chu Shi also said nothing. She became anxious and looked at Chu Wang, who was nearby. "Sister, our captain usually doesn't talk much, especially to girls. He never even looks at them." After Chu Wang finished speaking, he felt something was off. Is this explanation making things worse? Chu Shi seemed not to hear Chu Wang and kept staring at the patient with a curious look in her eyes. The reason Chu Shi didn't speak was because Captain Shen, although only showing his eyes and mouth, had a pair of peach blossom eyes that felt very familiar to her. She was now talking to Chu Ba Wang. "Ba Wang, do you think this person is Shun Yi?" Ba Wang replied, "Based on the scan, his face does look like Captain Shen, but I can't tell about his soul. It can't be scanned. Could it really be Shun Yi?" Chu Shi wondered. Shen Yi on the bed was also thinking, could it really be Chu Shi? Both of them thought at the same time, find a chance to test. After the two big figures decided silently, they both kept calm. Shen Yi broke the silence. "It's okay. I am Chu Wang's captain, and he is my soldier. Saving him is also my responsibility." Chu Shi said, "Captain Shen, it's true that you saved Chu Wang, and it's also true that you got hurt. If we don't thank you properly, our family will feel guilty. Brother Shen, repaying kindness is our family's good tradition. It's not like you're going to marry my sister. Don't hesitate. Besides, you can't resist now anyway." "Ha ha ha," Chu Wang said mischievously. Shen Yi thought, "Little brat, I will deal with you once I get better." Chu Shi thought, "That is this my brother? He looks a bit like a silly dog." Afraid that Shen Yi on the bed might hold a grudge, Chu Shi quickly pushed Chu Wang aside. "Chu Wang, I will feed the captain some food. You go help me buy some meals, and we will cook for ourselves tonight." Last life, Captain Shen was very vengeful, and there were some things only Chu Wang could do when Chu Wang wasn't around. When Chu Wang heard that Chu Shi hadn't eaten yet, he quickly went out to buy food for Chu Shi. The hospital food was not tasty, so he went to a state-run restaurant outside the hospital. In the ward, Chu Shi took the hospital meal Chu Wang bought and looked it over. The meal had vegetables and meat with a balanced nutrition, but there were a few dishes Captain Shen would eat. Chu Shi's first bite was eggplant. Few people knew that Shen Yi didn't like eggplant. Shen Yi chewed only a few times and almost swallowed it whole. The second bite was chicken breast, which Captain Shen also disliked. The part of the chicken he liked the least was the breast. Shen Yi looked at Chu Shi carefully, forced himself to eat it. The third bite was cilantro. Shen Yi's face turned green when he saw the cilantro. Shen Yi thought, is this accidental or deliberate? It really seems like something Chu Shi would do. Seeing Shen Yi's reaction, Chu Shi was already 30% sure. Watching Shen Yi's expression, he felt secretly pleased. It's been many years since he made Captain Shen eat his words. Chu Shi didn't make things difficult for him next. He chose some dishes Shen Yi liked, and the meal turned out to be quite peaceful. After eating, Chu Shi tidied up and sat on the bed. The two fell into silence again. "Chu Ba Wang," they said in unison, sharing a knowing smile. These three words, Chu Ba Wang, were a secret code they agreed on before the apocalypse. If one day they got lost or faced unexpected situations, they would use it as a signal. They made this agreement because Chu Shi had read it in a novel. She was afraid that one day she and Shen Yi might turn against each other and be used by others, so she insisted on setting a secret code with Shen Yi. They chose Chu Ba Wang because it was a name they both created for Chu Shi's robot. Once they confirmed their identities, all their previous distance and hesitation disappeared. She spoke first. Captain Shen, what's going on? You look so disheveled. Although a little pleased, she reached out to check his pulse. As you can see, I just saved someone. Luckily, I saved him, or I might not have met you, Shen said. Maybe because he had been with Chu Wang for a long time, he started talking more. Your body is badly injured. You need to rest properly. Why are you wrapped up so tightly? She was very surprised because Captain Shen usually didn't bother with bandages. When this was mentioned, Shen thought of Chu Wang. He rolled his eyes and said, "It's because of your good little brother." Although it sounded like he was complaining, She felt that Shen was in a good mood. Shen, in this life, had no idea what he had been through, but he had learned to roll his eyes. Still, his life was definitely not bad. Captain Shen, tell me, when did you arrive? How is this world? She asked. Shani thought for a moment. Compared to the apocalypse, this world was much friendlier to him. He had friends and brothers, but not Chu. He always felt a bit regretful about that. Before long, Shunyi's voice came. This world is very good. I have friends, brothers, and a mother. That's great. You have so many friends to keep you company, she said happily. Then Shun-Yi added, It's a pity I don't have you. Now that you're here, my world feels complete. She was startled by Shun-Yi's words. How could the usually cold Captain Shen say something like that? Could he be possessed again? She reached out and placed her hand on Shun-Yi's forehead, dazed, and said, You don't have a fever. Shun-Yi grabbed her hand and looked at her carefully, saying each word clearly. Chu-Shi, I like you. I liked you in my past life. I was afraid that if I didn't say it now, I'd never get the chance again. If Chu-Shi was just shocked earlier, now she was completely stunned, her mind blank. In the space, Chu Ba Wang watched Chu-Shi's expression and, as a robot, couldn't help but rub his forehead. Chu-Shi, Captain Shen is confessing to you. Give a little reaction. Hearing the reminder from Ba Wang, Chu-Shi finally realized that Shen-Yi liked her. This realization made her heart leap with joy. She was so surprised she didn't know how to respond to Shen-Yi. Not to mention their awkward position now. Chu-Shi was almost lying on top of Shen-Yi, and Shen-Yi was holding her hand. Chu-Shi had never been in love before. In this situation, how should she respond? Should she shyly agree? Or be a bit more confident and lift his chin? Man, from now on, you're mine. Ba Wang, tell me, what should I do? Chu-Shi had already imagined many different situations. The boss. I choose to mute myself. Shen-Yi looked at Chu-Shi, whose face was sometimes red and sometimes pale. He was sure she was imagining something, but based on his many years of understanding, Chu-Shi definitely liked him. He knew she was tough on the outside, but weak inside. She used to be brave and tease him, but when things got serious, she would back down immediately. Ha ha, Shen-Yi burst out laughing, which interrupted Chu-Shi's daydream. Seeing Shen-Yi laughing at her, Chu-Shi was furious. Her anger grew, and she bit Shen-Yi's lips suddenly. Shen-Yi didn't expect this kind of surprise. He couldn't help but hold Chu-Shi tightly. So, the little wildcat became more energetic. As for Chu-Shi, she was now wishing she could disappear into a hole. What have I done? But Shen-Yi's lips were soft and cool, with a hint of mint, making her hesitate and remember her past feelings. The two kissed without caring about anyone around. Neither of them had much experience, so they kissed like students learning for the first time, serious and sincere. Chu Wang, who just entered the room, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What the heck? What's going on? I just went to buy dinner and this happened. Big sister. You. Chu Wang stared with wide eyes, pointing at them, speechless. Hearing Chu Wang, Chu-Shi almost jumped up. She quickly pushed Shen-Yi away, moved away from the bed, lowered her head, and didn't know how to face her brother. It was really embarrassing for her brother to see her kissing their commander. She wished she could just disappear. Shen-Yi didn't notice anything, since only his mouth and eyes were visible. Cough. Shen-Yi cleared his throat, trying to explain. But Chu Wang didn't listen. He walked straight to Chu Shi, grabbed her, and was about to leave. Shen Yi wanted to stop him, but Chu Shi's look told him to let him go. Outside the hospital room, Chu Wang looked her over carefully, making sure she was okay. Then he relaxed. Then he said, "Sis, even if you like Shen Go, you should be careful. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Let's work together to find a solution. Do you know how scary the King of Hell is in the army? He doesn't have a habit of hitting women. You're so brave, just going straight at him. Aren't you afraid he'll break your neck?" After saying that, she poked Chu Shi's forehead and said, "You really scared you to death." Originally, Chu Wang thought that Shen Yi was unable to move because Chu Shi forced himself on her. Chu Shi laughed and said she didn't want to argue with the little guy in front of her. She knew he was just worried about her. When Chu Wang finished speaking, she smiled at him and said, "Look, I'm fine. Maybe your captain likes someone like me." Chu Wang was surprised by his sister's smile. He thought about it and realized, yes, his sister is very beautiful. Maybe Brother Shen was really won over by her looks. But no, his sister can't marry someone who only cares about her appearance. However, based on what he knew about Brother Shen, he didn't seem shallow.
Oh,
This is so complicated. Chu Wang was really worried. Thinking this, Chu Wang and Chu Shi went into the room and stood in front of Shen Yi's bed. They apologized sincerely. "Brother Shen, my sister. She might want to thank you for saving her, but you said before you didn't need thanks. So I apologize on her behalf. Please forget about this." Although Chu Wang had been shouting earlier, he was still worried about introducing his sister to Brother Shen. Mainly because Brother Shen was too fierce. He couldn't fight him, and he was worried his sister might get hurt in the future. Shen Yi said, "Who said I don't need thanks? To repay your kindness, maybe your sister can show her gratitude in a special way." Chu Wang was shocked. Was Brother Shen possessed by something strange? He was amazed at Shen Yi's shamelessness. Just as he was thinking of how to reply, Chu Shi chuckled softly and said to Shen Yi, "All right, stop teasing him." Shen Yi snorted. "Humph. I knew you'd side with him." He turned his face away. Chu Wang was stunned. Was this still the famous Shen Yi, the tough general who never shed tears? Is this really Shen-san? Seeing the harmonious atmosphere between them, Chu Wang suddenly remembered something. He asked Chu Shi, "Sister, you and them?" Currently, Chu Shi cannot talk about the end-of-world situation. She can only say to Chu Wang, "Long ago, Captain Shin did a good deed without seeking recognition and helped me. I didn't recognize him just now, as you saw. She paused briefly, then looked at Shen Yi. Hearing her pause, Shen Yi immediately turned his head and looked at her with eager eyes, like a child hoping for candy. Shen Yi wanted to hear her answer. "Just now, we confirmed our relationship. Now we are dating," Chu Shi said clearly and directly to Chu Wang. When Shen Yi heard her say this, he suddenly felt his heart fill up. It was as sweet as biting into something delicious. Shen Yi smiled a little foolishly. As a single person, Chu Wang felt a big hurt from his sister, who gave him a score of 100,000 points. He needed time to process this news and didn't want to be fed dog food here, so he quickly looked for an excuse to leave. In the hospital room, Chu Shi watched her brother's back and shook her head with a smile, letting him digest it himself. Without Chu Wang, the light bulb, Chu Shi had many things she wanted to say to Shen Yi. Of course, Shen Yi couldn't continue the previous kiss. First, Chu Shi took off the bandages that were bothering Shen Yi. Seeing him more comfortable, she then started talking about serious matters. "When did you arrive?" Chu Shi asked. "Not long ago, right after saving someone. The original owner died, and when I opened my eyes, I was here," Shen Yi replied. Chu Shi thought about it and guessed they arrived at roughly the same time. "What about you? How have you been?" Shen Yi asked Chu Shi. "Me? I came around the same time as you. I was a rural youth doing farm work, but everything else is fine," Chu Shi said. Then she remembered something and started talking to Shen Yi. "Do you remember that book I complained about before? The one where the heroine is reborn?" Shen Yi nodded. He remembered that book because there was a female character with the same name as Chu Shi. "I want to tell you, we are now inside that book. I don't know why, but the identity I have now is that of the villainess, Shunyi hadn't expected this. It turned out they had accidentally entered a book. But no matter where they were or how many lives they had, being able to start over, find her, and be with her was enough for him. Are you in danger now? Shunyi asked with concern. This world has become their real world now. When he arrived here, his body wasn't as strong as in the apocalypse. He guessed Chushi was probably the same, so he was very worried. Chushi was just a girl after all. No, I'm fine.
Who do you think I am?
I am Chushi, she said proudly. She has always been excellent, both in skills and intelligence. Also, my space is still there, even though my special powers are gone. Oh, and Chubawang is back to work too, Chushi excitedly shared with Shunyi. Since arriving in this world, she couldn't tell anyone these things. Only Shunyi. She was happy to share her joy with him. Not having powers is actually good. Having the space is also good, Shunyi concluded. Of course, now there are many things inside the space. Bawang has organized it well. If there's a chance, I'll take you inside to see. The two talked about their current situation and got a general understanding of each other's lives. Chushi also learned about Shunyi's life. He has parents. His father comes from a good family. His father married his mother because his grandfather saved Shunyi's grandfather. But Shunyi's father didn't like his mother. After Shunyi was born, his father had an affair. His mother, Gao Xiaodie, is a strong and tough woman. She divorced Shunyi's father and took Shunyi to the countryside. Mother and son lived in the countryside. Although their grandfather occasionally helped, life was still hard. Gao Xiaodie gave all her love to Shunyi. When he was 15, she passed away from overwork. From Shunyi's memories, Chushi knew how much Gao Xiaodie loved him. It was something he had never experienced before. As for Shunyi's biological father and their family, Shunyi naturally didn't recognize them. Shunyi said, I'm telling you this because I want you to know that if there is someone most important to me in this world, it's you. Because of my job, I will have to interact with them in the future. When that happens, you don't need to worry about them. During the end of the world, crystal cores could heal wounds and strengthen the body. Shunyi didn't refuse. He just controlled the amount he used, so he wouldn't heal too quickly. The two of them always felt time pass too fast together. Before long, Chuwang appeared again. Sister, brother Shen, it's time to eat. Chushi suddenly remembered the things she brought. To help Shunyi recover faster, she planned to make medicinal dishes for him. Chuwang. Actually, I didn't want to come, but I'm really hungry. And I want to eat the medicinal dishes my sister makes. The medicinal dishes were learned from their mother, by the original Chushi. They are a form of traditional Chinese medicine used as supplements, requiring knowledge of herbs, recipes, and cooking skills, with attention to flavor. Chuwang couldn't learn these skills, but his mother's medicinal dishes didn't have a medicinal taste and were very delicious. Every time he went home, he would pester Qian Bangxia to make them. Healthy people don't need to eat these often, so Qian Bangxia rarely agrees. When she heard she wanted to cook medicinal dishes for Shunyi, she naturally wanted to join in. She inherited the original owner's memory and could also make medicinal dishes. Though not as tasty as Qian Bangxia's, they were enough to boost health. Moreover, in the Bawang program, there were many improved recipes from later generations. I'll go cook. Chuwang, you take care of Shunyi, Chushi said as she left, reminding Chuwang before going. Seeing that Chushi was about to make the medicinal dishes he longed for, Chuwang responded happily and confidently. Don't worry, sister. I have experience taking care of brother Shen. Although this was the first time she met her younger brother, she liked him very much. She felt a special bond. Maybe that's what family ties are. Without saying more, Chushi took her things and went to a state-run restaurant near the hospital. Chushi planned to stay there for a week. Her accommodation was easy to arrange. She could stay at the military district guest house, but it didn't have a kitchen, so she couldn't cook for Shunyi there. While at the hospital, Chushi thought about cooking and realized she needed to borrow a kitchen. The nearest one was at the state-run restaurant, so she didn't return to the guest house, but went straight to the restaurant's kitchen. She approached the head chef and said, "Comrade, hello. I'd like to borrow your stove to cook a meal for my family." Afterward, Chu took out a few large white rabbit candies and handed them to the chef. Now, working in a state-owned restaurant means having a stable job, and reaching the position of head chef in the kitchen is also about having good connections. She needs to build a good relationship with the head chef. At the very least, she must not offend him. The head chef is a middle-aged man with a big belly, about 50 years old. He has a round head and a short, thick neck, looking a bit simple and kind. He took some sugar, quietly put it in his pocket, and said in a deep voice, "Hurry up, no more than half an hour. Don't delay our cooking." Chu nodded and followed him into the kitchen. The head chef pointed to the largest stove among the three and said to Chu, "Use this one. It cooks faster." Chu thanked him and quickly started working. She brought her own herbs and ingredients, and since Chu Bawang had already prepared everything, she just followed the process. She first made a medicinal dish for Shani, mainly to help with internal injuries. She added some herbs to boost energy and blood, but the main effect came from the crystal core. The medicinal dish was just a supplement. She also made a medicinal dish for Chu Wang. She hadn't planned to, but Chu Wang wanted to eat, so she made a simple one to strengthen the body. She also needed to prepare her own meal. There were 3 people, so she made 3 different dishes. She thought to herself, "I am so capable and caring." The dishes she wanted to eat were easy to prepare. She wasn't picky, and when she saw some fresh bok choy in the space, she made a simple vinegar stir-fried bok choy. She also prepared a salty duck egg, pickled until oily and with a crunchy texture, served with plain rice. Everything was ready. Before long, the medicinal dishes were finished. The head chef, smelling their aroma, gave Chu a thumbs up. "Girl, I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good. I could smell it from far away." It's true that appearances can be deceiving. Although she's young, Chu has excellent cooking skills. This made Wang Fugue, who's been a chef for many years, feel very impressed. He has no other hobbies in life but loves to cook. Not to brag, but his wife was won over by his cooking skills and married him because of it. Well, honestly, this is an inherited recipe. As for cooking skills, I can't compare to you, Chu modestly said. Medicinal dishes? Wang Fugue became interested. He is almost 60 years old, and as people get older, their health can have problems. If he eats this, it might help improve his health. Girl, you know some medical skills? Can I also ask you for a special health dish? Wang Fugue said. Don't worry, I will pay you. My name is Wang Fugue. You can call me Uncle Wang. He quickly introduced himself. This young girl seems to come from a family of traditional Chinese medicine. Although the current situation isn't good for scholars, doctors are still respected. People pay a lot to see doctors, and today he was lucky to meet her. He definitely shouldn't miss this chance. She didn't expect that making a health dish could also make money. She currently has less than 20 yuan. When she first came in, she saw that a dish of braised pork on the restaurant menu cost 5 yuan. For the first time, Chu felt the urge to earn more money, or she might not be able to afford even a simple meal like braised pork in the future. After thinking for a moment, Chu said to Wang Fugue, Uncle Wang, health dishes need to be tailored to each person's body. I need to deliver food to a patient first. When I come back, I can check your pulse and decide. How does that sound? If Chu agreed immediately, Wang Fugue might suspect her of trying to scam him. But since she was cautious and seemed professional, he happily agreed. Okay. I finish work at 6:30. You can come then. Before leaving, Chu gave Wang Fugue a dime as payment for using the stove and ingredients, which made him think more highly of her. After leaving the state-run restaurant, Chu carried the meals for 3 people back to the ward. The ward was very quiet. Chu Wang sat quietly on a stool, peeling an apple. Shen Yi was on the bed, holding a book, quietly reading against the headboard. This scene seemed very peaceful, but as soon as Chu entered, she felt something was strange between the two of them. During the time she was away, did the two of them do something to upset her? Thinking of this, Chu quickly put down her lunchbox and looked at Chu Wang with curiosity. Are you two hiding something from me? Chu Wang is just a 17-year-old boy. How could he handle Chu's strong presence? He felt nervous and looked around nervously. No, sister, how could that be? We're fine. Worried she might not believe him, he then hugged Shen Yi's neck and said, "Right, brother Shen?" Chu Shi looked at Shen Yi with a very obvious questioning look. Shen Yi smiled at her with his eyes and gently shook his head to show he was fine. Then he responded to Chu Wang, "Yes, that's right." Seeing Shen Yi shake his head, Chu Shi knew they probably didn't have any big issues, so she didn't press further. She finished her meal and called out to them, "Come eat, or it'll get cold later." Chu Wang helped Shen Yi get out of bed. Interestingly, before his sister came, Shen Yi couldn't get out of bed easily. Since her arrival, Shen Yi's condition improved a lot, and he could even get out of bed by himself. Could this be the power of love? It's really amazing. Chu Bawang. No, that's the power of the crystal core. Chu Wang's strange thoughts were unknown to Chu Shi and Shen Yi. The three of them sat quietly together to eat. The scene shifts back to when Chu Shi left the ward to cook. After Chu Shi left, Chu Wang, having gone through a cute act, rolling around and pestering Chu Shi to make medicinal dishes for him, proudly told Shen Yi, "Brother Shen, look, sister agreed to make medicinal dishes for me too. She really cares about me." Shen Yi just smiled and didn't reply, feeling a little jealous inside. Chu Wang looked at Shen Yi, who was expressionless, and pretended to be very distressed. He said to Shen Yi, "Brother Shen, look, my sister is so good to me. I feel conflicted." Then he added, "Brother Shen, even though sister is now your girlfriend, I am also her younger brother. So, how about this? If you admit that you like me more than my sister, I will accept you as my brother-in-law. What do you think?" Shen Yi watched Chu Wang's series of acting and finally understood. This kid was just trying to get attention. Usually, Shen Yi wouldn't bother with Chu Wang, but today he didn't want to give him what he wanted. He started to look cold and dismissive. "I don't need to act cute or roll around. I don't know who insisted that Chu Shi agreed to make medicinal food, but humph.
Chu Wan Belushet. You don't understand.
This is just a fun thing for us siblings. Do you understand fun? Besides, look at my face. Doesn't it look a lot like me?
When my sister sees me, she sees herself."
"She definitely puts me first." Shen Yi said, "I don't need to act cute or roll around." Chu Wang said, "You see, you're always cold and distant. How could I make my sister happy? She definitely prefers me when I make her smile." Shen Yi smiled. "I don't need to act cute or roll around." Chu Wang thought angrily. MMP. Realizing he couldn't compete with Shen Yi, Chu Wang angrily sat on a stool by the bed. He picked up an apple with one hand and a fruit knife with the other, and started to cut the apple fiercely. It felt like he was cutting Shen Yi in his hand, just to vent his anger. Chu Wang thought, so angry. "I can't beat Brother Shen in a fight, and I can't even argue with him. My sister also likes him." Although he admired Shen Yi from the bottom of his heart, Shen Yi wanted to be his brother-in-law. Chu Wang still had to be careful. He had protected his sister for so many years, and now she suddenly had a boyfriend. He felt a little disappointed. It was like his own little cabbage plant. He had carefully nurtured it to be lively and healthy, but then a handsome pig, who was good in every way, came and took it away. He felt sad. Seeing Chu Wang's frustrated look, Shen Yi chuckled and reached out to ruffle his hair. He said, "I will like you just like your sister does, and I will treat her well." Shen Yi's words sounded like a promise, which eased Chu Wang's heart a lot. But he still stubbornly said, "That's best. Otherwise, even if I can't beat you, I will make you fall flat on the ground."
Shen Yi laughed.
"All right, I promise I won't fight back then." Later, Chu Shi, who learned about this, really understood Chu Wang's feelings. Because from childhood, although they were twins, Chu Shi's health was always poor, so Chu Wang had been protecting her. When they were young, he often fought with others for her in the big courtyard. After they were sent down, Chu Wang joined the army and often sent her money and meat to support her. Of course, Chu Shi would also treat Chu Wang well, along with her family. After the three of them finished eating, Chu Wang stayed to take care of Shen Yi, while Chu Shi left the hospital. Originally, Chu Shi planned to stay and take care of Shen Yi tonight, but both of them strongly opposed it. Shen Yi felt sorry for her, knowing she was tired from traveling and cooking, so she didn't need to stay. Chu Wang simply didn't want a sister to stay with Shen Yi late at night. Although Shun Ingchong usually acts proper and looks like a gentleman, he worried that when they are alone at night, he might change. Chu Wang couldn't let his sister be in such danger, so he preferred to work a little harder at night. He could just sleep more during the day. She couldn't persuade them, so she had to go back by herself. She first went to the state-run restaurant. It was 6:25 now, and Wang Fuguei would finish work soon. Seeing Shi arrive, Wang Fuguei came out from the kitchen and took her into a private room. "Little comrade, you're finally here," he said. He thought she wouldn't come and didn't even ask her name. "Uncle Wang, just call me Shi," she replied, clearly having thought of that. Wang Fuguei hurriedly agreed. "All right, Shi. Can you check my pulse now?" Recently, he often felt no appetite and couldn't sleep well. "Okay," Shi said, then took out a pillow for pulse diagnosis. Wang Fuguei quickly put his wrist on it. Although Shi was young, her manner and the delicious medicinal dishes she prepared made him believe in her. Shi carefully checked his pulse, then discussed with Chu Bawang. "Bawang, what do you think is causing his symptoms?" Chu Bawang and his face had already scanned Wang Fuguei's body. He then told Shi, "The scan shows a lesion in his stomach. If it continues, it might turn into cancer." Shi nodded. "Yes, but mainly it's a spleen problem. Find a recipe that nourishes the stomach and strengthens the spleen." After talking with Bawang, Shi asked Wang Fuguei, "Uncle Wang, have you been feeling dizzy often lately and lost your appetite?" The spleen's lack of blood supply, combined with a person's insufficient vital energy and blood, can cause stomach problems and loss of appetite. I briefly explained the situation to Wang Fuguei. He didn't understand the details of what I said, but he believed in Shi. Wang Fuguei nodded directly and said, "Comrade Shi, just give me the prescription. I trust you." Shi didn't expect this uncle to be so easy to talk to, but she didn't hesitate. She quickly wrote down the prescription that Bawang had found and handed it to Wang Fuguei. Since Shi wasn't very familiar with current traditional Chinese medicine prices, she hadn't thought about how much to charge. Wang Fuguei didn't want to bother her for long. He took 50 yuan out of his pocket and handed it to Shi. "Comrade Shi, I only have 50 yuan on me now. If it's not enough, I'll pay you tomorrow." Shi was surprised that a prescription could be worth 50 yuan. She was exhausted from carrying so many eggs and had only earned less than 20 yuan from selling them. In her mind, she thought, knowledge really is power. She took the money and said to Wang Fuguei, "No need, 50 yuan is enough. Thank you for lending me the stove." Wang Fuguei knew that Shi was grateful because of the stove, or he might have asked for more money. He thought to himself. Thinking this, he became even more friendly. "Comrade Shi, if you ever need help in the future, just come to me." Shi smiled but didn't take it seriously. They were just strangers who met by chance. Although Shi didn't mind, Wang Fuguei kept remembering her kindness. Later, as his health improved and he rarely got sick, he believed it was all thanks to Shi. After finishing his work, it was already past 8 o'clock. Shi got up and headed to the guest house. The front desk of the guest house was staffed by a pretty young girl. When she saw someone arrive at this late hour, she raised her eyes and responded indifferently. 1 yuan per night. Pay when you stay. If you're not staying, turn right and leave." Seeing that Shi looked better than her tone became even more unfriendly. Since it was late, Shi didn't want to argue. She thought there was no need to bother with a young girl. Anyway, she wouldn't be staying here for long. The next morning, Shi woke up early. According to Chu Bawang's plan, her body needed exercise. So she got up an hour earlier each day to go to the space gym and work out. "Hello, King of Beasts, long time no see," Shi said as she entered the space, hugging the small, round body of the King of Beasts. As a robot, the King of Beasts doesn't understand shyness, but its programming says it shouldn't randomly hug girls who have partners. It opened its short arms and pushed Shi away, saying, "Classmate, you are now with someone. Be careful." Shi, I never thought I would be disliked by the King of Beasts one day. She let go of the King of Beasts and resignedly went to the gym in the space to start her daily workout. Before starting, she reminded it, "King of Beasts, remember to make breakfast." When Shi came out again, she saw the table filled with large buns. Yes, the kind she bought at the state-run restaurant in town for the first time, filled with pork and cabbage. Chushi picked up a bun and took a bite. The meat was fragrant, tender but not greasy, and the broth was just right. She couldn't help but give the king of beasts a thumbs up. You're amazing. I didn't expect it to be so delicious. My chip contains the most perfect cooking program, the king of beasts said. It's just making a bun now, but in the future, it can make even tastier dishes, right? After feeling satisfied and full, Chushi packed 4 large buns to take out of the space, giving them to Shun Yi and Chu Wang. Since they looked like the buns from the state-run restaurant, she didn't worry about being recognized. Thinking that Shun Yi was still unwell, she thoughtfully brought some millet porridge as well. Shun Yi was cared for by Chu Wang at night. Originally, a few soldiers from the army were also taking care of him, but Chu Wang felt guilty and volunteered to look after him personally. She asked Chu Wang to go back and prepare, and during the day, she usually stayed to watch over Shun Yi. When Shun Yi was healing with the crystal core, she could help out too. When both were fine, they could also take Shun Yi out to enjoy the sun, chat, and make up for the experiences they missed in their past lives. While She enjoyed her peaceful days, she didn't know that Gao Xiaodie from the village had set another trap for her. Since falling into the water last time, Gao Xiaodie felt she had been unlucky. Or rather, ever since her failed plan to set Chu Shi and Su Guoqiang up, she had been feeling more and more out of luck. After falling into the water, she had initially thought she could marry Qin Xiangjuan directly, but unexpectedly, Qin Xiangjuan didn't fall for her trap and even made her go door to door to thank people. When apologizing in person, it is important to bring a gift. Originally, I only had 100 yuan, but I spent 10 more. Relying on Gao Lifu for money is impossible, so I have to find my own way. Our house is almost finished, and recently, I have time to work in the fields to earn points. It is late June, and the villagers are starting to prepare for planting summer corn and sweet potatoes. By early July, some peanuts will also be ripe, and it will be time to harvest them. Corn and sweet potatoes are common in the north and produce a lot, so many villagers prefer to grow these crops. This way, they can save more food by the end of the year. Gao Xiaodie's task this time is simple. Distribute the sweet potatoes to each household, encourage sprouting at home, and then plant them in the fields when the time comes. When Gao Xiaodie arrived at the team office to distribute the sweet potatoes, she overheard Su Guoqiang talking to the team leader, Su Yukai. Su Guoqiang said, "Uncle Kai, when it's time to harvest the wheat, please assign me to the youth team." "Qiangzi, you're such a strong young man. Why do you always want to slack off?" "Don't think I don't know. You just see that the youth have fewer tasks," said Su Yukai. Although youth workers usually work hard, they still have slightly fewer tasks than other villagers, which is why the team leader thinks so. But Gao Xiaodie knew that Su Guoqiang's real goal wasn't to do less work. If he wanted to slack off, he could just make an excuse not to come. His real aim was Chu Shi. Unexpectedly, Su Guoqiang still hadn't given up on Chu Shi. This realization gave Gao Xiaodie a new idea. In the team office, Su Guoqiang continued, "Uncle Kai, look at how much weight I've lost after my dad scolded me recently." Su Guoqiang started to complain. Su Yukai actually doesn't think highly of Su Guoqiang, but his father, Su Dazhuang, is the village accountant, and the village still needs him, so he has to keep up appearances. Your dad is doing it for your own good. Don't you feel more comfortable now?" Su Yukai said irritably. Su Guoqiang, raised by his father, knows how to read people's expressions. From this, he can tell that the team leader has agreed. He quickly expressed himself. "Thank you, Uncle Kai. I will work hard." After saying this, he hurriedly left. Neither of them noticed Gao Xiaodie's figure in the corner. Knowing that Su Guoqiang still wanted Chu Shi, Xiaodie realized she still had a chance. Last time on the mountain, Su Guoqiang didn't get Chu Shi, probably because no one helped him. This time, she could help him. With her help, she believed Su Guoqiang could succeed. When that happened, she could also take some money from him to settle Chu Shi's debts. Feeling hopeful about her new plan, Xiaodie was in a good mood. Even when she went home to cook, she felt happy. When she saw Gao Xiaoyan, she didn't argue with her. Since that day, when Gao Xiaodie argued with her sister and met Su Guiqiang in the cornfield, she had been giving Xiaodie the cold shoulder. Since then, Gao Xiaodie often met Su Guiqiang. Most of the time, he would talk to her and compliment her sweetly. Because of this, Gao Xiaodie's heart was now completely focused on Su Guiqiang. Xiaodie was busy with her own plan and didn't pay much attention to Gao Xiaodie, so she overlooked this unstable factor in her plan. Chu Shi stayed in the hospital for 7 days. Seeing Shun Yi's health improve enough for him to return to the army, it was time for her to leave. Shun Yi was discharged and was picked up by a jeep. Due to time constraints, Shun Yi could only send Chu Shi to the station with Chu Wang. At the station, Chu Wang held Chu Shi's hand reluctantly. "Sister, I have to go now. Be careful on the way. If you have time, come see me." Chu Shi patted his head. Over the past few days, she had grown to like her younger brother very much. He was caring and always made her happy. "Don't worry. I will come to see you. You are my dearest brother," Chu Shi said. People in this era valued modesty and didn't express feelings so openly. Chu Wang blushed directly. After handing over the time to Shun Yi and Chu Shi, Chu Wang quickly got into the car. Shun Yi looked at Chu Shi for a long moment before speaking. "Remember to think of me. I will find time to visit you." Chu Shi was getting used to Shun Yi's sweet words. It seemed that after falling in love, he couldn't help but say all the love words he knew. Hearing Shun Yi's words and looking into his deep eyes, Chu Shi rarely blushed. She fidgeted with her clothes, bit her lip and nodded. Seeing Chu Shi's shy expression, Shun Yi most wanted to hold her in his arms and give her a big kiss, but he couldn't. This era is really too frustrating, and now he feels a bit restless. Fortunately, it was almost time, and after sending Chu Shi to the station, Shun Yi and Chu Wang returned to the army together. On the bus back to town, Chu Shi was counting her assets. This time, Xiaodie would return 150 yuan to her. With the 560 yuan she already had, her total assets were over 700 yuan. Over 700 yuan is not a small amount in this era, but Chu Shi was no longer satisfied with just being an idle person. She now wanted to work hard and earn more money. That way, even if she was just a lazy person in the future, she would still be the one with money. This change was thanks to the front desk girl at the guest house. Chu Shi also found it funny. She was just staying at a guest house, but this girl had been hostile to her from day one. At first, Chu Shi thought she was just a spoiled young lady with a bad attitude, so she didn't bother with her. But every day after that, the girl's attitude worsened. Whenever she had a chance, she would mock and sneer at Chu Shi. Since Chu Shi came into this world, her clothes were simple and patched. The girl from a wealthy family, who thought she was a city girl, looked down on this rural woman. Not to mention, Chu Shi was very beautiful. Even though her clothes were poor, she was much prettier than the girl. Jealousy is a strange thing, and for a petty person, jealousy can be very scary. On the 5th day of Chu Shi staying at the guest house, she was taking care of Shun Yi at the hospital during the day. When she returned to her room at night, she found that her belongings had been disturbed. Because of Chu Bawang's presence, Chu Shi wouldn't let the cleaning staff enter her room. Nothing valuable was missing, ruling out theft. Since there were no surveillance cameras in this era, Chu Shi could only ask the front desk. She always valued her personal space and couldn't tolerate anyone entering without permission or touching her things. When Chu Shi returned, it was just past 8 p.m. The girl at the front desk had just finished dinner. She was sitting comfortably in a rocking chair, listening to the radio, with a fan on, enjoying herself. Seeing Chu Shi come down, I thought she was about to leave. I looked at her with disdain and continued to listen to the radio until Chu Shi stood in front of me. There are 2 young girls at the front desk of the guest house. They take turns on duty. I didn't notice this morning, but now I realize that today's shift is handled by the girl who was rude on her first day. Of course, I didn't plan to make things difficult for her. Calmly, I asked, "Hello, someone has entered my room. Do you know anything about this? I thought maybe the guest house checks rooms regularly or is looking for pests, which I could understand. But that's not the case."
Oh, that.
I know. I was just curious about what your room looks like, so I wanted to take a look, the girl said casually with a nonchalant tone. Her name is Liang Siki. She is the niece of the guest house owner. Even if she doesn't do her job well, she feels confident because of her family connection. She's very curious. She wonders if someone like Chu Shi, a country girl, has kept her room so messy that no one can go in to clean. Chu Shi looks very neat, but who knows what she might be doing secretly. Liang Siki had been guessing this all along and finally couldn't hold back today, so she took the key and went in. But she found nothing unusual. Now, she's surprised that Chu Shi discovered her. She had restored everything to how it was. Chu Shi wanted to speak kindly, but the person in front of her was so unreasonable. Why does she think it's okay to enter her room just because she's curious? She was furious. Some people really don't deserve the kindness others give them. Excuse me, comrade, why do you have the right to enter and leave my room at will? Chu Shi asked Liang Siki, trying to keep her temper in check. Just then, some people who had gone out to eat or finish their work came back. Seeing the two pretty girls at the front desk, they stopped to watch. A few others, hearing the words, "enter the room at will," also paused. This is a serious matter. If anyone can enter a room freely, who would dare to stay? What if their belongings are stolen? Liang Siki saw that Chu Shi wasn't angry with her and thought Chu Shi was afraid to offend her. She was used to seeing country folks like Chu Shi who act timid around city people. Therefore, Liang Siki became even more arrogant. She stood up, crossed her arms, and looked at Chu Shi, saying, "I came into your room because I respect you. I didn't touch your things." What's the big deal? Once she said this, the surrounding guests gasped in surprise. What does it mean that coming into your room shows respect? They pay to stay here and are being treated unfairly? Also, if anyone can enter the room freely, how can they ensure their belongings and safety? They thought the military guest house would be safer, but now it seems ordinary people like them are less protected here. Some people immediately decided they would check out tomorrow. They no longer trust the staff here. Chu Shi was furious at first, but seeing Liang Siki's attitude and the reactions of others, her anger surprisingly cooled down. Liang Siki probably doesn't realize what kind of trouble this incident could cause for the guest house. And Liang Siki looked down on rural people, right? Well, Chu Shi would show her today what respect really means and that appearances can be deceiving. Chu Shi took a deep breath and started explaining calmly to Liang Siki, "Comrade, you're wrong. As staff, we serve the people. Entering a guest's room without permission is wrong." "Why are you so proud and confident?" Some people in the crowd nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, she's right. Furthermore, if you enter my room and claim you didn't touch anything, I have to ask, how do I know someone didn't go in and take something? When I asked you earlier, you admitted it." Seeing that Chu Shi wasn't as easy to intimidate as she thought, Liang Siki felt a bit annoyed. She raised her voice and said, "What does it matter if I admitted it? Usually, the cleaning lady comes in, right?" Her unapologetic attitude made everyone think less of her. "As far as I know, the cleaning lady only enters when the guest is present or with permission. Also, I told you earlier, I don't need the cleaning lady to come because I already took care of my room," having laid out her point. Chu Shi then dropped a bombshell. "The reason I am here now is because I found something missing. It's a family heirloom, a valuable jade bracelet. Since you admitted to entering my room, I have reason to believe you stole it." When Chu Shi spoke, everyone around immediately thought about themselves. They quickly went back to their rooms to check if their belongings were still complete. Of course, some people with less good intentions pretended to have lost things, even if they hadn't. But Chu Shi didn't care about those people. It was their own fault for causing trouble. Liang Siki didn't expect Chu Shi to play this trick. She shouted loudly, "You're talking nonsense. How could a country girl have a priceless jade bracelet? Don't try to cheat me. Comrade, if you think I'm trying to cheat you, let's call the police. This is a military guest house, and I believe the leaders won't ignore this matter," Chu Shi said confidently. Chu Shi comes from a good family. Her grandfather was a doctor for generations. Having a family heirloom bracelet is no big deal. She only kept it as a keepsake, not to show off. She doesn't have any capitalist tendencies. You shut up. Do you know who I am?" If you keep talking nonsense, I will tear your mouth apart. This guest house belongs to my uncle. If you're not doing business here anymore, you need to move out now. Get out. Liang Siki was on the verge of breaking down and spoke without thinking. This military guest house was just a place with a military name. Liang Siki's uncle used connections to get it. Soldiers could stay for free, but they also did other business there. She was about to applaud her. She didn't expect Liang Siki to be so clueless. If her uncle found out, he would be furious. It seems you don't want to return the items. I have no choice but to call the police, she said regretfully. Then she turned to the remaining people and asked, "Is there anyone willing to help? Please help us call the police. I will give 3 eggs as a reward." A man wearing a military coat said, "Hey, big sister, there's no need to be formal. This matter concerns us too. No need for eggs. I can go and call the police." Seeing that she was serious about calling the police, Liang Siki panicked. She was just a young girl who had just turned 18. She quickly used the front desk phone to call her uncle, Liang Guiqiang. The police station was only about 10 minutes away from the guest house. Liang Guiqiang arrived shortly after she called. After hearing the situation, Liang Guiqiang deeply regretted bringing Liang Siki here as a receptionist. He wished he had sent her to the army instead. Liang Guiqiang understood clearly that Liang Siki definitely did not take the bracelet. However, the incident has caused a lot of trouble now. Not only did they call the police, but the people living here also feel uncomfortable. Some opportunists are taking advantage of the situation to try to extort money. Liang Guiqiang first said to the 2 police officers, "Officers, this is a misunderstanding. Please wait a moment. We haven't finished discussing it." He then offered them some good cigarettes he brought, but the officers politely refused, remaining cold and distant. "You have 5 minutes, or we will take the person to the police station." No matter the era, police officers usually focus on investigation and mediation. After speaking, the officers continued to talk to others to gather information. Meanwhile, Shi had just finished explaining the situation to the police when Liang Guiqiang approached her. He knew he shouldn't underestimate this young girl, so he immediately apologized. "Young officer, Siki is young and naive. I apologize on her behalf. How much was the item you lost? We will compensate you at the proper price. I hope you can drop the case. What do you think?" Shi smiled and said, "Sir, does having money mean you can do whatever you want? I don't accept your apology. I want her to apologize to me in person. By the way, it would be best if you could return the bracelet. Otherwise, I will pay the full price, 500 yuan, Shi added. Liang Guiqiang said, "Young girl, it's not good to ask for so much. Our family isn't someone you can easily offend." He threatened Shi, thinking that a bracelet isn't worth 500 yuan, enough to buy 2 houses in the city. She was not afraid of him. Why should these people, relying on their status and power, bully others? So, if we can't agree, I will ask the police officers for help. As I know, theft is a criminal offense, punishable by at least 3 years. If the stolen items are not returned, the sentence can be increased. The situation was very unfavorable for them. Liang Guiqiang had no choice but to accept the loss silently. Moreover, this incident would also affect the future business of the guest house, which was not the only one in the city. Thinking of this, Liang Guiqiang could only agree to Shi's request. Liang Guiqiang asked Liang Siki to apologize to Shi. When Liang Siki heard this, she exploded. "Why should I? Uncle, you want me to apologize to a country bumpkin? I won't do it." Liang Guiqiang was almost eager to slap her. What time was it? If she didn't apologize, did she really have to go to the police station? "No, you must go. If you don't, I will directly fire you and send you to the countryside this year." Originally, Liang Siki came here to avoid being sent down so she could keep her job. Liang Siki was most afraid of this. She came to work here because if she didn't have a job, she would be sent away. She didn't want to work in the fields with the rural folks, or else her friends would laugh at her. Seeing her uncle's attitude, Liang Siki knew she had to apologize. Reluctantly, she stepped forward to Shi. Sorry. Shi knew she wasn't sincere, but he didn't mind her apology. For a young princess like her, Making her apologize publicly and pay compensation was enough punishment. Chu Shi nodded, took the 500 yuan from Liang Guiqiang, and together they sent the police officers away. Although the matter was resolved, its impact still lingered. Liang Guiqiang announced in front of everyone, "I'm sorry for today's trouble. I take responsibility. All of your expenses for the next few days will be waived, and the front desk will be replaced. We will be stricter in selecting staff in the future. I hope everyone will supervise." Even those who tried to scam money were quickly compensated by Liang Guiqiang. Such handling made many people quite satisfied, and even Chu Shi thought the solution was perfect. Being flexible and decisive, it's no wonder he was successful. However, from Chu Shi's perspective, he had offended this person. Although he didn't know much about the family background, it seemed formidable. Otherwise, they wouldn't be running a military district guest house. Chu Shi decided to change his lazy attitude and work hard. Otherwise, if he encountered trouble someday, he would be at the mercy of others. That was not his style. Of course, Chu Shi didn't tell Chu Wang and Shini about this. He didn't think it was a big deal. This was a very big event for Liang Siki. Since then, her father has kept her at home. She didn't expect to be defeated by a girl from the countryside, which felt very humiliating. Hopefully, I never meet her again, or I will definitely make her regret it, Liang Siki thought angrily as she smashed things in her room. Liang Guiqiang also hates Chu Shi. At first, he didn't think much of her, but Chu Shi refused to give her face and even extorted 500 yuan from him.
He couldn't stand this.
Since his sister married Commander Shin, no one has ever made him suffer such a big loss, especially not from a young girl. He remembered Chu Shi's name and planned to ask his second brother, Liang Siki's father, to investigate her and also teach her a lesson. The plans of the Liang family are still unknown to Chu Shi. At this moment, she is back in town with a large amount of money, planning to buy some supplies before returning to Shaosu village. Around 10 a.m., her car slowly arrived in town. After getting out, Chu Shi saw that it was still early, so she headed straight to the department store. Before she returned, Chu Wang had given her all her tickets, cloth tickets and meat tickets, so she had plenty. She didn't really want them since she was the older sister, but Chu Wang said, "I don't need them in the army. The family only needs you more, and as a girl, having more money and tickets makes you feel safer." Chu Shi thought about it and agreed. Chu Wang had a point. Now she was part of the family, and they didn't have to be too strict with her. She could send more things to her family later. Thinking of this, Chu Shi decided to make more food to send to her family. She used up all her 20 jin of meat tickets and bought many ingredients for cooking, especially lots of chili peppers. She missed the Lao Gan Ma sauce from her previous life, which she could have bawang make. Her father, being an intellectual, was sent to the south, where it was humid. Chu Shi planned to make spicy dishes to help him ward off the cold and dampness. Recently, Chu Shi was also experimenting in her space, planning to grow some mushrooms. Once they produced enough, she could make mushroom and meat sauce, which is very tasty with rice. Now, with fewer people around, shopping went smoothly. Chu Shi quickly bought everything on Bawang's list. After buying the ingredients, Chu Shi went to the second floor of the department store to look for suitable fabric. Chu Shi wanted to use all her fabric coupons, buy more fabric, and also get some cotton to prepare winter clothes for her family. She wandered around the second floor, noticing that most colors in this era are black, gray, or dark blue. Chu Shi picked out fabric in these 3 colors, planning to make matching outfits for her family of 4. Then she used the remaining coupons to buy a piece of fine cloth, intending to make herself a summer dress. The clothes from the original owner are still not returned, and there are only a few good ones. Most are either very old-fashioned or torn. Chu Shi has her own clothes, but they are not suitable for this era. So, Chu Shi used up all her fabric coupons, holding a full bundle in her hands, and prepared to head back home. Before she could turn around, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. She instinctively stepped aside and looked back. "Oh, I told you I don't want to wear gray clothes." A flirtatious woman's voice came. Chu Shi didn't expect to meet someone she knew here. It was none other than Gu Chunyan, the woman who falsely accused Chu Shi last time. Gu Chunyan was busy flirting with a man nearby, not paying attention to her surroundings. Of course, she didn't expect that Chu Shi would come back at this time. Gu Chunyan was holding the man's arm, acting coquettishly and openly flirting, making the sales clerk nearby think they were a couple. The man next to Gu Chunyan was not Su Guangwu. Since experiencing Su Guangwu, Gu Chunyan seemed to have found an easier way and let go of some of her stubbornness. Su Guangwu didn't ask her to accompany him every day, and he didn't give her much money. Besides the 50 yuan last time, he had no other money to give her. Gu Chunyan was no longer satisfied with just 50 yuan, especially since she lost that money. So, she had to look for other targets. Having enjoyed the feeling of getting something without working for it, she no longer wanted to return to her old life, days of busy work without enough money. She had had enough of that. Among Su Guangwu's many friends, she chose this man because he was rich. Li Lin listened to Gu Chunyan's words and enjoyed her acting coquettishly. When no one was paying attention, he secretly pinched her butt and said, all right, change it. How about red? Then he whispered seductively in her ear, wear it back for me to see. Gu Chunyan pretended to be shy, gently hitting his chest with her small hand. Annoying, we're outside, she said. But she didn't refuse. Her main goal was that red dress. Li Lin was a big fool she had finally discovered. His family was very rich, but it all belonged to his wife's family. Li Lin thought she didn't know, but Su Guangwu had already told her. Now, she was not only in a casual relationship with Su Guangwu, but also had a kind of unspoken benefit relationship with him. Li Lin was controlled by his wife at home like a quail, but in front of Gu Chunyan, he was different. He enjoyed her admiration and respect for him. It made him feel like a real man. So Li Lin was willing to spend money on Gu Chunyan. His wife's family was very wealthy after all. Seeing Gu Chunyan shy and sweet, Li Lin felt excited. He waved his hand and said, wrap up this dress. The clerk quickly wrapped the dress and handed it to him. Comrade, 15 yuan. What? Li Lin exclaimed, surprised. He didn't expect that a simple dress from a small town would cost almost as much as in the city. He only brought 20 yuan with him today. The clerk repeated, 15 yuan. Her tone was a bit impatient. Can you buy it or not? If you don't have enough money, just leave and don't cause trouble. At this time, clerks had secure jobs but often had strong tempers. Gu Chunyan looked at Li Lin with a sad face and said, is it too expensive?
Then I won't buy it.
I don't really like it. After saying that, she looked at the dress longingly. Although Li Lin wanted to agree with her, he didn't want to lose face, especially in front of Gu Chunyan. So he gritted his teeth and said, okay. Gu Chunyan immediately smiled. She knew this trick worked. What did men like Li Lin care most about? Their pride and dignity. Seeing the clerk hand her the dress, Gu Chunyan's smile became even brighter. She turned and secretly kissed Li Lin, saying, I knew you were the best. I'll make it up to you later. Li Lin's gloomy mood suddenly improved. He couldn't wait to take her away. Zhu Shi watched the whole scene from the side, feeling a sudden chill all over. He never expected that Gu Chunyan, who looked gentle and fragile, had such a clever side. He saw that man being completely won over by her. Chu Shi didn't plan to appear now. She usually has little contact with Gu Chunyan. Gu Chunyan inexplicably tries to frame her. If Chu Shi finds out, she doesn't know what might happen. Chu Shi isn't afraid of trouble, but she does dislike hassle. Looking at the man, about 30 years old, wearing a watch and nicely dressed, Chu Shi wondered if he was Gu Chunyan's boyfriend. As for the 50 yuan earlier, she understood where it came from. Chu Shi didn't think much about it. In her memory, people from this era are honest and have principles. But she overlooked that, regardless of the time period, some people will take shortcuts and cross lines for money. Gu Chunyan and Li Lin left the department store right after buying clothes. They were afraid of running into someone they knew. If that happened, it would be hard to explain. Li Lin was riding his bike, taking Gu Chunyan to Su Guangwu's house. They couldn't stay at a guest house. Now, a man and a woman wanting to stay in one room must show proof of marriage. Otherwise, it would look like they were involved in inappropriate relationships and could be criticized. Gu Chunyan couldn't afford to be seen like that, and Li Lin was even more worried. If his wife found out, he might be kicked out. After they left, Chu Shi stepped out from the shadows. She found a place to put the extra items into her space. Looking at the clock, she still had some time before dinner, so she wandered around a bit more. This time, Chu Shi mainly bought daily necessities unique to this era, like clam oil, snow cream, and a few bars of soap from the department store. She bought all of them because these items wouldn't spoil in her space. Satisfied with her shopping, Chu Shi felt full from her own efforts. Girls love shopping and snacking, and even alone, Chu Shi followed this routine. Now, she had arrived at the state-run restaurant. Last time she ate steamed buns there, biting into one that oozed oil. She still remembered that taste, one of the best foods she had ever eaten since arriving in this world. Today, Chu Shi came for the braised pork. In all the books she read about the apocalypse, braised pork at the state-run restaurant was a must-try dish, no matter who was dining. Chu Shi wanted to taste it herself. Last time, she had no money and couldn't afford it, but now she was quite well off. She could eat plate after plate of braised pork if she wanted. But Chu Shi wouldn't do that, it would be a waste. Chu Shi found a table in the hall and sat down. She looked at the menu for today. Besides the must-try braised pork, she also ordered a cold mixed vegetable dish. Although it was mealtime, there weren't many people in the hall, and the food was served quickly. The braised pork arrived at the table soon, and Chu Shi was once again impressed by the delicious food. The braised pork was bright red in color, tender, with thin skin, and had a strong sweet aroma. Chu Shi quickly picked up her chopsticks, took a piece, and put it in her mouth. The braised pork looked delicious and tasted amazing. The shiny red meat first revealed the soft, tender skin that melted in her mouth. Next, there was a layer of fat and lean meat. The fat was rich but not greasy, and the lean meat was firm and layered. With a slightly sweet flavor, Chu Shi felt very happy eating it. Just as Chu Shi was happily eating rice and pork, an unpleasant voice interrupted her. "Miss, eating alone? That's so boring. Do you want some brothers to eat with you?" Her good mood was spoiled by the interruption. She had wanted to chat with the boss and maybe figure out how the braised pork was made, so she could ask him to cook it for her in the future if she craved it. But when she looked up, she saw a young man in a floral shirt with hair almost covering his eyes, and behind him, 3 other relaxed-looking guys, all smiling and looking at Chu Shi. Chu Shi felt like she might have offended some kind of divine being recently. Otherwise, why was she constantly being bothered? Even eating a meal was no longer peaceful. Calmly, Chu Shi swallowed her last bite of food, glanced at the half plate of braised pork left on the table, and then looked at the 4 young men standing beside her. "Are you guys?" Chu Shi asked. "Want to eat with me?" "Why should I? Oh, still a little spicy, girl." "Miss, we're not being difficult. Just treat us to a meal of pork, and consider it today's protection fee. Otherwise, don't blame us if our fists get a bit unruly," the man in the floral shirt threatened. "Are you here to beg for food?" Chu Shi understood their meaning. They just wanted to find someone gullible to buy them a meal. If it were other girls, they might be afraid of trouble and agree. But Chu Shi? She was a tough woman from the end times, and her fists weren't to be underestimated. The blonde guy behind the floral shirt spoke up. "Big brother, she's calling us beggars." The man in the floral shirt slapped the yellow-haired boy on the head and said, "I told you, you talk too much." As the older brother, he clearly understood what was happening. He turned to look at Chu Shi, very angry. Even though he knew their behavior was almost like begging, he refused to admit it openly. "Young girl, it seems you don't want to eat properly." The man in the floral shirt gritted his teeth, trying to look fierce, but in front of Chu Shi, he had no real strength.
Chu Shi said,
They were just a group of teenagers pretending to be tough gangsters. He said to them, "If I invite you to eat, it will cost a lot." He wondered if they could handle a fight. "Really? Then we definitely want to try," the floral shirt man said confidently, continuing to act tough. The other 3 guys nodded in agreement. Seeing their attitude, Chu Shi didn't want to waste time. He simply gestured with his finger. The floral shirt man didn't understand at first, but stepped forward. Chu Shi then said, "Let's go outside." The floral shirt man and his friends looked confused. Normally, good-looking young girls would avoid them, right? Why was this girl so willing to come forward? Was she not thinking clearly? Maybe she was just foolish and rich. The four of them looked at each other, sensing their friends' confusion. Finally, the floral shirt man decided, okay, after all, for grown men weren't afraid of one young girl. But for a long time afterward, the floral shirt man deeply regretted his decision. One mistake can lead to lifelong regret. Chu Shi saw they agreed and started to think. After dealing with them, would the food still be warm when he returned? Recently, Chu Shi had been going to the gym every day in his space. Today, he wanted to see how effective his training was. As he thought this, he prepared to stand up and go outside. But to avoid damaging the restaurant's property, he decided to go out and fight. When Chu Shi was about to follow the gang outside, a waiter quickly grabbed her and whispered, "Comrade, they are not good people. Don't go with them." These troublemakers usually hung around the restaurant entrance. When they saw someone eating alone or a young girl coming in, they would bother her, either sitting at her table or standing nearby. They didn't fight, just acting tough. When the staff came to intervene, they would complain that they were just there to eat, making it hard for the staff to do anything. Many people are afraid of trouble, so they usually order a few dishes when dining at state-owned restaurants. The customers are not short of money and are willing to spend to enjoy peace. These young troublemakers are quite perceptive. Some of them look difficult to mess with, so they haven't dared to provoke them. As a result, they haven't caused any trouble for a long time. Chu Shi, a beautiful girl and alone, was worried that if these boys bothered her, something bad might happen. Out of kindness, she gave a gentle reminder. Seeing that she was a delicate, fair, and slender young boy, perhaps worried for her, and considering that to outsiders Chu Shi now appeared as a young, beautiful, and vulnerable woman. She smiled kindly at the boys and said, "Thank you, but don't worry. To be honest, I am not a good person either." After walking a few steps, Chu Shi stopped and turned back to the boys, saying, "Don't clear the table yet. I'll be back soon." "Thanks." Seeing that Chu Shi was determined to go out, the boys shook their heads and didn't say more. They had done all they could. If this young girl insisted on going, there was nothing they could do. When Chu Shi came out, the boys in the flower shirt were already waiting at the alley entrance. Behind the state-owned restaurant, there was a small alley with few passers-by. Chu Shi now thought these kids were quite sensible. The place they chose suited her well, so she looked at the four unruly boys with a softer, more gentle smile. The boys in the flower shirt felt uneasy under Chu Shi's gaze. It was strange. Usually, they were fearless in fights, but today, facing this beautiful girl, they felt a bit nervous. "I'm in a hurry. Just come at me together," Chu Shi said, still thinking about braised pork. The boy in the flower shirt hesitated. "We're not against fighting girls. If you regret it now, you can still back out." They didn't want to fight Chu Shi now. They had never done such a thing before. "Didn't you want me to treat you to a meal? Then fight me quickly. Stop hesitating like a girl," Chu Shi said impatiently. She hadn't fought in a long time. The four boys, feeling their pride hurt, clenched their fists and looked like angry little lions. Seeing that they were all ready, Chu Shi beckoned with her finger. To the boys, this gesture looked like a provocation, and of course, they couldn't tolerate it. So, the blonde-haired man clenched his fist and suddenly shouted loudly, rushing toward Chu Shi. The flower shirt and others didn't react immediately. When the flower shirt tried to stop him, the blonde-haired man was already in front of Chu Shi. Chu Shi looked at the fist in front of her face, but her heart was calm. The blonde-haired man's movements were much slower than those of a high-level zombie. As the blonde-haired man's fist was about to hit Chu Shi's face, the flower shirt shouted, "Stop." Although they had been a bit reckless, often going to the restaurant to eat for free, they never intended to hurt anyone, especially not a woman. But at this moment, the blonde-haired man clearly couldn't hear anything. His fist kept moving forward, intending to teach Chu Shi a lesson. Seeing that Chu Shi remained still, the flower shirt thought she was scared and couldn't help but cover his face, thinking, "It's over, it's over." I should go back and ask my dad for money for medical bills. The two young men beside them didn't share the flower shirt's worries. Seeing that the blonde-haired man seemed to be winning, they cheered him on excitedly. Just as the blonde-haired man's fist was about to hit Chu Shi's face, she suddenly dodged to the side, and his punch missed. The blonde-haired man was annoyed. He turned around and chased after Chu Shi, throwing another punch. But it was the same. Each time he was about to hit her, Chu Shi managed to dodge. While Chu Shi was playing a game of cat and mouse with the blonde-haired man, having a lot of fun, the two young men besides the flower shirt were also very angry. The short-haired young man said, "Brother Hua, look, is she messing around with a blonde-haired guy?" The other young man, wearing glasses and looking quite refined, spoke with a northeastern accent. "No kidding. Damn it, our brothers are being played by a girl.
How can we stand this?
Let's go." After saying that, he stepped forward to help the blonde-haired man. He didn't believe that two men could lose to a young girl. But unexpectedly, the guy with glasses still had a fiery temper. The short-haired young man saw him go to help and quickly joined in. Brothers should eat together and fight together. No backing down. Seeing Chu Shi dodge the first punch, the flower shirt completely relaxed. At least they wouldn't have to pay for medical bills. Then, seeing Chu Shi playing around with three opponents, he lost the desire to step in. Among the four, he was the oldest and from the best family background. Naturally, he could tell that Chu Shi was not an ordinary girl. Therefore, he decided not to step forward, giving Huang Mao and the others a chance to understand what it means that appearances can be deceiving. Impulsiveness and fists cannot solve problems. He had already told the other three before that they should not be impulsive. Although they were troublemakers, they still had principles and boundaries. They should not be like Su Guoqiang and his group. However, these three didn't listen. Today was the day they would learn a lesson. Soon, the three were beaten so badly by Chu Shi that they couldn't fight back. Huang Mao was lying on the ground, eyes blank, looking up at the sky. He thought that with two brothers helping, they could definitely defeat Chu Shi. At least they didn't get their meal through bullying, but now it seemed he was too naive. Huang Mao, I can't fight back, and now there's no food. Boo-hoo. The other two, Ping Tu and the guy with glasses, were in similar situations. They just felt ashamed, three grown men, and they couldn't beat a young girl. They had forgotten that the reason they fought Chu Shi was just over a meal. Chu Shi looked at the three lying on the ground, clapped his hands bored, then turned to look at the guy in the floral shirt. The floral shirt had watched his brothers get beaten. When Chu Shi looked at him, he shivered but couldn't abandon his brothers. Chu Shi said to the floral shirt, "Hey, your brothers are no good. You come." The floral shirt's legs went weak. What kind of joke was this? He was usually the smart one. Huang Mao and the others couldn't beat him, so going up would just be giving himself up. He gathered his courage and carefully approached Chu Shi, saying, "Miss, we admit defeat. We were wrong. We didn't recognize the true strength. Please, miss, forgive us." "Forgive you? Weren't you just so arrogant?" Chu Shi asked. "If you have no skills, you should be prepared to be taught a lesson." The floral shirt felt a bit embarrassed. He originally thought Chu Shi was easy to bully. While he was thinking of an excuse, Huang Mao started again. "What's wrong with being arrogant? If you lose, you lose. If you want to kill or cut, go ahead. As long as I blink, I am not a real man, Huang Mao." "Ha, what a cute name." Chu Shi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chu Shi was just teasing them. These kids looked fierce and unruly, but they were neither arrogant nor cowardly. They were quite united. Chu Shi started to consider taking them as his followers. After recruiting the younger brother, Chu Shi could leave their future business to him, and she only needed to focus on counting money. The guy in the floral shirt was still talking recklessly, worried he might anger Chu Shi. Since they couldn't beat the others and didn't understand Chu Shi's temper, if she got angry and broke their legs, where could they argue? The guy in the floral shirt quickly said, "Comrade, don't listen to him. This kid bumped his head and is a bit slow. We were wrong. We won't do this kind of thing again." While saying this, he watched Chu Shi's face for a reaction. Seeing she seemed unaffected, he started crying and pleading, "Comrade, We swear we never do sneaky things. We're just a bit mischievous, asking for a few meals. A few others nearby, under the floral shirt guy's signal, also nodded and agreed. The short-haired guy suddenly started crying, looking very wronged. Since they were talking about food, Chushi remembered she hadn't finished her own meal yet. The short-haired guy's crying was also quite annoying, so she decided to go back and continue eating. While the floral shirt guys worried about getting beaten again, Chushi had already walked 3 meters away. After walking out, she saw that the others hadn't followed, so she stopped, turned around, and waved at them. What are you hesitating for? Come on. The 4 of them looked confused. Huh? Follow? Do they really want another beating? Seeing their expressions, Chushi knew they misunderstood and said, Aren't you going to eat? Hurry up. The 4 looked at each other, especially the guy in the yellow hair, who immediately stood up. Coming. They really remembered the food but forgot the beating. The 4 followed Chushi into the state-run restaurant. Inside, the young man who had warned Chushi earlier looked surprised when he saw the others following her, his mouth opening wide. The guy in the floral shirt was fine, but the other 3 had bruised faces and looked down, walking behind Chushi. Chushi, the boss lady, walking in front, looked quite out of place. Because Chushi had warned them, the waiter didn't clear the table, so Chushi directly sat at the same table. After sitting down, she told them, Order whatever you want. I promise. They never expected Chushi to actually treat them to a meal. For people like them, was it not better to get beaten up and then call the police? Why is Chushi so kind to them? The blonde guy, who is the simplest of the 4 and doesn't care much, ordered pork stew with vermicelli. He had wanted to eat it for a long time but couldn't afford it. Chushi didn't object and asked the other 3, What about you? What would you like to eat? The boy with the flat hair looked a bit shy and asked quietly, Can we really order food? No one had ever been so kind to them before. The previous people who fed them only ordered a few plain dishes. Chushi replied, Yes, as long as it's on the menu, you can order it. Thinking for a moment, Chushi added, This is your reward for practicing with me. You earned it yourself, even if it meant getting into trouble. Chushi didn't realize how much this meant to the 4 boys. They had never experienced what it felt like to earn something on their own. So, they ordered 2 more plain dishes, and seeing their hesitation, Chushi added a plate of braised pork. When Chushi finished eating, the dishes they ordered arrived just in time. He wanted to learn more about them, as these boys were like his little brothers. Hey, how long have you guys been hanging around here? Chushi asked. The boy in the floral shirt, who was polite and refined, swallowed a bite and answered, 3 months. Then he continued, We got expelled 3 months ago because of a fight. Expelled? What happened? She was curious. Judging by their ages, they should be in middle school. The boy with glasses, sensing that she meant no harm, became more lively. He slammed his bowl onto the table and punched it lightly, saying, It's because of those guys. They bullied people. The other 3 also looked a bit angry, as if they held a deep grudge. She guessed about 50% of the story silently and asked calmly, What exactly happened? Tell me. The boy in the floral shirt looked at his brothers and then at Chushi, making up his mind, and told them what had happened. His name was Yi Ge. He used to study at County No. 1 Middle School. The other 3, including the boy with glasses, named Yen Chongxing, was from the northeast and was Yi Ji's classmate. Yen Chongxing was the only friend Yi Ge had in the class. The blonde boy, Huang Baobao, was Yi Ji's childhood neighbor and also studied at No. 1 Middle School, but he was a year younger than Yi Ge. Yellow Baobao often played with Yi Ge and Yen Chongxing. One day during break, the 3 of them met a boy being bullied, who had a crew cut. The boy's name was Li Pingshun. Although his name meant peaceful and smooth, his life was not easy. He came from a poor family and grew up with his grandmother. That day in the bathroom, some young boys surrounded Li Pingshun at the wall. They made him squat in the corner, with the leader stepping on his shoulder, acting arrogantly. Did you get my shoes dirty? Do you think just saying sorry is enough? The boy said angrily, pressing down hard. Li Pingshun looked down and said nothing, with visible bruises on his face. Seeing this, Li Yuan and his followers laughed even more wildly, even saying, Li Pingshun, Today you have to lick your shoes clean. If you don't, then. Before he finished, everyone around started laughing. Lick them clean. Lick them clean. They shouted and made noise, acting as if they were better than Li Pingshun by the wall. They often bullied Li Pingshun because he was unlucky, born into a poor relative's family of Yuanga. When Li Pingshun heard this, he finally reacted. Li Yuan, don't bully him too much. Oh, I'm bullying you now? Come bite me if you dare, Li Yuan said confidently. No matter how big his trouble was, his father could always fix it, because his father was capable. The feud between these two started with their fathers. Their fathers were brothers. When they were young, their family was poor and could only send one to school. Li Pingxuan's father, Li Yong, gave his chance to his older brother, Li Jun. In the beginning, Li Jun did well, got good grades, and was the top student in the best high school in the county. But things didn't last long. Just when everyone thought Li Jun had a bright future, he told his family he was getting married, and he was going to be a son-in-law for someone else. Being a son-in-law was shameful back then, like cutting ties with the Li family. Li Yong, his father, strongly disagreed. He almost broke Li Jun's leg, but he didn't change his mind. Later, Lao Li's family found out that Li Jun had climbed to a higher social level. The family he visited belonged to the Wu family, and Li Jun's father-in-law was a powerful man in their county. Li Jun only had a daughter named Wu Ting. When Li Jun was accepted into the county's top high school, he accidentally caught Wu Ting's eye, and she insisted on marrying him. Wu Ting's father, Wu Jianghe, clearly looked down on Li Jun's family background. He demanded that if Li Jun wanted to marry Wu Ting, he had to become a son-in-law and join their family. Otherwise, he couldn't marry his daughter. At that time, Li Jun had been dating Wu Ting and had seen many new things he had never experienced before. It was hard to go from luxury to simplicity, and he saw an opportunity that could save him decades of hard work. He wouldn't let it slip away. With his father-in-law's help, Li Jun started from a small official position and gradually became successful. After Wu Ting had her second son, her father even agreed that the child could take Li Jun's family name, Li Pingyuan. Li Jun loved this child more and more, which made him develop a rebellious attitude. Li Jun didn't like to talk about his hometown and never mentioned his family. To Li Jun, these people were a reminder that his current status was gained through his wife. What Li Jun didn't know was that after he became a son-in-law, Lao Li went to the hospital and never came out. Before he died, he told Li Yong to cut ties with Li Jun. From then on, Lao Li's family had no connection to him. Li Yong was a filial son. Even after some difficult years, he never thought of turning to his successful older brother for help. Li Pingshun was a good student and got into the top high school. Because his family was poor, he was often bullied by Li Pingyuan's small group at school. At first, Li Pingyuan just bullied him for being from the countryside. Later, by chance, Li Pingyuan found out that Li Pingshun was actually a relative of his poor family. Li Pingyuan thought, no wonder their names are so similar. Li Pingshun, huh? Just a country bumpkin. I'll have fun with him. From then on, Li Pingxuan's school life was very difficult. He was sometimes given bugs in his desk or beaten for no reason. Later, Li Pingyuan often led his followers to bully him. Most students dared not challenge Li Pingyuan, the school bully, and kept their distance. Until one day, they met Huang Baobao and his friends. Huang Baobao, who hated injustice, couldn't stand seeing someone bully the weak, and he immediately went to rescue Li Pingshun. As a result, they became enemies. Li Pingyuan was used to being powerful at school. When he saw the blonde kid save Li Pingshun, he couldn't swallow his anger. Although Li Pingyuan was mischievous, he inherited his father Li Jun's cunning and patience. When a teacher was approaching from afar, Li Pingyuan knew he had to give up on Li Pingshun. He made a throat-cutting gesture to the blonde kid and his followers, then left. Maybe the blonde kid didn't realize how dangerous Li Pingyuan was, but Yiga knew. From Li Pingyuan's reaction before leaving, this matter wouldn't be easily settled. Yiga and Yan Chongqing even prepared themselves for possible trouble, thinking about how to respond if they were targeted too. Although their family backgrounds weren't as good as Li Pingyuan's, they weren't too bad either. At least, They wouldn't be as helpless as Li Pingshun, who was at others' mercy. Unexpectedly, during the following days, Li Pingyuan didn't cause trouble for them. Even when Li Pingshun was alone, he wasn't bothered. At first, when Li Pingshun was rescued, he was very cold to the blonde kid and his group. He had encountered similar situations before. When Li Pingyuan sent people to save him, he felt grateful, but instead of gratitude, he was met with mockery. After experiencing this many times, he learned not to trust anyone easily. That day he was rescued, he only coldly said thank you and limped away. Yellow-haired kid was confused and incredulous. Brother Yi, we saved him, right? And he just left like that? Yellow-haired kid wanted to chase after him and confront Li Pingshun, but Yiga held him back. He knew a bit about Li Pingshun's situation. Yellow-haired, forget it. He doesn't want to trouble us, Yiga said. He also explained the past conflicts between Li Pingshun and Li Pingyuan at school. The yellow-haired kid was so fired up that he immediately decided to become brothers with Li Pingshun and protect him. Yiga thought, well, this silly kid has wanted to be a hero since he was young. For a long time afterward, yellow-haired kid treated Li Pingshun very well. Since Li Pingyuan didn't cause any more trouble, Li Pingshun's attitude toward them changed from initial coldness to openness, and he started to see them as brothers. But what they didn't realize was that Li Pingyuan had been watching them from the shadows for a long time. He wanted to see how Huang Mao and the others treated Li Pingshun, and whether Li Pingshun accepted their kindness. After satisfying his twisted curiosity, he finally wanted Li Pingshun to understand what would happen to those who hurt him or his family. 3 months after the bathroom incident, just when everyone thought Li Pingyuan had let Li Pingshun go, he appeared with a group of followers. That day, after school, near the same bathroom, Li Pingyuan and his followers surrounded the 4 of them. They all knew he was not there to be friendly. They had discussed earlier that if they ever met Li Pingyuan, they should run if they could. Saving face wasn't worth a fight. Avoiding conflict was more important. But now, looking at the situation, they couldn't run. There were at least 20 people around, some of whom didn't look like students. They seemed to be troublemakers Li Pingyuan knew outside of school. Li Pingyuan stared at Li Pingshun and arrogantly said, Li Pingshun, don't think you're safe just because they're here to help you. Today, I want you to see what happens to those who try to save you. Li Pingshun glared at him fiercely. If he were alone and being bullied, he could endure it. But he couldn't let others get hurt, especially since his father worked hard on the farm to send him to school. How can I make you let me go? Li Pingshun asked through clenched teeth. He was starting to hate his own weakness. Li Pingyuan seemed to find this amusing. How to let you go, he said, resting his chin on his hand. As long as your name is Li Pingshun, I won't let you go. He then burst into laughter and the people around him joined in. After that, Li Pingyuan waved his hand, signaling the tough-looking troublemakers to deal with Li Pingshun. They wanted him to understand his father's dark past. People like that are better off not existing in the world. For people saw Li Pingyuan's attitude and realized they couldn't avoid fighting. They didn't want to just wait and see. They decided to fight back. Even if they couldn't win, they refused to give up easily. As a result, a school-wide fight broke out. The main fighters were Yiga and the other 3, along with some troublemakers from their group. The other students who followed Li Pingyuan didn't get involved in the fight. They even called a teacher to come. Even those who fought were seen by the teacher as trying to protect the students from outsiders bullying them. The students being protected were Yiga and his friends. When the teacher took them to the office, they finally understood that Li Pingyuan had set a trap for them. As expected, Li Pingyuan escaped cleanly, while Li Pingshun and the others were expelled. Their families were disappointed in them. After being expelled, the 4 had no other options. They could only wander the streets, hoping to find a meal when lucky. Chu Shi listened to their story and finally understood. These kids had been set up, suffered losses, and were expelled from school. Chu Shi thought that, in this era, dropping out wasn't a big deal. Soon, the college entrance exam would be back, and if the 4 of them wanted, they could take it together. But before that, they had to support themselves. Chu Shi asked, "Are you planning to live your life just by acting helpless?" Her words made them lower their heads even more. but they had no choice. Besides Li Pingshun, who had been farming at home since childhood, the others were from the county town. Their families didn't have much money, but they hadn't suffered much hardship. Yiga put down his chopsticks and looked at Chu Shi. We don't want to, but we don't know what else to do. We want to work at a brick kiln, but they think we're too weak for heavy labor and won't hire us. There was a brick kiln nearby that needed many workers to carry bricks. Their small bodies couldn't handle such heavy work. Li Pingshun thought for a moment and said, even if we find other work, Li Pingyuan will just cause trouble. After a while, he'll send people to sabotage us. In the long run, we won't earn more than what we lose. He felt guilty. It's all my fault for dragging them down. Huang Mao was the most open-minded among them. He put down his bowl, patted Li Pingshun on the shoulder, and comforted him. We are brothers. There's no need to worry about any burden. It's just that we can't compete with Li Pingyuan's grandson. Yi Ge and Yan Zhongxing also agreed with Huang Mao, telling Li Pingshun not to overthink. Chu Shi saw how close they were and felt more confident that he hadn't chosen the wrong people. Recently, Chu Shi's space had accumulated a lot of food. He had been looking for a chance to handle it. If these few people could help, it would be much easier. Although smuggling and illegal trading are still tightly controlled now, with the Bawang present and these kids, it shouldn't be a big problem. Chu Shi decided to give it a try. If they could do it happily, that would be great. Even if they couldn't, it was okay just doing a good deed for the day. After making up his mind, Chu Shi looked around, then leaned in close and whispered to them, I have a job here that can help you support yourselves. I wonder if you dare to do it. His secretive gesture made the four of them nervous. Could it be something bad? They were rogues, but they still had their bottom line. Huang Mao, straightforward as ever, said, Do. Do what? We don't do bad things. Chu Shi chuckled and patted his head. What are you thinking? I won't ask you to do anything really bad, but it might involve a little risk. Are you willing? Yi Ge, the oldest among them, thought for a moment and said, Let's do it. Yi Ge had already seen Chu Shi's skills, and he trusted Chu Shi deeply, feeling that Chu Shi wouldn't harm them. Anyway, they had nothing to lose, so there was nothing to fear. Good, Chu Shi agreed happily. He liked their straightforward attitude. Of course, the other three looked to Yi Ge as their leader and followed his lead. They didn't realize how much this decision would impact their future lives. Once they reached a consensus, Chu Shi began explaining his plan. Here's the thing. I'm currently working as a rural youth. Usually, I secretly collect some farm products, farm produce. They had been in society for a few months, so they understood the basics, and they had also been to the black market before. Yeah, we know. They nodded. I am alone, so my strength is limited. Your task is to help me expand our reach, quietly collecting from nearby production teams and villages. Although Yan Chongxing usually doesn't talk much, he was the most thoughtful of the four and immediately asked, Collect everything? What about the money? Chu Shi gave him an approving look and continued, Collect everything, grain, vegetables, poultry, eggs, you name it. Don't worry about the money. I will pay you later. Huang Mao was happy to hear this. Sister, aren't you worried that we might take your money and run away? Chu Shi hadn't thought of that. First, she trusted them. Second, with her strength, she could easily handle anyone who tried to betray her. If they dared to run, Chu Shi would teach them a lesson. She looked at Huang Mao with a faint smile. Haha, you can try. The four of them suddenly felt a shiver down their spines. Although they had no intention of stealing and fleeing, Chu Shi's power was intimidating. They had seen it firsthand. Suddenly, Chu Shi thought of something and warned them. As for your feud with Li Pingyuan, until you have the ability, it's best to stay out of his way. A revenge delayed is a revenge still worth taking. Of course, Chu Shi could help them take revenge now, but she preferred that these kids rely on their own strength. From now on, their activities would mainly be in the countryside, which would keep them out of Li Pingyuan's influence. Chu Shi could also teach them some skills. The four of them replied in unison, We understand. One day, they would make Li Pingyuan pay the price. Chu Shi looked at the four children before her with great satisfaction. No, they were no longer just children, they were her little brothers. Under her guidance, they would surely achieve shared prosperity. Chu Shi chuckled to herself. Ha ha. While they were eating, Chu Shi also told them about their activity areas and gave each of them 100 yuan as starting capital. As for where to store the collected items, Chu Shi told them to rent a house in a nearby village where they could live comfortably and store their things conveniently. Every Friday, Chu Shi would go to gather everything together. After few people finished eating, Chu Shi also finished speaking and arranged the next meeting time. Then, Chu Shi returned to Shao Su village. Watching Chu Shi's confident back, Yi Ge and the others fell into deep thought. Each of them had 100 yuan, totaling 400. 400 yuan in this time could buy a small house. Chu Shi casually gave them this money. They didn't know whether to feel grateful for Chu Shi's wealth or happy that he trusted them so much. Finally, Yan Chongqing broke the silence. Let's work hard, everyone. Be careful, hide your strength, and wait for the chance to get revenge on Li Pingyuan. Yes, the others nodded firmly. Then, the four of them parted ways, each heading to their own place, beginning their legendary lives. Because Chu Shi ate too much at noon, he didn't wait for the ox cart to return. He walked back to Shao Su village. When he arrived at the village, there weren't many people on the road. Everyone was working in the fields. Passing by the small river at the village entrance, Chu Shi saw a newly built house. He thought, this should be Gao Xiaodie's new home. Just as he was thinking, he saw the door of Gao Xiaodie's house open. Chu Shi quickly hid behind a tree, not because he was afraid, but out of instinct. At this time, the person coming out of Gao Xiaodie's house was not Gao Xiaodie herself, but Su Guqiang. Following behind Su Guqiang, looking around suspiciously, was Gao Xiaoyan, Gao Xiaodie's younger sister. This pair made Chu Shi confused. When did these two become so close? Before Chu Shi could wonder more, he heard their conversation. Changji, next time don't come directly to my house. It's not good if others see, Gao Xiaoyan said shyly. What's wrong with that? I'm just visiting my girlfriend, Su Guqiang replied teasingly. Gao Xiaoyan blushed and lightly hit him. Oh, stop talking like that, I won't talk to you anymore. But her hand was caught by Su Guqiang, who then kissed her and said, Don't worry, it's broad daylight. We didn't do anything wrong. Gao Xiaoyan said, That's not good either. If my sister sees, it'll be trouble. You'd better leave quickly. I'm going home now. After saying that, she pulled her hand away from Su Guqiang and hurried back home. The little hand in her grasp was gone. Su Guqiang immediately felt bored. Watching the girl hurriedly walk away, he smiled confidently. Girls are easy to fool, but I still want to marry a beautiful woman like Zhu Jiqing, Su Guqiang muttered to himself. Nearby, Zhu Shi heard everything clearly. It seemed that Su Guqiang was really restless, still trying to make a move on her. Zhu Shi stroked her chin, but her connection with the Gao sisters was really deep. Her instincts told her that Su Guqiang and Gao Xiaodie would cause trouble again. When trouble comes, Zhu Shi was even a little excited. Back home, Gao Xiaoyan just arrived when Gao Xiaodie came out of the house. Seeing her face all red, she looked puzzled. I just asked you to send the guests away. Why did your face turn so red? Gao Xiaoyan felt her face heat up even more and blushed deeper. She didn't dare say much to Gao Xiaodie and quickly went back inside. Gao Xiaodie didn't notice Gao Xiaoyan's strange behavior. Since they had a disagreement, they rarely spoke calmly. So, Gao Xiaodie didn't bother to say more. Today, she called Su Guqiang over to discuss how they could work together for a win-win situation. Of course, that meant Su Guqiang would get Zhu Shi, and she could marry Qin Xiangjuan as she wished. Gao Xiaodie was cooking, so she asked Gao Xiaoyan to send the guests. It was polite as the host, and it also made things easier for Gao Xiaodie and Su Guqiang. Zhu Shi didn't take Su Guqiang's issues with the Gao sisters to heart. After Su Guqiang left, she went straight to her sister-in-law's house. Now, Zhu Shi was carrying quite a few things secretly. On the way, she had already taken some items out of her space. When Zhu Shi arrived at her sister-in-law's house, Su's sister-in-law and Su Qing were cooking. Since the wheat harvest was coming soon, every family was eating well. Seeing Zhu Shi return, Su Qing hurried over and took the basket from her. Sister Zhu Shi, you're back. Today, Mom is making meat. Seeing the cute girl, Zhu Shi felt happy. Really? Then I came back just in time. Sue's sister-in-law also smiled and said, yes, today we're having twice cooked pork. We worked extra hard in the fields this afternoon because tomorrow is almost harvest time. Already so soon? She was surprised. She had taken leave, so she was surprised to hear they were harvesting so quickly. Big sister Chu, you've been gone for several days, Su Qingqing reminded her. Chu finally realized and turned around to take out a few salted duck eggs from her basket. These were specially made by Ba Wang for her, and she brought them home to add to the meal. Older sister-in-law, today let's eat something nicer. Chu handed the duck eggs to Su's sister-in-law. Su's sister-in-law took them and counted. To her surprise, there were 10 salted duck eggs. Oh my, why did you buy so many? Just a few to try would be enough. She felt a little worried.
There was no need to spend so much money on this.
Once eaten, they were gone, and villagers didn't have to eat this every day. Chu knew Su's sister-in-law was worried, but she couldn't explain much. She just said, don't worry, sister-in-law. I was thinking when I don't feel like cooking, I can just eat these. They can last for a while. That was true. Salted duck eggs are very salty, and salty foods tend to last longer than others. Su's sister-in-law thought about it and agreed. She took out 2 duck eggs, cut each in half, and shared one half with each of the 3 of them. She carefully kept the remaining halves, planning to store them with other dishes in the well for next time. Chu, she didn't say much. People in this era lived like this, and she had adapted well. But she really enjoyed the taste of the duck yolks. Su Qingqing was very happy with this meal. There was meat and eggs. Sometimes during the new year, they might not eat as well. She liked Chu very much. Ever since Chu arrived, her standard of living had improved a lot. Suddenly, Su Qingqing remembered that after Chu left earlier, Gao Xiaodie came to see her. She wasn't sure if it was an urgent matter. Thinking of this, Su Qingqing put down her chopsticks and said, Big sister Chu, Gao Xiaodie came looking for you at the village entrance that day, but she didn't say what she wanted. Chu was surprised. What could Gao Xiaodie want from her? But then she thought about the new house Gao's family just built and understood the situation. Chu gently patted Su Qingqing's fluffy head. I understand. Thank you, Qingqing. Gao Xiaodie would probably come to see her again. If everything went smoothly, she should start once Chu returned tomorrow. Chu just needed to wait and be ready to respond. After eating, Chu didn't rush to go back to work. She first took out some items she had bought at the department store, not only for herself, but also gave a share to Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing was very happy, while Sister Su felt a bit guilty and decided to be nicer to Chu. In the afternoon, Chu first went to the team office to get her leave approved, then headed to the place where the educated youth were assigned to work. As long as the young workers hadn't married, they mostly worked in the same area. When Chu arrived, Qin Xiongjuan and Wei Qi, the boys, didn't react much and just greeted her briefly. Among the girls, Gu Chunyan had always disliked Chu and looked at her unfriendly. Chu expected this, but Su Ranan's reaction was a bit more interesting. Chu and Su Ranan usually got along well on the surface. Although Chu didn't see her as a close friend, she still considered her an ordinary friend, so after returning, Chu greeted her. Renanji, I'm back, Chu said. But Su Ranan didn't act as warmly as before. Instead of pulling Chu to chat, she, like Gu Chunyan, rolled her eyes at her and coldly hummed, then went to do something else. This made Chu feel a bit strange and a little awkward. Su Ranan walked past Chu directly toward Gu Chunyan's place. The two of them then started working together, laughing and chatting as they dug the ground. Chu found this even more strange. Before she left, these two didn't get along, but now they seemed like one person. It seemed something had happened during her absence. While Chu was feeling confused, Wei Qi quietly came over and worked with her while gossiping. Sister Chu, you probably don't know. Gu Chunyan has been acting very generous lately, often buying snacks and sharing with everyone. Su Ranan shares a room with her and gets the most, so their relationship has gradually improved. Chu understood. Money really is powerful. But she was still curious. Where does Gu Chunyan get so much money? Did she find that 50 yuan from last time? Last time, Gu Chunyan even accused her of stealing money. That money was still in her space now, so where did she get so much? She couldn't figure it out. I am not very sure about this either. I heard she has a boyfriend from a wealthy family, and some villagers have even seen him. She thought for a moment and said uncertainly. She suddenly remembered the person she met at the department store. He did look like someone rich, just a bit older. From this, she understood Wei Ranan's attitude better. Of course, she wouldn't be friendly to someone who was cold to her. While Wei Qi was here, she took out some grain coupons and handed them to him. Here, this is for you, just like last time. Wei Qi wanted to refuse. He still had some grain coupons, and his family had recently sent him money, so he wasn't short of money. She probably needed it more. She stopped him.
Keep it.
I have some money now, and Xiaodie will soon return some money to me. Don't worry. Hearing this, Wei Qi didn't refuse anymore. If She needed more in the future, he could give her some. He couldn't spend all his money anyway. His father had told him that when outside, it was better to be low-key, or others might get jealous. So now, he still had over 300 yuan in his pocket. Meanwhile, Xiaodie came to the field in the afternoon. She had been coming every day to check if She was back. She didn't do much work, just wanted to confirm She's return. If She was back, she could move to the next step of her plan. Today, she finally waited for She to come back. While She was weeding, Xiaodie approached her to help hoe the land. She quickly stopped her. Xiaodie, what are you doing? Have you finished your own work? When She asked this, Xiaodie looked a bit embarrassed. Recently, because of her big plan, she hadn't done much work herself. She had been pretending to be weak and had handed some tasks over to the men. Because of this, many women in the village started gossiping about her. The men helping her were from her own family.
Xiaodie felt confident about this.
Their men were willing to help, after all. But now, Chuxi's question made her unsure of what to say. Xiaoxi, it's because you're weak. I came to help you first, Xiaodie explained.
No need, Xiaodie.
I feel much better now. Maybe it's because I ate well at Sister Sue's house. Previously, Chuxi had given all the good things to Gao Xiaodie, so her health was not very good. Gao Xiaodie smiled awkwardly and said, That's good. Otherwise, I would be very worried. She also let out a relieved sigh. Chuxi had already seen enough of her acting and asked directly, Xiaodie, did you come to see me for something today? Before Gao Xiaodie could answer, Chuxi suddenly cheered happily. Xiaodie, have you managed to gather the money? Are you going to give it to me? You are so beautiful and kind. Chuxi's compliment sounded like they didn't want money, but with each compliment, Gao Xiaodie felt more embarrassed.
She said,
Xiaoxi, I just wanted to tell you about this. I have indeed gathered the money, but it's a large amount, and I didn't bring it with me. Gao Xiaodie paused and looked at Chuxi, who said nothing, waiting for her to continue. Well, I want to invite you to my house to pick it up. I also want to treat you to a meal as an apology for what I did before. Chuxi understood her meaning. She wanted the money to be picked up at her house, and if her guess was right, she might also encounter other things when going there. But what could she do? Chuxi had to go, otherwise, how could she break Gao Xiaodie's illusions and make her face the consequences? Chuxi happily agreed. Really, Xiaodie? Actually, I don't mind.
Just give me the money.
Seeing Chuxi so happy, Gao Xiaodie sneered inwardly. I'll let you enjoy yourself first. When the day comes, you'll be crying. But on the surface, Gao Xiaodie still acted gentle. She told Chuxi, Xiaoxi, starting tomorrow, we will begin harvesting wheat. Everyone will be very busy. Maybe you can come tonight. Chuxi didn't expect Gao Xiaodie to be so anxious, but then she thought about it. Since they start harvesting tomorrow, everyone will be exhausted during the day. Who would have time to care about Gao Xiaodie then? Chuxi pretended to be hesitant. Well, the wheat harvest starts tomorrow. I want to go back and rest well today. Gao Xiaodie was a bit anxious and quickly said, Oh, you don't need to worry about that. Before tomorrow, there's a mobilization meeting. Tomorrow will be the easiest day. It's a good idea for us to have a good meal today, so we'll have the strength to harvest wheat tomorrow, right? It seems Chu was convinced by Gao Xiaodie. She looked conflicted, and Gao Xiaodie took the opportunity to speak again. Xiaoxi, you don't need to worry. When everyone divides the land, if you can't finish your part, I can help you. Although she said this, Gao Xiaodie was secretly thinking, I might not be needed then. Seeing that Chu's performance was almost over, she decided not to insist further. Really, Xiaoxi? You're so kind. If I can't finish tomorrow, I'll ask for your help. Hearing Chu's positive response, Gao Xiaodie was happy. Before leaving, she reminded Chu, don't forget, just come straight to my house after work. I need to go home and prepare dinner. After Gao Xiaodie left, she didn't go straight home to cook. Instead, she quietly went to the field where Su Guoqiang was working. Usually, Su Guoqiang was lazy and careless in the fields, and Su Dazhuang knew what kind of person he was. So, during land division, they often gave him the corners and less important parts. Since he knew the people keeping track of work points, and his son's points were controlled by him, it was easier. From a distance, Su Guoqiang saw Gao Xiaodie approaching. Earlier that noon, they had agreed that he would go to her house for dinner that evening, and maybe even win her over. He didn't know why Gao Xiaodie was helping him, but he didn't think much about it now. As long as he could get Chu, he was willing to do anything. When he saw Gao Xiaodie coming, she signaled him from afar with a hand gesture. They had agreed that if Chu agreed to meet that night, he would prepare the medicine. It seemed Gao Xiaodie was on his side. Su Guoqiang quickly put down his hoe, didn't greet anyone around, and happily left. He needed to get the medicine for the evening, which was very expensive and kept secret. This medicine made people feel passionate and unable to resist. He originally planned to use it on Gao Xiaoyan, but now that he had a chance to use it on Chu, he chose Chu instead. The interaction between Gao Xiaodie and Su Guoqiang was observed by someone else, not Chu, but the young worker Qin Xiangjuan. Qin Xiangjuan found himself feeling strange. Although Gao Xiaodie and Su Guoqiang hadn't done anything to offend him, he instinctively felt that they weren't good people. Because of this, when doing things, I naturally pay more attention to the two people, especially when it involves Chu. Today, Gao Xiaodie came to see Chu, which was already a bit surprising. But then she went to find Su Guoqiang. Although their interaction was very secretive, Qin Xiangjuan, who is tall and standing on higher ground, could see everything clearly. What are these two people planning to do? Qin Xiangjuan wondered. He saw Su Guoqiang happily walk away after receiving a hint from Gao Xiaodie. Are they talking about dating? That doesn't seem right. Gao Xiaodie just came to see Chu. Could it be? Qin Xiangjuan guessed that these two might be planning to cause trouble for Chu. After all, Gao Xiaodie had done similar things before, but she just failed recently. Qin Xiangjuan looked back and saw Chu still working quietly, as if she didn't know anything. Suddenly, he felt a strong urge to protect her. He decided that tonight he would follow her to see what was happening. If anything unusual happened, he, as a man, could protect her. In the afternoon, after work, Chu first went to Aunt Sue's house, told her she wouldn't be home for dinner, and then took a can of food to someone else's house to eat. No matter the reason, she couldn't go empty-handed. When Chu arrived at Gao Xiaodie's house, Gao Xiaodie had already prepared the meal. Chu took out the can and handed it to Gao Xiaodie. Gao Xiaodie was a bit surprised at first, then she reacted quickly, smiling as she said, "Oh, just come in. Why bring something? Come on in and sit." Although she said that, Gao Xiaodie's hand was quick to take the can, and she carefully put it away. Gao Xiaodie's family ate in the kitchen, just like most villagers. They set up a table and some stools in the kitchen, and everyone could eat there. Gao Xiaodie took Chu to the kitchen and invited her to eat. As expected, besides Gao Xiaoyan, there was another person sitting at the table, Su Guoqiang. Chu looked surprised and asked Gao Xiaodie with a questioning look, "Xiaodie, who is this? When you asked me to come for dinner, you didn't say there would be others, right?" Gao Xiaodie had already prepared a plan. Today was mainly about this matter, so she needed a good excuse. She said, "Hey, I forgot to tell you. This is Su Guoqiang, you know him too. He's the son of Accountant Su. Zhu Shi nodded to show she understood, but Gao Xiaodie didn't say why she was here today. Since you have other guests, I'll come another day, Zhu Shi said. Gao Xiaodie wanted to trick her and make her cooperate, but that was not easy. Gao Xiaodie didn't expect Zhu Shi to say that. Based on Zhu Shi's usual temper, she would have sat down quietly. Even if she was upset, she wouldn't say anything. Since the last time Su Guqiang failed, Zhu Shi had changed. Gao Xiaodie thought it would be better in a few days, but she found Zhu Shi was becoming more firm. She seemed easy to talk to, but if things went beyond her expectations, she wouldn't back down. Gao Xiaodie had to think hard and come up with many excuses to cover up. Gao Xiaodie felt very annoyed. Luckily, after today, she wouldn't have to bother with this anymore. Thinking this, Gao Xiaodie quickly calmed down and tried to persuade Zhu Shi. Xiaoxi, you don't know, Su Guqiang made plans with my dad to have dinner today. My dad had something at the factory and couldn't come home, so he asked him to eat with us first. Today, Gao Laifu definitely wouldn't be home for dinner, which Gao Xiaodie already knew. Otherwise, things would be very difficult. When Zhu Shi entered, she saw that Gao Laifu was indeed not home, which showed Gao Xiaodie had prepared well. Just as she was about to give up, Zhu Shi thought for a moment. Reluctantly, she sat down at the table, choosing the seat farthest from Su Guqiang. Gao Xiaodie didn't mind. As long as Zhu Shi was willing to sit and eat, everything else didn't matter. Gao Xiaoyan was also very happy with Zhu Shi's seat. Everyone knew Zhu Shi was beautiful. When Su Guqiang saw her, he was so surprised he couldn't look away. This made Gao Xiaoyan very annoyed, but she was happy sitting with him. Seeing Zhu Shi sitting far away and clearly not wanting to be close to Su Guqiang, Gao Xiaoyan was even more pleased. Although Gao Xiaoyan was happy, Su Guqiang's mood was not so good. Zhu Shi sat so far away that he couldn't even serve her a dish. The atmosphere at the table was strangely tense. As the host, Gao Xiaodie had to greet the guests. Everyone, stop staring and eat. With that, Gao Xiaodie focused on the delicious dishes on the table. The meal was quite rich. There are 6 dishes on the table. One is sweet and sour pork, and another is pork stewed with vermicelli. These are usually eaten only during the New Year. Gao Xiaodie also made a braised fish, with bright red, shiny sauce that looks very appetizing. The other dishes are seasonal vegetables. It seems Gao Xiaodie has spent a lot. Looking at this big table of food, Zhu Shi quietly communicates with the boss. Boss, scan these dishes to see if there's anything unusual. If the original owner were here, they might only see lots of meat and fish, which they rarely get to eat all year. When they do, they eat a lot. But Zhu Shi is different. Offering help without reason usually means bad intentions or theft. Plus, there's an unrelated person, Su Guqiang, nearby, so Zhu Shi stays alert. Soon, Zhu Shi gets a reply from the boss. The dishes on the table are fine. You can eat with confidence. Hearing this, Zhu Shi is surprised. No problems? Could she have overthought it? Just as she's thinking, Gao Xiaodie stands up and says to everyone, I also cooked a soup in the pot. It should be ready now. I'll bring it over. Gao Xiaoyan and Su Guqiang are happily eating and don't bother to talk to her, just nodding vaguely and continuing to eat meat. Zhu Shi nods at her and continues to eat gracefully, but she is talking to the boss in her mind. It seems the soup might be the problem. Boss, pay attention to the bowl I use for serving the soup. The boss replies, okay, probably in your own bowl. The others will be eating from the other dishes on the table. That makes sense. Gao Xiaodie wouldn't harm her own sister, Zhu Shi thinks. Sure enough, Gao Xiaodie brings over 4 bowls of soup, 1 for each person. The boss detects some kind of drug in Zhu Shi's bowl. What is it? Zhu Shi asks. The boss responds, it's a kind of medicine. At first, it only makes people sleepy, then it makes them very passionate. The boss speaks carefully, but Zhu Shi understands clearly. So, how do they break this trap? Seeing the situation, Su Guqiang became a bit anxious. He eagerly took a sip of soup and then gave a thumbs up to Gao Xiaodie, saying, this soup is really good. Xiaodie, your cooking skills are excellent. Then he turned to Chu Shiqing and said, Chu Jiqing, you should try some. Gao Xiaodie also agreed, saying, yes, Xiaoxi, I cooked this soup all afternoon. You've been losing weight recently, so drink more to get stronger. Just as Chu Shi was about to respond, Qin Xiangjuan's voice came from outside the door, saying, "What smells so good? I want to try some too." Qin Xiangjuan's arrival was unexpected for Gao Xiaodie, especially since he immediately wanted to drink the soup. Although Gao Xiaodie was surprised, she felt a little happy inside. This was her chance. She quickly decided to use the remaining medicine on Qin Xiangjuan. Thinking this, Gao Xiaodie quickly stood up and welcomed Qin Xiangjuan inside, saying, "Qin Jiqing, why are you here? We're just eating. Come and join us." She then went inside to get a pair of chopsticks and invited Qin Xiangjuan to eat with them. After entering, Qin Xiangjuan first looked at Chu Shi, and seeing she was fine, he relaxed a little. He then said to Gao Xiaodie, "I just remembered that I found 50 cents by the river that day. I came to ask if it was yours." Hearing this, Gao Xiaodie's mind was torn between two thoughts. The black little voice said, "Who cares who lost it? Since he asked, he's probably looking for someone else. Just take it." The white little voice replied, "Are you sure he really found the money? You didn't lose any money. If you accept this now and it gets exposed later, it might distance him from us." The black voice said, "What are you worried about? After today, the money Qin Xiangjuan has will be ours anyway. Why worry about him chasing after 50 cents? Maybe he's deliberately giving it." After this, Gao Xiaodie's white voice disappeared because she had already decided to accept it. She was about to become his person soon. However, Gao Xiaodie didn't know that Qin Xiangjuan hadn't actually found the money. He was just using the excuse of coming for a meal. Qin Xiangjuan never intended to take the money himself. What surprised him even more was that Gao Xiaodie looked at him happily and said, "Oh, so the money I dropped was found by you. Qin Jiqing, you are truly honest." Qin Xiangjuan, if you say so. Then I'll give it to you. Consider it money for a meal." Qin Xiangjuan silently took 50 cents out of his pocket and handed it to Gao Xiaodie. He watched as Gao Xiaodie took the money, feeling heartbroken. He thought to himself, "I should have found a different reason to come. I made a mistake." Seeing Qin Xiangjuan's face, Chu Shi knew things weren't quite as simple. When Qin Xiangjuan entered and looked at her, she understood what he was really after. It seemed Qin Xiangjuan came for her. The money was probably just an excuse. Although Chu Shi could handle the situation, she remembered Qin Shi's feelings. After giving the money to Gao Xiaodie, she happily went to serve the soup. Chu Shi's bowl remained untouched, especially after Qin Xiangjuan arrived. Chu Shi kept talking to him, which made Su Guoqiang feel a bit uncomfortable. Tomorrow's plans, Xiao Shi. Qin Xiangjuan and Chu Shi were discussing tomorrow's schedule when Su Guoqiang interrupted. "Qin Jiqing, Chu Ziqing, we're here to eat today. Let's not talk about tomorrow yet. Haha, this soup is really good. If I don't drink it now, it will get cold." At that moment, Gao Xiaodie brought over the soup she had prepared for Qin Xiangjuan and placed it in front of him. Hearing Su Guoqiang's words, Gao Xiaodie wanted to roll her eyes. Did he think she didn't know there was something in the soup? Luckily, she arrived just in time. Gao Xiaodie set down her bowl and said, "Why do you care so much? Chu Shi can drink whenever she wants. If it gets cold, I'll just make her another one." Gao Xiaoyan felt that today her sister and Su Guoqiang seemed a bit strange. One was eager for Chu Shi to drink the soup, while the other looked calm, but knowing her sister Gao Xiaodie well, she was sure that was her real intention. What are these two up to? Why do they insist Chu Shi must drink the soup? Gao Xiaoyan wondered. Su Guoqiang was someone she wanted to marry, so she naturally paid more attention. Thinking about her sister and Su Guoqiang talking inside the room earlier, she wondered if it was about this. Although she was still studying, she wasn't stupid. Her sister was a woman and couldn't do anything to Chu Shi. That left only Su Guoqiang. With this thought, Gao Xiaoyan suddenly felt uneasy. She looked at the bowl of soup in front of Chu Shi and, pretending to be innocent, asked, "Chu Shi, sister, can I try a sip of your soup? Sister doesn't let me drink too much." Yes, when guests come to a rural home, the food and drinks are usually served first to the guests, and only after they finish do the children get their turn. Hai Xiaoyan's question is understandable. She didn't expect that Gao Xiaoyan could help. Seeing what she saw at the door, it seems Gao Xiaodie's plan might be ruined by her own sister. Xiaoyan, what are you saying? If you want a drink, just pour yourself some. I never said you couldn't, Gao Xiaodie scolded her. She then turned to the other three with a slightly apologetic look. Children don't understand. Sorry for embarrassing you all. Throughout, she didn't speak. After Gao Xiaodie finished, she smiled and waved her hand. Xiaoyan is still young, it's okay. If she likes it, let her drink. But that can't be right, Gao Xiaodie thought. This was prepared especially for you. If Xiaoyan drinks it, it would be a big problem. Before Gao Xiaodie could say more, Xiaoyan suddenly grabbed Qiuxi's bowl of soup and drank it quickly, even burping afterward. Because Xiaoyan was close to Qiuxi and acted fast, Gao Xiaodie and Su Guiqiang didn't have time to stop her. They watched helplessly as Xiaoyan finished the soup. Gao Xiaodie thought to herself, it's over. She quickly stepped forward to snatch the bowl from Xiaoyan's hands and grabbed her, trying to hold her down and say, who told you to drink? Spit it out now. At this moment, Su Guiqiang felt only regret. His original target was Qiuxi, but by mistake, Xiaoyan interfered. What should he do now? Before coming, he had secretly eaten a little. If caught, he could blame Gao Xiaodie. Gao Xiaodie was too upset to deal with them now. She just wanted to handle her unruly sister first, but the sister refused to cooperate. Big sister, I just drank some soup. Why do I have to spit it out?
I won't spit it out, Xiaoyan said.
Gao Xiaodie turned around and shouted, seeing Qiuxi's surprised look, then suddenly realized, we can't let her develop this habit, or it will be a big problem later. Qin Xiangjuan also came to help, saying, it's just a bowl of soup. There's no need to make a fuss. I have one here too. If it's not enough, I can give her mine. Gao Xiaodie was now a bit overwhelmed. She had planned everything carefully, but didn't expect it to end in her sister's hands. The medicine hadn't taken effect yet, so she could still explain. But if it acted up later, what would she say? No, she absolutely couldn't let Qiuxi and the others find out about this. After thinking it through, Gao Xiaodie decided to ask Qiuxi and the others to leave first, then she would take Gao Xiaoyan to the hospital. But she underestimated the power of the medicine. Because she thought everything was foolproof, she didn't leave any room for error when giving the medicine, so its effects came on very quickly. Gao Xiaoyan was fighting with her sister just a second ago, and the next second, she fainted. During the argument, she had hidden behind Su Guiqiang, so when she fell, Su Guiqiang caught her in his arms. What happened next shocked Qiuxi and Qin Xiangjuan. Qiuxi was prepared, and Qin Xiangjuan wasn't stupid. After a moment of thought, he understood what was going on. Their gazes towards Gao Xiaodie changed in different ways. Gao Xiaodie, what's going on? Why did Xiaoyan faint? Qiuxi asked angrily. Before having solid proof, Gao Xiaodie refused to admit anything. Xiaoyan might be sick. You should go back now. Sorry, I'll make it up to you another day. If Xiaoyan is sick, then staying here could help. Otherwise, how can we leave Su Guiqiang to help alone? Qiuxi refused to give Gao Xiaodie another chance. No need, no need. Xiaoyan has this old problem.
I can handle it myself.
You all can go back. That won't do. Xiaoyan calls me sister, so I can't just stand by and do nothing when I see her like this, Qiuxi insisted, refusing to leave. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Qiuxi, Gao Xiaodie turned to look at Su Guiqiang, hoping he would help say a few words. Su Guiqiang's situation wasn't good either. He had taken some medicine too. Although the dose was small and the effects slow, he was holding back because he had Wen Xiangru in his arms. He was very restrained and hadn't lost control. Gao Xiaodie's plea for help left him helpless. Right now, Gao Xiaoyan hadn't reached the later stages of the effect. If the medicine's power increased later, he might not be able to control himself. Seeing Gao Xiaodie still hesitating, Qiuxi asked Qin Xiangjuan to find the village doctor. Then he said, Xiaodie, why are you just standing there? Aren't you going to take Xiaoyan to see a doctor? No.
I don't need to.
I'll handle it later, Gao Xiaodie replied, feeling very confused. She had lived 2 lives, but this was the first time she faced such a situation. What will happen to Xiaoyan next? Can this medicine be reversed? What if others find out? These questions flooded her mind, leaving her at a loss. Since you seem a bit nervous, I've asked Qin Jiqing to call the doctor. She said, sensing it was about time, dropping a small bomb. What? Gao Xiaodie shouted, raising her voice. Shouldn't you call a doctor if you're sick? Shi looked at her with curiosity. Then he added, Xiaodie, are you hiding something from me? Gao Xiaodie forced a smile.
Haha. No.
Shi, why would you think that? Shi looked at her for a moment, until she felt uncomfortable under his gaze, then lowered his eyes and softly said, That's good. Otherwise, I'd be very disappointed. At this moment, Gao Xiaodie's attention was fully on Xiao Yan and Su Guiqiang. She noticed Su Guiqiang was sweating heavily, as if he was holding something back, which made her uneasy. She didn't hear what Shi was saying. Soon, Qin Xiangjuan arrived hurriedly with a barefoot village doctor. The village doctor was an older man, a traditional healer. He was good at treating simple illnesses like colds and coughs, but the medicine given to Xiao Yan was different. According to Bawang's tests, this medicine was a new type from Haisher, not many in the black market. It showed how much Gao Xiaodie and Su Guiqiang had invested this time. When the doctor arrived, Su Guiqiang quickly picked up Xiao Yan and carried her into the house. He couldn't put her down, or else her current condition might be noticed. Qin Xiangjuan had already explained Xiao Yan's situation to the doctor on the way, so the doctor went straight to examine her without wasting time. Everyone's attention was on Xiao Yan, so they didn't notice Su Guiqiang's strange behavior. But Gao Xiaodie was different. Since Su Guiqiang was her partner, she quietly approached him while everyone was focused on Xiao Yan. Gao Xiaodie quietly asked, Su Guiqiang, what's wrong? Don't mess up at such an important time. Su Guiqiang now felt like he was shooting himself in the foot. If he had known it would turn out like this, why did he get involved with Gao Xiaoyan in the first place? Although his character wasn't great, he wasn't stupid. Seeing Gao Xiaoyan's behavior, it was clear she was jealous of him. Now, he had to face the consequences himself. Gao Xiaoyan was still sleeping deeply. Su Guiqiang had never used this medicine on anyone before and didn't know how long her sleep would last. The medicine was strong, and if someone else found her like this. Listen, Gao Xiaodie, find a way to get them all out quickly. I can't hold on much longer, Su Guiqiang panted and told her. And your sister. She probably doesn't have much time either. Afraid Gao Xiaodie might try to send him away, he added, there's no other cure for this medicine right now. So, Su Guiqiang needed Gao Xiaoyan too. He didn't want any lasting damage later. Hearing this, Gao Xiaodie's mind went blank, like being hit by a hammer. This situation was beyond what she could imagine. Looking at Gao Xiaoyan still sleeping on the bed, Gao Xiaodie felt regret. If she had known Gao Xiaoyan was so disobedient, she would have moved her earlier. Meanwhile, the doctor checked Gao Xiaoyan's pulse but found nothing unusual. He only thought her body temperature was a bit higher than usual. This was something he had never seen before. Life was at stake, so he didn't dare to guess. He told the people nearby honestly. Doctor, sigh. Gao Xiaoyan's condition is a bit strange. I can't tell what's wrong, but her temperature is very high. She might have a fever. We should send her to the hospital quickly, or she might get brain damage. Yes. Take her to the hospital, quickly. Gao Xiaodie felt like she had grabbed a life-saving straw. If they took her to the hospital, maybe there would be a way. The doctor was kind and saw he couldn't do much. He said, my old family has a tractor nearby. Hurry and borrow it to take her to the hospital. Sigh. The Gao family had just separated, and Gao Laifu wasn't around. It was hard for Gao Xiaodie, a young girl. Okay, I'll go right now. Qin Xiangjuan, as a man, quickly went to borrow the tractor as the doctor suggested. I'll go with you. She quickly said, I can't stay here any longer. The potion's effects are about to start. She wanted to leave to give Gao Xiaodie and Su Guiqiang a chance to perform. Sure enough, shortly after they left, Su Guiqiang couldn't hold back. He started to make moves on Gao Xiaodie. When she realized what was happening, she was already being embraced.
Su Guiqiang.
What the hell are you doing? Let me go, Gao Xiaodie shouted loudly, trying to make him stop. But Su Guiqiang didn't listen. As she struggled, he became more aggressive. Seeing she couldn't break free, Gao Xiaodie stomped hard on him. Ouch! Su Guiqiang cried out in pain, which briefly made him regain some sense. Seizing a moment, Gao Xiaodie broke free and ran out of the room in a panic. In her rush, she forgot that her sister, Gao Xiaoyan, was still inside, and the situation inside was not good. Gao Xiaoyan felt terrible. She kept tossing and turning, unable to find relief. As she was about to faint, she started to take off her clothes, thinking it might make her feel better. Then, Gao Xiaoyan let out a faint cry. Someone else in the room, Su Guiqiang, seemed to have found his target. He was originally far from the bed, afraid to approach because there were many people. Now that the room was empty, he remembered Gao Xiaoyan. He threw himself onto the bed and started to attack her. Gao Xiaoyan, still dazed, instinctively hugged something cold. Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan, I like you. Give me a chance, I will marry you. Please, Su Guiqiang stammered, speaking hurriedly, not sure if she could understand him. Gao Xiaoyan could barely tell that the person in front of her was Su Guiqiang. She didn't understand what he wanted next, nor did she know what Brother Chang was asking for. But she felt that as long as Su Guiqiang wanted it, she could give it to him. She nodded slightly, which gave Su Guiqiang a big boost. His last bit of rationality and morality disappeared. Could it be that she was finally going to marry Su Guiqiang as she wished? No longer needing to study or be controlled by her sister every day. Under Su Guiqiang's influence, she tried to respond to him. For a moment, the room's temperature seemed to rise again. Gao Xiaodie ran out of the door in one breath, afraid that Su Guiqiang would chase her. But when she stood by the river, she suddenly calmed down. Gao Xiaoyan was still inside, and Su Guiqiang was still there. Just as Gao Xiaodie was about to go back inside, she heard Chu Shi's voice. Xiaodie, why are you outside? Where's Xiao Yan? Brother Qin has brought the tractor. Let's hurry and take Xiao Yan to the hospital. At this moment, Gao Xiaodie's mind could only be described as blazing like the sun. Seeing the enthusiastic villagers approaching, she could only pray that nothing serious was happening inside the house. Among the people Chu Shi brought, there was not only Brother Su driving the tractor, but also some fellow villagers from the production team who heard the child was sick and that her father was not home, so they came to help. People from this era are mostly honest and simple. But for Gao Xiaodie, this was not good news. She led nearly 10 people toward the house, but before reaching the door, she heard some discordant sounds. In her previous life, Gao Xiaodie was also married, so she naturally knew what was happening. Many of the visitors had children too, and upon hearing the noise, they awkwardly stopped. Chu Shi had already heard from Ba Wang about what was happening inside. Ba Wang, being from 1,000 years in the future, had advanced technology. If he wanted, he could monitor the entire village. So Chu Shi followed behind the crowd, with Qin Xiangjuan beside her. His main task today was to protect Chu Shi. Although they probably wouldn't be together, as fellow educated youths, they should look out for each other. Seeing everyone stop, Chu Shi asked, "Huh? Why did you all stop?" A kind-hearted sister-in-law turned back and said to Chu Shi, "Chu Zhigong, you'd better not go in yet. Chu Zhigong isn't even married yet." Chu Shi usually listened to others' advice. After hearing her, she nodded and stayed where she was. Among this group, the oldest sister-in-law and another respected uncle took Gao Xiaodie into the house. As soon as they entered, they froze. Inside, 2 people were entangled. Gao Xiaodie, acting like she had lost her mind, rushed forward and separated the two, slapping Xiao Yan across the face. "Xiao Yan, what are you doing?" Gao Xiaodie pointed at Xiao Yan, her eyes red. "Do you still have any shame?" Her voice was hoarse, and the scene before her reminded her of her past life when Su Guiqiang brought other women home. Back then, she didn't dare to stand up for herself. Hai Xiao Yan was awakened by her sister's slap. After realizing what had happened, she saw the other 2 people in the room and shouted, "Ah!" then covered her face and started crying. Basically, Hai Xiao Yan is just a teenage girl. In this situation, she didn't know how to handle it. The good moment was interrupted. Although Su Guiqiang was in a bad mood, he managed to calm down. He ignored the crazy Hai Xiaodie and first put on some clothes, then draped a coat over Hai Xiaoyan. After doing all this, Su Guoqiang slowly got out of bed. Seeing Su Guoqiang so calm and relaxed, Hai Xiaodie got very angry. She pointed at Su Guoqiang and said, "Su Guoqiang, how could you do this? Xiaoyan is so young. How could you be so cruel?" Su Guoqiang was feeling good now. Hai Xiaoyan was young and different, but hearing Hai Xiaodie's accusations made him unhappy. "I attacked her? Hai Xiaodie, do you think biting me first makes you safe?" Now, the matter between Su Guoqiang and Hai Xiaoyan was exposed. Besides marrying her, he had no other good options. If Hai Xiaoyan decided to fight to the end and accuse him of being a bad man, she might end up in jail. He couldn't allow Hai Xiaodie to smear his name. Although he did want to be with Hai Xiaoyan, he never planned to marry her. Now that things had gotten so complicated, marriage was unavoidable. While Su Guoqiang was dressing, the other two sisters-in-law and the uncle left. Soon after, not only outsiders came in, but also Su Guoqiang's father, Su Dazhuang, and the team leader arrived. The first thing Su Dazhuang did was slap Su Guoqiang twice and then pointed at him, saying, "You beast! Look at what you've done. I will beat you to death." He took off his shoes and was about to hit Su Guoqiang again. Having already been slapped twice, Su Guoqiang quickly covered his head and ran away when he saw his father was about to hit him. The room became very crowded. Su Guoqiang hid behind the team leader. Su Dazhuang didn't chase him further. He was panting as he put on his shoes, then went to Hai Xiaoyan and said, "Xiaoyan, don't worry. This scoundrel has wronged you. I will make sure he gives you an explanation." Gao Xiaoyan had been crying with her head down since earlier. When she heard Su Dazhuang speak, she seemed to find some strength. She looked at Su Guoqiang, then nodded at Su Dazhuang, gradually stopping her tears.
Chu si quy li wat chết Su da hung shot action.
As expected of the village leaders, he first hit his own son when he entered the house, showing the villagers their stance. They definitely wouldn't ignore this matter. Then he reassured Gao Xiaoyan, making her give up the idea of calling the police in the future. As long as Su Dazhuang made Su Guoqiang marry Gao Xiaoyan, the problem would be solved perfectly. Of course, whether Gao Xiaoyan would be looked down upon in the future was not their concern. They had already taken responsibility. But this matter wasn't so easy to fix. The medicine was provided by Su Guoqiang, administered by Gao Xiaodie, and Gao Xiaoyan drank it voluntarily. Chu Shi, originally a victim, didn't want the matter to end like this. Su Dazhuang's actions when he entered the house did impress some people present, although they also thought Gao Xiaoyan was quite shameful. Even the team leader nodded repeatedly. Seeing Su Dazhuang hit his son, he couldn't say anything more. Mainly because the girl's parents weren't home, so it was hard to handle. The team leader thought for a moment and said to Gao Xiaodie, "Xiaodie, where is your dad now? Go find someone to call him back." After such a big incident, they couldn't focus on work. "Team leader, I know the phone number of the meat factory," Gao Xiaodie replied. "There is only one phone in the village at the brigade office. Then go with Aunt Sun Yun to the brigade office and call to bring your dad back," the team leader decided. Aunt Sun Yun was one of the 3 women who had just entered the house. She was the village's women's director. Seeing that Gao's family only had 2 young girls, she said, "Xiaodie, tell me the phone number. I'll go myself. You stay here and take care of Xiaoyan." Gao Xiaoyan looked at Aunt Sun Yun gratefully. She suddenly realized what she had done. How did it come to this? How will she face people in the future? Gao Xiaoyan thought this and felt more and more sad, almost crying again. At this moment, Chu Shi came over and gently patted her back, comforting her. "It's okay, it's okay. It's all in the past." Gao Xiaoyan looked at Chu Shi, unsure of how to feel about her. She knew clearly that the current problem was caused by drinking that bowl of soup. If she hadn't drunk it, Chu Shi would be the one in a mess now. But because the person involved was Su Guoqiang, she didn't want Chu Shi to be with him. From another point of view, she had saved Chu Shi, but at the cost of her own reputation. That was a big price to pay. Chu Shi saw that Gao Xiaoyan didn't speak and continued, "You just fainted earlier. Qin Xiongjuan and I found everyone to help take you to the hospital, but I didn't expect. She didn't finish her sentence, but what she said was enough. She's words made Gao Xiaoyan start to think. She came to comfort her, but she felt uncomfortable. Besides Shi, Gao Xiaoyan also felt uneasy about Gao Xiaodie, who was standing not far away with Su Guqiang. If it weren't for her sister, she wouldn't be so embarrassed here. And if this news got out, it would become gossip for others. Everyone would say that Gao's second daughter was shameless, flirting with men at home, and so on. Gao Xiaoyan thought to herself that she absolutely couldn't bear such a bad reputation. She knew she wasn't the one responsible for all this. Thinking of that, Gao Xiaoyan looked at Gao Xiaodie, but Gao Xiaodie was focused on Su Guqiang. Right now, there were at least 7 or 8 people in the Gao family house. They were whispering, waiting for the outcome. Since the girl lost her innocence, they would definitely want an explanation. Hey, second aunt, what do you think about this? Someone quietly asked in the crowd. Another woman whispered, what can I say? I don't think Xiaoyan is the kind of girl to do such a thing. Just look at her. That's not necessarily true. I've seen before that Gao Xiaoyan and Su Guqiang held hands in the cornfield, a somewhat sleazy voice said. Yeah, that's right. You never really know someone's heart. Dazhuang's family is rich, so this might not be true, said a fourth person. The team leader sat on a stool inside the house, with Su Dazhuang and Su Guqiang standing beside him. On the bed was Gao Xiaoyan, wrapped in clothes, with Shi beside her, and Gao Xiaodie was standing not far from Su Guqiang. Looking at the scene, it seemed as if Shi was Gao Xiaoyan's older sister to those who didn't know better. Gao Xiaodie is now busy bargaining with Su Guqiang. The best way is to make Su Guqiang admit to what happened. Su Guqiang, what do you need to do for you to admit? Su Guqiang knows what Gao Xiaodie is trying to do, but he doesn't want to take all the blame alone. He's not stupid. Why should I admit? Gao Xiaodie, this whole thing was your plan from the start. If others find out, do you think you can still get married? Gao Xiaodie is furious. She doesn't want to marry someone from the village. She only wants to marry Qin Xiongjuan. But Qin Xiongjuan is still here, so she can't let others find out. Looking at the time, her father will be back soon. She doesn't want to argue with Su Guqiang anymore. What do you want to do for me to help? Su Guqiang finally stops acting careless and looks at Gao Xiaodie. His original target was Shi, but now, with this attitude, Shi is out of the question. But Gao Xiaodie is also quite attractive. He plans to marry Gao Xiaoyan. If he takes Gao Xiaodie too, it would be very happy. Thinking this way, his gaze at Gao Xiaodie changes. Gao Xiaodie feels uncomfortable under his gaze. She steps back, alert, and warns him. I warn you, don't go too far. Su Guqiang doesn't think he's crossing the line. After all, Gao Xiaodie has leverage over him now. It's nothing much. Just one time with me, and I won't tell anyone, okay? Su Guqiang moves closer to Gao Xiaodie and even whispers in her ear. But he quickly leaves. Only Gao Xiaoyan, who has been watching closely, notices nothing. This scene makes Gao Xiaoyan's heart burn. Her sister is actually so close to her future brother-in-law. Hearing Su Guqiang's words, Gao Xiaodie immediately refuses. Dream on. Gao Xiaoyan has already been ruined by him. She would never willingly offer herself. Plus, based on her past understanding of him, he's a devil. Once involved, it's impossible to get rid of him. Su Guqiang is mentally prepared and isn't very angry. So, that means we can't agree? Gao Xiaodie wants to say more, but Gao Xiaoyan can't hold back anymore. She can't believe her sister and her future husband are whispering so intimately. Big sister, I feel so uncomfortable. Why don't you come see me? Gao Xiaoyan's words immediately make Gao Xiaodie the center of attention. Hey, why is Gao Xiaodie standing with Su Guqiang? Someone asked in surprise. Well, who knows? I heard that Su Dazhuang was planning to propose to Gao's eldest daughter. Yes, I heard that too. Oh my, listen carefully, think about it. The crowd's gossip came as expected, leaving Gao Xiaodie with nowhere to hide. She didn't expect Gao Xiaoyan to cause trouble for her at this moment. Xiaoyan, what are you saying? I just want to clear my name. Why not do it openly? Gao Xiaoyan asked. Does my sister know something we don't? Gao Xiaoyan was now full of energy, but all directed at Gao Xiaodie. Seeing this, Chu Shi decided to stay quiet and sit on the side. No, nothing. Xiaoyan, why would you think that? Gao Xiaodie looked pale. Nothing? I remember I drank my sister's soup and then fainted. After that, I didn't remember anything. Sister, what do you think happened? Gao Xiaoyan's eyes filled with tears, her lips red and swollen, showing a mix of innocence and maturity. The Gao sisters were already beautiful, and Gao Xiaoyan's current look made it easy for others to feel sympathy for her. Everyone thought today they were like prey caught in a trap. Oh, this isn't simple. Yes, from what I hear, it also involves Gao Xiaodie. What's going on? Hey, I see Chu Jiqing is here too. I heard that Su Guqiang has always liked Chu Jiqing. Really? Is that true? Then, of course, it's true. From what happened today, Xiaoyan might be a victim. Poor girl. The onlookers kept talking, piecing the story together. As the discussion grew louder, the team leader stepped in. Enough. Everyone shut up. We'll talk about this after Life returns. Then he looked at the Gao sisters. Xiaoyan, if you have any grievances, just say it. We'll stand up for you later. Next to them, Su Dazhuang nodded in agreement, showing his support. Having Gao Xiaoyan as a daughter-in-law was not bad. She was younger than Gao Xiaodie and easier to handle. Within 2 minutes, Gao Laifu rushed inside, saw the situation in the room, and immediately felt like a bomb had exploded in his mind. Gao Xiaoyan, wrapped in clothes, was on the bed. Anyone with common sense could tell what had happened. Gao Laifu was furious. What is going on? Xiaodie, is this how you take care of your sister? Where is Siping? Seeing the scene, Gao Laifu also asked his son, Gao Siping. Did Siping go out to play today? Is he tired? Has he eaten and gone to sleep? Gao Xiaodie replied. Yes, Gao Xiaodie had already let Gao Siping sleep in her room, or it would be inconvenient for her to do these things. At first, Gao Laifu was relieved. Then he noticed Gao Xiaoyan bringing up the matter again. Xiaoyan, what is going on? Who did this? Gao Xiaoyan was still young. Now that such a thing happened, how could she get married in the future? Even if she married out, her bride price wouldn't be much. The team leader knocked on the table and said, Laifu, since you are back, we can start now. Gao Laifu was confused. Start what? He had only been away for a day, so why did so many things happen? He heard the team leader ask Gao Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan, tell us. What exactly happened? Gao Xiaoyan had wanted to speak earlier, but was waiting for her father to return. Now she could finally speak freely. Yes, Uncle Kai. In the afternoon, my sister invited Sister Chu Shi to eat.
She even made soup.
I thought the soup was good, so I also drank a bowl that belonged to Sister Chu Shi. After that, I fainted. When I woke up, you were all here. Gao Xiaoyan started crying. I don't know why this happened. Everyone present was experienced. Based on Gao Xiaoyan's description, it was clear she had been drugged. But why it happened, they didn't know. Qiangzi, what about you? Su Guqiang, one of the involved parties, was also asked by the team leader. Su Guqiang directly blamed Gao Xiaodie, since he had given her the medicine without anyone seeing. He quickly added, me too. I drank the soup, though less than her, but I couldn't control myself later. After thinking for a moment, Su Guqiang said, but I will take responsibility for Xiaoyan. Seeing everyone no longer blamed him, Su Guqiang secretly felt happy inside. Gao Xiaodie widened her eyes and looked at Su Guqiang. How can this person be so shameless? Clearly, he ate the medicine himself. You're talking nonsense. I didn't give you any medicine. In her extreme anger, Gao Xiaodie blurted out and argued against Su Guqiang. The team leader now looked like a judge. He stopped Gao Xiaodie from continuing and said, be quiet. It's not your turn yet. Chu Shi, speak. Chu Shi, who had been watching the scene, felt it was about time to speak up. I don't know what happened to Xiaoyan. I hadn't drunk the soup yet. When Xiaoyan wanted it, I gave it to her. Then I fainted. Qin Xiangjuan and I went to find a doctor and ask for help. Did you feel uncomfortable at all during that time? The team leader asked. No, I didn't. Qin Xiangjuan was with me the whole time, and Dr. Li from the village can also confirm that, Chu Shi confidently replied. The team leader's gaze shifted to Qin Xiangjuan. Qin Xiangjuan nodded. Yes, Chu Shi has had no problems from the start to the end. Only 5 people had lunch that afternoon. The descriptions from 4 of them matched, but Gao Xiaodie's account was a bit strange. Finally, the team leader looked at Gao Xiaodie and asked, Xiaodie, what do you say? Team leader, I didn't put any medicine in it. I even drank the soup myself. I'm Xiao Yan's sister. How could I do such a thing? Gao Xiaodie explained anxiously, and her words seemed reasonable. Just as some people were about to be convinced, Qin Xiangjuan's calm voice interrupted. What if your original target wasn't Xiao Yan? This one sentence made everyone wake up. Yes, Gao Xiaodie couldn't have harmed Xiao Yan, but she could have harmed Chu Shi. Also, Xiao Yan said that the bowl was Chu Shi's. Everyone's eyes on Gao Xiaodie changed. She was a pretty girl, such a lovely girl. How could she give someone such a malicious poison? Thinking of this, everyone quietly took a step back, keeping a distance from the poisonous beauty Gao Xiaodie. Chu Shi saw everyone's reactions and kept staring at Gao Xiaodie. When Gao Xiaodie heard Chu Shi's words, her eyes widened in shock. Could it be that Chu Shi already knew? She looked at Chu Shi in horror, trying to see trust on her face. But she was destined to be disappointed. Chu Shi looked at her with disbelief, her expression pained, and there was even a hint of hatred in her eyes. Little butterfly, what is really going on? Tell me. Chu Shi stepped in front of Gao Xiaodie, grabbing her arms and shaking her hard, as if overwhelmed by shock, shouting loudly. Chu Shi, let go. Please, just let me go. It's not what you think. Gao Xiaodie almost vomited from the shaking. She finally broke free and pointed at Su Guoqiang. It's Su Guoqiang. He made me do this. Since she can't clear her name, Su Guoqiang won't either. Why should Su Guoqiang be fine while everyone points fingers at me? Even if I die, I want to take someone down with me. Su Guoqiang was accused, and he was somewhat prepared. Now he saw clearly what kind of person this woman was. Even Chu Shi, his close friend who treated her well, could think of using such dirty tricks against him. How much worse would he be? Just an outsider. So when Gao Xiaodie accused him, he didn't panic. Instead, Su Dazhuang was very angry. He wondered if Gao Xiaodie had lost her mind. No matter what the truth was, she should have protected her brother-in-law first. And she was still biting him? Su Dazhuang got angrier the more he thought about it. Gao Xiaodie, what are you talking about? There's no way Qiangzi did this. The team leader usually didn't like Su Guoqiang much, but encouraging someone to drug others was a serious matter. He also became serious and asked, Comrade Gao Xiaodie, do you have any proof for what you're saying? Su Guoqiang carefully recalled the plan he had with Gao Xiaodie. His task was to get the medicine and secretly give it to her. Only the drug dealer knew about it, and no one else saw or knew anything. Feeling confident, Su Guoqiang said, Yes, Gao Xiaodie, don't just accuse me without proof. If you have no evidence, I might sue you for slander. Having spent a lot of time in the county, Su Guoqiang could throw out some intimidating words. After hearing this, Gao Xiaodie was indeed scared. Gao Xiaodie suddenly seemed to grasp a lifeline. She started to laugh, while Chu Shi and Su Guoqiang, who were nearby, looked confused. Ha ha. Why do you say I drugged them? Do you have any proof? Gao Xiaodie pointed at everyone present and laughed. She then pointed at Gao Xiaoyan. Who knows if she really fainted? Maybe she just wanted to marry Su Guoqiang. Gao Xiaodie didn't realize that her casual words had revealed the truth. Gao Xiaoyan couldn't stay quiet after her sister's accusations. You're talking nonsense. Gao Xiaodie, because of you, my reputation is ruined. Do you want to ruin my life now? Gao Xiaodie ignored her and turned her attention to Su Guoqiang. Who knows if he really took the medicine? Then she grinned and said to Chu Shi, Chu Shi, you probably don't know, but Su Guoqiang has liked you for a long time. Who knows what he might do for you, ha ha. Gao Xiaodie acted like she was crazy, attacking everyone indiscriminately. The people there were stunned. Turns out, there were many secrets they hadn't uncovered yet. Su Guoqiang finally got a bit anxious. Gao Xiaodie, what are you talking about? When did I have feelings for Chu Jiqing? Gao Lifu watched the whole scene and weighed the pros and cons of his mind. If Gao Xiaodie kept talking, the promising future son-in-law might slip away. Su Dazhuang had mentioned before that the bride price could be 200. Gao Xiaodie. Shut up, Gao Lifu suddenly shouted at her. His sudden reprimand stunned Gao Xiaodie. Then she saw Gao Lifu speaking humbly to Su Dazhuang. Father-in-law, Xiaodie is still young and naive. Don't mind her. Not satisfied, Gao Lifu turned to smile at Su Guiqiang. Qiangzi, your sister is impulsive. From now on, we're family. Don't mind her. Gao Xiaodie looked at Gao Lifu's manipulative actions and felt her heart turn cold. She had worked so hard to climb up, all to marry Qin Xiangjuan.
Why?
Besides herself. Wasn't it for her family too? But now her father was speaking like that, and she felt wronged. She knew she wouldn't get support from Gao Lifu. Gao Xiaodie shifted her hope to Chu Shi, who had been ignored. Chu Shi, I'm telling the truth. Su Guiqiang has liked you for a long time. That's why he gave me the medicine to give to you. Seeing that Chu Shi was silent, Gao Xiaodie became more and more eager to speak, as if that would make Chu Shi believe her. But what would believing her change? Chu Shi, everything I said is true. You have to believe me. Gao Xiaodie kept talking. So, you really drugged me, didn't you? Chu Shi asked softly, loud enough for everyone around to hear. For some reason, they suddenly felt a little sorry for Chu Jiqing. Everyone in the village saw how kind Chu Jiqing was to Gao Xiaodie. Even today, when Gao Xiaoyan had trouble, Chu Jiqing was busy helping and looking for help. But now, it turned out to be like this. How can anyone not feel cold inside? Even from a distance, they could sense Chu Shi's deep sadness.
Ah.
Chu Jiqing is so pitiful, and Aunt sighed. Yes, I didn't expect to meet such a treacherous person. Gao Xiaodie suddenly froze, as if her pause button was pressed. She looked up at Chu Shi and couldn't say a word. Gao Xiaodie, answer me. Did you really do it? Chu Shi's tears fell quietly. Her tone was calm, but everyone could tell she was trying hard to hold back, afraid she would break down. Seeing Chu Shi like this, Gao Xiaodie felt a strong, bitter satisfaction in her heart. She laughed loudly. Yes, I did drug you. It's just a pity you didn't drink it. Although Qin Xiangjuan was prepared mentally, he still broke out in a cold sweat when Gao Xiaodie admitted it herself. He stepped beside Chu Shi, acting like a protector, and faced Gao Xiaodie. Gao Xiaodie, how can you be so cruel? Cruel?
Me? Ha ha ha.
You call me cruel? Gao Xiaodie cried with a smile. Everything she did was for Qin Xiangjuan. Now, Qin Xiangjuan called her cruel. She started to give up and said to Chu Shi, so what if I'm cruel? Chu Shi, you don't know. I treated you well, tried to please you, helped you, all just to get money from you. Haha, I didn't expect you to be so naive and give me everything. You're really easy to fool. Enough, stop talking, Qin Xiangjuan tried to interrupt her. Chu Shi's trembling body made him feel a little sad. Chu Shi grabbed Qin Xiangjuan's sleeve, shook her head at him softly, and said quietly, let her talk. Qin Xiangjuan's defense of Chu Shi made Gao Xiaodie even angrier. I insist on saying it. So what? Do you feel sorry now? Haha, Chu Shi, look at you, just a pretty face, and so many men help you. Su Guiqiang defends you in front of me. Qin Xiangjuan also protects you now, and that educated youth. But what about you? Pretending to be innocent. I find you disgusting. Since they had already torn their relationship apart, Gao Xiaodie finally said everything she had been holding inside. She was jealous of Chu Shi and also envied her, but felt helpless. Everyone around was stunned. What is Gao Xiaodie thinking? Someone helps you, and you repay kindness with betrayal? When it came to Gao Xiaodie, how could she turn around and bite back? She used to seem nice. Has she been tainted by something dirty? Some timid people, thinking this might be true, quickly left the scene. When one person left, others followed. Soon, only Gao Xiaodie's family, Su Guiqiang and his son, Chu Shi, Qin Xiangjuan, and the squad leader remained. The squad leader also wanted to leave now. He had once protected Gao Xiaodie, but now he realized he was blind. As squad leader, he couldn't just walk away. Instead, he took out a cigarette he always carried but was reluctant to smoke and smoked it gloomily. She quietly listened to Gao Xiaodie. At first, she was very sad because the original owner truly regarded Gao Xiaodie as a close friend and sister. Later, her mood grew calmer because there was no point anymore. Some people always blame others for their own misfortunes. Gao Xiaodie only saw her pretty face, but didn't notice how She had been sunburned, fainted from exhaustion, or fallen ill from working hard in the fields. She always thought her poor life was because of her background, using it as an excuse to go down the wrong path, even hurting others. Haha. Seeing Gao Xiaodie, who was hysterical, She smiled. Gao Xiaodie was puzzled. Had She been too shocked? Could she not take it anymore? Gao Xiaodie, do you think you've been playing with me all along? Are you very proud? She asked. Gao Xiaodie was so shocked she couldn't speak, unsure how to answer. Of course. She didn't wait for her reply. She continued, do you know why I gave you those things? Everyone present, except Gao Xiaodie, couldn't understand She's question. Just as everyone was confused, She asked, Gao Xiaodie, have you ever raised a dog? Qin Xiongjuan looked at She in her current state and knew she didn't need to worry about her for now. He quietly listened to her. Su Guoqiang was a bit confused. Why did she suddenly start talking about raising dogs? But everyone else, especially Gao Xiaodie, understood what She meant. She was furious and gritted her teeth, saying, shut up. I am not your dog, She nodded. Yes, at first I did treat you like a person, but you insisted on not acting like one. That's right. In the beginning, She considered Gao Xiaodie a friend. She bought double of everything for her, left food for her, and saw her as a sister. But Gao Xiaodie only thought she was She's pet. Because she helped She with things, She was kind to her and gave her things. This also made her realize she could get more by using her tricks. So one person cared sincerely, and the other only thought about benefits. You're talking nonsense. You look down on me. Why did you give my peanuts to others? Gao Xiaodie couldn't believe it. Even though she knew she was very kind to her. In the past, to get along well with she kept 5 gene of the best peanuts for her. She accepted them and later secretly gave them to Su Ranan after she left. If she hadn't forgotten to tell She about her plans and gone back, she wouldn't have found out and would still think she was sincere. She is allergic to peanuts and never eats anything with peanuts, Qin Xiongjuan suddenly said. This information made Gao Xiaodie swallow her words, so that's how it was? If she had truly been honest with She from the start, would things have been different? Gao Xiaodie, what does it take for someone to truly respect you? She looked at her and asked. Is it just eating what you give them, even if it risks their life? She stepped forward and stared at Gao Xiaodie. You don't even respect yourself. Why should others respect you? Gao Xiaodie took a step back. After hearing She's words, her legs went weak, and she sat on the ground, covering her face with her hands and crying. She saw clearly that Gao Xiaodie was so eager to climb higher because she felt that, as a rural person, she was inferior to city folks. In her past life, Gao Xiaodie struggled at the bottom of society. This experience left a deep impression on her. Even in this new life, all she could think about was grabbing any opportunity around her. Gao Xiaodie now sees herself as very low, almost like dust. Who could possibly notice someone so insignificant? Basically, her low self-esteem is causing this mindset. She doesn't judge this attitude because she believes there's no right or wrong in feelings. But if it harms others, then it shows a problem with her character. Seeing Gao Xiaodie's expression, She continued. Gao Xiaodie, do you know? She from before, the day I was in the little cabin, I had already died then. This shocked not only Gao Xiaodie but also Su Guoqiang, who widened his eyes in surprise because he was involved in that event. The others present didn't understand what was happening. She then said, at that time, She no longer saw you as a person. She smiled gently at Gao Xiaodie. But to Gao Xiaodie, that smile only made her feel cold sweat on her back. No wonder, back then, She suddenly said she had no money and asked her for some. No wonder she moved away from a youth camp without telling her.
No wonder.
Gao Xiaodie suddenly realized that She had already known it was her during that period. Since then, everything she did, She had been on guard against her. That's why today's situation happened. She harmed her own sister. Su Guoqiang also understood. No wonder, shortly after the little cabin incident, he was beaten up for no reason. Now it all made sense. Chu Shi was behind it. That beating was so severe, he had to stay in bed for half a month. Even now, he still felt a dull pain in his leg. He thought, Chu Shi is really scary. I better not provoke her in the future, or I might end up being played to death without even knowing how. But Gao Xiaodie was not convinced. She believed Chu Shi was the one who harmed her sister. Now that she had torn her face with Chu Shi, she was determined. She would not give up until she was dead. Her hatred for Chu Shi reached an all-time high. Chu Shi didn't care what they were thinking. She looked around at everyone in the room, then bent down and lifted Gao Xiaodie's chin with her finger. We finished talking about feelings. Now let's discuss money. You didn't forget the reason I called you today, did you? When the topic of money came up, Gao Xiaodie started to panic again. She doesn't have that much money now. She had planned to get the money from Su Guoqiang after everything was settled, but now. Gao Xiaodie stayed silent, glaring at her with anger, as if she wanted to kill Chu Shi with her eyes. Seeing Gao Xiaodie's expression, Chu Shi knew she had no way out. But today, she couldn't come all this way for nothing. So she let go of Gao Xiaodie, clapped her hands, and looked at the team leader. Team leader, I remember you gave Gao Xiaodie a guarantee back then. Now you see she not only refuses to pay back the money, but also caused trouble for me. What do you think we should do? Hearing Chu Shi's words, the team leader felt bitter inside. He wondered why he had helped Gao Xiaodie with a guarantee in the first place. But there's no use crying over spilled milk. The team leader handed the problem over to Gao Laifu. Laifu, debts of parents are also the children's debts. Xiaodie owes Chu Jiqing money. You should pay it. Gao Laifu was already broke. Now, how could he pay Chu Shi over 100 yuan? He wanted to pretend to be poor in front of Chu Shi, but Chu Shi spoke first. Chu Shi, I told the team leader that if Gao Xiaodie doesn't pay back the money, I will call the police. Today, this issue came up again, so we might as well report it together. Gao Laifu naturally didn't want to call the police. If Gao Xiaodie really went to jail, who would take care of the family? Plus, Gao Xiaodie was getting married, and there would still be a bride price. But he really couldn't come up with that much money now. What should he do? Just as Gao Laifu was worried, Su Dazhuang spoke up. Brother Laifu, I have an idea. I don't know if you'll agree. Gao Laifu immediately looked at Su Dazhuang, eager to ask. Do you really have a plan? Seeing that no one else was around, and there was no need to worry about appearances, Su Dazhuang said directly. Look, Laifu, your daughter Xiaoyan and my son Xiangzi are already settled. Maybe we should find a time to arrange their marriage. Hearing this, Gao Laifu thought. Yes. If they get married, we can get the bride price. First, we can pay back Chu Shi. Xiaodie probably still has some money. Later, we can quietly ask her to take out the money. There is no process yet. Nowadays, marriage doesn't require the traditional 3 letters and 6 formalities, but proposing and giving betrothal gifts are still necessary. Without these, the bride might be treated badly after marriage. At this moment, Gao Laifu surprisingly thought a bit about his daughter. After everyone left, Gao Xiaoyan stopped crying. When she heard Su Dazhuang talk about her marriage to Su Guoqiang, she quietly looked at Su Guoqiang. Their eyes met, and she quickly looked down, feeling shy. Su Dazhuang saw the interaction between the two children. He felt some dislike for Gao Xiaoyan. She was involved with his son in a complicated way. He wondered if, after marriage, similar problems might happen again. But right now, he knew he had to marry Gao Xiaoyan into the Su family. Otherwise, people outside might say something bad. Another reason was that after seeing Gao Xiaodie's mean side, he was afraid that if things went wrong, Gao Xiaoyan might call the police, and Su Guoqiang could be labeled a troublemaker. Hearing Gao Laifu ask this, Su Dazhuang sneered inwardly but smiled outwardly. Laifu, today the team leader is here. Let him witness. I've wanted to propose to your family for a while. Why wait for another day? Today we're here to propose. What do you think? Gao Laifu didn't want this. A rushed proposal showed he didn't value the girl. But he needed money, and if he refused, he wouldn't get the betrothal gifts today. Gao Laifu hesitated for a moment. He looked at Gao Xiaodie and her sister, and at Chu Shi, who was waiting eagerly for money. He clenched his teeth and said, "All right. I agree." When Gao Xiaoyan heard her father agreed to the Su family's proposal, she felt very happy inside. Even if her reputation might suffer in the future, as long as she could marry Su Guiqiang, she thought it was worth it. She was still a young girl and didn't know what might happen if she married into the family. Gao Xiaodie wanted to stop this, but she thought that if she did, not only would Xiaoyan have trouble marrying in the future, but she might also end up in trouble herself. Thinking of this, she opened her mouth but didn't say anything. She quietly watched this family. No matter what each person was thinking or pretending to think for others' sake, in the end, the benefits went to themselves. Su Dazhuang heard Gao Laifu agree and smiled even more brightly. In that case, our family will give 150 yuan as the bride price. What do you think? Su Dazhuang's bride price was not much, just enough to meet Gao Laifu's expectations. Gao Laifu didn't expect Su Dazhuang to be waiting for him here. When he proposed to Gao Xiaodie earlier, Su's family had promised a bride price of 200 yuan. Now, it had been reduced by 50 yuan, clearly showing that they were not satisfied with Gao Xiaoyan as the bride. But he couldn't refuse. Luckily, Gao Xiaoyan didn't know that the original promise from Su's family was 200 yuan.
Well,
Fine, 150 yuan it is. Let's get through today first, Gao Laifu thought. I have no problem with 150 yuan for the bride price, but let's be clear, our family won't give any dowry, Gao Laifu said honestly. He didn't plan to give dowries for his two daughters. At this moment, Gao Xiaoyan was actually a little happy because her childhood friend's bride price was only 100 yuan. If she received 150 yuan, didn't that mean she married better? As for the dowry, Su Dazhuang didn't care much. He was quite satisfied with a 50 yuan reduction in the bride price. So he smiled and said, "All right, let's agree on that. I'll go home and get the money now." The village head watched both families finalize the marriage plans. Since there was nothing more for him to do, he was about to leave but asked Gao Laifu before going, "Can the money owed to Chu Jiqing be paid back today?" Gao Laifu didn't dare say no. Seeing the village head's attitude, it was clear he was on Chu Shi's side. If he refused to pay, what if the village head gave him trouble later? He quickly nodded. "Yes, once Dazhuang gives the bride price, I will definitely pay back Chu Jiqing." The village head nodded with satisfaction.
Good.
Then I'll head back first. As he passed by Chu Shi, he also reminded him, "Chu Jiqing, you and Qin Jiqing wait here. If he doesn't pay you today, tell me. I'll make him clean the manure tomorrow." Gao Laifu was a temporary worker. The meat factory would give them a few days off to help harvest the wheat. The village head was in charge of village work assignments. Manure cleaning was not a popular job, and he was deliberately mentioning it to Gao Laifu. Su Guiqiang didn't have much to do now. When Su Dazhuang was discussing their marriage, he secretly went to Gao Xiaoyan's place, and the two of them quietly played with their fingers. Gao Xiaoyan blushed all over, but didn't dare let anyone see. At this moment, Su Dazhuang finished talking about the bride price and planned to take Su Guiqiang home. When he turned around, he saw that Su Guiqiang had gone back to Gao Xiaoyan's place again, which made him very angry.
Su Guiqiang,
"Come back with me," Su Dazhuang called. Hearing his father call him by his full name, Su Guiqiang knew he was really angry. He quickly stood up and followed him. For a moment, only Zhu Shi, Qin Xiangjuan, and Gao Xiaodie's family were left in the house. Zhu Shi looked at Qin Xiangjuan, then turned and left the room. Qin Xiangjuan followed her, and Gao Laifu also came out, leaving space for Gao Xiaoyan, who hadn't had time to tidy herself up. Gao Xiaodie watched Zhu Shi and Qin Xiangjuan's figures disappear, and her anger started to grow again. She couldn't help but chase after Qin Xiangjuan and ask, "Do you really like Zhu Shi? Can't you see she doesn't care about you?" Qin Xiangjuan was startled when Gao Xiaodie ran over, took a few steps back to steady himself, and then shook off Gao Xiaodie's hand. "What are you talking about? Talking nonsense. Do you dare say you don't like Zhu Shi?" Gao Xiaodie questioned. Laughter came from Zhu Shi. Qin Xiangjuan and Gao Xiaodie looked at her at the same time. Gao Xiaodie was even more furious and asked, What are you laughing at? Qin Xiongjuan didn't speak, but clearly showed his helplessness and disdain for Gao Xiaodie in his eyes. Of course, Gao Xiaodie didn't see this. Her gaze was fixed intently on Zhu Xi. Gao Xiaodie, who are you to Qin Xiongjuan? Zhu Xi asked slowly, her tone full of teasing. This made Gao Xiaodie even more embarrassed. Zhu Xi then said, who he likes, is that your business? You don't celebrate too early, she thought. One day, she would make Zhu Xi cry so hard she wouldn't be able to handle it. Whether I'm happy or not, that's none of your business. If you hadn't owed me money and refused to pay back, do you think I'd be standing here? Gao Xiaodie was so angry, she almost spat blood. Damn it, why is Zhu Xi so sharp-tongued now? Gao Xiaodie looked at Qin Xiongjuan, hoping to find some comfort from him. But what she saw was Qin Xiongjuan looking at Zhu Xi with tenderness. This made her so angry she almost vomited. On the way back, Su Dazhuang was giving advice to Su Guqiang. He asked, Qiangzi, what do you think of Gao Xiaoyan? Although Su Dazhuang didn't say it directly, Su Guqiang understood what he meant. He quickly replied, Dad, you don't need to ask. As for Gao Xiaoyan, marrying her is fine. She's pretty and can do work. Su Dazhuang nodded happily and said, that's good. That girl from the Su family, if she hasn't married yet and is like you, it's not good. You should be clear about that. Su Dazhuang was worried that his son might really like Gao Xiaoyan. He didn't want her as a daughter-in-law, but if she came to work at home, that was okay. He could handle it. Su Guqiang nodded and then asked, Dad, if I marry Gao Xiaoyan, will everything be fine? Hearing this, Su Dazhuang naturally thought that this matter was probably related to Su Guqiang. He said, Gao Xiaodie has no proof, and Zhu Xi won't pursue it further because of the team leader's face. As long as you marry Gao Xiaoyan and keep her in line, it will be fine. Su Guqiang felt relieved after hearing this. Then he heard his father continue, but you should behave yourself recently. Before marriage, you need to comfort her. Do you understand? Yes, Dad. Don't worry, Su Guqiang nodded. Recently, Gao Xiaoyan was very fresh and new to him, so he would definitely treat her well. The Su father and son went home to get money. Su Dazhuang then sent Su Guqiang to deliver the money to Gao Laifu.
He stayed home to sleep.
Meanwhile, Zhu Xi received the money from Gao Laifu and was about to leave. Wait! Gao Xiaodie called her. Zhu Xi looked back in confusion. She didn't know what else Gao Xiaodie wanted to say. You haven't given me the IOU, Gao Xiaodie said. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't have called Zhu Xi. Zhu Xi didn't bother with her and pretended to take the IOU out of her pocket, but actually took it from her space. She threw it to Gao Xiaodie and turned to leave. Qin Xiongjuan followed closely behind. On the way back, Zhu Xi and Qin Xiongjuan walked side by side, neither speaking. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Zhu Xi broke the silence first. She said, Thank you, Qin Xiongjuan. No need to be so polite. Even if it's someone else, I would help too, Qin Xiongjuan replied, secretly admitting that he liked Zhu Xi. Now, Zhu Xi carefully avoids suspicion. She is not an unreasonable person, but she still wants to try one last time. Zhu Xi. Qin Xiongjuan suddenly calls Zhu Xi's name. Zhu Xi turns to look at him. Under the moonlight, Qin Xiongjuan only sees Zhu Xi's bright eyes, shining like stars. He swallows hard, his throat moving slightly, wanting to say something. Zhu Xi. Have you ever thought about having someone to protect you? If needed, I can. Qin Xiongjuan asks gently, even a little cautiously.
Zhu Xi sợ mai xúc tì.
It's fine. The complicated relationship left by the original owner can be discussed openly today. Of course, and I've already found someone to protect me. Thinking of Shunyi, Zhu Xi's lips can't help but lift slightly. But Qin Xiongjuan doesn't look as happy. He swallows his words and can only smile awkwardly. Qin Xiongjuan asks, Why didn't you tell me before? I only found him recently. Zhu Xi pauses, then looks at Qin Xiongjuan and continues, Sometimes, fate is so strange. Some people can't be together even if they spend every day together, but others, maybe just one look is enough for a lifetime. She hopes Qin Xiongjuan can understand what she's saying. Although both are adults and some things can be spoken directly, Chu Shi still doesn't want future awkwardness between them. Qin Xiangjuan is smart. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly laughs, as if he's let go of a burden, then pats Chu Shi's head. Let's go, I'll take you home. When Chu Shi gets home and lies in bed, she begins to think about what to do next. She has already cut ties with the original male and female leads from the story. Now, she plans to live her own life peacefully. Thinking about her 4 younger brothers and the secret business she's running, Chu Shi feels confident about the future. Even though they stayed up late the night before, the team leader still blew the morning work whistle promptly at 5 o'clock. Today is the first day of the wheat harvest, so before starting, the team leader must give a motivational speech. The team leader speaks passionately on stage, but Chu Shi is thinking, the wheat harvest is starting. Will my brother's money be enough? I should find a chance to send some over. Everyone quickly finished their assignments. Each person took their tools and went to their designated spots. Chu Shi also worked in her assigned field, focusing on harvesting. Although Chu Shi now has a small wheat harvester, there are many people around, so she decided to give up. The sun quickly rose, and the sky gradually brightened. Someone noticed that this year, there was an extra person helping with the wheat harvest at Su Guiqiang's house, and that person was Gao Xiaodie. Soon, the news that hadn't spread last night spread throughout the entire village, sparking many discussions. Gao Xiaodie's situation at home is not good. Gao Laifu lost 50 yuan in bride price for her and didn't receive a single penny. He also embarrassed himself in front of the villagers. After everyone left last night, he severely beat Gao Xiaodie. Despite that, he didn't let her rest today. As for Gao Xiaoyan, she was called early in the morning by Su Guiqiang to help with the wheat harvest at his house. He said his mother was sick and needed to rest at home, so she couldn't go to the fields. According to customs, since they are not officially married yet, Gao Xiaoyan doesn't need to work at her in-law's house. But the Su family insisted she go, so she ignored Gao Laifu and Gao Xiaodie's protests and left her own tasks to help at Su Guiqiang's house. This caused a lot of gossip in the village. Some said it was Su Guiqiang's doing, but most believed Gao Xiaoyan was trying to get close to him. So, after finishing part of her work, Chu Shi would sit down to rest for a while. Her task was only so much, and as long as she finished within the time limit, it was fine. Even when resting, Chu Shi's speed was much faster than the other 2 girls among the young workers. Su Ranan, though straightforward and good at cooking, tended to slack off when doing heavy work. Gu Chunyan, whose living standards had recently improved, naturally didn't want to do much work either. 2 people watched Chu. She quickly moved forward. They felt uncomfortable but knew they couldn't catch up because of the bright sun above and their sore hands. They relied on themselves. Gu Chunyan gave Su Ranan a look. The 2 put down their tools and went to rest near Chu Shi. Su Ranan first approached Chu Shi, sat happily beside her, and reached out to hug her arm. Chu Shi turned sideways to avoid it. Su Ranan looked a bit embarrassed but said, Chu Shi, you're so fast. Gu Chunyan and I are so jealous. Gu Chunyan nodded nearby. They acted as if they had forgotten yesterday's attitude of looking down on Chu Shi. Some people are friendly only to hide their true intentions. Su Ranan suddenly acted very friendly and praised Chu Shi, which made Chu Shi feel suspicious. She wondered if they were up to something again. Chu Shi nodded and pointed to her gloves. Yes, I brought gloves. You can wear a pair this afternoon. Gu Chunyan rolled her eyes behind Su Ranan. She thought, who wants gloves? We want you, Chu Shi. Haha, you're joking. Even if we had gloves, we definitely wouldn't be as fast as you. Su Ranan continued to praise Chu Shi. What are these 2 planning? Chu Shi wondered. She looked at them with suspicion. Although she was suspicious, Chu Shi smiled and said nothing. Just watched them quietly. Su Ranan felt a little awkward. Since Chu Shi didn't respond, she wondered what to say next. But from Chu Shi's attitude, she probably didn't want to continue. She hesitated, then suddenly hugged Chu Shi's arm. Chu Shi, I want to talk to you. I hope you can agree. Chu Shi felt uncomfortable being hugged. Just as she was held, Gu Chunyan went around Su Ranan and stood behind Chu Shi, picking up her tools. Chu Shi didn't see Gu Chunyan's move. She asked Su Ranan curiously, What's the matter? You go ahead. Su ran and blocked Chu Shi's view and said, Chu Shi, you work so fast. Today I don't feel well. Can we switch places? Chu Shi felt that maybe today's sun was a bit too harsh, making her hear things that weren't there. At this moment, someone actually asked such a question. During the harvest season, everyone is the most tired. They work under the blazing sun, sweating heavily to finish their tasks. There's no time to rest. So, who has the leisure to do charity work? Would these two think that if they come over to praise her, she would foolishly swap tasks with them? Chu Shi glanced at the wheat field, which was mostly untouched, and silently thought, do they think she's a fool? No. Chu Shi firmly refused. Meanwhile, Gu Chunyan took Chu Shi's tools and threw them onto her own row of wheat. She then grabbed her own tools and, on her way back, made a hand gesture to Su Ranan. Receiving the signal, Su Ranan immediately let go of her hold on Chu Shi, and her face changed suddenly. Forget it. You should go back to your own work. Excuse me? What kind of move is this? Shouldn't you two hurry back? Seeing Su Ranan's smug look, Chu Shi turned around and saw that her tools were gone. Instead, Gu Chunyan was holding her tools and looking at her provocatively. In this situation, Chu Shi had nothing to be confused about. She only blamed herself for being careless. She knew these two weren't kind, yet she hadn't prepared herself. After realizing this, Chu Shi looked back at Su Ranan with a half-smile. This Su Ranan really was a person who would side with whoever benefits her. Whoever can give her advantages, she would play along with. Facing her again, Chu Shi asked once more, Su Ranan, are you sure this is Gu Chunyan's task? Although feeling guilty, Su Ranan thought about the benefits Gu Chunyan had promised her and the promise to take her back to the city. She answered stubbornly, of course, this is Chunyan's. She works quickly. Su Ranan also looked around and saw that most workers were busy harvesting wheat. Everyone was focused on their work and had no time to care about others. The weather was unpredictable, so everyone was doing their best to protect the wheat. Chu Shi also saw the situation around her. Under the hot sun, she didn't feel like arguing with them. It was just a little more wheat harvested. However, those who plan to harm her shouldn't think they can get away easily. Chu Shi called out to the Overlord. Overlord, find the potion in the space and sprinkle a little. It will make the wheat stalk stronger. Oh, right. I remember there's a toy snake in the space. Make an icy one for me. Make it a bit scary, the Overlord in the space replied. Okay, I'll make it right away. Chu Shi, didn't you hear? This is my land now. Aren't you leaving? Gu Chunyan looked at Chu Shi, who hadn't moved, and urged her to go. Just then, the Overlord finished making the potion. Although called a potion, it was made into a water bottle shape to help Chu Shi with her current situation. Chu Shi took a sip of water as a cover, then suddenly spilled all the potion onto the ground. She glanced at the two of them and then quietly passed through Su Ranan's wheat field, heading to Gu Chunyan's original spot. When passing by Su Ranan's wheat field, Chu Shi secretly threw the icy toy snake into the field. This ice was specially made by the Overlord. After Su Ranan saw it, the Overlord would control it to melt quickly. After doing all this, Chu Shi leisurely picked up her tools and started working again. The sun was already high, so her work was a bit slower. Gu Chunyan and Su Ranan watched Chu Shi obediently move on and began harvesting happily. But when Gu Chunyan swung her sickle, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Hey? Why is it so hard to cut the wheat here? Gu Chunyan wondered. She looked up at Su Ranan, who was focused on harvesting. Maybe we took a longer break, Gu Chunyan thought, then stopped worrying and started harvesting the wheat with effort. Chu Shi reached Gu Chunyan's wheat field without hesitation. She continued harvesting, just like before, working bit by bit. She was usually very fast. Before long, she was working even faster than Gu Chunyan and the others. Just as she was about to sit down and rest, she suddenly noticed something strange on the ground. Since harvesting wheat requires bending over, anything in the field would be visible. Chu Shi had just finished cutting a handful of wheat when she suddenly saw something shiny and golden on the ground. Her mind quickly raced through possibilities. She rubbed her eyes and looked again. Sure enough, it was still shiny and golden. Chu Shi moved closer, took her sickle, and started digging downward, planning to dig it all out. Chu Shi was digging and asking Boang, "Boang, look at this. Is it gold? How much is underneath? Is there a chance of finding a gold mine here?" At this moment, Boang was resting and upgrading in the space. Hearing Chu Shi's question, he had to pause and survey the outside area. Survey complete, Boang's mechanical voice said. The gold in the wheat field is only a little right under your feet. But not far from that mountain there is indeed a gold mine. Really? Chu Shi thought. Then we will be rich. In the end of the world, everyone finds things based on their own skills. Chu Shi, it's the 1970s now. The best place for these gold mines is the country, Boang reminded her.
Oh, right.
What about this piece? Chu Shi really wanted to secretly keep it for herself. There is much more gold in your space than here, Boang's voice said again. Chu Shi felt a bit disappointed. Even if I already have a lot, I wouldn't mind more. Who wouldn't want more money? Looking up, Chu Shi saw Gu Chunyan and Su Ranan struggling to cut wheat. An idea suddenly came to her. Oh no, Chu Shi suddenly shouted. Captain? Captain, come quick. Look what I just dug up. By now, it was almost noon. Chu Shi's shout drew many people's attention. Everyone looked over. Gu Chunyan was already tired from harvesting wheat, and now she was even more exhausted. She said annoyed, "What are you shouting for? It's hot, and you think you found gold or something?" Su ran and fanned herself and agreed. Exactly. Chu Shi ignored them. She hoped she wouldn't get so angry she'd faint. The captain heard Chu Shi shout, quickly put down his sickle and ran over. He was still panting when he reached her and asked, "What happened? Did you find something? Why are you making such a fuss? Can't people work quietly? Don't they see everyone looking at you and losing focus?" But when he saw the gold Chu Shi dug up, he was so surprised he almost stopped working. His eyes widened. This really was a big piece of gold. The team leader was stunned by the gold that Chu Shi had dug up. He had never seen such a large, shiny piece of gold in his life. Chu Shi smiled and helped the team leader. Team leader, be careful. At this moment, many people had gathered around, all dazzled by the bright gold. The gold piece looked like any other, shiny and bright, but its biggest feature was its size. How big was it? Based on Chu Shi's estimate, it weighed about 1 kilogram, or about 2 jin. Because of its irregular shape, it looked quite large. For a moment, everyone in the village was envious. "If I found it, I'd secretly take it home," someone whispered, and many others agreed. The team leader suddenly looked at Chu Shi seriously. "Comrade Chu Shi, you're a good comrade. You care about the group and the country. I will report this and praise you." His words made those who had been thinking about taking the gold hesitate. They could only envy Chu Shi's luck. Why didn't they have such good luck? Among the crowd, the angriest person was Gu Chunyan. She was so mad, she almost exploded. Why is Chu Shi so lucky? That land was mine. Gu Chunyan said fiercely. Only Su Ranan, who was closest to her, heard her. They had just teamed up not long ago, and soon after, Chu Shi found the gold. Su Ranan quickly nodded. Yes, if we hadn't swapped with her, we would have found the gold. It's all your fault. You insisted on swapping with her. Gu Chunyan glared at Su Ranan and complained. And even if I hadn't swapped, I would be the one who found the gold. Gu Chunyan was annoyed and scolded Su Ranan. Su Ranan lowered her head and didn't argue back. Wasn't it you who said yesterday that if Chu Shi had swapped earlier, she'd be the one to find the gold? Now you're blaming me. Su Ranan thought to herself. Who do you think you are? If you hadn't said you could take me back to the city, I wouldn't be so annoyed with you. Of course, Su Ranan only thought this in her mind. She didn't dare to argue with Gu Chunyan out loud. Seeing Su Ranan with her head down, Gu Chunyan's anger eased a little. She didn't want to watch the team leader praise Chu Shi anymore. She rolled her eyes and sneered. Humph. We'll see. With a fierce tone, Gu Chunyan left these words behind and turned to walk back to the wheat field. Su Ranan was also jealous of Chu Shi, but now that she was on Gu Chunyan's side, she could only apologize to Chu Shi and began harvesting the wheat. After being praised by the team leader, Chu Shi felt a bit shy. She had just wanted to keep the gold for herself, but now she said politely, "Team leader, I was just lucky. Even if other members found something, I would report it to you." This made the team leader feel very pleased. He thought she was a good girl, honest and respectful. He wondered why he had been so blind before, criticizing Chu Jiqing for a girl like Gao Xiaodie. That was wrong. She didn't care about what the team leader was thinking. She quietly looked at Gu Chunyan, who looked very upset and felt very happy inside. She looked at the clock. It was almost 11:30. The sun was very hot now. She suggested to the team leader, "Team leader, you should take this gold back to the team office. It's noon, and everyone should go home to eat." The team leader was still happy about finding the gold. Hearing he quickly said, "Yes, yes. Let's finish work here. Everyone go home and eat. Eat more. I will turn in the gold this afternoon. It will surely bring honor to our team." Everyone happily agreed. In those days, being an advanced team was a big honor. It made them happier than getting money. Just as they were about to leave, suddenly a woman's scream rang out. "Ah!" Everyone looked toward the sound and saw it was Su Ranan. After Chu's earlier shout, the team leader thought Su Ranan had also found something. "Su Jiqing, what's wrong? Did you find gold too?" someone asked. Su Ranan looked distracted and pale, unable to speak. The person asking noticed something was wrong, and everyone gathered around her. Under the team leader's guidance, they saw nothing special in her area. The team leader asked, "Su Jiqing, what has happened to you?" At this moment, Su Ranan regained a bit of her senses. She tremblingly raised her hand and pointed at the wheat field in front of her. "Snake. I just saw a snake." Everyone followed her finger, but couldn't find any sign of a snake, so they didn't believe her. "A snake?
We are all nearby.
How come we didn't see it?" Yeah, you probably found something and hid it, so we would know." Someone started to doubt. "Exactly. Su Jiqing doesn't seem as honest as Chu Jiqing. Captain, you should check carefully." Hearing someone say she wasn't as good as Chu Jiqing, Su Ranan felt a bit resentful towards Chu Shi. But right now, she was really startled by the snake. When she looked again, it was gone. "What's going on?" "Captain, I was just startled by the snake and screamed out loud." The captain looked at her pale face and believed her a little, but still asked seriously, "Did you find anything?" Su Ranan quickly shook her head. "No, Captain. I really didn't find anything. If you don't believe me, you can ask a woman nearby to search." Hearing this, the captain realized she probably didn't find anything. As the leader, he said, "You might be suffering from heat stroke and having hallucinations. Go see the doctor later and take some medicine." Su Ranan nodded. Yes, maybe she really had heat stroke or was sunstruck, which caused her hallucinations. But that snake just now felt so real. Seeing that Su Ranan found nothing, everyone quickly lost interest. They decided not to stay under the hot sun, and even some complained, "Really, you delayed us from going home to eat." Even though Su Ranan heard their complaints, she could only grit her teeth, smile awkwardly, and then leave with them. In the next few days, because she was so frightened, Su Ranan kept having nightmares and couldn't sleep well. She also didn't have much energy to bother Chu Shi. She returned home at noon. Sister Su had already prepared the meal and was waiting with Su Qing. As soon as Chu Shi entered, she smelled the delicious aroma. She looked inside and saw that Sister Su had cooked several hearty dishes. One was spicy stir-fried bacon, which was smoked at home from pork during winter. The bacon was bright red, coated with oily chili, shiny and tempting.
Wow.
"Sister-in-law, we're eating so well today." Chu Shi looked at the dishes on the table and said to Sister Su. Sister Su was very happy to be able to eat meat. "Yes, eating good food is nice. It gives us energy to work in the afternoon." Su Qingqing was eating happily. Listening to Chu Shi and Sister Su, she paused her chopsticks and said vaguely, "Do we have to eat this kind of food every day? It's so tiring." Chu Shi said, "Qingqing, study hard, and in the future, you'll be able to eat meat every day." Sister Su smiled and gently patted her head. "Yes, Qingqing, study well, and in the future, you will have good days where you can eat meat every day." Su Qingqing nodded very hard. Besides the cured meat, Sister Su also fried all the eggs at home, so Chu Shi and Su Qingqing could enjoy a satisfying meal. But the supplies at home were limited. Usually, they could only eat this well on the first day of the harvest. Sister Su decided that in the next few days, she would cook with a little more oil than usual. More oil and water would help, because working so hard without enough nourishment would make people weak. That evening, Chu Shi noticed that the dishes weren't as good as they had been at noon, but she didn't think much of it. However, when the next day at noon, the food still wasn't very good, Chu Shi started to feel suspicious. She quietly asked Sister Su, "Sister, do we not have any more meat?" Sister Su felt a little embarrassed by the question. "Well, there are only me and Qingqing at home, so we didn't make much cured meat for the new year. We don't have time to buy more now. Chu Shi, if you want to eat meat, it's okay. Sister Su can go to the village and exchange for some, that should be fine." Chu Shi remembered how well she ate on the first day and forgot how Sister Su used to save. She remembered seeing Sister Su cook once when she first arrived. Sister Su kept her oil in a small glass bottle with a chopstick stuck inside. At first, Chu Shi didn't understand what the chopstick was for. It was only when Sister Su was cooking and took out the chopsticks before frying, using the oil on the chopstick to wipe the pan, that Chu Shi realized what was happening. She understood that in this time, resources were scarce, and it was hard for a single mother and orphan girl. That's why Chu Shi sometimes gave Qingqing small gifts. Thinking about this, Chu Shi decided that in the next few days, it would be best to eat some meat. Just 2 days had passed, and Qingqing's face was already noticeably red from the sun. Even Sister Su looked quite tired. Older sister-in-law, trading with the villagers is enough. Now every family is trying to make up for lost work and earn more work points, Chu Shi said. Then Chu Shi added, "Older sister-in-law, don't worry. After work this afternoon, I plan to go up the mountain to see if I can catch a wild chicken or rabbit for extra food." Hearing there might be a chance to eat meat, Su's sister-in-law was happy but still warned Chu Shi, "Be careful on the mountain. If you can't find anything, come back early. When I cook, I'll add more oil." Chu Shi happily agreed. Unbeknownst to Su's sister-in-law, Chu Shi has a space, so whether or not she catches wild rabbits, she can bring some home. After work in the afternoon, Chu Shi handed the tools to Su's sister-in-law and went alone to the mountain. Su Qingqing wanted to go too, but they stopped her together. Chu Shi went straight into the deep mountains because the outer areas had been mostly searched by the villagers. Small animals usually don't come to the outer areas, so Chu Shi had to go inside. She wandered around the deep mountains, picked some tasty wild fruits, and had Bawang catch 2 chickens from her space, placing them in a basket to carry down the mountain. Halfway down, Chu Shi unexpectedly met Wei Qi. It seemed Wei Qi also came up the mountain to find some wild game to bring back. The youth camp's food was definitely not very good. Seeing Wei Qi alone, Chu Shi looked at the sky and greeted him. "Wei Qi, why are you up the mountain so late?" As it was getting dark, going up the mountain was very unsafe. Chu Shi saw Wei Qi as a little brother and naturally cared more. Wei Qi, as shy as ever, lowered his head and mumbled like a mosquito, "I came up to see if I could find something to eat. The youth camp's food isn't enough." Chu Shi thought Wei Qi was adorable and couldn't help but laugh. Haha. Although she was very familiar with Chu Shi, Wei Qi still felt a bit embarrassed.
Chu Shi Jia, stop laughing.
"I'm almost starving. You don't know, recently Gu Chunyan and Su Ranan have been cooking, and the food is less and worse than before. The few of us big guys can't even eat enough. I had to sneak out quietly to find something to eat."
Chu Shi, not that.
If it was because of Gu Chunyan and the other 2, then it made sense. Otherwise, at this time, who would be stingy with a little benefit to let everyone do their work poorly? Seeing Wei Qi looking so pitiful, Chu Shi quietly called him aside and said, "You're lucky. Look what I have here." She then took down her basket, opened the top, and revealed some wild chickens underneath. Wei Qi was very shocked. His eyes widened almost to the point of shouting. He quickly covered his mouth and asked Chu Shi with big eyes, "Sister, how do you have these?" And 2 of them, although he hadn't touched them yet, just looking at these chickens, they seemed very fat, at least 3 or 4 jin. If he could make a beggar's chicken, the taste would be amazing. TSK, it would be perfect. Luckily, he covered his mouth with his hand, or he might have been drooling now. Chushi looked at him and smiled. I got lucky and caught two. This one is for you. Handle it yourself. You can take it home or eat it outside before going back. It's up to you. Weiqi listened to Chushi and couldn't help but smile so much that his eyes disappeared. Then, he quickly returned to his usual obedient self. Thank you, Sister Chushi. I won't be polite. Chushi handed him the chicken, ready to leave. Seeing Weiqi standing still, she asked curiously, Why aren't you leaving? Planning to eat it raw here? Weiqi chuckled foolishly and then mysteriously said to Chushi, Sister, I'll take this to my secret base later. This chicken can last for several meals. Chushi was intrigued. She didn't expect this kid to have a secret base. She was very interested in this base. Oh, you have a secret base? Chushi didn't rush to leave and asked. Weiqi, of course. I accidentally found a cave that's very hidden. Sister Chushi, do you want to come see it? Weiqi looked eager to show off and was about to take Chushi to see it. She checked her watch. It was about time to go back. Sister Su was waiting for her to eat. She declined Weiqi's offer. Next time. I need to go back now. Sister Su is waiting for me. Weiqi was a little disappointed that he couldn't take Chushi to see the cave, but he thought there would be other chances. He immediately cheered up and nodded. Suddenly, he remembered something and said to Chushi, By the way, Sister Chushi, my family sent 2 gene of sugar recently. I'll give it all to you. I don't like eating sugar. Chushi didn't really want it at first, but thinking about Su's family situation and looking at Weiqi, she guessed that the child felt it was a waste to give her the chicken for free. So, she nodded in agreement. Okay, if you're free tonight, you can deliver it to me, Chushi said before leaving, reminding him, Remember to clean up after eating and be careful when coming down the mountain. Weiqi happily nodded and agreed. As he watched Chushi's figure walk away, he felt a bit lost. Even in the countryside, he had his sister's care, and that was really nice. When Chushi returned home, Su's wife had already cooked the greens and was debating whether to cook the last bit of cured meat at home. Seeing Chushi come back, she hurried out to greet her. Chushi excitedly said, Sister-in-law, look. I got lucky. Su's wife was dazzled by Chushi's smile, and even the wild chicken in her hand seemed less fragrant. She quickly agreed. Great. You're amazing. I'll get everything ready and we'll make chicken soup. Chu Jiqing looks really good. No wonder the young people in the village all want to be close to Chushi, Su's wife thought. If she were a man, she probably would think the same. Sure, whatever you say, sister-in-law, Chushi said while washing her face and hands, not paying much attention to her sister-in-law's brief distraction. After Chushi finished her bath, Su's wife had just finished preparing the chicken. Chushi saw her starting to cook it. She first added a little oil to the pot, then threw in chopped green onions, ginger, and garlic, frying until fragrant. When it was almost ready, she added the cut chicken pieces and kept stirring. Soon, a delicious aroma filled the air. Chushi sniffed and asked, Sister-in-law, are you making stir-fried chicken? Anything is fine. It smells so good, Su's wife replied while stirring. No. Just fry it like this first. The chicken stew will taste even better, and the broth will be much tastier. It's a pity there are no mushrooms or anything. Otherwise, chicken with mushrooms is a famous dish, especially delicious. Su's wife's words reminded Chushi, who said there were no mushrooms. She had picked some last time in the mountains, and there were still plenty in her space. Bawang had also cultivated some later. She quickly told her sister-in-law, Sister-in-law, I remember I still have some mushrooms in my room from the last mountain trip. I'll go get them. After saying that, she immediately went back inside and found some mushrooms. Naturally, with this meal of chicken stewed with mushrooms, Chushi was eager to eat 2 more bowls of rice. During the meal, Chushi happily sipped the delicious chicken soup when Sister Su suddenly asked her, Chushi, do you have a boyfriend? Sister Su had been wanting to ask earlier. Her brother from her hometown has a son about Chushi's age, and he is also single. She was thinking of matchmaking. When Chushi heard this, she quickly understood what Sister Su meant. Recently, many aunts had been asking about her love life, so she hurriedly replied, "Sister-in-law, I have a boyfriend." Sister Sue looked a bit curious. "Really? I haven't seen you with any man that way." "Don't worry, I mean no harm." She couldn't help but laugh. "Sister-in-law, I really do have a boyfriend. He's a soldier. He'll come over in a few days, and I'll definitely introduce him to you." Hearing that Chushi's boyfriend was a soldier, Sister Sue felt a bit more sympathetic. She was also from a military family and understood the hardships involved.
Ah,
Okay, she wiped her eyes, hiding her tears, and smiled at Chushi. Just then, Chushi didn't know how to comfort Sister Sue when someone knocked on the door. She looked at the time, 7:30. Most people had finished dinner and were relaxing in the yard. Curious about who was outside, Sister Sue quickly went to open the door. She saw a clean-looking young boy holding some things.
Wei. Hello, Sister Sue.
"I'm Wei Chi from the youth service station. I've come to bring something to Sister Chu Shi." Wei Chi spoke first. Sister Sue remembered that this young man was from the youth service station. No wonder he looked familiar, but she couldn't quite place him. "Wei Chi, come in. Sit for a while. I'll go get Chu Shi," she said, inviting him inside. Chu Shi heard the voice and came out to see Wei Chi holding 2 paper bags. She guessed these were the candies he mentioned. "Chu Shi, this is candy for you," Wei Chi said, handing her the sweets. Then he turned to leave, as staying too long in someone's house late at night wasn't polite. Sister Sue had wanted to make some sugar water for Wei Chi, but when she looked into the sugar jar, she realized there was no sugar left at home. Fortunately, Wei Chi didn't plan to stay long. He put down his things and left, and She didn't stop him. After Wei Chi left, Sister Sue felt a bit regretful. The child is doing well, and no one invited us to sit together. Since the child brought something over, Sister Sue now considers Chu Shi as family. Chu Shi directly handed all the candies to Sister Sue. "Sister-in-law, here, keep this so we can eat it together." No, that's not right. "This was given to you by Wei Jiqing." "I can't take it," Sister Sue refused. "Come on, sister-in-law, I usually eat with you too." "Just keep it," Chu Shi insisted, then added, "And tomorrow, have Qingqing come back early, prepare some cooled boiled water with sugar, and bring it to the fields. It'll give us energy to work." Haha. Hearing this, Sister Sue didn't stop her anymore and just nodded at Chu Shi. Back in the room, Chu Shi lay on the bed, thinking about Shini. It's been 3 days since she returned, but she didn't know how Shini was doing or if he missed her. "Boss, if only I had a phone now, I could chat with Shin-Yi," Chu Shi complained. Boss had just finished upgrading and, after searching the available resources, said to Chu Shi, "It's not impossible." Chu Shi suddenly sat up straight and asked, "What did you say?" "Really? As a butler, honesty is one of the essential qualities," I said sincerely. Boss replied. "Then what should I do?" Chu Shi asked eagerly. "Boss, simple. I just need to make a transmitter for Shun-Yi so you two can make calls. Just that simple?" Chu Shi couldn't believe it. "That's it. Do you doubt my ability as a butler?" Boss said, and Chu Shi could even hear a hint of annoyance in his voice. "No way, haha. Boss, hurry up and make it. Once it's done, I'll send it to him," Chu Shi said happily, thinking she would soon hear his voice. "Cannot send it to him," Boss suddenly opposed. This left Chu Shi very confused. She asked suspiciously, "Why? If I can't send it to him, how am I supposed to give it to him?" "I don't know when we'll meet again." According to the information, soldiers in this era have their letters and packages checked before they can receive them. If you send something to him, how will you explain the transmitter later? Chu Shi suddenly fell back onto the bed, feeling discouraged. She said, "Sigh. Let's just wait until he comes back to give it to him." The robot Bawang said, "There's no need to wait." Chu Shi stared at it. "You don't have to do everything, but what can you do? Hurry up and tell me, or I'll take out your battery." Bawang wasn't scared. As a robot, it has no heart, but it still responsibly solved Chu Shi's problem. Bawang explained, "It's simple. I can send out a small flying robot to deliver the transmitter directly to Shin-Yi." Chu Shi paused for a moment, then remembered. "Yes. We also have small flying devices, called imitation flying robots. They can be shaped like any animal. This technology existed in modern times, but it was upgraded during the apocalypse to be more precise and faster. She patted her head. I've been here too long. I almost forgot what the apocalypse was like. Bawang, hurry up and make the transmitter. Once she knew she could send it directly to Shen-Yi, she couldn't wait to hear his voice. In the army, a female soldier stood in front of Shen-Yi. She suddenly ran away, crying after saying something to him. Chu Wang and a group of young soldiers watched from afar. One of the soldiers couldn't help but complain. Do you think Captain Shen is a bit too insensitive? Such a nice girl. How can he make her cry? Another soldier laughed. Captain Shen is known for being tough. Everyone in the military district knows he's famous for breaking hearts. If he hasn't been beaten up, he's lucky. Ugh, it's a shame about Captain Shen's good looks. If I had such a handsome face, I definitely wouldn't make a girl cry. Stop dreaming. Among us, only Chu Wang can compare to Captain Shen. Everyone burst into laughter. Chu Wang kicked one of them on the butt. You don't know anything. That's called having boundaries. You should keep your distance from female comrades except your partner. The guy rubbed his butt and muttered, Yes, Captain Shen can do no wrong. Chu Wang ignored him again, feeling very pleased with Shen-Yi's actions. If he wanted to become his brother-in-law, he had to pass this test. He would keep a close eye on Shen-Yi at all times. Shen-Yi had just refused a female comrade and was about to leave when he noticed Chu Wang and a group of people watching the scene. Have you finished training? Add 10 more kilometers of weight for each person, a group of young soldiers. Can't we just go home? In no time, everyone dispersed. Before leaving, Chu Wang made a funny face at Shen-Yi, making him laugh and cry at the same time. Looking at Chu Wang, Shen-Yi thought of Chu-Shi from the countryside. On the day Chu-Shi returned, he had written a letter to him. Counting the days, it should have arrived by now. He wondered if Chu-Shi was thinking of him as much as he was thinking of Chu-Shi. Thinking of Chu-Shi, Shen-Yi's lips unconsciously curled up. Suddenly, he felt his nose was uncomfortable.
Aku, Shen-Yi sneezed etlude.
He looked around and saw no one noticed. Shen-Yi left casually, thinking that Chu-Shi was probably missing him too, just like he missed Chu-Shi. The next morning, Chu-Shi's first act was to ask Ba Wang. Ba Wang, how is the transmitter coming along? Ba Wang, busy in his small villa, looked up and replied to Chu-Shi. Almost done. It should be finished by tomorrow at the latest. Hearing this, Chu-Shi felt in a good mood and went to the wheat field. Maybe because he was happy, he looked at the vast wheat field and felt much more pleased. By noon, the team leader returned from the county town. To be safe, he had taken gold to the county early in the morning, trembling all the way, worried sick. The team leader didn't even have time to go home first. He went straight to the field to find Chu-Shi. Chu-Shi, I knew you'd be here. Look at this. As he spoke, he took out a big red certificate and handed it to Chu-Shi. Because of the team leader's loud voice, everyone quickly found out. Chu-Shi took the certificate and read, This is to award Comrade Chu-Shi for honesty and integrity. A young person with ideals and progress. Although the words sounded quite old-fashioned, Chu-Shi still felt happy. It was the first time she felt she had truly become part of this world. Thank you, team leader, Chu-Shi sincerely said to him. Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't finished talking yet, the team leader cheerfully said. They also rewarded you with some money, 300 yuan. Come pick it up when you have time. Wow, Chu Jiqing is so lucky, someone nearby said. Just then, Gu Chunyan and Su Ranan, who had just arrived, overheard this. Su Ranan couldn't help but sneer and said sarcastically, It's just luck someone else found. It's only 300 yuan. What's there to be so happy about? Gu Chunyan, who was walking slowly and hadn't heard clearly, immediately changed her expression when she heard Su Ranan. That money should have been hers. With that much money, she could buy many things or avoid doing some messy jobs. Su Ranan nudged her with her arm and said, See? I told you, Chunyan. Gu Chunyan didn't want to bother with her. She rolled her eyes and said nothing, walking away angrily. Hey, Chunyan, wait for me. Slow down, Chunyan, Su Ranan called after her, running to catch up. She didn't expect such good news. As for Su Ranan and the others, she didn't take it seriously, just petty troublemakers. Before she could thank the team leader, he took out something and handed it to her. The team leader said, "I was heading to the post office to pick up some things and happened to see your letter, so I brought it back for you." She immediately saw the name Shun-E on the letter. She happily took it, her smile brighter. She reached into her pocket and took out 2 candies, offering them to the team leader. "Thank you, sir." "Eh? What are you doing?" "I was just helping out," the team leader said, refusing politely. "It's just 2 candies. If you don't want them, you can give them to your little grandson," Chushi said. The team leader's grandson was 4 years old. Thinking of her adorable little grandson, the team leader didn't refuse. But seeing Chushi so happy, he couldn't help but ask, "Who sent the letter?" "That's why you're so excited." Not only was the team leader curious, but some young men nearby and nosy women also leaned in, eager to hear the gossip. Chushi was usually someone who didn't like to share her private affairs, but considering she had been introduced to many suitors before and some young men had been helping her openly or secretly, she decided to share. She thought for a moment and sweetly told the team leader, "It's for my boyfriend." At that moment, among the crowd, some people were heartbroken, while others were curious about the gossip and asked, "Is it true? We haven't seen him before." Chu Jiqing keeps himself hidden well. The questioner meant no harm, and Chushi didn't mind sharing Shun-Yi's identity. She replied, "He is a soldier, and he needs to train regularly." After hearing this, the crowd happily dispersed. They had heard the gossip and could now go home for dinner. Only a few boys who secretly liked Chushi wondered if they would be able to eat lunch comfortably. Chushi didn't have time to worry about others now. After the team leader left, she eagerly opened the letter to see what Shin-E had written. When she opened it, she saw familiar handwriting, something she hadn't seen in a long time. Since the end of the world, besides writing for school when she was young, most people used communication devices. Strangely, she had come to this era and was using this primitive way of communication again. Seeing each word Shun-E wrote made Chushi feel very happy. Especially when she saw that Shun-E missed her, her heart felt as sweet as eating chocolate. Chushi thought, no wonder even in modern times, many people prefer writing letters even if they have phones. It really has a special kind of romance. Seeing that it was about time, Chushi quickly returned home. She received Shun-Yi's reply and knew she had to write back too. Shun-Yi's address was the same as Chu Wang's, not far from here. After finishing her work for the day, she planned to visit him. Back home, Chushi carefully read Shun-Yi's letter again, then thoughtfully wrote her reply, expressing her longing for him. After finishing the letter, Chushi remembered to ask Bawang, "Bawang, is the transmitter ready?" "Oh, and make sure it looks nice, and it would be best if I could wear it every day." Bawang answered, Yes, don't worry. It's almost done. We're in the testing phase. If everything goes well, it should be ready by tomorrow morning." While sealing her letter into an envelope, Chushi listened to Bawang's reassuring words. Satisfied, she put the letter away and went for a short rest. Receiving Shun-Yi's letter made Chushi feel very happy. Even her work went faster. She hurried to finish her tasks and then prepared some food to send to Shun-Yi. Chushi finished her work early today and helped carry the harvested wheat to the threshing area. After completing these tasks, she hurried home. Because Bawang told her that the transmitter was ready, Chushi couldn't wait to go back and see it. When she got home, she checked the time. It was still early before dinner, so she locked the door and quickly entered her space. "Bawang, I'm here. Show me the transmitter you made," Chushi called out as soon as she entered, also taking a moment to look around her space. She realized she hadn't been inside for a long time. As soon as Chushi entered, Bawang already knew. Holding the newly made transmitter, Bawang came over to her. Chushi saw Bawang holding a red velvet box that looked very fancy, like the kind used in future times for marriage proposals. She guessed what was inside. Sure enough, when Bawang opened the box, Chushi saw 2 rings, one big and one small. It was obvious they were made by Bawang for her and Shun-Yi. Trying to hide her excitement, Chushi quickly hugged Bawang. "Bawang, you're so thoughtful." These are so beautiful. Yes, the style of the rings Bawang chose was very creative, with a classic and elegant look. Both rings had their names engraved on the inside. The main purpose of these rings was to serve as transmitters. When not in contact, they could be worn as rings, showing that the person was already taken. If they needed to contact each other, there was a tiny button on the ring. Pressing it would make the ring shrink to earring size, so it could be worn on the ear. Usually, Chu Shi and Shun Yi would only contact each other when they were alone, to avoid talking to the air and being mistaken for monsters. It would be many years before the big brother appeared, so they couldn't be too obvious for now. Bawang, can you send the transmitter to Shun Yi tonight? Yes, there's a ready flying vehicle in the space. Oh, do you want to send him the letter you wrote too? No need, it's better to send the letter separately. I also plan to make some food for him and send it together. Since Chu Shi said this, the King of Beasts didn't say anything further. He simply found a small flying device shaped like a bee, shrank the ring, placed it on the bee, set the destination, and then let Chu Shi release it. After releasing the bee, Chu Shi hurried back to her space to prepare some food to send to Shun Yi and her younger brother Chu Wang. Because it was summer, many of the prepared foods wouldn't last long, so Chu Shi decided to make some jam and mushroom meat sauce. Chu Shi was very skilled at making these, so even if it was her first time, she was confident she could do it well. After wasting 2 pots of strawberry jam, Chu Shi finally managed to make decent jam. While she still had a good feel for it, she asked the King of Beasts to bring her many fresh fruits. She planned to make only apple and strawberry jams because these fruits are less likely to be suspected and taste very good. Additionally, Chu Shi asked the King of Beasts to find the leftover pork and cut it into small pieces. She also took sugar, mushrooms, and other necessary ingredients from her space supermarket. Once all the ingredients were ready, Chu Shi officially started making the jams. The strawberries had been soaked earlier, and she added some white vinegar to sterilize them. She placed the strawberries in a glass jar, mashed them repeatedly until they turned into a paste, then added sugar. Since Shun Yi didn't like sweet food very much, she used less sugar for his portion. After mixing everything evenly, she needed to cook the jam on high heat. She handed this task to the King of Beasts. King of Beasts, this is a glorious and important task. I'm counting on you. Although he took over the task, he didn't hold back from teasing. Isn't it because you're lazy that you gave me this job? Chu Shi, ha. If no one is talking, no one will think you're mute. Chu Shi was indeed trying to rest, because cooking the jam required constant stirring and skimming off foam from the surface, which was very tiring. She didn't want to do it. I still need to prepare the next one. We can divide the work to be more efficient. She insisted she wasn't being lazy. She spent nearly an entire afternoon in her space, finally finishing the jams and meat sauces. Shun Yi and Chu Wang each received 2 bottles of jam and 2 bottles of meat sauce. Chu Shi carefully sorted the belongings for the 2 people, then took some milk powder from the supermarket. After removing the packaging, she packed it together into the parcels for both of them. When she left the space, it was already dark. Chu Shi had finished eating and bathing, and her day was over. Recently, because the production team was busy with wheat harvest, Chu Shi didn't have time to send parcels. However, early this morning, the team leader called her through a loudspeaker. Comrade Chu Shi, please come to the team office immediately. The team leader's voice repeatedly echoed from the loudspeaker. Hearing the call, Chu Shi put down her bowl. Sister-in-law, I'll go to the team office now. I won't wash the dishes first. Hurry up. Ching can wash the dishes later. Chu Shi patted Su Ching's head and quietly said, Thanks, Ching sister. When I come back, I'll give you some candy. Hearing this, Su Ching nodded quickly. Chu Shi arrived at the team office. The team leader greeted her with a smile. Chu Jiqing is here. Come in, sit down. The team leader's warm attitude made Chu Shi feel a bit uncomfortable. She obediently sat across from him and asked, Team leader, why did you call me? Chu Jiqing, you are a thoughtful and promising young person. You have a bright future. The team leader first praised her. Chu Shi was even more confused. Does the team leader want something from her? But she didn't have anything to ask for. Chu Shi didn't speak. She waited quietly for what the team leader would say next. Chu Shi, I want to discuss something with you, the team leader said, feeling a bit shy, but still speaking. Go ahead, team leader, Chu Shi replied cautiously, wondering what was so difficult to say. The team leader continued, it's like this. The reward of 300 yuan from above will arrive today. But, our production team still has many things unfinished. At this point, Chu Shi understood his intention. It was probably to ask her to use this money for the villagers. Hearing this, Chu Shi found it amusing. This team leader was quite good at helping others, doing things smoothly. Chu Shi didn't rush to refuse the team leader. She wanted to see what he would say next. Honestly, Chu Shi wasn't short of money right now. The 300 yuan was an unexpected gain, and since she hadn't received it yet, she didn't feel much about it. But now, the team leader's attitude was clear. He didn't plan to give her the money. This made Chu Shi feel uncomfortable. Team leader, what do you mean? Chu Shi pretended not to understand and asked. The team leader knew that what he was about to say wasn't very honest, and he found it hard to speak. But considering their village's situation, he had to be brave and continue. Chu Shi, let me be honest with you. Our village's economy isn't doing well. We have no money and no way to make more. I have no choice but to ask for your help. His reaction surprised Chu Shi. She thought the team leader and Su Dazhuang were similar, but now it seemed they weren't. Chu Shi didn't say anything, and the team leader kept talking. Chu Shi, our production team last year was at the bottom of the county's economy. While other teams like Yangyang and Hongri grow fruit or raise fish, we have nothing.
I'm worried.
About the money. I'm not asking you for free. Even if the team borrows from you, would that be okay? The team leader spoke sincerely, almost crying with tears and snot, and Chu Shi understood his main point. He wanted to use this money as an investment to boost the economy. Although Chu Shi understood his intention, she still had to ask about the reality. Team leader, if you're talking about boosting the economy, what do you plan to do with this 300 yuan? From what Chu Shi knew, most profitable jobs in this era were already being done by nearby teams. If the small Su village team tried to do something now, it would be very difficult and could cause unnecessary conflicts. The team leader had already thought about this. When Chu Shi asked, he could clarify and reassure her. Yes, I've discussed with Aunt Su-yun. We plan to find a few women who can sew clothes to make work uniforms for the factory. We'll use this money to buy sewing machines first. Chu Shi knew Aunt Su-yun was the village's women's director. She was very dedicated to her work, so it seemed they had been planning this for a long time. The team leader watched Chu Shi's reaction and continued speaking. The previous several production teams didn't make clothes because the team couldn't afford to buy sewing machines. Now that you have this money, I want to try asking you for some. Chu Shi asked, does our team also not have enough money? A large production team can't come up with 300 yuan? Hearing this, the team leader got angry. The team's accountant is Su Dazhuang, but after so many years, he has little money left in the team, while his own family is getting wealthier. It's obvious to anyone what's going on, but they lack education, can't find proof, and have no other options. After this busy period, our team plans to elect a new accountant. Many team members have already told me about Su Guoqiang. The team leader knew about the conflict between Su Guoqiang and Chu Shi, so he shared this in advance. This way, Chu Shi would see his sincerity, and she would feel more confident about investing. To be honest, the team leader's idea is quite modern, like the investment attraction strategies used in later times. Just after mentioning this, the team leader started talking about the benefits he wanted to give Chu Shi. Comrade Chu Shi, this is roughly the situation. If you agree, the team won't treat you badly. In the future, whether it's taking leave or getting a referral letter, we will fully cooperate, he said. After hearing all this from the team leader, Chu Shi had a general idea. He wanted to treat this money as a hen that lays eggs, planning to wait until it lays eggs, then hatch more hens, and so on. In recent years, the advantages of collective economy have gradually become less obvious. After the college entrance exam is restored, everyone's desire to make money will grow stronger. The team leader's actions now are laying the groundwork for the future. Thinking of this, Chu Shi made a decision. Team leader, I agree to the money, but I have one condition. Hearing Chu Shi agree, The team leader felt that this matter was almost settled. Not only one condition, but he would agree to 8 conditions. Go ahead, the team leader said, suppressing his excitement. Team leader, I want to use this money as my investment capital, Chushi said. Investing a few hundred yuan now, once the economy opens up, starting a clothing factory or something similar will definitely be profitable. Even if we can't open a factory, the benefits given by the team leader are still good. The team leader didn't understand. Join? What does that mean? Team leader, I think that if our production team wants to improve the economy, relying only on a few sewing machines and a few women isn't enough, Chushi explained. The team leader nodded. That's true, but for now, that's all we can do. Chushi continued. Yes, we need to think about the future. Since we're making clothes, can we also dye fabric ourselves? Can we design and produce finished garments? If we can do these things, won't our economy improve? The team leader said. You mean start a clothing factory? But opening a clothing factory requires a lot of resources and we can't do it right now. It's okay, we can take it step by step. When conditions are right, we can open one, Chushi replied. But, Comrade Chushi, you've been talking for a while, but you haven't explained what you mean by joining. The team leader brought the topic back. Chushi had prepared her words and then explained. Team leader, if our production team really opens a clothing factory in the future, I want to own 5% of the shares. Chushi wasn't sure if the team leader would understand her reference to shares and percentages, so she added, Of course, before we open the factory, I don't want anything and I don't want this money. The team leader didn't quite understand what Chushi meant by shares or 5%. But he understood her last sentence. If they don't open the factory, Chushi wants nothing and is giving them the money for free. No one can predict the future, so focusing on doing well now is the most important. Even if they agree now, it doesn't matter. So, the team leader didn't hesitate long and nodded in agreement. Team leader, please, when you have time, let's make a written agreement. That will make things easier in the future, Chushi said before leaving. Although she now thinks the team leader is a decent person, better than Su Dazhuang, she remains cautious and prefers to act carefully first. Every year, he goes to the county town for meetings, always at the bottom. He's really tired of feeling that way. Now, he finally has a chance to prove himself and wants to stand tall with pride. After leaving the team leader, she went straight to the fields. The wheat harvest was almost done. Everyone was in the threshing yard, threshing and drying the wheat, then stacking the stalks high into piles. She took a small basket and went into the field to pick up scattered wheat ears. This was something children and women liked to do after harvesting wheat each year. At this time, the wheat ears picked up could be considered their own, not needing to be handed over to the team. Those who collected more could exchange wheat for some coarse grains, enough to last the family a long time. She carefully picked wheat ears in the field. Although she didn't find many, she was very focused. As she bent down to pick one, she suddenly saw a pair of feet in front of her. Hey, isn't that Chushi, the educated youth? Still picking wheat ears by herself. It was Gu Chuanyan's voice. Su Ranran was standing beside her, acting very servile. Didn't she just get rewarded with 300 yuan? Why is she still doing this? Su Ranran muttered. Chushi straightened up and fanned her nose with her hand. TSK, where does that sour smell come from? Chushi felt these two people were really persistent. She hadn't provoked them. So why were they always bothering her? Did they think she was easy to bully? You. Don't be so proud, Gu Chunyan said angrily. After swapping fields with Chushi, her arms had hurt for days from the hard work. Plus, Chushi had been rewarded with 300 yuan because of it. Now, seeing Chushi made her angry. She realized that whenever she met Chushi, something bad was bound to happen. Let me ask you. Chushi looked at the two, crossing her arms. What's going on? Why are you both always chasing after me? Who's been chasing you? Don't flatter yourself, Su Ranran quickly retorted. Idiot. She's calling you a dog, Gu Chunyan snapped, annoyed. She suddenly wondered how she hadn't noticed before. Su Ranran was such a clueless person. Maybe her talent was only in cooking? Su Ranran disliked the most about Chushi was her aloof, cold, and proud attitude that seemed to see through everything. It made her feel like she couldn't hide anything from Chu Shi, like a clown. Even though Chu Shi was usually kind to her, she still felt distant. Unlike Gu Chunyan, who wanted her to bring her back to the city to satisfy her vanity, they each had their own reasons. Chu Shi rolled her eyes and asked, "Does this have anything to do with you?" Chu Shi used to be gentle and never spoke to them like that before. Before they could answer, Chu Shi added, "You too, if you have nothing to do, just go away. Don't waste my time working." Gu Chunyan and Su Ranran looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. They realized Chu Shi's words were sharp. Maybe this was her true personality. Hearing this, Gu Chunyan remembered her purpose. She quietly clenched her fists and said to Chu Shi, "Chu Shi, I need your help with something." Gu Chunyan's attitude surprised Chu Shi. Just a second ago, she was sarcastic, and now she changed her tones so quickly. How important could her request be? But Chu Shi thought their relationship wasn't that close, so she didn't plan to help. "Aren't I busy right now?" "No help." After saying that, Chu Shi bypassed them and started to walk away. Seeing her really leave, Gu Chunyan hurriedly called out, "Hey, Chu Shi, wait. If you help me, I'll pay you." Chu Shi didn't stop. She kept walking, thinking she was now a little wealthy lady anyway. "Hey, stop." Gu Chunyan saw Chu Shi didn't pause, so she jogged a few steps and blocked her way. Looking at Gu Chunyan, who was already panting after just a few steps, Chu Shi became curious. What was wrong with her? Why did she insist Chu Shi help? Chu Shi decided not to move forward anymore. She stood still and asked, "Gu Chunyan, are you forgetful? Do we really have such a good relationship?" Gu Chunyan felt a bit embarrassed by Chu Shi's words. She was actually feeling unwell, but didn't dare see a doctor. What if something serious was wrong? As a girl, how could she face others? She knew Chu Shi was good at medicine, so she asked her to help check. There was also another reason. Based on her understanding of Chu Shi, she believed Chu Shi wouldn't tell anyone. Of course, even if Chu Shi said so, because they don't get along well, others might not believe her. After thinking it over, she only came to see Chu Shi, but now it seems Chu Shi probably won't help her easily. What should she do? Gu Chunyan's eyes darted around as she tried to figure out how to get Chu Shi to help. Paying her money clearly wouldn't work, so what other way could she try? Chu Shi has no patience for people she doesn't like. Seeing Gu Chunyan stay silent for a long time, she said, "Hey, do you remember now? If you have, go to the side. You're wasting my time." Chu Shi the educated youth, Chu Shi's sister. Gu Chunyan grabbed her arm as Chu Shi tried to leave. Hearing this, Chu Shi got goosebumps. Chu Shi quickly shook her off and took a few steps back, keeping her distance. "Gu Chunyan, what exactly do you want? Are you planning some trick to trap me again?" No, it's not like that.
I didn't mean to hurt you this time.
It was all a misunderstanding. I apologize and hope you can forgive me," Gu Chunyan hurriedly explained. Since she no longer worried about money, Gu Chunyan developed a flexible skill. She could say whatever it took to achieve her goal. As long as she could get what she wanted, she could talk easily. Whether her words were sincere or if she kept her promises, she would decide that later. Chu Shi didn't believe those two light words, but she was curious about what made Gu Chunyan so willing to lower herself and beg her in front of others. "I don't have time today and can't help others," Chu Shi said, not refusing too harshly, and told the two women. Gu Chunyan heard this and thought, "There's a chance." She looked back at Su Rannan, who immediately felt something was wrong. Why does this woman want her to do something again? And she didn't even know Gu Chunyan had a problem and was desperate enough to ask Chu Shi for help. It's okay. Your work isn't heavy. Sister Rannan said she can help you," Gu Chunyan said while giving Su Rannan a subtle look. Hearing this, Su Rannan felt anger rising. She retorted, "Who said I want to help her? I won't do it." Gu Chunyan tugged at Su Rannan's sleeve and whispered, "Sister Rannan, do you still want to go back to the city? This matter with Chu Shi could affect whether you can go back early." Chu Shi carried a basket in one hand and touched her chin with the other, watching the interaction between the two people. It seemed that Gu Chunyan hadn't told Su Rannan about this matter, and they didn't appear to be as close as they seemed. When Su Rannan heard this, she naturally fell silent. After a moment of hesitation, She reluctantly walked over to Chu Shi, snatched the basket from her and lowered her head to say, Chu Shi, I'll help you pick. The basket was taken away, but Chu Shi wasn't angry. Instead, she smiled and said, Thank you, Sister Ranan. I plan to fill this basket all afternoon. You don't go too far, Su Ranan shouted angrily. Many people were picking wheat, but only a little was left in the field. Naturally, each person could only take a small amount. Even Chu Shi couldn't fill her basket in one afternoon. Chu Shi said this just to vent her frustration. Why did Su Ranan always cause her trouble? Although she wasn't the main troublemaker, it was still annoying to have her constantly backing her up. Oh, I see. Then I'll pick by myself. No need to trouble Sister Ranan, Chu Shi said, reaching out to take her basket, ready to do it alone. Su Ranan forced out a strained smile. No need. I'll do it. Then she gritted her teeth and said, I can definitely fill this basket. Hearing this, Gu Chunyan withdrew her earlier threatening look and stepped forward, hanging on to Chu Shi. Chu Shi, let's go somewhere quiet to talk. Chu Shi's left arm was held by Gu Chunyan, so she could only pull her away with her right hand. When she did, she accidentally touched Gu Chunyan's pulse.
Chu Shi was startled.
She had a suspicion in her mind. Compared to Gu Chunyan's excitement, she seemed much calmer. She said to Gu Chunyan, Let's go. Lead the way. Gu Chunyan was indeed a little happy now. Recently, she hadn't been eating well or sleeping well, and she felt unmotivated in everything. She suspected she might be seriously ill or infected with something. Gu Chunyan took Chu Shi to a small house at the youth commune. The house was next to the girls' dormitory where Chu Shi had stayed before. It was in a remote spot and usually not used much. When Chu Shi entered, she found that although the room was small, it had a table and chairs, almost like a small meeting room. Gu Chunyan pulled out a chair for Chu Shi and sat her down, then found a seat opposite her, acting very attentive. After sitting down, Gu Chunyan spoke, Chu Shi, actually I came to see you because I want you to check my pulse. Recently. She felt a bit shy, but still continued, I haven't been feeling well. Gu Chunyan's words seemed to confirm Chu Shi's earlier guess. She remained calm and asked, What are the symptoms? Gu Chunyan thought for a moment and said, It's just that I can't eat well, sleep enough, and sometimes I feel nauseous. She told the truth.
Chu Shi sighed softly.
These symptoms are quite clear. An experienced woman would see right away what's wrong, but to be safe, Chu Shi decided to check her pulse. Stretch out your arm, Chu Shi instructed. Gu Chunyan obediently did as told. She watched Chu Shi's delicate, white fingers resting on her wrist, paying close attention to every expression Chu Shi made, not daring to miss anything. Chu Shi had only guessed before, but after carefully checking her pulse, her suspicion was confirmed. Gu Chunyan kept watching Chu Shi's face, eyes wide with worry. She looked up at her, then lowered her head, appearing thoughtful, which scared her. Chu Shi, is there something wrong with me?
Just tell me honestly.
I can handle it, Gu Chunyan said, her voice trembling like the sky was falling. Chu Shi shook her head, indicating it wasn't that serious, and continued to check her pulse. She wanted to be sure again. Based on her knowledge of this era, people probably wouldn't be so open about these things. But Chu Shi's head shake made Gu Chunyan cry even harder. Wah. Chu Shi, am I beyond saving? Gu Chunyan sobbed uncontrollably, which made Chu Shi feel a bit sympathetic. Forgetting her previous issues, she thought Gu Chunyan was still pretty and delicate, quite attractive. So Chu Shi put down her hand and said, No, don't think too much. I just wanted to confirm. Gu Chunyan stopped crying for a moment after hearing that. She looked up at Chu Shi and asked, Then what exactly is wrong with me? Just tell me plainly. As long as it's not that I'm about to die. Chu Shi hesitated, unsure how to answer. She tried asking, I want to ask you, do you have a partner? Gu Chunyan was caught off guard by Chu Shi's question. After thinking for a moment, she nodded. After receiving a positive answer, Chu Shi asked, When do you plan to get married? As a girl, Chu Shi was a bit curious. Gu Chunyan was surprised by the question and looked uncomfortable.
We
don't have plans to get married for now. At this point, Chu Shi was speechless. She paused for a moment and then said directly, "But you're already pregnant. If you don't get married, what do you plan to do?" "What? Pregnant?" Gu Chunyan suddenly stood up in shock, staring at Chu Shi in disbelief. "Yes, you heard right. It's been over a month," Chu Shi said, noticing Gu Chunyan's strong reaction and feeling something was off. "Didn't your period come?" "That. I have health issues, so my cycle is irregular," Gu Chunyan explained. Now that she was pregnant, she wondered what to do. The man's family was very strict and probably wouldn't accept the child. But he also wanted a boy, and since they only had a daughter, maybe she still had a chance? Gu Chunyan was torn, thinking about whether to keep the baby. While she was lost in her thoughts, she was chatting with Bawang. "Bawang, are people in this era so clueless? Don't they know when they're pregnant? In this time, people are shy about such things. Besides, Gu Chunyan is not even 20 yet, so she probably doesn't know much," Bawang replied. This made Chu Shi understand better. With no family planning measures in place and many families having several children, it was common. Thinking this way, Chu Shi looked at Gu Chunyan with a hint of sympathy. Unmarried pregnancy, in this era, probably brought a lot of judgment, maybe true love. Chu Shi's gaze made Gu Chunyan feel guilty, as if Chu Shi already knew that the child's father was not a good person. Her mood had just gone through a big change, and Gu Chunyan felt exhausted. She didn't want to talk to Chu Shi anymore, but remembered to say, "Chu Shi, I hope you can keep this a secret." The child's father. Chu Shi didn't want to listen further. Although she was here to treat Gu Chunyan today, it didn't mean they were friends.
She didn't want to get involved.
So Chu Shi interrupted her. "Don't worry, I have no interest in your personal matters." Gu Chunyan felt relieved, and she finally felt at ease. As a doctor, Chu Shi explained some precautions to her. Then they left together. They went to the field under the hot sun. Su ran in, feeling frustrated, bent down to pick wheat ears. She muttered as she worked, "Damn it, when I get back to the city, I won't let you off, Ranan's sister." Gu Chunyan called out to her, "We're back now." "Thanks for your hard work, Ranan's sister." Su Ranan turned around, feeling like she was caught talking behind someone's back. Luckily, they were a bit far away. "You're so quick. I haven't filled my basket yet." Chu Shi didn't expect her to pick much. Looking at the basket full of wheat ears, more than half was already collected. It seemed Su Ranan was working seriously. She looked at the sun overhead and decided not to bother her further. "That's enough for now. Let's stop here." After saying that, Chu Shi took the basket and left. After Chu Shi left, Su Ranan complained to Gu Chunyan. "Chunyan, what important thing do you have? Why do you need her help? Look at how sunburned I am." She showed her red hands and arms to Gu Chunyan. But Gu Chunyan wasn't in the mood to comfort her. She was pregnant and had a ticking time bomb inside her, and she still didn't know how to handle it. "Ranan's sister, you've worked hard. I have some clam ointment at home. Later, you can put some on, and it will feel better." After saying this half-heartedly, Gu Chunyan fell silent, lost in her own thoughts. Su Ranan could only sulk quietly. If she had known it would be like this, she wouldn't have teamed up with Gu Chunyan. Now, neither of them could beat Chu Shi. Chu Shi carried her basket and headed home. She finished early today, and Sister Su hadn't returned yet. So she decided to go home and cook. It had been a tiring few days. When she got home, she found that Su Qingqing wasn't there either. So, Chu Shi took some of her favorite foods from her space. Why didn't she choose others' favorite foods? Because, in this era, everyone loved meat. That was just how it was. In her space, the most abundant items were various eggs. Chu Shi took 6 eggs, some mushrooms, and a piece of fatty meat. The fatty meat was for making oil. She cut the fatty meat into small pieces and put them into a big pot. Over low heat, the fat slowly rendered out. Once the oil was extracted, the remaining crispy bits could be eaten, mixed with a little sugar, delicious and sweet. While rendering lard, Chu Shi washed the mushrooms and scooped a small bowl of rice flour, planning to make fried mushrooms. Only Chu Shi would cook this dish. Otherwise, Sister Su wouldn't be willing to do it. As for the eggs, Chu Shi thought for a moment and picked some tomatoes from Sister Su's yard to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. After preparing all the ingredients, Chu Shi also turned the pork fat into meat scraps, scooped them into a small bowl, added sugar, and finished the first dish. Once Chu Shi finished all 3 dishes, Sister Su and Su Qingqing just arrived home. As soon as Su Qingqing entered, she smelled the delicious aroma. "Sister Chu Shi, what tasty food are you making?" She knew that Chu Shi's cooking was better than her mom's. Today, she wanted to eat 2 more steamed buns. Sister Su also smelled the aroma, but felt a bit shy about Chu Shi cooking for them, since Chu Shi had already been very kind to them. "Chu Shi, from now on, I'll do the cooking. Otherwise, how much oil would be wasted?" Chu Shi didn't mind and said, "It's okay, sister-in-law. I have time today, so wash your hands and come eat." During the meal, Sister Su suddenly seemed to remember something and said to Chu Shi, "Hey, Chu Shi, the team leader told me to ask you to come over this afternoon. He has something to discuss with you." Chu Shi nodded, indicating she understood. It seemed like a reward was coming. In the afternoon, Chu Shi went to the main unit and found not only the team leader, but also Aunt Su Yun. To Chu Shi's surprise, there was also Wang Area. Wang Area is the daughter of Wang the carpenter from the village. She is a few years older than Chu Shi, 21 years old. Wang Area has neat, short hair and wears gray-blue clothes, looking very meticulous, like a strong woman. This confused Chu Shi a bit. After entering, the team leader greeted her warmly. "Chu Shi, come in, sit down." Chu Shi obediently sat down but didn't say anything. She couldn't quite understand the situation. The team leader, having interacted with Chu Shi a few times, seemed to understand her. He glanced at the 2 other women and said, "Chu Shi, you saw the situation today. I won't hide anything from you. Comrade Wang Area will soon become the accountant of our production team, and she will be a member of our leadership team in the future." This news truly surprised Chu Shi. Really so soon? It seems that seeing Chu Shi shock, the team leader spoke again. It wasn't supposed to happen so quickly, but Su Dazhuang was reported. Besides his own actions, his son Su Guiqiang was also involved. When higher-ups saw it could cause bad influence, they sped up the process. "Comrade Wang Area, congratulations," Chu Shi said. She hadn't interacted with Wang Area before, but she had a good impression of Wang Mujiang, who had taught her daughter well. Don't listen to the team leader. My name is Wang Xiu." Wang Area, no, Wang Xiu, immediately spoke in a cute, childlike voice, making Chu Shi feel unexpectedly adorable and confused. With her serious, strong woman face combined with her cute, little girl voice, Chu Shi truly experienced what is called a charming contrast. Finally regaining her composure, Chu Shi cleared her throat. "Ahem. All right, Comrade Wang Xiu, now let's get to the main matter," the team leader said, noticing the harmony between the 2 young people. "Chu Shi has agreed to give me the money to use, and, according to her request, I've already prepared the contract. Once everyone is here, we'll sign and seal it." "Su Yun and Area, do you have any objections?" Auntie Su Yun responded. "No." She seemed a bit excited but was clearly holding back. Wang Xiu, more calm, said, "Uncle Kai, I have no objections either." With everyone's agreement, Chu Shi received her first contract and her first share since arriving in this world. The process went smoothly. Chu Shi was in a good mood, and before leaving, she asked them, "Team leader, what kind of clothes are you mainly making now?" The team leader wasn't sure, but Auntie Su Yun and Wang Xiu were mainly responsible. Auntie Su Yun replied, "We're close to the meat processing plant. Initially, we should talk to them about making work uniforms." Chu Shi nodded without saying much, and then left. Finally, the wheat harvest was over. Chu Shi had time to send the letter and food she made to Shini. Luckily, her space could hold everything, otherwise, it might have spoiled. Meanwhile, over at Shini's place, after finishing training that day, he lay on his bed, ready to sleep, when suddenly he heard a buzzing sound. Because it was summer, there were many annoying little insects, so he quickly got up to find and kill the annoying thing. However, he didn't find any bugs, only a small bee. Shani looked at the little bee and felt it looked very familiar. When the little bee stopped in front of him, he reached out his hand, and sure enough, the little bee voluntarily landed on his hand. Shani picked it up and saw a ring on it. His heart suddenly beat faster. This was a gift from Chu Shi. Thinking about the meaning of the ring, he couldn't help but want to fly to her side. After all, Shun Yi came from the end of the world. He quickly found the mechanism inside the ring, restored it to the size of his own ring, and carefully placed it on his middle finger. Through the little bee, Bawang could see Shun Yi's reaction. Watching this, Captain Shen, who looked like a fool, lying on the bed with his hand holding the ring on his chest and smiling foolishly, Bawang couldn't help but feel amazed.
Ah,
What exactly is love? Why has the usually tough and smart Captain Shen become like this? And from the look of it, Captain Shen hasn't discovered the ring's function yet. Well, let's not mention that now. When he finds out, he'll be surprised. After the harvest, Chu Shi helped the villagers plant corn seeds. Once that was done, more than half a month passed and there wasn't much farm work to do for now. The team leader was very efficient. Right after the wheat harvest, he went to the supply and marketing cooperative and bought 3 sewing machines to bring back to the team office. Such a big move wouldn't go unnoticed by Su Dazhuang. The team leader also took care of Su Dazhuang's matters. Now, many idle women had gathered at the team office. Since the 3 sewing machines were public property, making clothes required going to the team office. When someone was free, they could come over. If it wasn't their turn, they would knit sweaters while waiting. After finishing a piece of clothing, Wang Xiu kept track of each one. Once all the clothes were made and delivered, they would calculate the wages together, which made many wives and sisters very happy. Of course, some young girls also wanted to join in. After Wang Xiu tested them and found they were qualified, she would give them a chance. Chu Shi took a moment to visit and found the atmosphere very harmonious. Since not many villagers knew how to use sewing machines, there was no fighting over them. However, when Chu Shi arrived, she happened to meet Gao Xiaodie. Recently, Gao Xiaodie has been having a very bad time at home. Because Gao Xiaoyan is about to marry Su Guiqiang and the Su family has given a bride price, their status has changed dramatically. She was upset and, using memories from her past life, secretly reported Su Dazhuang. If Su Dazhuang wasn't an accountant, her future days probably wouldn't be easy either. She was quite satisfied when she found out the accountant position was replaced. She wasn't interested in a small village official, but when she saw the sewing machine at the village office and noticed people making clothes in their free time, she thought she could do that too. However, when Gao Xiaodie wanted to start working, Wang Area told her she did not do it well. "Why do you say I did it poorly? What's wrong with my work?" She argued, feeling unfair. In her past life, she had been a factory worker for many years. "Gao Xiaodie, this is how we do it here, not like you did. You damaged a good piece of cloth." Wang Xiu pointed at the clothes she made, looking very upset. That piece of cloth was quite valuable. It was for work uniforms, specifically for the meat processing factory, so it had to be very durable and thick. "Can I learn slowly? I just don't know how to use this kind of sewing machine yet," Gao Xiaodie said, feeling wronged. She had never used this primitive sewing machine before. Without waiting for Wang Xiu to speak, the other sisters-in-law chimed in. "If you don't know how to use it, buy one and practice at home. Don't waste our time making money." "Exactly, and we can't dare to work with you. If you get annoyed and poke me with a needle, I can't handle it. Oh, I almost forgot." Yes, it's really scary. Everyone was talking back and forth, and Gao Xiaodie could hear everything. She no longer had the face to stay there. She threw the clothes to Wang Xiu, snorted, and ran away. After Gao Xiaodie left, Wang Xiu saw Chu Shi approaching. "Sister Chu Shi, look, everyone is much more productive than before." Chu Shi nodded. Yes. What was that just now?" "Oh, that was Gao Xiaodie trying to join us, but she didn't do well. She almost ruined this piece of cloth," Tian Xiu complained to Chu Shi. Tian Xiu paused for a moment, then looked at Chu Shi and said, "Sister Chu Shi, if Gao Xiaodie passes the test, should we let her join us?" Everyone now knows that Chu Shi and Gao Xiaodie do not get along well. Their careers, which were largely helped by Chu Shi, are a sensitive topic. Wang Xiu feels a bit conflicted about this. Chu Shi smiled and said, "Don't worry about me. If she is qualified, she can do whatever she needs to. What they didn't know was that Gao Xiaodie had returned and was standing nearby, overhearing Wang Xiu's questions to Chu Shi. Gao Xiaodie had originally run away in anger, but halfway through, she realized she was too impulsive. Since she needed money, she came back and happened to see Chu Shi. She also overheard Wang Xiu asking Chu Shi questions. Given Gao Xiaodie's personality, seeing this situation made her feel humiliated. She didn't think about working there anymore and, not hearing Chu Shi's response, she left angrily. Humph. What's so great about her? I will make you all pay the price, Gao Xiaodie thought as she walked away. Gao Xiaodie's matter was just a small episode for Chu Shi. She didn't take it seriously. Recently, when she had free time, Chu Shi thought about her few younger brothers. However, Gao Xiaodie, who Chu Shi didn't pay much attention to, almost caused the villagers to suffer a big loss. Since Chu Shi gave her 4 younger brothers tasks, they each went to a neighboring team near Chu Shi's production team. Recently, because of the wheat harvest, each of them had quietly gained a good amount. In her space, she had already stored several warehouses of grain. Chu Shi thought she could find a good time to handle some of it. She wondered how her brothers were doing with their harvest and planned to check on them. If she wanted to gather grain from Suhai, she would need to combine the grain of all 5 people. But the problem was, where could she find such a large place? It needed to store grain and be discreet. Although her space could do this, she couldn't let outsiders know about it. Summer rains are frequent. Just now, there was a heavy rain. After each rain, it's a good time for adults and children to go up the mountain. Children can pick mushrooms, and families with many members can take some home to eat or give to nearby restaurants. They can also exchange things with villagers. In short, relying on the mountains for food, most people can get by. The rain stopped that day, and it was the weekend. After finishing her homework, Su Qingqing went with Chu Shi to pick mushrooms on the mountain. They also hoped to find some wild chickens or rabbits to bring home for a good meal. Since they were with Su Qingqing, Chu Shi didn't go deep into the mountain. After the rain, many parts of the mountain were difficult to walk through. So, Chu Shi only took her around the outer edges. Su Qingqing was still a child. She carried a small basket and followed Chu Shi, climbing the mountain with effort. While walking, she also picked mushrooms under the trees. Chu Shi just spotted a wild chicken. When she was about to chase it, Su Qingqing called out, "Big sister Chu Shi, look. There's a really pretty mushroom here." Chu Shi looked where Su Qingqing pointed. The mushroom was indeed beautiful, but it was poisonous. So, Chu Shi temporarily set aside the idea of catching the chicken and explained, "Qingqing, don't pick these pretty mushrooms. They are poisonous. Eating even a small piece could be very dangerous." Su Qingqing was frightened and quickly withdrew her hand. She patted her chest and said, "I understand, Chu Shi. I will only pick the ugly mushrooms from now on." "Haha, you can pick mushrooms here. I found a wild chicken. I'll catch it for tonight's dinner." "Great." Su Qingqing almost jumped with excitement. "Don't worry, Chu Shi. I won't run around. I'll stay here and wait for you." She was determined not to run off, so she could have chicken for dinner. Chu Shi placed a sensor on her and then left to find the wild chicken. She didn't find the chicken, but she discovered something more useful. Behind a thick patch of weeds, Chu Shi found the entrance to a cave. The opening was big enough for 2 people to pass through. Having experienced the zombie outbreak in the apocalypse, Chu Shi wasn't afraid of the unknown. She hesitated for a moment at the cave entrance and then decided to go inside and take a look. She took a flashlight from her space and entered the cave. At first, it was very narrow, making it hard for 2 people to walk side by side. But as she went further in, it became wider and more spacious. While walking, Chu Shi asked Boang to find her some clothes from her space. Inside, there were many paths, and she could feel the wind blowing from all directions. Chu Shi stood at the intersection of several paths, unsure of which way to go. Before she could decide, a strange scream suddenly sounded. A woot da-da-da-da. At first, Chu Shi only felt the wind was cold. The sudden scream startled her greatly. "Be boss. Please. Help me. See what that thing is. Although she wasn't afraid at that moment, she remembered that coming into this world was very mysterious. So now, she felt a lot of respect and curiosity about things she didn't understand. The strange creature that appeared suddenly made her so scared, she started to stutter. The boss responded from the space. "Don't call me Dad, Chu-shi. I'm just your butler. Shut up. Quickly show me what it is." Chu-shi's fear lessened a little after the boss teased her. "Nothing unusual detected around here," the boss replied. "Really? Then what was that scream just now?" Chu-shi wondered. Was the boss malfunctioning? "Don't doubt me. No strange objects or signals were detected," the boss answered, catching her suspicion. Now she was confused. The cave was dark except for her flashlight's beam. She stood still, not moving. Soon she heard a da-da-da-da sound again. She turned off her flashlight, took 2 steps back, and pressed her body against the wall, trembling with fear, waiting for whatever it was to appear. She cursed the boss silently. "This is what you said. No strange things?" "Well, it's here now." Sweat covered her forehead. She clenched her fists, thinking about what to do next, whether to find a chance to hide in the space or fight first and then hide. The sound grew closer. She took a deep breath, ready to fight. But when she saw what was coming, she lost all desire to fight. As the da-da-da-da sound approached, she finally saw clearly what was coming. It was a wild chicken. No wonder she tracked here and couldn't find its trail. It turns out it really went into the cave. The sound she just heard was its call and footsteps, mixed with the echo in the narrow cave, which made it sound strange. After thinking this through, she finally understood what the Bawang meant by no unknown creatures. A chicken definitely doesn't count as an unknown creature. Seeing the chicken appear in front of her, she didn't even turn on her flashlight. She quickly grabbed it, ignoring its struggles, and put it into her space. I told you not to scare me earlier. Since you're in a bad mood, I'll just eat you, Chu-shi thought. Then she followed the path where the wild chicken had come from and went inside. After walking along a narrow trail, she suddenly saw a large open space. The open area was very dry, and at the top there was a hole that let in enough light. She didn't need her flashlight to see clearly. The space was quite big, about 200 square meters. Besides some old wooden boxes, there was nothing else inside. It looks like this cave has been abandoned for a long time, Chu-shi thought. Judging by its condition, it was probably dug before the liberation and later abandoned. This was perfect for Chu-shi to store the grain she received. She wondered if the other paths also led to such large spaces. Chu-shi had already spent a lot of time in the cave. She didn't bother walking all the other paths herself. Instead, she sent out 4 small flying devices to check them. She found that, besides the one with the chicken, all the other paths were dead ends. Looking at the chicken in her space, Chu-shi thought, "It seems my chicken brother pointed me in the right direction. I won't eat it for now." She took out another chicken from her space and carried it back because Su Ching was still waiting outside. Chu-shi blocked the cave entrance with a branch, marked the spot, and happily headed down the mountain. In a few days, she could store the grain here. "In a few days, I will visit my younger brothers and add a little more. The food supplies will be enough then," Chu-shi thought happily as she looked at the half of the mountain cave filled with food. While Chu-shi was happy, the team leader and Wang Xiu, along with Aunt Su-yun, looked worried. In the team office, the team leader, Wang Xiu, and Aunt Su-yun sat at a table. On the table were the work uniforms they had recently made. Today was supposed to be the delivery day, but none of them looked happy. The team leader silently smoked. Aunt Su-yun looked worried about the pile of clothes, and Wang Xiu was very angry. "Aunt Su-yun, how can they do this? We agreed on everything before." Wang Xiu couldn't hold back and slammed the table, speaking angrily. Aunt Su-yun sighed. "Yes, we agreed before, but when I went this afternoon, they said they found a cheaper option. Our price is too high. That's impossible. We already set the lowest price for the first batch." "How could it be lower?" Wang Xiu asked curiously. "I don't know." Director Wu said he couldn't decide either. He said it was ordered from above and they assigned it to a specific company, Aunt Su-yun explained. Team leader, what should we do? The workers' wages are in that batch. If the meat factory refuses to take it, what will happen? Wang Xiyu was almost crying. She had worked hard for everyone, and she didn't want this to fail. The team leader took a deep drag on his cigarette and said, "It seems someone doesn't want us to deliver the goods. Who would want us to fail when we have no grudges or conflicts lately?" Wang Xiyu was puzzled and looked down sadly. Wang Xiyu sighed. "Now we haven't recovered the money for the materials, and we can't pay the antes. What should we do?" The three of them fell into silence again. After a while, Aunt Suyin said, "Maybe I should go ask Director Wu. We had an agreement, and he should keep his word. It's useless. If he wanted to take it, he would have already. Since he's not willing now, there must be a reason." The team leader replied, his brows still tightly furrowed. "No, I must go find him and ask clearly." Wang Xiyu, being young and impulsive, decided to go directly to the meat factory and confront someone. "Since it's so dark outside, how can you go alone, girl? Even if you go, everyone will have finished work. Who will you ask for help?" Aunt Sunyun also nodded. "Yes, if you're going, we should go together tomorrow. Tonight, let's just stop here. There's no other way now." The three of them can only leave their clothes at the team office, lock it up, and go home, waiting until the next morning to go to the meat factory and settle things. Early the next day, Wang Xiyu hadn't eaten and hurried to the team office. Wang Majiang called after her anxiously. "Eat your breakfast first." "Why are you in such a rush, you little rascal?" She only responded with her hurried back. The same thing happened at the team leader's house and Aunt Suanyun's house. All three arrived at the team office almost at the same time. In front of the team office, the three looked at each other, both amused and worried. It's clear they all care about this matter and must not make any mistakes. Just as they were ready, holding the clothes they had made, to go to town, an unexpected visitor arrived at the team office. "Hey, team leader, you're carrying so many bags. Where are you headed?" Gao Xiaodie's voice came from outside. Since Gao Xiaodie's last visit didn't go well, she's been acting strangely whenever she meets Wang Xiyu. So Wang Xiyu didn't say anything to her, especially since there was nothing to say. The team leader said, "We're planning to go out." "Xiaodie, why are you here so early? Is there something urgent? If not, please go back. We're busy." Gao Xiaodie seemed not to understand the team leader's meaning and said leisurely, "Oh, I don't have anything urgent." "Then wait for us to come back and talk," Wang Xiyu said, not wanting to waste time with her. "Second sister, why are you in such a hurry?" "I'm here to help you," Gao Xiaodie chuckled, speaking to Wang Xiyu. She liked to see Wang Xiyu look unhappy. "What do you mean by that?" Aunt Sunyun asked, noticing something was wrong, her face darkening. "What do I mean?" "Just what it says," Gao Xiaodie said, covering her mouth with a fake smile. Her words made the others angry inside. The team leader saw the situation and decided they couldn't leave just yet. He put the things back in place and went inside with Gao Xiaodie. He wanted to see what kind of trouble she was planning this time. "Tell me, what do you mean just now?" The team leader sat at the table and asked Gao Xiaodie, who was sitting opposite. "Team leader, actually, I came to discuss something with you." "Why don't you just give me this batch of clothes?" Wang Xiyu. "Give you? What do you mean? Anyway, the meat factory isn't taking your clothes anymore. It's better if you sell them to me. I can make some money, right?" Gao Xiaodie said without feeling guilty about taking advantage. "You." Wang Xiyu stood up, ready to punch Gao Xiaodie in the face. Uncle Suyun, standing nearby, grabbed her and asked calmly, "How much are you willing to pay? If it's possible to handle this for now, it's not a bad idea, since everyone is waiting to get paid." Gao Xiaodie. "Well, Uncle Suyun, you're smart. How about I buy each piece for $1.50? What do you think? Why don't you just go and steal them?" Wang Xiyu couldn't hold back anymore and stood up quickly. The team leader also couldn't help but ask, "Gao Xiaodie, are you the one behind this?" At this point, there's nothing left to hide. Gao Lifu works at the meat factory, so he probably knows some people there. Gao Xiaodie is clever and likely made some secret deal with them. They don't want this batch of clothes, and once they're desperate, she plans to buy them at a low price. That way, Gao Xiaodie can make a profit, and the factory will also get some money. "Team leader, don't be so harsh. I just gave Manager Wang an idea to help him save some money, Gao Xiaodie said shamelessly. So, it was really you. The villagers have no grudge against you. Why are you doing this? Wang Xiu couldn't understand why Gao Xiaodie would do such a thing. Grudge? Haha. Gao Xiaodie covered her mouth and laughed. Who was the one mocking me coldly that day? Wasn't it them? Just because they said those things? Weren't they the ones who said it? You did this, and now you don't want others to talk. Don't you have any shame? Wang Xiu was so angry she wanted to bite Gao Xiaodie. Is there something wrong with her? Second sister, stop talking. The team leader looked at Gao Xiaodie and knew she was angry at them. He guessed the villagers' issues were minor, mainly aimed at the sewing machines and Chu-Shi. Sure enough, Xiaodie Gao then said, Of course not. The main reason is because of you. Because of me, not only Wang Xiu but also Captain and Aunt Xian looked confused. When did Arya become enemies with Xiaodie Gao? Of course, it's because you said I was unqualified and kept asking Chu-Shi whether she wanted my clothes or not. Xiaodie Gao suddenly stopped smiling, gritting her teeth as she asked, Do I need Chu-Shi's approval to decide whether to keep them or not? Wang Xiu was startled by her sudden change in attitude and instinctively said, Of course not. Chu-Shi. Enough. I don't care what Chu-Shi says. Today, I'm here to collect your clothes. Just tell me whether you'll give them or not. Xiaodie Gao interrupted loudly. Aunt Suyun and the captain looked conflicted. The fabric for one piece of clothing costs about 1 yuan 20, plus other materials, making the total cost around 1 yuan 30. But the village girls' families also need to pay. It was agreed that each person would make one piece for 50 cents. The meat factory initially agreed to charge 2 yuan per piece, but now they suddenly changed their mind, catching everyone off guard. Because they trusted them, no written agreement was made, so they could only accept this loss. 80 pieces of clothing in total. So much money from the team has been invested. If they lose it, there won't be enough for the upcoming planting season. Captain, you absolutely can't just give her the clothes like that. I'm sure we can think of other ways, Wang Xiu said anxiously when she saw her elder silent. Other ways? What other ways do you have? The only place nearby that can handle so many clothes is the meat factory. I advise you to act quickly, or after today, the price might not stay the same, Xiaodie Gao said gleefully, confident that they had no other options. Xiaodie Gao, aren't you afraid of karma for doing this? Aunt Xian said angrily. Karma, Xiaodie Gao found it funny. She was reborn, the girl of good fortune. Even karma wouldn't fall on her. Afraid? Oh yes, I'm so scared, Xiaodie Gao patted her chest, pretending to be scared. Honestly, she was very happy now. Those who looked down on her before, and anyone related to Chu-Shi, she wouldn't let any of them go. The team leader was initially hesitant because he hadn't lost too much money, so he was ready to accept the situation. But facing someone like Xiaodie, he really didn't want to let her succeed. Even if these clothes ended up in his hands, he wouldn't give them to Xiaodie.
Yes.
Even if no one wants them, we can just give them to the ants later. I definitely won't let you win. Hearing that the team leader didn't plan to get rid of the clothes, Wang Xiu's tone became much more cheerful. Really? Team leader, are you really not going to do anything? Xiaodie said proudly, clearly confident that the team leader had no other options. If you want to give me something tomorrow, I might just accept it. The team leader was so angry, he almost couldn't breathe. He couldn't understand how Xiaodie, who seemed like a nice girl before, had become like this now. Wang Xiu gently tried to calm the team leader and said, Can't you understand? We won't give you anything. Seeing how the three of them behaved, Xiaodie felt that today was hopeless for negotiations. She stood up, brushed non-existent dust off her clothes, and said, Looks like we can't reach an agreement today. Team leader, I'm always ready for you to come find me. Hee. After saying that, Xiaodie left the team office, leaving the three of them staring at the pile of clothes on the table. The team leader tentatively asked, Annie, do you think we can use clothes to pay wages? Aunt Xian thought for a moment and replied, Probably not. Everyone wants to earn some money to support their families. As for clothes, each family already has enough to wear. Plus, if we use clothes to pay wages the first time, how could we do it again in the future? The team leader remained silent after hearing this. Wang Xiu clenched her teeth and said angrily, "What kind of heart does Xiaodie have? She makes me so mad. I used to think she was a good girl." Team leader, maybe we should ask Chu Shiji about this? Xiaodie's attitude towards us is partly because of her, Aunt Suyin suddenly suggested. However, the team leader rejected this idea. No, Chu Shiji was helping us with his bonus. The current situation is our own fault. We shouldn't trouble Chu Shiji again. Although the team leader didn't know all the details, based on what Xiaodie had done later, he realized she had also schemed against Chu Shiji before. It's better not to involve Chu Shiji anymore. Let's do it this way. There are so many clothes. Only some factories can handle them all at once. We'll ask around to see if they can take them. This was the only solution the team leader could think of. The other two people remained silent, agreeing with the team leader's idea. Chu Shi, who was on the team leader's mind, didn't know about the difficulties they faced. Recently, there hadn't been much farm work, so Chu Shi was rarely getting out of bed. By lying in, she actually meant staying in her room and reviewing plans with Bawang in her space. In her space, Chu Shi sat on the swing Bawang made for her, swinging gently while talking to Bawang. "Bawang, what do you think I should do next?" Chu Shi reflected on recent events. Xiaodie's schemes against her, even though they ended up affecting her own sister, still made her angry. Gu Chunyan had also plotted against her before, and now she was acting strangely with Su Ranan. Chu Shi didn't understand why they targeted her, but she remembered the grudge. As for Su Guiqiang, now that Su Dazhuang was incapacitated, he was the one who caused the original tragedy. How should she get revenge? She wondered what mattered most to Su Guiqiang. If she could make him lose what he cared about, that would be a good start. She thought carefully. Living in this world was so comfortable that she felt much gentler now. If someone treated her like this in the apocalypse, the grass on their grave might be 2 meters high. Why can't problems in this world be solved with violence?
Sigh.
She felt it was really hard for her. As for the other girls, based on what Chu Shi knew, Xiaodie definitely wouldn't stay quiet. Since Chu Shi had more free time now, if Xiaodie caused trouble for her again, she would settle all old and new scores together. Regarding Su Ranan, who always flaunted herself around others, Chu Shi had never taken her seriously. Such people often end up facing the consequences themselves. If not, Chu Shi would help her. "Bawan, can you detect who is the father of Gu Chunyan's baby?" Chu Shi asked curiously when she thought of Gu Chunyan. If Chu Shi wanted to get revenge on Gu Chunyan, the best way would be to let others know she was pregnant. But Chu Shi didn't want to do that. Thinking back to how Gu Chunyan had been evasive about the father of her child, Chu Shi suspected there was something fishy. Otherwise, with Gu Chunyan's personality, she might have already taken her child to show everyone. I heard that Gu Chunyan's partner is very wealthy. Gu Chunyan will probably try to marry him, but she hasn't made any moves yet, which is strange. Bawang quickly checked and replied, "No, that's not possible. In this era, information isn't complete, and the DNA system hasn't been set up yet. I knew it would be like this," Chu Shi thought, which was expected. But since she suspects Gu Chunyan, Chu Shi decided to take action. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy helps you plan better, right? Since she finally has a chance, she wants to make a move. "Bawang, find a little ant for me. When I get the chance, I will put it on Gu Chunyan. I want to see who the father of that child really is. Since there are so many cheat devices in the space, she might as well use them." Recently, the production team hasn't had many tasks, so Gu Chunyan should find time to talk to the child's father. When that happens, Chu Shi will finally know who he is. Seeing that the time was almost right, Chu Shi took the little ant from Ba Wang and left the space. The little ant is a common surveillance device in the post-apocalyptic world. It can operate without being noticed and can broadcast live footage. Chu Shi came out of the house. Besides her, no one else was home. Sister Su had gone visiting friends during her free time, and Su Qing still had to go to school. Chu Shi thought, maybe I should take this chance to visit my younger brothers? Chu Shi Jie, are you at home? Just as Chu Shi was about to go see her younger brothers, she heard a voice outside the door. Curious, she went to see who was there. When she looked at the door, She smiled happily. It was her younger brothers. They had come to see her first. Standing at the door were Huang Mao, Huang Baobao, and Yi Ge in a floral shirt. Huang Mao was hanging his head and standing next to Yi Ge. Yi Ge was leading him, looking very angry, probably just scolded Huang Mao. Why are you two here? Where are the others? Are you used to living in this village? She couldn't help but ask when she saw them. After all, this was her first time taking in younger brothers, and she wanted them to work hard and earn money in the future. She led them inside and said, "You two sit down first. I'll go get some sugar water for you." She turned around to prepare some plain sugar water. Jia, don't bother right now. We came here because we need to talk to you. Yi Ge held Shi's hand and said. Nearby, Huang Baobao listened to Yi Ge and lowered his head even more. Something can wait until later to talk about. She was not moved. Judging by his expression, Huang Mao probably caused trouble again, but he didn't know what happened this time. She went to the kitchen, poured 3 cups of water from the thermos, added a spoonful of sugar to each cup, stirred, and then brought them to the two of them. Seeing She come out with the drinks, Yi Ge quickly stood up and took them, showing some responsibility as a younger brother. After everyone sat down, She asked, "Tell me, why did you come to see me this time?" "What's the matter?" Huang Mao looked up in shock and asked incredulously. "Shi, you already know." Yi Ge slapped his head and said, "What do you know?" "From your look, anyone can tell." He looked like a dog that didn't get strawberries, hanging his head low. Yi Ge was really disappointed in Huang Mao. Since he was a child, he had been spoiled by his irresponsible father and scheming stepmother. People say stepmothers are hard to deal with, but Huang Mao's stepmother was very kind to him. He could choose not to study or do whatever he wanted. She didn't give much money, but she satisfied most of his needs. At first, Yi Ge was quite envious because Huang Mao's stepmother was very good to him. But as he grew older, he realized it was just overpraising him. Because of this, Huang Mao developed an impulsive and reckless personality. And now he had caused trouble again. Shi, we came here to admit our mistake. Not only did we fail to harvest the grain properly, but we also beat someone. Yi Ge said. Beaten someone? What's going on? Shi, knowing these people, thought they might have some flaws in character, but they weren't bad at heart. Yi Ge kicked Huang Mao and said, "You tell Shi yourself." Huang Mao, kicked, didn't dare to speak but slowly started explaining. "I was originally going to Yang Village Brigade. I rented a villager's house there, and sometimes traded grain with the villagers or exchanged other things." Shi listened quietly. Huang Mao took a sip of water and continued. "Next to me is a neighbor named Su Guangwu. He's an old bachelor, doesn't go to the fields every day, but he's never short of money. I often see him buying all kinds of food. His family also often has relatives visiting. At first he was very friendly to me and often, Huang Mao slowly explained, causing Shi to frown. She wondered, what exactly was the reason for the fight? "Get to the point." Yi Ge interrupted Huang Mao quickly, noticing Shi was about to lose patience. "Oh," Huang Mao immediately responded, then explained why he fought with Su Guangwu. "That night, when I was heading home, I saw Su Guangwu pulling and tugging with a woman. I thought they were a couple, so I didn't interfere. But not long after, I heard the woman shout for help. I couldn't hold back and went to help her. Then I fought him." Shi asked suspiciously, "Isn't that called doing a good deed? How can it be trouble?" Hearing Shi's question, Huang Mao clenched his fists in anger, but didn't say anything.
"Well,
let me explain," Yi Ge said, seeing this. Later, Su Guangwu acted shamelessly, tried to extort money from Huang Mao, or he would go to the police. Isn't that risky? And the woman can testify, right? We thought so too, but the woman not only refused to testify for us but also accused us, Yi Ge said angrily. "By the way, Shi, that woman is actually a young worker from your production team." Shi listened and suddenly remembered. Su Guangwu? Isn't he the person Gu Chunyan borrowed money from when she falsely accused her of stealing? No wonder his name sounded familiar. So, the woman pulling and tugging with him is still a young worker, probably Gu Chunyan. Her scheme to frame Shi doesn't count anymore, and now she has a grudge with her younger brother. Looks like this account needs settling. Can you still recognize that woman? I can take you to find her, Chu Shi asked Huang Mao. Luckily, little aunt wasn't released yet. Whether it's Gu Chunyan or not, she could handle it easily. Huang Mao looked reluctant. He had helped out of kindness, only to be bitten back. He turned his head away. I can recognize her, but I don't want to go. Yiga slapped Huang Mao on the head again. You don't want to go? If you don't, she'll extort 200 yuan from you. Do you have that money? Huang Mao opened his mouth to reply but realized he couldn't come up with that much money. He lowered his head silently. Yiga stopped talking about him. Chu Shi quickly grabbed Yiga. In her eyes, the yellow-haired boy was just a child. Chu Shi turned to the boy and said, I know you feel uncomfortable, but you haven't done anything wrong. If you do nothing now, the bad guys will get worse. The boy listened to Chu Shi's words but still said, But Sister Chu Shi, this woman is working with that man. I saw her go to Su Guangwu's house several times. It was hard to see clearly at night, but later, when they were threatened, the boy remembered that this woman was Su Guangwu's supposed relative. She often went to his house, sometimes bringing a man along. They didn't stay long each time. Seeing the boy with his head down, Chu Shi couldn't help but want to comfort him. She spoke gently. It's okay. We don't start trouble, but we also don't back down. If you're being bullied, you shouldn't stay silent. The boy nodded. Seeing that he was obedient, Yiga also nodded in satisfaction, then stood up directly. There's no time to waste. Let's go find her now. Yiga suddenly felt very happy. At first, he was quite upset about this matter, but now, seeing Chu Shi, he felt more confident. Unaware of her own importance, Chu Shi finally had a chance to let the little ant go free. She didn't know who that man was. So, Chu Shi locked the door and took two younger brothers to the youth knowledge point. At the entrance, Chu Shi reminded them, Our production team's youth station now has 2 girls. You should identify if one of them is her. Don't act rashly. Leave everything to me. You didn't need to worry. Chu Shi was mainly afraid that the boy might act impulsively. The boy just nodded without saying anything. Seeing that neither of them objected, Chu Shi led them into the youth station. The first person Chu Shi noticed was Wei Qi, who was about to leave. Senior Chu Shi, why are you here? Wei Qi asked. He looked at the 2 boys behind Chu Shi with a puzzled expression. Is there something you need, Senior Chu Shi? If Chu Shi needed help, he would stay to assist. Otherwise, what if she got bullied? Chu Shi smiled at Wei Qi. It's nothing. I just want to ask the girl from our youth team about something. Wei Qi thought to himself, I don't think it's that simple. Based on what I knew about the girls at the youth education station before, Wei Qi thought that Chu Shi probably came for something again this time. He decided to follow and see what was going on. Chu Shi didn't care what Wei Qi thought. She went to the girls' dormitory door and knocked. Gu Chunyan opened the door. I need to talk to you. Wei Qi saw it was about a girl and thought for a moment, but decided not to get involved. He went on with his own things. Today was a rare day to relax. Gu Chunyan and Su Ranan didn't want to get up. They were lying on the kong, a traditional bed. Gu Chunyan hadn't been sleeping well lately because of her health. When she heard Chu Shi knocking, they reluctantly got up. Chu Shi waited outside for a few minutes. Suddenly, the door opened. Su Ranan, annoyed, said to Chu Shi, Why are you knocking so early? Don't you know we're still sleeping? Chu Shi didn't want to argue with her about this watchdog. After all, if a dog bites you, you can't bite back. Just remember that, and when the time is right, you can give her a good whack. Ignoring Su Ranan, Chu Shi went straight to Gu Chunyan and looked at her. I need to talk to you. I'll wait outside. Then Chu Shi turned to leave. Su Ranan, feeling annoyed at being ignored, blocked Chu Shi's way. Chu Shi, do you have any manners? Did you not hear me talking to you? Chu Shi replied, A good dog doesn't block the way, you know? You're rude. You have no manners. Su Ranan, choking on her words, blurted out everything she could think of. You say I have manners? Is blocking the road and not letting others pass your idea of manners? Or forcing others to speak when they don't want to? Well, you really do have a lot of manners, Chu Shi said, clapping her hands. Su Ranan stammered, unable to say anything clear. She didn't want to argue anymore. She pushed past her and went outside. Just now, she had secretly put the little ant on Gu Chunyan's hair tie while she wasn't paying attention. If she had put it on her clothes, it would have been harder to deal with when she changed clothes. Gu Chunyan was already annoyed about getting up, but seeing Chu-Shi coming straight at her with a fierce look made her feel guilty. She had tried to set Chu-Shi up before, and now Chu-Shi knew her secret. She had hoped Su Ranan could help, but in front of Chu-Shi, Su Ranan was no match. So Gu Chunyan obediently followed Chu-Shi. She was curious about what Chu-Shi wanted to talk about. When Chu-Shi and Gu Chunyan went outside, Gu Chunyan immediately felt like turning back when she saw the two people next to Chu-Shi. How could these two be with Chu-Shi? Does Chu-Shi know something? Gu Chunyan's mind was filled with worries. Chu-Shi noticed Gu Chunyan's expression clearly and guessed that this person was probably Gu Chunyan. If that was true, it made things easier. Despite her resistance, Gu Chunyan finally approached the three under the big tree at the youth station. She deliberately ignored the other two and asked, Chu-Shi, what do you want to talk to me about? Chu-Shi was straightforward and direct. Gu Chunyan, have you seen these two people before? Gu Chunyan thought to herself, it must be because of this. But she pretended to be innocent and shook her head, saying, no, I haven't. When the blonde-haired man saw Gu Chunyan, he was very angry. Seeing her lie blatantly, he couldn't hold back and shouted, you're lying. You're the one colluding with Su Guangwu and extorting money from me. Gu Chunyan's face showed obvious discomfort, but she quickly smiled and said, haha, little brother, you're joking. I would never extort money from you. You're the one. I won't mistake you, the blonde-haired man insisted. He was sure he could recognize her even if she turned to dust. Compared to him, Chu-Shi thought more deeply. The blonde-haired man said Gu Chunyan was related to Su Guangwu and that she had been involved with him, even bringing a man to his house. If all these things were connected, it would be a big problem. Yellow-haired boy, Chu-Shi called out, but she actually wanted to say his name. However, she couldn't bring herself to say, Bao Bao. The blonde-haired man listened to Chu-Shi and stopped talking for now. He trusted Chu-Shi. Chu-Shi said, since you haven't seen her before, I can rest assured. These two young brothers said a woman testified that they were attacked and asked for compensation. It seems this woman isn't you. Gu Chunyan was very worried. Chu-Shi knew about her pregnancy, and if she found out about Su Guangwu, all her secrets would be exposed. What Gu Chunyan didn't know was that Chu-Shi was already close to figuring everything out. She just needed one more confirmation. When Chu-Shi said it wasn't her, Gu Chunyan quickly responded, of course it wasn't me. How could I do such a thing? Chu-Shi looked at her meaningfully. It's good that it's not you. Otherwise, I might not be able to keep this inside. Gu Chunyan was shocked and looked up. Was Chu-Shi threatening her? If she kept helping Su Guangwu, Chu-Shi might reveal what she knew. Earlier, she had been a bit careless when visiting Chu-Shi for treatment. But then she thought no matter who said what, whether they were close or not, people didn't really care about the truth, just gossip to talk about. Now, Chu-Shi was holding a big mistake she made. What should she do? After saying this, Chu-Shi left with two younger brothers. Huang Mao and Yiga didn't understand, but since Chu-Shi said to go, they followed. Big sister Chu-Shi, are we done asking questions now? Yiga was very curious. From the beginning to the end, his role was just to stand around for a while. It's done. She probably won't lie as a witness anymore, Chu-Shi replied. Huang Mao also looked puzzled. Big sister Chu-Shi, I feel like that woman is really afraid of you. Sure enough, kids' instincts are accurate. Chu-Shi waved her hand. Not exactly. I just have something on her, so she doesn't dare to testify again. That's good. Now I can finally go back and sleep peacefully, Huang Mao said quickly. He was furious with Gu Chunyan earlier, but now he just wanted to go home and sleep. Chu-Shi didn't take them home. Instead, she led them up the mountain. Listen, I found a good place on the mountain to store things. I'll take you there to get familiar with the way. Great. When I have free time, I can also tell the other two. I brought my bike from home, Yiga said. Hearing this, Chu-Shi felt touched. She was worried about how to find them around, but since Yiga could handle it, she decided to leave it to him. Okay, let's go. I'll take you there,
Chu said.
She led the two into a cave and carefully marked the spot so they wouldn't get lost in the future. After making sure they remembered, she let them go. Before they left, Chu took some things from her house, actually from her space, and gave each of them 10 eggs and 5 duck eggs. Chu was never stingy with her own people. The two accepted reluctantly, and she also gave some to the other two. After solving the problem, Chu felt very happy. Gu Chunyan, on the other hand, was very impatient. No, I need to go tell Su Guangwu. Not long after Chu and her group left, Gu Chunyan hurried out the door. Su ran and wanted to go to town with her to buy some snacks. Chunyan, let's go to town today and buy some treats. The ones you gave me last time were really delicious. Gu Chunyan didn't have time to deal with her and said irritably, that snack isn't from the town, it was bought from the city. It was brought by Li Lin last time. Hearing her tone, Su ran and pouted and looked down. It's just a city thing, so what? What's so special about it? Gu Chunyan ignored Su Ranan's reaction and left directly. She needed to quickly tell Su Guangwu, and the idea of extorting money was no longer an option. When Gu Chunyan arrived at Su Guangwu's house, he was pretending to be sick, lying in bed. When he heard someone enter, he started to moan as if in pain. My leg hurts so much. My chest hurts too. When he saw it was Gu Chunyan, he stopped and sat up, asking her, what are you here for? About that kid, forget it. He can't pay that much money, Gu Chunyan first explained, trying to persuade him with reason. But Su Guangwu was no fool. Of course, he wouldn't listen. Why? I can't just get hit for nothing. He has to compensate me. Seeing how shameless Su Guangwu was, Gu Chunyan could only threaten him. If you insist on extorting him, don't blame me for not testifying for him. That won't do, Su Guangwu said anxiously.
There were only 3 people that day.
If Gu Chunyan betrayed him, how could he get the money? Why not? I usually give you less money. Just don't bother that kid this time, okay? Gu Chunyan pleaded with him helplessly. Su Guangwu looked at Gu Chunyan for 2 minutes and then said, I won't bother him, but you have to give me a reason to be convinced. And I need compensation. I was hit because of you. When Su Guangwu mentioned this, Gu Chunyan was even more furious. That night, Su Guangwu came to see her, but she couldn't be with him because she was pregnant and couldn't have sex. She didn't want to tell him, so there was a struggle, and Huang Mao saw it. Now it seems that she can't avoid it anymore, so Gu Chunyan decided to be honest. I'm pregnant. Gu Chunyan suddenly said something, and Su Guangwu was stunned. After a moment, he carefully asked, whose is it? If it was his child, he definitely wouldn't want it. But if it was Li Lin's, then he wouldn't lack money in the future. Gu Chunyan immediately saw what Su Guangwu was thinking and rolled her eyes. Don't worry, it's not yours. That's why I couldn't be with you that day. Then what does that kid have to do with this? Su Guangwu couldn't understand. It's complicated. You just need to know not to pretend to be sick to scam money anymore. The rest is none of your business. Gu Chunyan was very annoyed and didn't look at Su Guangwu kindly. Su Guangwu didn't care about her attitude and still smiled happily. All right, I can agree to that, but... Gu Chunyan looked at him cautiously. But what? But you have to give me compensation. Now that you're pregnant, you'll earn less money in the future, so you should give me more compensation, Su Guangwu said shamelessly. You. Gu Chunyan's face turned green with anger. She couldn't speak for a long time.
Who caused her to be like this now?
Gu Chunyan, is the child in your belly Li Lin's? Now Gu Chunyan could only negotiate with him and honestly replied, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be his. So, what do you plan to do? As far as I know, Li Lin's family is rich, but he's a man who married into the family, and his wife is quite formidable. This was also what Gu Chunyan was worried about. Usually, men want a child with the same surname. Li Lin's wife gave birth to a girl, and he always wanted a son. She didn't know what was in her belly, but she believed Li Lin would want it, even if he kept it secretly. I don't know either, so I've been very worried these days, Gu Chunyan said with frustration. I haven't decided whether to tell Li Lin yet. Su Guangwu's eyes lit up. He leaned close to Gu Chunyan's face and said, tell him. Why not? If he wants this child, you'll definitely not lack money in the future. If he doesn't want it, Then we can take the opportunity to ask for more compensation. No matter what, you won't lose. Gu Chunyan was originally just worried about what would happen if Li Lin's wife found out, but now, after Su Guangwu's words, she thought it might actually be a good idea. Su Guangwu saw that she was interested and added fuel to the fire. Even if you want to marry him now, he will find a way to satisfy you. Otherwise, just report him for assault. Gu Chunyan thought he made a good point and felt less worried. But when she remembered the compensation Su Guangwu wanted, she said, I don't have money to pay you right now. It's okay. If you end up with Li Lin, I will still be his brother-in-law. He will definitely need my money then, Su Guangwu said. When they first introduced the two, he said Gu Chunyan was his cousin. All right, next time I meet him, I will tell him and see how he reacts, Gu Chunyan thought, already making her decision. Okay, let's do that. Since you came today, help me tidy up the house and cook some food. I'm starving. Gu Chunyan looked at Su Guangwu lying lazily on the bed, acting like a scoundrel. She really wanted to slam the door and leave, but since she was tied to him, she dared not anger him. She could only endure it and start tidying up and cooking. She returned home at noon. After lunch, she heard Bawang calling her. She quickly locked the door and entered her space. Bawang, is there any progress? Otherwise, Bawang wouldn't be so anxious to find her. There must be news about Gu Chunyan. Yes, after you left, Gu Chunyan went to see Su Guangwu and told him that the child belongs to someone named Li Lin. After a moment, Bawang added, by the way, Gu Chunyan also told Su Guangwu not to ask for money from Huang Mao anymore. She nodded. It was clear that the baby Gu Chunyan was carrying was unusual. So, who is this Li Lin? Bawang, can you find anyone nearby named Li Lin? No, this era doesn't have widespread internet. I can't look it up, Bawang replied honestly. If there were internet, it could do anything. But now, most families don't even have a TV. Alright, what else did they say? If there was a bit more information, she could have a direction to investigate. Bawang replayed the conversation and then shared the extracted information. From what they said, this Li Lin is a man who married into a wealthy family. He's from the city. I see. Chu-Shi rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. For a family like this, it should be easy to find them. When she has time, she plans to visit Bai Chung'an and ask if he knows anything. After all, in this era, there aren't many men who would marry into a family like this. Even 20 years later, such men are rare. Comrade Chu-Shi, are you at home? Outside the door, someone was calling for her again. Huh? What's going on today? Everyone's coming to see me, Chu-Shi muttered to herself as she stepped out of her space to open the door. Standing outside was Wang Xiyu, whom Chu-Shi had met a few days ago. But now, at this time, Chu-Shi found it a bit strange. Shouldn't she be giving money to the women in the production team? Comrade Wang Xiyu, why are you here? Chu-Shi asked as she let her inside. Wang Xiyu had just started to regret coming to see Chu-Shi. The team leader didn't want her to come, but she had no other choice now. Chu-Shi was from the city, so she must be smarter than her. She probably had a way to help, so she awkwardly said, Comrade Chu-Shi. I came to ask you something. Chu-Shi found it quite interesting that so many people came to her with issues today. Sit for a while, and tell me slowly. She took a cup and brewed some brown sugar water, then asked Wang Xiyu to sit down and talk. Judging by the situation, she probably encountered some trouble. Watching Wang Xiyu hold her cup in silence for a long time, Chu-Shi thought for a moment and decided to start a conversation. Why do you have time to come see me now? Are the clothes all sorted out? Her question gave Wang Xiyu an easy way to explain. She put down her cup, sat up straight, and began to tell Chu-Shi. Comrade Chu-Shi, the clothes are finished, but the meat cooperative hasn't collected them, so, why is that? Chu-Shi asked. Didn't they agree before? How could they change their mind? It was Sister Suyun and Director Wu who made a verbal agreement. They knew each other before, so there was no written contract. But later, Gao Xiaodie interfered and told them not to take our clothes. Gao Xiaodie? What's her involvement now? Chu-Shi thought about how Gao Xiaodie failed her assessment that day and ran away, and also about Gao Xiaodie's ongoing hostility towards her. Is this matter related to me? Chu-Shi tentatively asked. Gao Xiaodie knew I was helping, so that's why she did this, right? Wang Xiu hadn't planned to say anything, but since Chu Shi guessed, she couldn't lie anymore. Yes. She used a very low price to buy the clothes we made, then sold them to the meat factory workers. That way, she could make some money and the factory also saved a bit. Huh. Gao Xiaodie is really clever, Chu Shi said with some admiration. Wang Xiu was worried and asked Chu Shi, "Comrade Chu Shi, what should we do?" The team leader is so angry he said he won't give her anything, even if she keeps it. Chu Shi didn't expect the team leader to stand firm, but she thought she could help. Bai Qing'an is the factory director, so Chu Shi decided to ask if they needed work uniforms. Thinking this, Chu Shi told Wang Xiu, "Wang Xiu, don't worry. I'll call the team office soon to ask if the factory needs these clothes." Factory? Wang Xiu was surprised. Chu Shi actually knew someone at the factory. Suddenly, she felt hopeful. Maybe they could be saved. "Comrade Chu Shi, let's go. Let's go now to the team office," Wang Xiu said excitedly, grabbing Chu Shi's arm to leave. Chu Shi was a bit startled by her urgency. It seemed she was really worried. Chu Shi didn't say anything and was pulled along to the team office. Another reason Wang Xiu was so eager to bring Chu Shi there was because the team leader wasn't in the office now. If the team leader had been there, he would have known she was secretly meeting Chu Shi. It was better not to let him find out before they had a solution. Sure enough, when Chu Shi arrived at the team office, it was empty. She was about to look for the team leader to open the door when Wang Xiu took out the key and unlocked it. "Huh?" Chu Shi instinctively asked out of curiosity. Weren't the keys to the team office only with the team leader? Seeing Chu Shi's confusion, Wang Xiu explained, "It's like this. These days, we've been working over here in the main unit, so the team leader gave me the key to watch over it." Chu Shi nodded and followed her inside. Wang Xiu said, "Comrade Chu Shi, you should make the call now." Under Wang Xiu's eager gaze, Chu Shi dialed Bai Qing'an's phone. The phone rang twice before being answered. A middle-aged man's voice came through. "Hello?
Who's speaking?"
This is Bai Qing'an from the machinery factory." Chu Shi replied, "Hello, factory director Bai. I'm Chu Shi. We met last time." Chu Shi didn't want to directly mention, "You bought my eggs last time." "Chu Shi, how have you been lately? That kid Su Hai asked about you the other day." Bai Qing'an exchanged a few words with Chu Shi. He naturally remembered Chu Shi and had a good impression of him. "I'm doing well." Haha. Chu Shi was unsure how to make small talk, so he just forced a smile and thought about what to say next. Bai Qing'an, being a very perceptive person, then said, "Little Chu, is there something you want to talk to me about?" Since Bai Qing'an had pointed it out, Chu Shi decided not to hide anything. He looked at Wang Xiu standing nearby and directly asked Bai Qing'an, "Factory Director Bai, I want to ask if your machinery factory needs work uniforms." "Uniforms?" "Yes, we do need work uniforms. I believe we are about to purchase a new batch."
"Why?"
"Do you have some?" Bai Qing'an jokingly asked. This hit Chu Shi's point. "Yes, Factory Director Bai. I do have a batch of uniforms and wanted to see if you could take them." Afraid Bai Qing'an would refuse, Chu Shi added, "These uniforms are made of very durable material and are well made." "Haha, I was wondering why you suddenly called me." "Turns out it's about this," Bai Qing'an laughed. "Our machinery factory always has dedicated staff for uniforms and works with a regular supplier." His words made Chu Shi feel that the chances were slim. However, he continued, "But I can try to get you another chance. If you can persuade the person in charge to accept this batch, then whether you get the order depends on you." Chu Shi's mood was like a roller coaster. Ups and downs. He quickly thanked Bai Qing'an. "Thank you, Factory Director Bai. I'll bring the uniforms to the city to find you tomorrow." "You're in such a hurry?" Bai Qing'an teased Chu Shi with a smile, but didn't refuse. "I happen to be free tomorrow. Bring them over." After confirming with Bai Qing'an, Chu Shi thanked him again, and then hung up the phone. Afterward, she told Wang Xiu, "Comrade Wang Xiu, we need to go into the city tomorrow. At the machinery factory, we have to find a way to persuade the person in charge ourselves." "Really?" Wang Xiu couldn't help but get excited. "If we're going to talk to the person in charge, it means there's a chance. It's definitely better than being tricked by Gao Xiaodie." Seeing her excited look, Chu Shi couldn't help but say, "Yes, but we won't accept it directly. We need to check our materials, workmanship, and prices first. Yes, that's already good enough. If it falls into Gao Xiaodie's hands, I'd definitely be in big trouble. Wang Xiyu's cute voice, even when angry, still sounded very adorable. Chu Shi's heart almost melted from her cuteness. She smiled and said, "All right, you can relax a little for now. Prepare well today, and tomorrow we'll go into the city." "Got it," Wang Xiyu happily responded. After parting from Wang Xiyu, Chu Shi thought for a moment. Since they were going into the city, she needed to find a chance to see Su Hai and discuss whether he could help sell the grain. But there was so much stuff in her space now, she didn't plan to sell everything. First, it would be inconvenient to carry Wang Xiyu along, and second, she didn't need that much money right now. Chu Shi. That's right, I've become a bit arrogant. I have money, and I don't need more.
Ha ha ha.
That night, Chu Shi carefully selected some suitable gifts in her space. Since Bai Qing'an had helped her a lot, she wanted to show her appreciation. "Boss, do you think I should give this ginseng to him?" Chu Shi held up a ginseng that looked like a white radish. Recently, her space had been well managed by Boss. He even created a medicinal herb field. The herbs she dug up from the mountain were transplanted there. Plus, the space's time flow was different, so the herbs grew very quickly. This ginseng is at least 100 years old. It's too valuable, Boss analyzed rationally. Chu Shi thought that made sense. What should I give then? Chu Shi was tired of these social niceties from her past life. She felt her head was about to go bald from thinking so much. In this era, giving some meat, eggs, sugar, malted milk, milk powder, or cloth is a good gift. Adding some snacks would be perfect. The leader was checking information while talking to Chu Shi. "Oh, by the way, Director Bai's wife just had a baby. We met because of that." Chu Shi suddenly remembered she could bring some things for children. She went straight to the supermarket on the first floor of the space, found 2 cans of baby formula suitable for this time, removed the packaging and packed them into her basket, planning to take them tomorrow. Then she picked some eggs and sugar to give to the baby later. Early the next morning, before dawn, Wang Xiyu arrived at Chu Shi's door with a few finished work clothes, waiting eagerly. She was very excited. Chu Shi saw her squatting at the door and couldn't help but smile. "When did you get here? Why didn't you call me?" Wang Xiyu's face was slightly red, but it was still dark, so it wasn't obvious. "I was too excited and couldn't sleep. Also, this is my first time in the city." Chu Shi didn't know what to say. She pulled her up. "Haven't you had breakfast yet?" Wang Xiyu nodded. She didn't wear a watch and didn't know how long she had been there, but her stomach was indeed a little hungry. "I brought some dry food." Wang Xiyu took out some dry food from her basket, which she had brought from home, some steamed buns made of white flour and cornmeal. She also brought a few for Chu Shi, the best she could make. She took them out and handed one to Chu Shi. "Comrade Chu Shi, you haven't eaten either, right? Let's eat together and then hit the road." Chu Shi didn't take her steamed bun and said directly, "You don't eat either. Today, let's go to the town and have something good." Wang Xiyu was the daughter of Wang the carpenter. She wasn't short of money, but had developed a habit of being frugal. When Chu Shi said this, she hesitated. Will it cost a lot of money? Well, Chu Shi didn't know what to say. She had her habits, but they might be different from Wang Xiyu's, so she couldn't force her to do anything. But she had already spoken. She originally wanted to invite Wang Xiyu to eat out, but she was worried that if she said it directly, Wang Xiyu might overthink. "I brought 10 yuan, planning to go shopping in the city. I'm worried it might not be enough." Wang Xiyu thought Chu Shi was going to take her to a fancy restaurant, which would definitely cost a lot. Listening to her words, Chu Shi suddenly had something to say. No, I'm taking you out to eat today. You probably don't know, but it won't cost much." "Really?" Wang Xiyu's eyes sparkled.
Chu Shi, not that.
"Come on, let's go quickly before it gets light." They walked together for about half an hour and arrived at a small alley. This alley was next to the black market, which Chu Shi had discovered by chance. Chu Shi led Wang Xiyu along the road and suddenly approached a door. He knocked on a window near the street and said to the person inside, "For meat buns, please." A quiet voice from inside replied, 50 cents. Chu Shi took out some money and handed it over. Soon, A hand appeared from inside, holding 4 wrapped buns and passing them to Chu Shi. Wang Xiu looked very confused.
Who am I?
Where am I? What is happening? Chu Shi took out the buns and handed one to her. Here, these meat buns are very good. They taste almost the same as those from the state-run restaurant, but they are much cheaper. Wang Xiu took a bite. The rich smell of meat exploded in her mouth, and she suddenly felt very happy. But right now, we're just quietly making breakfast here. You know, if we get caught, it's considered illegal business, Chu Shi said while eating and talking to her. The clothes they are making now, if it weren't for the fact that they are produced by the collective and sold to a state factory, could easily be reported as illegal business. Yes, yes. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. And in the future, I want to come by again. It's so delicious. Wang Xiu nodded eagerly. Such a good place. Only a fool would report it. They ate as they walked, and when they reached the station they had just finished. They caught the earliest bus into the city. Maybe because they woke up too early, Wang Xiu couldn't resist her sleepiness and fell asleep on the bus. Chu Shi had nothing to do and spent the journey thinking about Gao Xiaodie. She originally wanted to stay away from the main character, but now it seems Gao Xiaodie isn't planning to let her go. Since that's the case, she shouldn't just keep defending herself. Chu Shi was pulled back and turned around. She saw Wang Xiu, who usually looked calm, with a nervous expression on her face. Did you choose the fabric for this dress? Did you oversee the craftsmanship? Chu Shi asked with a smile. Wang Xiu nodded. Yes, yes. I kept an eye on everything. Since it's the first time, I had to be careful, you know, Chu Shi interrupted her. Then it settled. Since there's no problem with our work, I believe the person in charge will recognize quality. Plus, our prices are fair, so there shouldn't be any issues. Maybe Chu Shi's reassurance worked. Wang Xiu didn't hesitate for long. She took a deep breath and followed Chu Shi into the factory. Hello, we're here to see factory director Bai, Chu Shi told the security guard. The guard, wearing glasses and reading a newspaper, looked up when he saw the 2 young girls. He glanced at them and said, Just a moment, I'll ask. The director said to let you in. Someone will come to pick you up shortly, the guard added after a while. Sure enough, not long after they entered, they saw a girl walking toward them. The woman was dressed in a light gray dress, not the dark clothes typical of rural areas. Her hair was styled in the popular curly hairstyle of the time, fashionable and elegant. She approached and said, Hello, I am Li Ting, the secretary to factory director Bai. I will take you to see the director. Chu Shi introduced herself. Hello, Secretary Li. I am Chu Shi. Wang Xiu also tried to introduce herself nervously. Hello, my name is Wang Xiu. Seeing the city girl, she felt a bit nervous. She thought she was very pretty. Secretary Li smiled and nodded, then led the 2 girls. Along the way, she told them some interesting stories about the factory, making the atmosphere relaxed. Meanwhile, in Bai Chingan's office, knowing Chu Shi had arrived, he called Director Wang, who was responsible for purchasing work uniforms, to his office. Soon, Chu Shi arrived at Bai Chingan's office. Secretary Li announced, Director, Comrade Chu Shi and her friend have arrived. Bai Chingan said, Comrade Chu Shi, come in quickly. And this young comrade. Wang Xiu was very nervous the first time she saw someone of the director's rank, but she glanced at Chu Shi. Chu Shi looked calm and confident, not showing any fear. She clenched her fists to stay calm and replied to Bai Chingan, Hello, Director Bai. My name is Wang Xiu. Bai Chingan nodded and briefly introduced Wang Director to the 2 of them. Then he got straight to the point. Since you are both here, go to the meeting room. I have something urgent to attend to, so I won't join you. Bai Chingan left first, giving them time. Chu Shi, worried that Wang Xiu might be nervous, also went into the meeting room. Wang Xiu sat face-to-face with Director Wang. With Chu Shi's encouragement, she slowly started talking about their strengths. In the end, she even showed Director Wang the samples they brought. At the machinery factory, Chu Shi and Wang Xiu were working hard, but the production team was very lively today. Today at the village office, only Aunt Suyun and the village chief were there. Over the past few days, they had visited several nearby factories, but neither of them needed to wear work uniforms. They started another day of worry, even more anxious than before. Yesterday, they were supposed to give money to the villagers, but they didn't, and today they still couldn't. Early in the morning, a sister-in-law came to the village office asking about this. "Village chief, did you forget to pay me for my work yesterday?" Aunt Sean was about to speak when she saw a pile of clothes still in the office. She exclaimed in surprise, "Village chief, what's going on? Why are our clothes still here?" Her sister-in-law, "Don't shout. Let me explain," Aunt Sean quickly said, then told her what had happened. "Village chief, Aunt Sean, can we still sell these clothes?" the sister-in-law asked worriedly. Although Gao Xiaodie had done something dishonest, she only cared about whether she could get her money now. The village chief said, "The money will definitely be paid to everyone. Even if I have to pay out of my own pocket, I will make sure everyone gets paid. Otherwise, I won't be the team leader anymore." The team leader used his position to reassure his sister-in-law, which made her believe him a little. Since the family was busy, he left first. After that, similar incidents happened a few more times, and the team leader and Aunt Seon could only manage to deal with them. After sending away another sister-in-law, Aunt Seon started to worry. She asked the team leader, "Team leader, do you think we can really find a solution this time?" The team leader smoked and thought for a moment. "Arya went to the city today. I heard she was with Chu Shi. Maybe they're just trying to find a way. This girl. She did tell Chu Shi. But do you think Chu Shi can really help? When she first came back from the countryside, she didn't seem capable of doing much." The team leader shook his head.
You're wrong about that.
Chu Jiqing is much more capable than you think. That night, he saw Chu Shi personally beat up Su Guoqiang. Who would have thought that a seemingly harmless beauty could make such a big man like Su Guoqiang beg for mercy while remaining calm? Although Aunt Seon didn't understand why the team leader was so confident about Chu Shi, she chose to believe him. "Let's just hope the two kids succeed." "Team leader? Aunt Seon? Are you worried?" As soon as she heard this voice, Aunt Seon instinctively frowned. Why was Gao Xiaodie here again? "What are you doing here again?" Aunt Seon asked unhappily. Gao Xiaodie wasn't upset at all about her tone. Instead, she sat boldly on a stool and asked, "Hey, why isn't Arya here today? Did she go to sell clothes?" Aunt Seon really disliked Gao Xiaodie now. "None of your business. Hurry up and leave. We don't welcome you here." "Aunt Seon, don't be so harsh. I'm just here to help you." The team leader didn't want to pay attention to her. As an older male relative, he didn't want to argue with Gao Xiaodie, but her thick skin was really too much. "Team leader, help us?" "Huh." Gao Xiaodie, "Yes. Team leader, I really came to help you. Otherwise, what would you do about your clothes?" Gao Xiaodie covered her mouth and giggled softly, then said, "Today I saw 7 sisters-in-law come to the team office." "Haha, team leader, are you still not going to give me the clothes? If you don't soon, they might come tomorrow to ask for money," Gao Xiaodie said quickly, seeing that neither of them responded. The team leader and Aunt Seon both wanted to slap Gao Xiaodie right then, but they held back because of their status. Was Gao Xiaodie threatening them? If they didn't give her the clothes today, she might cause trouble tomorrow to get money from them.
The team leader said, "Forget it.
"I'd rather spend 200 yuan myself than let you succeed." "Gao Xiaodie, I really misjudged you." Once again, the team leader regretted it. Why had Gao Xiaodie become like this? She used to be kind and capable. Her words stunned Gao Xiaodie for a moment, but thinking about her sad life in the past, she quickly regained her composure and said, "Team leader, I've always been like this. If you refuse to deal with me, don't blame me for being rude." Aunt Seon asked, "Gao Xiaodie, what are you trying to do?
Are you going to force us again?" "Not exactly. Aunt Seon, you might not know, but I heard that nearby production teams often lose things. You should take good care of your belongings," Gao Xiaodie said. You're really?" Aunt Seon pointed at Gao Xiaodie, furious and speechless. She slapped Gao Xiaodie across the face, saying, "Today I'll teach you a lesson for your mother. Your mother is a good person. How could she have given birth to someone like you?" Aunt Seon said as she hit her, genuinely feeling sorry for Gao Xiaodie's mother. Luckily, her mother had passed away early, or she might have been so angry she'd die. After being slapped, Gao Xiaodie reacted, You dare hit me? She had never been hit by anyone outside her family before. Without hesitation, Gao Xiaodie rushed forward and grabbed Aunt Suyun, pulling her hair and pinching her arm. It looked very intense. The team leader, being a man present, naturally tried to break up the fight. What if it got out of hand? Plus, Aunt Suyun was older and seemed to be losing the fight. The team leader grabbed Gao Xiaodie and said, Aunt Suyun, stop hitting her. Fighting can't really solve problems, she said, but the captain still held tightly onto Gao Xiaodie's arm, making her unable to move. Uncle Suyun couldn't hear what the captain was saying. While the captain was holding Gao Xiaodie, she took the chance to hit her in the most painful spot. For a moment, Gao Xiaodie was crying out loudly from the pain. When the captain saw she had hit enough, he let go of Gao Xiaodie and pulled Uncle Suyun away a little. You too. You shameless people. Bullying the weaker one, Gao Xiaodie shouted angrily, her hair messy and her confidence gone. Compared to what you did, hitting you is nothing, Uncle Suyun gasped, pointing at Gao Xiaodie. This girl is really strong.
Ouch.
That really hurts. Enough, the captain said loudly. Both of them quieted down. Gao Xiaodie, if you want to get hit again, just leave now. Humph. We'll see about that, Gao Xiaodie said, looking at them. Knowing she wouldn't get any advantage staying, she left after saying this. Phew. Uncle Suyun took a deep breath. That feels good. She had really wanted to hit her for a long time. The captain chuckled. You're so old. Why are you still fighting with a young girl? Can you beat her? If I can't beat her, I still have to fight. She keeps coming back to cause trouble. I was gentle with her, Uncle Suyun replied, rarely arguing with the captain. Uncle Suyun has always been calm and reserved. This was one of the few times she let herself go. It shows how much Gao Xiaodie really annoyed her. Over at Chu Shi and Wang Xiyu's side, things were going very well. Wang Xiyu, who was nervous at first, gradually got into the flow and finally convinced Director Wang to agree to a partnership. Director Wang not only paid her the deposit on the spot, but also said they could supply some of the work uniforms for the machinery factory. This news made Chu Shi and Wang Xiyu very happy.
Juicy.
Pinch me quickly. Am I dreaming? Wang Xiyu said excitedly after leaving the factory. Chu Shi lightly pinched her face. It's real. Does it hurt? Wang Xiyu rubbed her face. It hurts. Haha, let's go back quickly. I want to tell the captain and the others this good news. Don't you want to look around a bit more? Or are you done? Chu Shi playfully asked her. Oh, right. I want to go to the department store in town to take a look. Now that everything was settled, Wang Xiyu felt relieved and could enjoy shopping. Wang Xiyu. Chu Shi, let's go shopping together later. I heard there are many fashionable clothes in the city, much better than in the town. Let's go now, and then have a meal together. Chu Shi checked her watch, calculated the time, and saw that the department store and the state-run restaurant were nearby, so they could go directly. Since it was her first time here, Wang Xiyu listened carefully to everything Chu Shi said, and her sweet, childish voice said, Okay. Chu Shi couldn't stand this and quickly took her to the department store. After eating with Wang Xiyu, Chu Shi said, Xiyu, I have something to do later. You can look around by yourself. We'll meet at the station at 3. Seeing Wang Xiyu nod, Chu Shi felt reassured and left. Her destination this time was the black market where Bai Ching'an had taken her before. She wanted to find Su Hai. Following the same knocking signal as last time, Chu Shi smoothly entered and saw Su Hai. It had been a while, and Su Hai looked a bit darker than before. Huh? Chu Jiqing, what are you doing here? Have you eaten? Su Hai quickly brushed his hand against his pants and spoke to Chu Shi. When Chu Shi arrived, Su Hai was eating a roasted chicken, greasy all over his mouth. Seeing Chu Shi, he looked a little embarrassed. I've already eaten. Chu Shi smiled and then said, I'm here to see factory director Bai for something. After I'm done, I wanted to check on you and ask you something. Su Hai smiled shyly and said, Just tell me what you need. As long as I can do it, I will. I'll do my best, even if I have to create conditions. Chu Shi replied, It's not that serious. I just want to ask about someone. Who? Su Hai asked.
She thought for a moment and said, I don't know his name. I only know he's a son-in-law who married into the family, and the woman's family is quite wealthy. It seems he's a leader at a factory. After hearing Chi's description, Suhai felt it sounded familiar but couldn't remember who it was right away. She told Chi, I'll look into it in the next few days and call you when I find out. Okay, Chi happily agreed, thinking about finding someone to do a favor. Naturally, she planned to give some benefits in return. So, Chi took the items she had prepared for Bai Chung from her basket, leaving only the milk powder for Suhai. When Chi was about to leave, Suhai wanted to keep her. He also wanted to have a meal together. You're in such a hurry to go? Stay and eat with me. I can see you off later. I have a friend waiting for me. I won't stay long today. A few days later, we will deliver the goods, and I will come back then, Chi replied. While Chi was looking for Suhai, Wang Xiu was wandering alone on the street. Since it was her first time in the city, everything felt new and interesting. The city's houses were different from those in her village. Wang Xiu walked and looked around, not paying attention to her surroundings. A few men had been following her from behind, exchanging glances now and then, but staying at a distance. When Wang Xiu reached a small alley, the men finally stepped forward and surrounded her. The leader said, Little girl, how old are you? Are you lost? It's okay if you're lost. Come with your brother. He'll take you to eat. Another man said. Ha ha. Hearing this, the men all burst into laughter. Seeing this situation, Wang Xiu knew she was in trouble. She looked around, but hardly anyone was nearby. Those who were looked at her briefly, and then looked away. None of your business, Wang Xiu bravely said, trying to stay calm. Oh, you're a little spicy girl. I like that. The careless voice caused more laughter among the men. Wang Xiu clenched her fists, feeling the pain helped her stay a little calmer. She thought about how to escape. But the men didn't give her a chance. The leader grabbed her arm and pulled her, saying, It's getting late. Stop wasting time. The men followed Wang Xiu all the way. It was clear they knew she was unfamiliar with the city. They specialized in targeting women and girls who didn't know the way, then selling them elsewhere. Wang Xiu, a young girl, couldn't fight 5 strong men. They dragged her forward. She struggled hard, but one of them pulled out a knife and pressed it against her back. She dared not move anymore and obediently followed. Suddenly, as they turned a corner, Wang Xiu saw a familiar figure pass by. Wang Xiu knew this was her only chance. If she missed it, she didn't know what fate awaited her. Qin Jiqing, help, Wang Xiu shouted. As soon as she did, a man nearby quickly came over and covered her mouth. 5 men looked toward the direction of her shout. There was indeed a man there, a seemingly gentle and refined man. Today, Qin Xiongjuan came to the city to buy books. His father had written him a letter saying there might be some changes at work, so he should read more. So he came to the city and bought almost all the books he needed. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard someone calling him. He looked in that direction and saw a woman surrounded by 5 men. After she shouted for help, she was quickly silenced with her mouth covered. Qin Xiongjuan didn't rush to leave. He looked carefully and recognized the woman. She was from their production team and had recently become the team's accountant. Her name was Wang Xiu. Qin Xiongjuan thought, it looks like Accountant Wang is in trouble. He looked at the 5 men. They also looked fierce. The leader said, if you know what's good for you, get out of here and don't block our way. Among the 5, 2 were big and rough. Since they outnumbered him, the leader didn't pay much attention to Qin Xiongjuan. Facing these stronger men, Qin Xiongjuan showed no fear. Instead, he calmly said, let her go. Huh? Who do you think you are? The leader sneered. He looked like a gentle, well-dressed young man, but he thought he could easily beat Qin Xiongjuan. Haha, who do you think you are, telling us what to do? Some of the others chimed in. It seems trying to be soft doesn't work, Qin Xiongjuan said, then slowly rolled up his sleeves. Hey, big brother, look at this kid. Rolling up his sleeves, he looks pretty serious, one of them said. Another person didn't seem worried at all. What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. Do you think he can handle us alone? Amid their teasing, Qin Xiangjuan rolled up his sleeves and walked toward them. Except for the leader, who looked a bit uneasy, the others were just waiting to see a good show. They were eager to see how the leader would knock him down with a punch. However, things did not go as they hoped. Instead, the situation was completely opposite. The leader was in Qin Xiangjuan's hands and was knocked down in less than 2 minutes without even struggling. A few people noticed something was wrong. They exchanged glances and all four rushed in together. Wang Xiyu watched anxiously, wishing she could join the fight and worried about Qin Xiangjuan getting hurt. Then, Wang Xiyu saw the most handsome scene of her life. Qin Xiangjuan, dressed in a white shirt, faced 5 people and showed no sign of losing. He moved quickly between them, knocking one man down with a punch and kicking another man flying. Soon, all the opponents were on the ground, groaning. Qin Xiangjuan ignored them and walked straight to Wang Xiyu. "Are you okay?" His handsome face appeared close in front of her. Wang Xiyu's face blushed uncontrollably. She nodded, but when she looked up again, her eyes widened in fear. The man with the knife was raising it to stab Qin Xiangjuan. Wang Xiyu didn't have time to react. She quickly raised her hand and pushed Qin Xiangjuan aside, not caring about herself. If she pushed Qin Xiangjuan away, the knife would target her. Qin Xiangjuan saw her reaction and sensed danger behind him. He quickly dodged to the side with Wang Xiyu's arm and then pulled her close. In a flash, Qin Xiangjuan kicked the man's knife away and knocked him to the ground. Once he was sure everyone was safe, he realized he had been holding the girl in his arms. Wang Xiyu's mind was blank. It was her first time being so close to a man. Although it was out of necessity, her heart was pounding wildly. Seeing that the others couldn't win and were struggling to get away, Qin Xiangjuan let go of Wang Xiyu. "Sorry about earlier. It was just an emergency."
Don't worry about it.
"Thank you." Wang Xiyu blushed and quickly spoke. She was afraid Qin Xiangjuan would overthink, and she would too. "Qin Xiangjuan, am I that scary?" Seeing Wang Xiyu avoiding him, he found her quite cute. He chuckled softly. "Hee, what are you laughing at?" Wang Xiyu was already very shy, and his smile made her even more embarrassed. She pretended to be angry and said to Qin Xiangjuan, "It's nothing. Is this your first time in the city?" Qin Xiangjuan asked her. A girl alone in a strange place isn't safe, especially since there are still many troublemakers around. Wang Xiyu replied, "Yes, I came with Chu Shi."
We got lost while sightseeing.
Qin Jiqing, "What time is it?" She saw Qin Xiangjuan wearing a watch and asked. Qin Xiangjuan looked at his watch. "It's 2:30 now. What time did you two agree to meet?" "We agreed at the station at 3. Qin Jiqing, "When are you going back?" "Want to come with us?" Since Qin Xiangjuan had just helped her. Out of politeness, Wang Xiyu asked. "Sure." Qin Xiangjuan agreed. He had finished his errands and could also look after the girl on the way. At the station, Chu Shi saw from afar Wang Xiyu walking with a man. She wondered, does Wang Xiyu know anyone in the city? As they got closer, Chu Shi recognized the man. He was Qin Xiangjuan. "How come you two are together?" Chu Shi asked curiously. Wang Xiyu thought about their recent interaction and blushed. She told Chu Shi what had happened, but she didn't mention the more embarrassing parts. In the car, Chu Shi and Qin Xiangjuan weren't very talkative. Wang Xiyu, sitting between them, tried to liven up the mood. "Qin Jiqing, what are you doing in the city today?" she asked, noticing Qin Xiangjuan carrying a big bag. Qin Xiangjuan thought for a moment and whispered, "I went to the bookstore to buy some books. I plan to read them when I have free time." Hearing this, Chu Shi suddenly remembered that the college entrance exam would be happening again soon. It was a big event. It seemed Qin Xiangjuan had heard the news and bought books in advance. "Qin Jiqing, if you're missing any books, you can ask me. I have a few sets here," Chu Shi said. She believed Qin Xiangjuan would understand. Next December, the college entrance exam would resume. Textbooks would be in high demand, and a set could be sold for hundreds of yuan. "Huh? What are you all talking about?" Wang Xiyu asked curiously. She didn't quite understand.
Chu Shi thought about it.
Wang Xiyu was also a high school student with good grades, or she wouldn't be trusted as the accountant by the team leader. Siyu, do you want to go to university? Chu Shi asked directly. Wang Siyu answered without thinking. Of course I want to. But right now, the workers, peasants, and soldiers university needs recommendations, and our production team doesn't have many spots. This was something she had always worried about. Even if there were spots, they were usually reserved for young educated workers going to the countryside. People like her, who were originally poor farmers, generally wouldn't be recommended. Chu Shi said, That's not what I mean. I mean, in the future, if you pass the college entrance exam and go to university, would you want to do that? Really? Can it be like that? Wang Siyu was stunned by this idea. After many years, no one had taken the college entrance exam. Qin Xiangjuan took over and said, Of course, it's possible. I heard that the policies are starting to loosen up. But if you want to do it, you need to start studying now. Chu Shi nodded. She agreed with this idea. She remembered the sudden announcement of restoring the college entrance exam, which caught many people off guard, giving them little time to prepare. However, many young educated workers had never given up studying. Some worked hard and succeeded, getting into their favorite universities and changing their lives. Knowledge can change a person's fate. It's not just talk. No matter the era, knowledge is the key to standing on your own. Really? Then I'll go home and find all my high school books. Luckily, my dad pulled me along, or I might have already been selling scrap metal. Wang Siyu was very happy. She always knew that the only way to escape rural poverty was through hard studying. Now that she was in the city, this idea became even stronger. The three of them chatted happily on the way, especially Qin Xiangjuan, who seemed to know everything about the north and south, talking confidently. Wang Siyu blushed again, feeling a bit embarrassed. At the village entrance, the three parted ways. Wang Siyu was going to the brigade office to share the good news with the leader, but she seemed distracted. While thinking about Qin Xiangjuan, she accidentally bumped her head against the door frame with a loud bang, startling the two people inside.
Hey,
Kid, why do you use your head to open the door? Don't hurt yourself, the brigade leader joked with a smile. Compared to the leader, Aunt Suyun was much more relaxed.
sigh.
Arya, even if we can't think of a way, it's okay. Don't be too hard on yourself. I just discussed with the leader, we might have to go to the city and set up a stall in the black market to sell things quietly. The squad leader listened to Aunt Suyun's words and also thought that Arya was feeling lost because she couldn't find a solution. He comforted her, saying, Yes, yes. There are always more solutions than problems. It's just a small matter, don't worry. Wang Siyu rubbed her bumped head and said with a mix of tears and laughter, Uncle, Auntie, it's not because of that.
Sigh.
The clothing issue is settled, and we've paid the deposit to the machinery factory. She happily took out several folded bills from her pocket, 5 brand new notes of the Great Unity, and placed them in front of the squad leader and Aunt Suyun. Both of them saw surprise and happiness in each other's eyes. Wow, Arya, you're quite capable. You managed to negotiate with the machinery factory. Now we don't have to worry about Gao Xiaodie causing trouble again, Aunt Suyun said happily. Wang Siyu felt a little shy from the praise and lowered her head, saying, Uncle, Auntie, it's not really my skill. It was Chu Shi who introduced me. I still went to find Chu Shi. The squad leader snuffed out his cigarette. We guessed that, but we didn't expect it to go so smoothly. It's a big relief to have solved such a big problem. If I had known it would go so smoothly, I should have slapped Gao Xiaodie twice this afternoon. Aunt Suyun suddenly said. Wang Siyu looked confused. What happened while I was gone? Auntie Suyun, did you fight with Gao Xiaodie? Were you hurt? Wang Siyu, knowing Gao Xiaodie was young, was very worried about Aunt Suyun. Aunt Suyun replied, no problem. The squad leader was there to help me, so I didn't get hurt. But next time, Gao Xiaodie probably won't dare to be so arrogant. Wang Siyu listened as Aunt Suyun told her about the fight with Gao Xiaodie that afternoon. She couldn't help but cheer for her aunt. If she had been there, she would have fought her too. Chu Shi returned from the city feeling a bit tired, so he didn't eat dinner and went straight to his room, locking the door and entering the space. Inside the space, Chu Shi asked Bawang, Bawang, do you have any reference materials for the first college entrance exam? Bawang searched the existing data. Yes, do you need a digital copy? Digital printing is a more advanced method than regular printing. Yes. When I have free time. I need to study too. But for the space printer, I think I should use ink printing. Otherwise, it might be discovered. Chushi thought for a moment and decided to use this old-fashioned method. Okay, Bawang replied. Chushi. By the way, is there any news from Gu Chunyan? Not yet. So far, she hasn't been in contact with anyone other than Su Guangwu, replied Bawang, a helpful robot butler. After asking about her concerns, Chushi thought of Shun Yi. I wonder what he's doing right now. Suddenly, Chushi sat up in bed. Bawang, did I send the letter and food to him yet? I've been so busy lately I forgot to send them. Bawang's small, round body quietly moved back a step, then answered, yes. But the transmitter has already been given to him. Chushi thought she must send the items tomorrow. For her, earning work points was less important now. She had enough money to support her life. So, Chushi decided to take another day off tomorrow to go to town and send the things. Since the transmitter is already with him, I want to see how it works, Chushi thought. Mainly, she just wanted to hear Shun Yi's voice. She put on her ring, tapped the center, and saw it glow. The light projected onto the wall, like a modern movie screen. At 8 p.m., after a day of training, Shun Yi finished his shower and returned to his room. He lay on the bed, playing with the ring on his finger, feeling happy. Chushi had given it to him. Suddenly, a screen appeared before him, showing Chushi's shadow. The room in the picture was exactly the same as her real room in the end of the world. Shun Yi rubbed his eyes and looked again. Am I missing Chushi so much that I'm imagining things? Chushi didn't expect that right after she called Shun Yi, he answered. It seemed like a happy accident. She chuckled softly when she heard Shun Yi talking to himself. Shun Yi was even more confused. What was going on? Had he triggered some strange time device? Chushi was just like in the end of the world scene. Captain Shen, what are you thinking about? Chushi asked. Thinking about you. Shun Yi replied, no longer silent like before, but speaking sweet words easily. Which me are you thinking of? Chushi asked again, thinking this silly boy was dreaming. Every version of you, whether in the end of world or modern times, whether you're 18 or 28, every version of you wants. Shun Yi said, then lowered his head and added, but when will I see you? His last words made Chushi feel a little sad. She quickly stopped teasing him and said, fool, isn't that already happening? When Chushi said this, Shun Yi couldn't believe it. Is this really happening? Can people in this era video chat with someone they like, just like in the future? Shun Yi sat up from the bed and asked, Chushi, is that really you? It's me. Chushi's eyes showed gentle warmth. Being missed by someone you like is truly a happy thing. I thought I was dreaming just now, Shun Yi said, recalling the scene earlier, feeling a bit awkward. Though, this explanation didn't help much. Chushi chuckled softly. She hadn't noticed before, but Shun Yi was so adorable. Captain Shen, you're so cute. She always praised the person she liked. In her eyes and heart, Shun Yi was the best. Seeing that teasing was almost over, Chushi spoke seriously to Shun Yi. This is a transmission device made by the Overlord. It's not as good as the ones we used in the end of world, but it's okay to use in this era. Shun Yi nodded. Yes. Being able to do this in this era is already pretty good. Of course, with it, you can video chat with me anytime you think of me, Chushi said proudly. This was made by her overlord. What about when you think of me? Shun Yi asked. I think of you anytime and anywhere, Chushi said sweetly. For a moment, Shun Yi felt like his heart was about to jump out. Shun Yi calmed down for 2 seconds, then made a fist and held it to his mouth. Ahem. I do too. Ha ha. Shun Yi's reaction successfully made Chushi laugh. Then she became serious again, because I don't know when you'll have a mission. I'm worried that if I find you directly, it might cause trouble. After all, he still didn't have a communicator.
Shun Yi sudanni understood.
That was true. He didn't know when he would be ordered to complete a mission. But no matter where he went, he would always carry this ring. After talking for a while, the two of them exchanged thoughts about missing each other. They didn't have deep topics, but being in love, even boring conversations felt sweet. They chatted for about half an hour when Chu Shi heard sirens from Shen Yi's side. "What's wrong?" Chu Shi asked. Shen Yi quickly got up, dressed, and said while putting on his clothes, "This is the alarm for an emergency gathering. There must be an urgent task. I need to go see what's happening." "Okay, stay safe," Chu Shi replied, only able to give this warning before the video call was cut off quickly. As the call ended, Chu Shi felt worried. What happened? Are Shen Yi and Shen Wang in danger? Since Shen Yi and Chu Wang are together, they're probably working on the same mission. "Boss, can you check if anything big happened in this era?" Chu Shi hurriedly asked. Boss replied, "In this time period, there have been many floods. The flood Shen Yi is facing was likely caused by heavy rain." Hearing this, Chu Shi felt a little relieved but then became more alert. So, they might be going to fight the flood. Her mind quickly started thinking about what supplies might be needed for flood relief. In this era of shortages, a large amount of supplies would be necessary for areas affected by floods. "Chu Shi, we haven't confirmed anything yet. Maybe Shen Yi and the others are just on a small mission," Boss said, noticing her heartbeat speeding up, trying to comfort her. "I hope so, but I'm really worried." Chu Shi had never felt this way before. Her instincts told her to prepare early because she had a bad feeling. That night, Chu Shi didn't sleep well. She dreamed that Shen Yi and Shen Wang were swept away by the flood, and she couldn't find them anywhere. Waking up from the nightmare, she couldn't fall asleep again. She decided not to sleep and got up to read a book. Boss had just prepared her textbooks. Meanwhile, Shen Yi was on a mission to a heavy rain area to help with disaster relief and flood control. The continuous rain caused landslides, and many places were already badly affected. As soldiers, they are needed now more than ever. They had to rush to the disaster area overnight. Every minute saved could mean saving one more life. Finally, dawn arrived. Chu Shi, with big dark circles under her eyes, came out of her room to have breakfast, startling Sister Su and Su Qing. "Big Sister Chu Shi, did you not sleep well?" Su Qing asked vaguely while drinking corn porridge. Chu Shi yawned. "No, I had a nightmare." Su Qing said, "Nightmares are usually the opposite of reality." "Don't worry, Big Sister Chu Shi." Chu Shi was amused by Su Qing's words. "Yes, Qing, you're so clever." After breakfast, Chu Shi planned to go to the town to send out some packages. But before leaving, she needed to tell the team leader since everyone was working in the fields today. At the team office, Wang Xiu, the team leader, and Aunt Suyun were checking clothes one by one. They were about to deliver the goods, and they couldn't afford any mistakes for the first time. While they were busy, they heard the annoying voice of Gao Xiaodie again. She appeared and said, "Team leader, are you still keeping these? Are you planning to deal with them? Maybe I can take a small loss and buy them for a little more money, say 1 yuan 80 per piece." "No, not at all," Wang Xiu quickly replied. She wondered why this person was so persistent. She had already said she wouldn't sell to her. Compared to Wang Xiu, Aunt Suyun had been rude to Gao Xiaodie ever since they fought that day. She refused to give her any face now. "Gao Xiaodie, have you had enough? Do you still dare to come here?" Gao Xiaodie remembered the beating she received that day and felt furious. She hated being bullied by an older woman. She looked at Aunt Suyun with resentment, almost wanting to bite her. But then she remembered the matter she had discussed with Director Wu. She hadn't finished it yet and started to feel anxious. She had confidently told Director Wu she could buy the goods at a low price. Director Wu was also attracted by the profit margin and had teamed up with her. But now, many days had passed, and she still hadn't completed her task. If this continued, it wouldn't do. "Aunt Suyun, why do you say that? Why would I be afraid to come? This is the team office. If I have a problem, I should come here for help," Gao Xiaodie said with a smile, turning her eyes and changing her tone. "It is said that you shouldn't hit a smiling face." Seeing her attitude, the two women clearly didn't believe her. The only man present, the team leader, spoke up. "Gao Xiaodie, what do you really want? Don't beat around the bush, just say it." "Gao Xiaodie, I'll be honest then," she said straightforwardly, following the team leader's lead. "I want to take these clothes." "Impossible," Aunt Suyun and Wang Xiu said in unison. Afterward, they exchanged a knowing look, both seeing satisfaction in each other's eyes. The team leader listened and thought Gao Xiaodie was hopeless. If she was still after the clothes, there was no room for discussion. The clothes had already been promised to someone else, or at least not available for her. The team leader said, "They're right. Forget about these clothes. I told you, we won't give them to you." Gao Xiaodie didn't expect these people to really refuse her. She became a little anxious. Are you really willing to let this go? Even if someone is coming soon to pay wages. What's this? Trying to be soft now, planning to threaten instead, Wang Xiu said mockingly, showing no mercy. What kind of person is she? Gao Xiaodie started to feel truly worried. If she lost these clothes, the new work uniforms for the meat factory wouldn't be distributed. She would have to pay more to get a factory to rush the order. This would waste time and cost more money. But facing Wang Xiu, Gao Xiaodie didn't want to show weakness. Isn't what I said the truth? You promised a generous reward back then. I want to see if you can really come up with the money, Wang Xiu replied. Then open your eyes wide and watch how we pay everyone. Outside, Chu Shi heard this and couldn't help but laugh. Pfft. Everyone inside realized she was eavesdropping. Seeing herself exposed, Chu Shi simply walked in confidently. Team leader, Aunt Suyun Siu. Ignoring Gao Xiaodie, Chu Shi greeted the three and said, "You all continue. When you're done, I'll speak." Then Chu Shi crossed her arms and stood to the side, looking like she was here to watch the show. Gao Xiaodie was originally just a little worried and thought about whether she should change her attitude. But after seeing Chu Shi, she no longer had that idea. She must not lose face in front of Chu Shi. "Captain, are you really not going to give me the clothes?" Gao Xiaodie finally confirmed. If they really wouldn't give her the clothes, she was prepared to be tough. "I've told you 100 times, just forget it." The captain was getting impatient. Was Gao Xiaodie's mind broken? Gao Xiaodie. "Fine, then don't blame me when the time comes." After saying that, Gao Xiaodie was about to leave. She wanted to go find Director Wu to discuss a plan. If nothing else worked, she would hire some thugs to snatch the clothes directly. Gao Xiaodie, Chu Shi called her as she reached the door. She looked back at Chu Shi, but didn't speak. There was probably nothing left to say between them. There's a saying, doing wrong will lead to self-destruction. "I give it to you," Chu Shi said casually, as if he didn't see Gao Xiaodie's angry face. Gao Xiaodie's face twisted in anger. "You don't need to worry about that. Just wait and see." She was a reborn person with great luck. How could she fail at such a small thing? Gao Xiaodie believed her strength was rebirth, but she only knew the future direction. Right now, she had no capital at all. She wanted to build up her resources, but she had no other skills, so she could only rely on crooked ways. After Gao Xiaodie left, Chu Shi worriedly told the captain and others, "Captain, I think you should send the clothes over soon. Otherwise, I'm afraid Gao Xiaodie might do something. The person who knows you best is often not your friend, but your enemy." This saying fits Gao Xiaodie and Chu Shi perfectly. "Okay, we're almost done checking. We'll leave soon," the captain thought. Seeing Gao Xiaodie's persistent attitude these days, Chu Shi was right. To be safe, they should send the clothes quickly. After finishing their work, Chu Shi took a leave and went to the town. She sent gifts to Shun Yi and Chu Wang, and also sent some local specialties to her parents and grandfather. Gao Xiaodie left the brigade office but didn't go home. Instead, she went straight to the meat processing plant. She needed to inform Director Wu about this in advance. At the entrance of the meat plant, Gao Xiaodie hurriedly tried to enter, but was stopped by the security guard. "Hey, comrade, you're not from the factory, you can't come in." "Uncle, I'm looking for someone." "I have urgent business with Director Wu," Gao Xiaodie said, ignoring his stop and trying to go inside. The guard asked, "You're looking for the leader?" "Okay, wait here a moment. I'll ask." Soon after, Director Wu appeared at the factory gate. Just as Gao Xiaodie was about to greet him, he quickly pulled her aside to a quiet spot. "Who told you to come find me now?" Director Wu looked around nervously, making sure no one was watching, then spoke to Gao Xiaodie softly. Gao Xiaodie was a bit annoyed. Of course, she had a reason to come. Otherwise, why would she travel all this way? But since Director Wu was still someone she was trying to use, she kept her tone polite. Director Wu, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Did you handle that batch of goods? Director Wu asked. I told you, to cooperate with you, I risk missing the deadline for sending the work uniforms. If you can't do it, he didn't finish his sentence, but Gao Xiaodie understood. After all, Gao Lifu still worked at the meat plant. I'm just here to tell you that. If they won't give us that batch of goods, is there any other way? Gao Xiaodie asked cautiously. Director Wu's face changed.
What?
You really haven't managed it? You promised me confidently before. Do you know their prices are already the lowest? Now you're telling me it's not in hand, and there are no other options? Other ways? Not only will it not make money, but you'll have to spend quite a bit more. Seeing Gao Xiaodie's expression, Director Wu finally said impatiently, I don't care what method you use. You must get me the clothes. Otherwise, I'll deduct it from your dad's salary. Hearing this, Gao Xiaodie felt her heart sink. She was even more afraid to admit she couldn't handle the brigade leader. She quickly assured him, it won't be a problem. Don't worry, I will deliver the clothes to you on time. That's more like it. Director Wu finally looked a bit better and smiled as he promised Gao Xiaodie, if you can handle this matter, you'll definitely get some benefits. Gao Xiaodie quickly forced a smile and said, Thank you, Director Wu, for giving me this opportunity. Director Wu was pleased with Gao Xiaodie's cleverness and left with a friendly smile. Watching his back, Gao Xiaodie became more determined. Since gentle persuasion didn't work, she decided to be more forceful. Earlier, when she had coordinated with Su Guiqiang, she also knew a few of his rough friends. Now they could come in handy. So Gao Xiaodie gave the rough guys 20 yuan and asked them to go to the brigade office tonight and take out the clothes inside. From her experience as a female worker, she knew that since the clothes were still being inspected today, they probably wouldn't be delivered today. She thought, if you won't help me willingly, then I'll have to be more direct. But Gao Xiaodie was sure to be disappointed. That evening, not only did the rough guys fail to get the clothes, but they also got caught. When the team leader and others returned from the city, it was already late. However, the brigade office was brightly lit and crowded with people. The three rough guys were beaten up, their noses and faces swollen, tied together and thrown on the ground in the brigade office. Around them stood a group of men and women. Because of the recent wheat harvest, everyone usually organized patrols at this time to protect their property. Unexpectedly, today these three thieves happened to be caught in the act. What's going on? The team leader asked upon arriving and seeing this scene. One young man holding a torch said, Team leader, I was on duty and saw these people acting suspiciously. Outside the brigade office, two others had already climbed over the wall. The team leader looked at the suspects and thought, They looked familiar. Aren't these the thugs who often eat at Su Guiqiang's house? Why are they here at our brigade office today? At this moment, the team leader hadn't yet connected this to Gao Xiaodie. Then the team leader asked the people tied up on the ground, Why are you all here in the middle of the night at our team headquarters? A passerby, the leader of a few young troublemakers, honest and loyal, refused to betray Gao Xiaodie. We didn't do anything. We were just out for a walk. Two others, B and C, nodded in agreement. Yes, the weather was stuffy. We just came for a walk, not telling the truth. You walked all the way from the town to our headquarters. The team leader quickly saw through their lie. They didn't expect anyone to know they came from the town. They lowered their heads and said nothing, thinking silence would keep them safe. Gao Xiaodie waited a long time, but didn't hear anything from them. She was anxious at home, feeling uneasy. Could something have happened to them? Thinking this, Gao Xiaodie ignored her fear of the dark. She put on her coat, locked the door, and headed toward the team headquarters. On the way, she met the man looking for Su Guiqiang. Seeing Gao Xiaodie, he asked, Gao Xiaodie, it's so late. Where are you going? Startled, Gao Xiaodie replied, Brother Zhuzi, I ate too much tonight and can't sleep. I came out to walk off my food. I see you're not heading home. Where are you going? Well, the team caught a few people. The team leader asked me to go find Su Guiqiang, Zhuzi said without thinking much, and told Gao Xiaodie. Su Guiqiang looked around carefully and didn't dare to move. With so many people present, he knew they wouldn't just randomly kidnap someone. He understood who his friends were and what kind of people they were. Since Su Guoqiang was removed from his position at the university, he had become much more obedient. Now that no one was supporting him, he naturally behaved more cautiously. After hearing what the three people said, he didn't make a move but asked, "Why are you being kidnapped?" "What did you do?" The three people looked at each other, realizing Su Guoqiang was no longer influential. They lowered their heads and stayed silent. The team leader saw this situation and thought that Su Guoqiang was no longer involved. He wondered what was really happening. Could they have caught the wrong people? Seeing that it was getting late, the team leader told everyone, "It's getting late. We have work tomorrow. 2 of you stay here to watch them, and the rest go back to sleep. We'll talk more tomorrow." The next day, Chu Shi learned about what happened at the team headquarters last night. Since she and Wang Xiyu went into town, Wang Xiyu, this young girl, kept coming to talk to her, mostly gossip. Now Wang Xiyu was still talking. "Chu Shi, I tell you, even though those little troublemakers didn't say anything, I have a feeling this is definitely connected to Gao Xiaodie." Chu Shi also thought the same, but the main problem was that the three people refused to admit they were there to steal anything, and they didn't say they had anything to do with Gao Xiaodie. "It seems I need to go see for myself," Chu Shi thought. At the team headquarters, the team leader and a few men from last night were still questioning the three people. "Team leader, these people are pretty stubborn. No matter how much we hit them, they won't talk." Just as the team leader was feeling worried, Chu Shi and Wang Xiu arrived. The team leader seemed to see a savior. "Chu Shi, you came at the right time. Help me think of what to do with these people," the team leader asked her. He quietly told Chu Shi, "I suspect they came for the clothes." Chu Shi replied, "Team leader, why not just hand them over to the police? It's easier." The team leader hesitated, saying, "They're just kids, still young. If we send them to the police station, their future might be ruined." Chu Shi thought for a moment and asked, "Team leader, can I go in and take a look?" Since the three were tied up, Chu Shi figured it wouldn't be dangerous for her to go inside. The team leader nodded and allowed her to try. Maybe she could find some useful information. After Chu Shi entered, she saw 3 people tied up tightly, all beaten so badly that their faces were swollen and unrecognizable. Chu Shi chose the most attractive one to stay, without saying a word, and knocked out the other 2 immediately. After knocking out the 2 men, Chu Shi found a chair in the room and sat down directly, showing no intention of talking to the remaining person. The only bystander, seeing Chu Shi's actions, was so scared that his legs trembled. What does this beautiful woman want to do? Why did she come in without saying anything? Is there some secret plan? If she wants to hurt or threaten us, just say so. The bystander and Chu Shi stared at each other. Although he was unsure without backup, he felt quite scared. Because it was very hot after a while, the man was sweating all over. He wanted to speak several times, but seeing Chu Shi's relaxed attitude, he held back. For a moment, the room was so quiet that only breathing could be heard. Chu Shi thought it was about time, then stood up and walked over to the man. The man didn't expect Chu Shi to suddenly move at this moment.
What
are you trying to do?" the bystander asked nervously. "Look at me," Chu Shi suddenly said to him. The bystander was confused and looked at Chu Shi instinctively. Her face was very close to his, her eyes like deep lakes, making it hard for him to look away. "You're very tired now. You can't keep your eyes open." "Close them," Chu Shi softly said. The man in front of her gradually looked dazed and slowly closed his eyes. Seeing that hypnosis was working, Chu Shi then asked him, "What are you 3 here for?" The bystander stared blankly and began to say, "Someone paid us 20 yuan to steal a batch of clothes, so we came." Hearing this, Chu Shi already had a good idea. Most likely, it was Gao Xiaodie. But she continued to ask, "Who told you to come?" Chu Shi found the answers she wanted and realized it was time to report to the team leader. "Soon, someone will come ask you questions. Just tell the truth. When you hear the snap of fingers, you'll wake up, okay?" The man obediently replied after hearing Chu Shi. Having completed her task, Chu Shi went to the door. Before leaving, she snapped her fingers. The man immediately woke up. "Huh? Where's that woman?" a bystander wondered, but couldn't find the answer. After Chu Shi left, she went straight to the team leader. "Leader, we were right. These people really are connected to Gao Xiaodie. The team leader understood and was surprised that Chu Shi had the skill. They had tried both gentle and tough methods, but Chu Shi managed to get the information quickly. Since she had the answer, the team leader decided to let the young people go back first and keep Chu Shi here. He thought it was better not to let the villagers know about Gao Xiaodie for now. "Leader, call the police," Chu Shi suggested as the three people were about to leave. Keeping them tied up here wasn't a good solution. The team leader agreed. These young people had misbehaved and needed proper discipline to remember their lessons. What the team leader didn't know was that handing these three over to the police would also result in Gao Xiaodie being arrested. If he knew, he definitely wouldn't agree. Although he didn't like Gao Xiaodie now for the reputation of the production team and his own future, he chose to keep things quiet. The police arrived quickly. The team leader handed over the three people. At the police station, bystander A cooperated fully, explaining everything clearly. So, in the morning, the police took the three away. In the afternoon, they returned to Shaosu village, heading straight to Gao Xiaodie's home. The night before, Gao Xiaodie had heard that the three didn't reveal her name, so she relaxed a bit. But when she went to the team office that morning, she found out the police had taken the three away. Gao Xiaodie was truly scared now. She felt restless at home, anxious all morning. Once those three spoke, she wasn't sure what they might reveal. So, Gao Xiaodie decided to pack her things and leave to avoid trouble. After all, this era wasn't as advanced as later times. If she hid, she could still live comfortably. Just as Gao Xiaodie hadn't finished tidying up, the police entered her home. "Gao Xiaodie? You are suspected of theft. Please come with us." Gao Xiaodie's bag fell to the ground. She didn't have time to pick it up, only thinking, it's over. The news of Gao Xiaodie's arrest spread quickly in the production team. By the time the team leader found out, it was too late. He could only shake his head and sigh. Chu Shi listened to Wang Xiyu tell her the news and nodded with satisfaction. She had finally managed to handle Gao Xiaodie. Although it was a case of attempted theft, it was enough to keep her inside for a while. Chu Shi could then enjoy some peace. Sure enough, Gao Xiaodie, as the main culprit, received a much harsher sentence than the three men, 2 years inside, while the others got 1 year. Gao Lifu felt both angry and regretful. He was angry that Gao Xiaodie had done such a thing, which made their future difficult. Xiaoyan was supposed to marry into the Su family, but her status was already low. Now, with such a sister, things were even worse. He also regretted giving Gao Xiaodie money, over 100 yuan. At this rate, it was probably wasted. He wished he didn't have this daughter, who caused so much trouble. Luckily, he still had his salary to support him. Otherwise, he might go hungry working in the fields every day. But Gao Lifu didn't know that because of his daughter, his job was about to be lost. A few days after Gao Xiaodie went inside, Director Wu found out about her situation. Since it was almost time to distribute work uniforms at the meat factory, Director Wu took the initiative to ask for her. However, he heard that Gao Xiaodie had been taken away, and now Director Wu couldn't find her to confront her. He could only vent his anger on Gao Lifu. One day, Gao Lifu suddenly received a notice that he was no longer needed at the factory. He asked the personnel department in confusion, but got no answer. Later, a kind sister quietly told him, "Lifu, I heard that Director Wu sold your job to someone else at a high price." Director Wu? Gao Lifu was puzzled. He hadn't offended him, had he? There were many temporary workers. Why was he chosen? Although Gao Lifu was honest, he maintained good relationships with others. After receiving the notice, he quickly bought some snacks and candies and went to Director Wu's house, hoping to explain himself. "Director Wu, I came today to..." Gao Lifu wanted to clarify his purpose. Unexpectedly, Director Wu saw him, but no one allowed him to enter. They simply told him, "Go back. As for your work, I have no other solution. Blame your good daughter, because I spent a lot of money on her. I can only use your job to make up for it." Gao Lifu heard this and understood that Gao Xiaodie must have done something again. This girl can't do anything right and still thinks she's better than everyone else. If the snacks in his hand weren't so expensive, Gao Lifu would have thrown them on the ground in anger. Now, he had no choice but to go home and earn work points. After Gao Xiaodie went inside, She stopped paying attention because Bawang told her there was progress with Gu Chunyan. After many days, Gu Chunyan finally couldn't hold back and took the initiative to ask Li Lin out. This was the first time she had reached out to him after so long. Gu Chunyan went to the town's reporting booth and used the public phone to call Li Lin. She was worried that the person on the other end might be his wife. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Li Lin's tone was not good because he was upset after an argument with his wife. His voice sounded unfriendly. When Gu Chunyan heard Li Lin's voice, she felt relieved. She quickly said, "Li Lin, I want to see you." Li Lin was startled when he heard her name. He quickly checked where his wife was. When he confirmed she had gone out shopping, he whispered into the phone, "I told you not to look for me. Why are you calling now?" I have something very important to tell you." Gu Chunyan dared not say it directly on the phone, afraid he wouldn't listen. "What's so important? Can't you tell me now?" Since he was already on the phone, he thought she should just say it quickly. Women can be so slow. Gu Chunyan didn't dare to speak loudly. She softened her voice and said gently, "I haven't seen you in a long time. I miss you so much, especially want to see you." Her attitude always worked on Li Lin. He was easily convinced and started to feel happy. "I miss you too." "Okay, I'll come to see you tomorrow." Li Lin's wife's family supplied towels, bed covers, and other daily necessities to the department store. Usually, she took at least 2 days to buy supplies. Since he was free tomorrow, it was a good time. "Okay, I'll wait for you tomorrow." Satisfied with the reply, Gu Chunyan hung up and thought about how to tell Li Lin what to do tomorrow. The next day, Li Lin came to see Gu Chunyan as planned. At home, he felt powerless and missed her very much. Just as he was eager to get to the main point, Gu Chunyan said something that made him lose confidence. She said, "Brother Lin, I'm pregnant." "Mine?" Li Lin's first thought was that, which made Gu Chunyan very angry. Since she started seeing Li Lin, she hadn't been with any other man except Su Guangwu. Gu Chunyan replied, "Yes, yours," and added, "The doctor said it looks like a boy." Honestly, Gu Chunyan knew how to control Li Lin's weak spots. He wanted a son because his daughter from home didn't carry his family name. Li Lin had initially wanted her to have an abortion, but her words stopped him. He asked in disbelief, "Really? Truly? I don't know. The old Chinese doctor said so. So, if it turns out to be a girl, it might just be a mistake by the doctor." Thank heaven. Li Lin, finally have a child. He was sure the baby was a boy and changed his attitude toward Gu Chunyan completely. He started thinking about how to bring the baby into the world. He knew he couldn't go to the city because his wife knew too many people there. "How about this? You stay at the collective farm for now. I'll find time to visit you often. What do you think?" After thinking carefully, Li Lin decided it was better for Gu Chunyan to stay here. If Gu Chunyan could carry the baby here, she wouldn't be saying anything now. Everyone knew she wasn't married yet, and she was pregnant before marriage. Who knew what others would say? "No, I can't. Everyone knows I'm not married," Gu Chunyan said. Li Lin hadn't thought about this problem before. He only wanted to find a way for Gu Chunyan to have his child without others knowing. He frowned and thought for a moment. Suddenly, he had a good idea. He clapped his hands and said, "Got it. I'll marry you here." "What?" Gu Chunyan was truly shocked. Wasn't Li Lin already married? How could he marry her? Li Lin quickly comforted her. "We can hold a fake wedding here. Just pretend you're married. That way, everyone will think you're married." Gu Chunyan asked, "Is that really okay?" She didn't quite believe it. Yes, don't worry. I'll arrange everything. You just need to focus on getting better," Li Lin said, sensing her hesitation. He quickly tried to persuade her. "What about your family? What if she finds out?" Gu Chunyan was most worried about this. She heard that the woman was very fierce. "Humph. Don't mention that nasty woman. Don't worry, she won't find out. If she does, I'll just divorce her," Li Lin boasted confidently in front of Gu Chunyan, feeling proud of himself. Although he knew he was lying, Gu Chunyan couldn't help but feel happy. She poked his forehead with her finger and said, "Big talk." Li Lin grabbed her hand and kissed it, promising, "I'm telling the truth. If you really give me a son, I'll divorce her."
Really? Gu Chunyan asked. Of course, really, Li Lin said confidently. That's more like it. Gu Chunyan chuckled secretly, and then spoke. After they finished discussing, they looked at the time. It was about time for Li Lin to go back. Before leaving, he left some money for Gu Chunyan. I was in a hurry when I left, so I only brought 50 yuan. You can use it to buy some malt drinks, or whatever you like. Make sure to keep your nutrition up and don't let my son down, Li Lin reminded her before leaving. Gu Chunyan took the money and said, Got it, don't worry. As long as she had money, she could buy whatever she wanted. The plan that Gu Chunyan and Li Lin discussed was overheard by Boang. As a result, Chu Shi finally found out that the man's wife's family makes daily chemical products and supplies stores in the city and town. This narrowed down the search area a lot. Since the last phone call, Shun Yi hadn't contacted Chu Shi again. Chu Shi was worried and wondered how he was doing now, whether the mission was dangerous. Although Shun Yi had completed dangerous missions with her in the past, he was just an ordinary person now, and Chu Shi was very worried. Boang, do you think Shun Yi's mission this time is flood relief? Could it be dangerous? Chu Shi couldn't help but ask Boang. The king said, It seems the most likely issue is flooding, because besides the flood, I haven't detected any other major disasters. Perhaps sensing each other's thoughts, just as Chu Shi was thinking about Shun Yi made a call. Chu Shi's ring flashed, and then the screen projected onto the wall of the space. The big screen was dark, so Chu Shi couldn't see Shun Yi's face clearly. She only heard the noisy sounds outside and asked worriedly, Shun Yi, where are you? Is it dangerous? We just arrived at the flood area today. We're working on flood control. From the looks of it, it will take at least half a month. Shun Yi wanted to reassure Chu Shi and took the opportunity to report his safety. Chu Shi asked, Are you in danger? You're just an ordinary person now. Shun Yi chuckled softly, happy that Chu Shi was so worried about him.
Don't worry.
We didn't lack missions in the last life, right? I will be fine. Please be careful. Chu Shi still couldn't help but remind him. Okay. Don't worry, little manager. Because Shun Yi's situation was urgent, they didn't talk much and quickly ended the call. Knowing Shun Yi was safe, Chu Shi felt less worried. That day, just as Chu Shi was about to go plant seeds, Gu Chunyan came over and called out to her. Chu Shi. Wait a moment, Gu Chunyan said. I'm getting married next month. Please come to my wedding. My fiancé said most of the food will be meat dishes. You must come, just to show how wealthy my future husband is. Seeing Gu Chunyan's proud expression, Chu Shi smiled and asked, Getting married so soon? Are the procedures all done? At that time, when young people got married, their parents might not be able to come because of a distance. They would register at the production team first, and then get the marriage certificate. Gu Chunyan hadn't done that, but she didn't want to lose face in front of Chu Shi, so she stubbornly said, My fiancé is handling it. The wedding will be done by then. She was afraid Chu Shi would keep asking, so she hurriedly said, On the 18th of next month, remember to come to the wedding, and then left. Chu Shi found Gu Chunyan's behavior boring. She finally understood why Gu Chunyan targeted her. It was mostly jealousy.
Sigh.
This person really shows off whatever she lacks. Chu Shi now agrees with this statement, but since Gu Chunyan invited her, she decides to give Gu Chunyan a big gift as a thank you for her ongoing care. Time passes quickly in busy days. Before she knows it, the 18th arrives, the day of Gu Chunyan's wedding. Chu Shi brings a small gift of a few coins and goes to the youth station. Gu Chunyan couldn't get land or build a house through the commune, so her wedding is temporarily held at the youth station. Li Lin has already found her a house in the village, and she can move there later. When Chu Shi arrives, all the young people from the production team are there. Besides them, some people from the production team who heard there would be meat at Gu Chunyan's wedding are also present. When attending someone else's wedding, guests usually bring a small gift, ranging from a few cents to a few jiao. The young people at the youth station agree on bringing 2 jiao. People from the production team, however, are different. They don't have close ties with Gu Chunyan. Bringing 5 cents to enjoy a good meal is quite a good deal. When Chu Shi arrives, Wang Xiu has already gotten there. Seeing Chu Shi, she waves and calls out, Chu Shi, come over here. Wang Xiu is assigned to the youth station table.
After she arrives, she sits next to Qin Xiangjuan. When she sees Chu Shi, she quickly calls her over. Now, Chu Shi and Qin Xiangjuan sit on either side of Wang Xiu. Wang Xiu is very happy with her seat. Since returning to the city with Qin Xiangjuan last time, she often thinks of him. Sitting next to him now makes her feel a little excited inside. To ease her nervousness, Wang Xiu whispers to Chu Shi, "Hey, Chu Shi, I heard some aunties say that Gao Xiaodie married a very rich man. There will be several meat dishes later." Really? Chu Shi isn't very concerned about whether there is meat or not. She has space in her hand and doesn't need to worry about food. Yes. I tell you, I was lucky to sit at your youth table. Otherwise, I might not get a chance to grab the good stuff later. Chu Shi asks, "Is that true? Is it really that exaggerated? You're probably attending a rural wedding for the first time, right?" Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Don't be scared. Haha. Okay. Chu Shi becomes a bit curious. Finally, when the dishes are served, Chu Shi finally understands what Wang Xiu meant by not being able to grab it. Chu Shi watched the women at the next table after they finished a pork and vermicelli stew. All 10 people had their chopsticks in their bowls, and within seconds, only the broth remained in each bowl. Chu Shi thought, if it were me, I definitely wouldn't get any leftovers. Haha. I knew it, Wang Xiu said, watching Chu Shi's surprised expression and couldn't help but laugh. It's better to eat together with you guys. At least you don't have to fight for food. Chu Shi smiled and shook her head. She had already seen enough of the meal, but she was really looking forward to the fun beginning today. Gao Xiaodie was dressed very festively today, in a bright red dress that showed off her figure, even though she was only 2 months pregnant and didn't look very obvious. She wore a fresh red flower in her hair she picked that morning. She also took out her long-cherished makeup kit to do her eyebrows and put on some makeup. No matter what, she wanted to look her best today. Gao Xiaodie and Li Lin went over to the young workers' table to toast. Gao Xiaodie said, "Come on. Thank you all for coming to the wedding. Eat well and drink happily." After drinking, Gao Xiaodie turned to Chu Shi and said, "Chu Shi, I'm already married. You're so beautiful. You can definitely find someone richer than Li Lin." Well, just kidding. Her tone was a bit ambiguous, which made the people at the table look surprised. Wang Xiu couldn't help but want to stand up. "What are you talking about?" Chu Shi held her back and then picked up her glass slowly, saying to Gao Xiaodie, "Thanks for your concern. Cherish today, the bride." Gao Xiaodie found Chu Shi's words a bit strange and didn't understand why she said that. Of course she would cherish today. She was the most beautiful bride. Gao Xiaodie wanted to show off more, but Li Lin pulled her away. He just wanted to finish the event quickly and go home to check on himself. Today, his eyelids kept twitching, making him feel uneasy. "Hey, whose wedding is this? It's rare to come across such a good event. Mind if we stay and have a drink?" A rough-sounding woman said. Although Gao Xiaodie didn't know this woman, she wouldn't refuse guests at a wedding, so she warmly invited her. Of course, no problem. Come and sit. What Gao Xiaodie didn't notice was that when Li Lin saw this woman, his face turned pale. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request." Wang Sufang seemed to hear a huge joke and burst into loud laughter, tears streaming down her face. Seeing Li Lin kneeling in front of her in such a helpless way, she felt no more attachment to him. "Since that's the case, I will help you both. Li Lin, let's get a divorce," Wang Sufang said calmly, wiping away her tears. When Li Lin heard about the divorce, he was frightened and clung to Wang Sufang's leg. "No, I don't want a divorce. Wife, I was wrong. I was confused, and I deserve to be punished. I promise I won't do it again." Thinking about leaving Wang Sufang and going back to a poor life, Li Lin couldn't accept it. He sobbed and begged for her forgiveness. Most of the guests at the wedding had already left, and those remaining watched intently. No one expected that Gu Jiqing was such a person, ruining someone else's family. The young people at the Jiqing station had all left the dining table and returned to their rooms. But they could see everything clearly outside. Chu Shi and Wang Xiu also came to the small house nearby to watch. "Li Lin, do you know why I came today?" Wang Sufang asked again. Li Lin released her leg and looked at her with confusion. Wang Sufang explained, because I received a call from a woman who was bragging that she was going to marry you today. I was curious. Hearing this, Li Lin turned in shock to Gu Chunyan, stood up, and grabbed her by the neck. Was it you? Tell me, was it you? No, cough, cough. No, I cough. Gu Chunyan choked and couldn't breathe. For the first time, she saw Li Lin so angry that it seemed he might harm her. Li Lin said, if not you, then who? It must be you. Didn't I say I would wait until you had the baby? What the hell have you been doing? Li Lin firmly believed that Gu Chunyan was the one who told Wang Sufang. Stories of favored concubines showing off to the main wife were not unheard of. Gu Chunyan struggled desperately and finally freed herself. She sank to the ground, crying with grievance. I told you it wasn't me. Why did I do this? Showing off to me, this old woman. How impressive you are, stealing my man, Wang Sufang said disdainfully. Wang Sufang, listen to me. It was that fox spirit. She seduced me first. I just couldn't resist. I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please forgive me this time. Li Lin still wanted to ask Wang Sufang for forgiveness. Gu Chunyan looked at him in disbelief. The man who used to be sweet-talking and gentle was now saying such things. If that was the case, no one would be happy anymore. Haha, I seduced you? Who was begging my cousin to date me? Was it you? Gu Chunyan said to Li Lin. Then she turned to Wang Sufang and said, you don't know, right? I'm already pregnant. Li Lin said you're a hen that can't lay eggs and can't give him a son. He's counting on me. Ha ha ha. Gu Chunyan started to attack. She told Wang Sufang all the bad things Li Lin had said about her before. Wang Sufang's little helpers couldn't hold back anymore. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Chunyan was a woman and pregnant, they would definitely not let her go. Li Lin saw Gu Chunyan saying these things and didn't care if she was pregnant. He went up and slapped her twice. Shut up, darling. Don't listen to her nonsense. She's just talking rubbish to try to drive a wedge between us, Li Lin nervously told Wang Sufang, worried she might want to divorce him after hearing this. Wang Sufang only felt a ripple inside when she heard the words, a hen that can't lay eggs. But after Gu Chunyan's words, she couldn't feel anything anymore. She had worked hard for many years to support this family and had been good to Li Lin. In the end, all she got was Li Lin holding another woman and speaking ill of her. You don't know, right? If I have a son, Li Lin even plans to get rid of you. Otherwise, where would the money come from to raise a son? Gu Chunyan added fuel, based on what she overheard Li Lin say in his sleep. Li Lin really wanted to sew Gu Chunyan's mouth shut. Damn, why did she say everything? What he didn't expect was that Gu Chunyan kept talking. When that time comes, everything will belong to our son. As for your daughter, then I will be my son's nanny, ha ha. Gu Chunyan laughed wildly, as if everything had already become reality. After she finished, Li Lin knew the situation was hopeless. No matter what he did, Wang Sufang wouldn't forgive him. She loved her daughter the most. Sure enough, when Gu Chunyan mentioned her daughter, Wang Sufang's eyes turned sharp. She looked at Li Lin and said, Li Lin, is that what you think? Li Lin dared not admit. No, I didn't do it. She is falsely accusing me. Sufang, you believe me. I have no such thoughts. Wang Sufang knew Li Lin was lying because, every time he lied, his eyes would unconsciously drift upward, a habit he might not even realize he had. Before the wedding, Wang Sufang still held some hope for Li Lin. For her daughter's sake, she thought she could endure a little longer. After all, Li Lin had been her daughter's father for 10 years. But now Li Lin was scheming against her and her daughter, which made her determined to divorce. Only a person like Gu Chunyan could be so calculating, and there might be others like Zhang Chunyan or Wang Chunyan in the future, making her even more certain she needed to leave. Thinking of her daughter, Wang Sufang clenched her fists and gritted her teeth as she ordered her helpers. Hit him. Just leave him with a breath of life. A few young men finally saw their chance. They listened from the side, furious. If Sister Fong hadn't told them to wait and let her lead, they would have lost their patience long ago. Beat the heartless scoundrel to death, one of them said. Fong Jia has been so good to you, and you did something like this, another added. Nuno always thinks of you when she plays, and you're planning against her like this. The youngest, who liked Nuno very much, an adorable, sensible girl, was especially furious and wanted to give Li Lin a hard punch. Oh, stop, I know I was wrong. Don't hit me anymore, don't hit me. Li Lin, all alone, couldn't fight these strong young men. He could only curl up on the ground, begging for mercy. Guo Chun Yen watched helplessly, seeing this hypocritical and cowardly man being beaten by his wife. A strange sense of satisfaction rose in her heart. Li Lin deserved today's punishment. When the beating was almost over, Wang Sufang's anger was nearly spent. She looked at the man on the ground, his receding hairline, beer belly. The once clean-cut boy she knew was gone forever. She had married him despite her family's objections because Li Lin looked so much like her ex-husband. But time is a butcher's knife. The good memories of her ex are now just in her heart, and Li Lin was no longer the man she once liked. Li Lin, battered and bruised, lay on the ground, feeling pain everywhere. Wang Sufang approached him. He still wanted to apologize and beg her not to divorce him. But unexpectedly, Wang Sufang leaned close and told him something that shattered him. You know you can't have children, Wang Sufang softly told Li Lin. Satisfied to see Li Lin frozen in place, she then stood up and walked toward Gu Chunyan. Gu Chunyan watched Wang Sufang approach her and couldn't help but flinch. Thinking of her youth and beauty, and proud of herself, she straightened her chest. She didn't want to lose her confidence. No need to be nervous. I just want to tell you that I will divorce him. And Wang Sufang saw Gu Chunyan's nervousness, smiled softly, and then said, I wish you happiness. Although it was a blessing, Gu Chunyan felt strangely that it was the most cruel curse. Although Gu Chunyan felt Wang Sufang had bad intentions, she couldn't lose her composure in front of her. So she said, Of course, but I won't bother you anymore. Wang Sufang saw Gu Chunyan pretending to be strong but actually feeling weak and couldn't help but smile. That's best. Don't regret it later. After speaking, Wang Sufang didn't even look at Li Lin. She just left with the young men, leaving Li Lin and Gu Chunyan on the ground, both looking miserable. Gu Chunyan squatted down, trying to help Li Lin up. Brother Lin, are you okay? Does it hurt? I'll help you up. Unexpectedly, Li Lin pushed her away. Go away, don't touch me. What did I do wrong to you? Why are you treating me like this? Brother Lin, what are you talking about? Gu Chunyan didn't understand what was wrong with Li Lin. Now, she only cared about Li Lin. Li Lin stood up by himself. Whose child is it? It's yours, of course, Brother Lin. Why are you asking? The child must be yours. Under Li Lin's repeated questions, Gu Chunyan was unsure. Based on the timing, it could also be Su Guangwu's. But regardless, the child had to be Li Lin's.
Mine?
Ha ha. Li Lin burst out laughing like he heard a joke, then slapped Gu Chunyan across the face. You shameless woman. It's all because of you that I got divorced and was cuckolded. I'll kill you. After Wang Sufang left, the people at the banquet who were watching the scene also started to leave. Seeing no one around, Li Lin revealed his true face and vented his anger. Gu Chunyan was stunned by the slap. Looking at Li Lin's twisted face, she was shocked. How had Li Lin become like this? Could this be his true self? After Li Lin pushed Gu Chunyan to the ground, he continued to punch and kick her. Gu Chunyan covered her head and shouted, attracting a few other young workers at the site. Chu Shi and Wang Sufang, who were in a small hut, saw Gu Chunyan being beaten. They rushed out without hesitation. No matter what past conflicts they had with Gu Chunyan, they couldn't just stand by and watch a woman be hurt by a man. When they arrived, Qin Xiangjuan had already subdued Li Lin. Su Ranan was supporting Gu Chunyan. Although Su Ranan's face showed clear disgust, as someone close to Gu Chunyan at the site, she was the only one available to help her. Let me go. I want to teach this wicked woman a lesson, Li Lin shouted loudly, still struggling against Qin Xiangjuan and Wei Qi. It's all her fault. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have divorced. Shut up, Qin Xiangjuan yelled at Li Lin. A man hitting a woman is no skill. Su Ranan, take Gu Chunyan away now. Su Ranan quickly nodded. Okay. After Gu Chunyan left, Li Lin soon quieted down. Once he calmed down, no one paid attention to him anymore. She watched the whole scene and couldn't help but admire Wang Sufang. She had thought Wang Sufang would stay with Li Lin for her daughter's sake. In this era, even 10 years later, women often forgave their husbands' affairs for the sake of their children, as long as the husband returned to the family. But infidelity, like domestic violence, is something that happens repeatedly, not just once. So, Wang Sufang's firm decision to divorce impressed Chuxi. It was worth all her effort to get Wang Sufang's phone number and plan this scene. Li Lin was thrown outside the young worker's site by Qin Xiongjuan and the others. After venting his anger on Gu Chunyan, he kept thinking about Wang Sufang's last words. I have no ability to have children? Then whose child is Niu? The more he thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. Ignoring the soreness from being beaten all over, he hurriedly ran home. He wanted to find Wang Sufang and ask her clearly. Gu Chunyan was helped back to her room by Su Ranan. She no longer acted politely toward her. After helping her inside, Su Ranan immediately let go of her hand and brushed her sleeves dismissively. Oh, I thought you married a good man. Turns out he's a fox spirit, married to a married man. Su Ranan finally got the chance to mock Gu Chunyan. Gu Chunyan no longer has her old attitude. Raran. She wants Su Raran to stop talking, but Su Raran obviously won't listen. Su Raran. Gu Chunyan, you lied to me so badly. You said your boyfriend could help me return to the city. I fawned on you like a dog, but I didn't expect you to seduce someone else's husband. You're really shameless. Su Raran speaks angrily, as if Gu Chunyan stole her husband. Just thinking about how she followed Gu Chunyan before makes her want to hit her again. Gu Chunyan was beaten badly by Li Lin and has no strength to argue. She can only listen, but secretly keeps a grudge. When she has a chance, she will make Su Raran suffer. After talking for a while and seeing Gu Chunyan not respond, Su Raran finds it boring. She rolls her eyes at Gu Chunyan and then leaves. Li Lin hit her for no reason. Gu Chunyan feels very wronged. She can't understand why Li Lin is so harsh to her. She is pregnant with Li Lin's child. What she doesn't know is that Li Lin will never have children in this life. Li Lin returns home and finds that his daughter, Niu, is not there. She has been sent to her grandparents' house. His belongings are packed and left outside the door. Sufang, do you really want to divorce me? Seeing this, Li Lin can't believe that Wang Sufang dares to divorce him. No woman who divorces has a good life. Wang Sufang is firm and decisive. Since she has made her decision, she won't hesitate. Yes, I have already reported to the Women's Federation. They will help me handle the procedures. Li Lin suddenly sinks onto the sofa. Can't you forgive me? He asks sadly.
No.
Li Lin, after so many years of marriage, I believe I haven't been unfair to you. Before I went to the Xiaosu village production team, I was thinking that as long as you were willing to come home with me, I would forgive you, Wang Sufang calmly states. But I can't stand it. As Niu's father, you even plan to make her your son's nanny. This is what Wang Sufang cannot tolerate. Hearing Wang Sufang mention Niu, Li Lin remembers her last words and suddenly becomes excited. You say I can't have children? What about Niu? Niu was born by you. If Niu isn't his biological daughter, then who is her real father? Does this mean that a long time ago, he was already wearing a metaphorical green hat, implying infidelity? Since we got married, I haven't done anything to hurt you, Wang Sufang said, knowing Li Lin very well. She looked at his expression and spoke. Li Lin clearly didn't believe her. Who exactly is Niu's mother? Faced with this question, Wang Sufang fell into her memories. Niu's father was the man she loved most in her life. After they fell in love, he went to join the army. They agreed to marry when he returned home for the first time, but she never saw him again. After he left, Wang Sufang found out she was pregnant. She was happy and waited for him to come back and marry her, but instead, she received the news that he had died in battle. Her father advised her to abort the baby and said she could find someone else to marry. Their family would give her a generous dowry. But the child was the result of her love, and Wang Sufang couldn't bear to give it up. She came up with an idea to find a son-in-law who would marry into her family, someone who would accept a marriage of convenience. At this moment, Li Lin appeared. He had the advantage of timing, was handsome and bright, just like her late love, and was willing to marry into her family. Wang Sufang immediately decided to marry him. As for Li Lin's inability to have children, she only found out after they married. They had regular health checks, so she knew about his problem, but she kept it to herself. Seeing Wang Sufang silent for a while, Li Lin couldn't help but ask again, "Sufang? Say something. Who is Niu Niu's real mother? Who Niu Niu's mother is doesn't matter to you," Wang Sufang replied, not wanting him to know. "You're her father after all. I hope you won't talk nonsense in the future, and please don't disturb Niu Niu's life." Li Lin was unwilling to accept the lack of answers. Did he really have no ability to have children? If he told others, he would be laughed at. He definitely couldn't let anyone find out. In that moment, Li Lin decided to marry Gu Chunyan. No matter who the child in her belly belonged to, it had to be his. At Wang Sufang's place, Li Lin didn't dare to scold or cause trouble. Wang Sufang was wealthy and well-connected, and he couldn't afford to offend her. In the end, he had to leave quietly, taking his belongings and return to the house in the village where they had lived before marriage. As for what happened with Gu Chunyan afterward, she wasn't interested. Whatever Gu Chunyan faced in the future was her own choice. People must take responsibility for their decisions. She's most important task now is to study well. Time is a strange thing. If you're not careful, it can pass very quickly. Besides studying herself, She also greeted Wei Qi, Qin Xiongjuan, and Wang Xiyu, politely suggesting that they study hard when they have free time. None of them disappointed her. One day, She was reading in bed when she suddenly saw Shen Yi. Shen Yi was covered in mud all over his face and body. It turned out he was calling her. In the picture, Shen Yi looked very tired. She felt a little worried and asked, "Did you not rest well?" "Yes. Everyone is busy fighting floods and saving people, so there's no time to sleep," Shen Yi honestly replied. He and she didn't like hiding things from each other. "Captain Shen is really amazing. You're a true hero," She said, feeling proud and a little worried at the same time, and she couldn't help praising him. Hearing She's words, Shen Yi felt a bit less tired. But then he remembered his purpose for calling She and quickly got to the main point. "She, how big is your space now? How much food is inside?" Shen Yi asked directly. Although he didn't know why Shen Yi asked this, She answered honestly, "The space is very big, bigger than during the end of the world. As for food, it's enough for a town to eat for a year. Why are you suddenly asking about this?" She asked curiously. Shen Yi usually didn't care about such things. "Well," Shen Yi paused for a second and said, "there are many refugees here because of the flood." Because of their years of understanding, She immediately understood what he meant. "Are you asking me to help with disaster relief?" Shen Yi nodded. He did have this idea, but the final decision still depended on She. "It's up to you," Shen Yi said, a little worried. She couldn't help but laugh, noticing Shen Yi's awkwardness. "What are you worried about? It's a good thing. I won't be angry." Although she didn't know why they came to this world, since they were here, she wanted to do her best to help. "Disaster relief is fine, but how do we explain it?" She asked Shen Yi. She couldn't just say she had a space, or people would think she's stupid. Initially, Shen Yi thought about hiding the food in a nearby cave and pretending it had just been found. However, She's suggestion made that difficult to explain, since food storage time is limited. This. Shen Yi suddenly felt a bit headache. Seeing Shen Yi look worried, She found it strange. It's rare to see Captain Shen worried like this. "I must help more, haha. Stop laughing at me. I didn't expect things here to be so complicated." Shen Yi clearly hadn't fully adapted to this era. His straightforward attitude probably wouldn't work here. "How about this? I'll visit your place in a few days and surprise you," She said mysteriously. Although Shen Yi was curious, he didn't ask further. She wouldn't tell him anyway. During the end times, she often did things like this. Alright, I look forward to your surprise. Okay, rest assured and sleep well. I promise this problem will be solved. She felt sorry for his exhaustion, so he didn't say more and hung up. Captain Shen, it's time to assemble. There's a rescue mission. The leader wants us to go immediately. He was just about to sleep when he received the order. Okay, I'll be there soon. Not wanting to delay, he quickly got up and gathered with the soldiers. Among the young soldiers, Shen-Yi saw Chu Wang's face. He walked over and stood with him, then said, "Kid, stay safe. Your sister will come in a couple of days." What? Chu Wang turned in surprise and looked at him. How can you let my sister come? It's so dangerous here. How could you be her boyfriend? Chu Wang was very unhappy about this news Shen-Yi brought. Shen-Yi only thought that Chu Wang would be happy to see his sister, but forgot that in Chu Wang's eyes, she was just a fragile girl. Shen-Yi rubbed his nose. Well, never mind. It's hard to explain. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Tell me, if something happens to my sister, how can I explain to my mom? Chu Wang said stubbornly when Shen-Yi remained silent. Chu Wang, suddenly, the leader called his name. Chu Wang wanted to speak again, but was forced to stop. He instinctively straightened up and held his head high. Yes, 30 people, and you're the only one talking. Save your strength for the front lines. The leader's voice rang out, with a teasing tone. Ha ha ha, the other soldiers all laughed and Chu Wang felt a little shy. Although the army is usually serious, during tense missions, the leader likes to let the soldiers relax a bit. Making a joke now and then is okay. It's all your fault, Chu Wang whispered to Shen-Yi. Shen-Yi. I feel wronged, but I won't say anything. The day after she finished her phone call with Shen-Yi, she quietly went up the mountain after finishing her work. When she first found the gold, she had Bawang scan the area. It turned out there was a gold mine nearby, which now could be useful. Although she had no experience mining gold, Bawang knows everything. In this era, which is less advanced than the end-of-world times, she can handle this easily. Bawang, have you found the entrance to the gold mine? She asked eagerly while Bawang was scanning. Why rush? Is the entrance that easy to find? Bawang rolled her big eyes, though she couldn't see it. Found it. This is the best spot to start mining. Bawang soon identified the perfect location. She looked around but saw no one, so she took out Bawang's small drilling machine from her space. At Bawang's instructions, she drilled a hole there. The hole was big enough for her to go in alone. With the help of advanced machinery, she descended smoothly. It was pitch dark inside. Although she had prepared full protective gear, she still felt a bit uncomfortable. She took out a flashlight from her space and barely managed to see. So this is what a gold mine looks like, she exclaimed, seeing the shining gold. It was her first time seeing a real gold mine. Stop marveling. You have just as much in your space, Bawang said. The treasures in Chu's space were even more than here. But I've never seen a gold mine before, Chu replied. Looking at the gold embedded in the walls, Chu felt happy. She liked shiny gold, who wouldn't? There's no time to waste. With such a big mine, it might take a whole night to finish digging, she thought. Besides specialized mining machines, Chu also grabbed a small hammer. She started knocking on the rocks herself. Digging for gold like this was a special experience. And she secretly put the gold she hammered out into her pocket, keeping it all for herself. Chu dug underground for 3 hours and had only dug about a third of the way. She was already very tired. Looking at the time, it was 8 o'clock, so she decided to go back. Before leaving, Chu left the machine there to continue working and decorated the entrance of the hole a bit. She was worried someone might find it otherwise. After 2 days of hard work, Chu finally finished the gold mine. Seeing the small mountain of gold piled up in the space, she couldn't help but want to roll around on it. No wonder people have done anything for money throughout history, Chu said. So much money was in front of her. Who wouldn't be tempted? Chu admitted she did want to keep it all for herself, but when she thought of Shen-Yi, she gave up that idea. Forget it, I have more than enough. I won't think about it anymore, She kept telling herself to stay strong and tried not to look at the small gold mountain. But after a while, she covered her heart and said painfully, "It's really tempting. Chu Shi, you're really too much. Even the heroines from the future don't have your acting skills." Ba Wang teased her. Chu Shi quickly got serious and said, "Ba Wang, find some old boxes to pack everything. Make sure to do it neatly." With their combined effort, Chu Shi finally set out with a large amount of gold on the third day after talking to Shen. Meanwhile, Chu Wang and Shen Yi were trapped inside a mountain cave. "Brother Shen, I've really caused you trouble again," Chu Wang said with his head hanging down, speaking to Shen Yi. Here's what happened. They were rescuing people stranded on the mountain after a disaster. After saving most of them, a pregnant woman suddenly lost her strength and almost fell into the water from a high place. Chu Wang saw it in time, grabbed the pregnant woman and pulled her inside. Because of inertia, she returned to the crowd, but Chu Wang also fell down. After Shen Yi helped the others escape, he looked for Chu Wang but couldn't find him. He found Chu Wang floating in the water, and now they were stuck in this situation. The two of them struggled to climb into the cave and planned to wait until morning to go back. While making a fire, Shen Yi kept a serious expression and said, "It's okay. I promised your sister to take care of you." Chu Wang was silent. Before Shen Yi became his brother-in-law, he admired Shen Yi and wanted to grow up to be a strong man like Captain Shen one day. But he knew that after Shen Yi got together with his sister, Shen Yi changed and often seemed to oppose him. Now, Shen Yi had saved him again because of his sister. Suddenly, Chu Wang felt he was being childish. "Brother Shen, thank you," Chu Wang sincerely said to Shen Yi, which made Shen Yi look at him with some surprise. Chu Wang was still a young man and felt a bit shy under Shen Yi's gaze. "What are you looking at?" "I mean it from my heart," Shen Yi replied softly. "What's with this reaction?" "Really?" Chu Wang muttered quietly when he saw Shen Yi's cold attitude. Shen Yi pretended not to hear him and said, "Your sister should be here soon. We need to think of a way to go back tomorrow." The cave wasn't far above the water surface. If it rained in the next few days, it might flood. Now that it was dark and the road was slippery, it was hard to move, so they could only wait until morning.
Okay.
"I understand," Chu Wang agreed. He had already accepted that Shen Yi was his brother-in-law. "Rest first. I'll check around," Shen Yi said before leaving. He was strong and experienced, hoping to find some food.
Chu Wan not that guy for.
Okay, with Shen Yi around, he didn't have to worry about anything. Chu Shi had been walking on quiet paths because she was using her small wings to travel, so she couldn't let others see her. Because of this, what should have taken 2 days only took her 1. When Chu Shi arrived, it was noon. Shen Yi and Chu Wang had just come out of the cave, struggling to climb up. "Brother Shen, I have no strength left. I'm so hungry." Since last night in the cave, they hadn't eaten anything or even had a sip of water. Although there was water nearby, it was floodwater, possibly containing bacteria and viruses, so they dared not drink it. "Hold on a little longer. We'll be out soon," Shen Yi encouraged him. After returning last night, everyone realized they had lost them. But after arranging the disaster relief, it was already the next morning when the team leader sent people to find them. Chu Shi first found 2 people. Following her instincts, she went straight to find Shen Yi.
Cheheu Vank, Shen Yi.
"What happened to you two?" When Chu Shi saw the 2 people, she noticed Chu Wang sitting on the ground, looking exhausted, while Shen Yi stood beside him, watching like he was caring for a mischievous child. "Big sister? You're here." Chu Wang brightened instantly upon seeing Chu Shi and almost jumped up from the ground. Chu Shi had already seen their situation from afar, so she took a basket from her space ahead of time, filled with some prepared food. "Why are you 2 here?" Chu Shi asked curiously. Shen Yi didn't reply, but Chu Wang lowered his head and said, "Sister, it's a long story." Chu Wang looked like a guilty puppy, so Chu Shi didn't press him further. "Are you hungry? I brought some food for you." There was no shop or village nearby, and from their appearance, they probably hadn't eaten. Hearing about the food, Chu Wang's eyes lit up. "Sister, you're so timely." He showed no sign of the fierce attitude he had earlier toward Shen Yi. The food Chu Shi hurriedly took out from her space, was the beggar's chicken she had made a few days ago when she had free time. After preparing the chicken, she filled it with seasonings, especially a few plums, then wrapped it in lotus leaves, layer by layer, and covered it with mud. She cooked the wrapped chicken over fire until it was done. Once cooked, she broke open the mud, revealing a golden, shiny chicken with a sweet and sour plum flavor and a fresh aroma from the lotus leaves. As soon as the beggar's chicken was taken out, Chu Wang's stomach growled loudly with anticipation. Compared to Chu Wang's ravenous eating, Shen Yi ate more gracefully. Chu Shi glanced at Chu Wang, who was devouring the chicken, and gave Shen Yi a subtle signal. The two of them moved to the side. Sitting on the ground eating, Chu Wang thought to himself, "You two are really too sweet." After a moment of feeling annoyed, he continued to bite into a large piece of chicken leg. Chu Shi and Shen Yi found a shady spot. Shen Yi said nothing and suddenly hugged Chu Shi. This unexpected intimacy made Chu Shi feel a bit confused. What is Shen team leader doing? What's wrong? Chu Shi gently patted Shen Yi's back and whispered. Shen Yi held her for a while before slowly releasing her. It's nothing, I just missed you. When he rescued Chu Wang yesterday, for some reason he was especially worried that Chu Shi might also disappear one day. They had already experienced crossing over, so who knew what might happen next? So today, when I saw Chu Shi alive and standing right in front of me, I finally felt at ease. Chu Shi was half joking and half serious. Are you sure there's nothing you're hiding from me? Otherwise, why would you suddenly seem so sentimental? No, absolutely not. I just feel it's hard to believe, Shen Yi replied. We've been living here for several months. Hasn't Captain Shen gotten used to it? Chu Shi chuckled. Since we came here, we should cherish this experience. Why waste time worrying and overthinking? Chu Shi has always been easygoing and content. Since fate has given us this second chance, we must live well and make the most of it. Hearing Chu Shi's words, Shen Yi suddenly felt enlightened. He nodded vigorously. Yes, all right. Now I need to talk to you about something important, Chu Shi said, finally remembering the main matter after comforting Shen Yi. You're talking about a surprise? Shen Yi asked cautiously, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes.
Chu Shi proudly said, Yes.
I brought you a mountain of gold. Shen Yi naturally didn't believe it. A mountain of gold? Could it be that Chu Shi brought a lot of money? You didn't hear wrong, it's one
mountain of gold, Chu Shi said clearly.
Shen Yi still looked confused. Chu Shi knew he might not explain well, so she simply showed him. During the apocalypse, Shen Yi was injured and taken into the space by Chu Shi. Now, he wasn't sure if he could still enter. Are you ready? I'll show you, Chu Shi said. Shen Yi quickly closed his eyes, unsure if that meant he was prepared. Chu Shi took Shen Yi's hand, focused her mind, and suddenly, they appeared inside the space. Okay, you can open your eyes now. Shen Yi obediently opened his eyes and was stunned by what he saw. There were many pieces of gold in front of him, stored in wooden boxes. I thought about it. Simply giving food isn't enough, so I decided to use money instead. With so much gold, we can buy a lot of food, right?
Chu Si et lai.
You're not planning to show me your private stash, are you? I don't want that. Shen Yi knew Chu Shi had collected a lot of gold and silver treasures during the apocalypse.
Chu Shi smiled and said, No, don't worry.
All my treasures are safe. Then where did all this come from? Did you find it on the ground? Shen Yi asked. Exactly. It really was found on the ground. So Chu Shi explained the full story of the gold mine to him. After hearing this, Shen Yi couldn't help but admire Chu Shi's good luck. Chu Shi said, Our current task is to hide these golds and pretend they were just discovered. Shen Yi remembered the cave from that night and said, I know a nearby cave that's perfect. While Chu Wang was still playing a game, the two of them finished the task. To make it look real, Chu Shi even decorated the place a bit. Meanwhile, the soldiers in the camp were very busy. The captain was rushing to help with rescue efforts and to settle the disaster victims. The victims also needed food, but their supplies would only last a week. What made the captain more worried was that Shen Yi and Chu Wang hadn't been found yet. Why did all these things happen at the same time? Report. We found Shun Yi and Chu Wang not far from Sulong Mountain, a young soldier reported. Finally, the people were found. The captain relaxed a little. Shin Yi was the son of his old comrade. If something happened to him, old Shin wouldn't be happy. Good. When they come back, tell them to see me right away, the captain said. Shun Yi and Chu Shi, the brother and sister, returned to the temporary camp. Seeing Shun Yi holding Chu Shi's hand, everyone was very curious. Hey, I must be seeing things. Shin Ge is holding hands with the girl. One soldier nudged the person next to him, in disbelief. Another soldier rubbed his arm where he was nudged and said, "You're not wrong. Captain Shun is indeed holding a girl's hand, and she's very beautiful. No wonder Captain Shun isn't interested in the women in the army. His girl is even prettier than them. Hey? I think that girl looks a bit familiar. Yeah. Does she look a little like Chu Wang?" The young soldiers whispered among themselves, discovering something new. Could it be that Chu Wang's girl and Shin Yi's girl are related? They quietly pulled Chu Wang aside.
Chu Xiaodie.
What's your relationship with Captain Shin's girl? Tell the truth. Chu Wang was supposed to help Shin Yi settle Chu Shi, but he was taken away halfway. So he handed his sister over to Shun Yi. Now he trusted Shun Yi a lot. Chu Wang proudly said, "What do you think? Such a beautiful and elegant girl must be ours." When these words were spoken, several soldiers suddenly started pounding their chests and stomping. If I had known you had such a beautiful sister, I should have treated you better from the start. Exactly. Even washing stinky socks is fine. Others nodded in agreement. Chu Wang couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Enough, everyone. Think about it. Who can compare to Brother Shin?" With Chu Wang's words, everyone shut their mouths. They truly couldn't compare to Shun Yi, neither in ability nor in appearance. Chu Shi followed Shun Yi to the room next door. It used to be an elementary school, but now it's a temporary camp. This place is a bit simple. Just make do, Shun Yi said. When Chu Shi entered, she saw a room about the size of a classroom, with peeling walls and only a lonely single bed inside. Chu Shi thought, "That's really quite simple." "It's okay," Chu Shi said. She could sleep in her space. "Go rest for a while first. I'll go with Chu Wang to find the captain," Shun Yi said. "Okay."
Who the bắt Chu Shi deeply?
When Shun Yi found Chu Wang, he was surrounded by a group of young soldiers.
Shang Yi listenedim.
"Chu Wang, tell me about your relatives. Any sisters or cousins?" They eagerly shared their own stories. Chu Wang didn't know who to listen to first.
Chu Wan.
"The captain is looking for you." Shin Yi quickly rescued Chu Wang. "Oh, thank goodness you saved me, Brother Shin. Otherwise, they would have eaten me," Chu Wang exclaimed on the way. "Luckily, I only have one sister. If I had more..." Chu Wang kept talking, clearly describing who was eyeing his sister or cousins. Shun Yi listened quietly, making note of anyone interested in Chu Shi. Later, he planned to train each of them more. Soon, the two arrived at the captain's office.
Report. "Come in," came the voice from inside.
The captain, seeing them enter, carefully observed Shun Yi without showing any emotion, making sure he was okay. "Report, Captain. We have an important discovery." Shin Yi saluted properly and spoke loudly before the captain could say anything. Chu Wang still felt a bit excited when he thought about it. His sister was amazing. They had stayed up all night, and he hadn't noticed anything, but as soon as his sister arrived, she found so much gold. The captain wanted to say something but swallowed his words and said instead, "Oh, what have you discovered?" Shin Yi reported the discovery of the gold to the team leader. Following the leader's orders, he took the gold to handle the grain purchase. Right now, saving people and solving the survivors' survival issues are the most important tasks. The team leader stayed alone with Shun Yi and said like an elder, "Shin Yi, haven't you gone home yet?" Shin Yi was silent. The original owner was disappointed with his father and chose to join the army far from home. Seeing his expression, the team leader understood. It might still be too early to resolve the issues between him and his father. The team leader didn't say more. He patted Shin Yi on the shoulder and said, "Work hard. If this goes well,
It will be a great achievement. Shunyi nodded and left. Compared to military merit, he was more eager to see Chuxi. Since he came to handle the grain purchase, he could also work with Chuxi. He handed the gold to Chuxi again. Chuxi had enough grain to give him, so it would be a win-win situation. Good idea. Chuxi agreed happily when Shunyi suggested it. That way, Little Gold Mountain would be hers. She had plenty of grain. You're amazing. Mua. Chuxi hugged Shunyi's neck and kissed his face. Just as Chuxi was about to leave after the kiss, Shunyi suddenly held her from behind. Before she could react, Shunyi grabbed the back of her head. Chuxi watched as Shunyi's face grew larger in front of her. It wasn't until he kissed her mouth that Chuxi realized what she had instinctively done, which made Shunyi respond even more passionately. Their kiss this time was not as shy and earnest as the first one. It carried a strange, lingering tenderness. Lips and teeth intertwined, feelings blending. Shunyi's kiss was gentle yet commanding. Chuxi was lost in it until she couldn't breathe and had to push Shunyi away. After pushing him, Chuxi pretended to be angry and glared at him. But in Shunyi's eyes, that look was adorable with a hint of innocence, harmless. Haha. Shunyi couldn't help but laugh. Although it was a bit disappointing to be pushed away, Chuxi's way of being really made him want to hold her and kiss her again. Just as Shunyi was about to do something more, someone uninvited arrived. Big sister. Are you there? Big sister, I'm here, Chu Wang shouted loudly outside. He knocked on the door for a long time, but his sister still didn't open it. Shunyi, this kid. I really spoiled him for nothing. Feeling helpless, Chuxi felt a bit of schadenfreude. Captain Shen, I'll go open the door. Then she quickly jumped out of his arms to open the door for Chu Wang. Chu Wang waited outside until he was about to leave when his sister finally opened the door. Sis, I thought you weren't home. Chu Wang didn't wait for Chuxi to speak. He said this while walking into the house. Chuxi couldn't stop him, so when she caught up, she saw Shunyi and Chu Wang staring at each other awkwardly. Chu Wang couldn't believe his eyes. He pointed at Shunyi. You. How could you do this? You beast. In broad daylight, with both of them inside and the door closed, he couldn't help but think the worst. His sister is still young. Shunyi. What are you talking about? Chu Wang pulled Chuxi. Sis. Let's go. I don't want to stay with this beast. He pulled her to leave. Shunyi wanted to explain and chase after them, but Chuxi winked at him, so he stopped. Chu Wang and Chuxi walked far away before he said seriously, Sis, I tell you, men are big pigs. You must protect yourself, understand? Chuxi nodded. Yes, I understand. Chu Wang? Is my sister listening so well today? Some people, don't judge them by how they look. They might not have good intentions inside. You have to be careful. Since his sister was listening, he said more. Chuxi still nodded. Yes, you're right. Chu Wang? Is something wrong? Sis. Are you feeling sick? Chu Wang said as he put his hand on Chuxi's head. Maybe that's why she's so obedient today. Chuxi couldn't help but laugh and cry. Am I not listening well enough? She patted Chu Wang's hand. Of course I'm not sick. Then why are you so obedient today? He had just spoken badly about Shunyi. Chuxi rolled her eyes. Because I think you're right. However, Chuxi listened to him talk so much and understood that he was only trying to help her. Don't worry, I am your sister. Shunyi can't beat me, Chuxi said confidently, but it was clear that Chu Wang didn't believe her. All right, you have to trust me. Our family isn't so easy to bully, right? Chu Wang nodded. You're right. Chuxi stayed at the temporary camp for 3 days before leaving with Shunyi. Shunyi needed to handle some food supplies, so they went together. Since they had already discussed the food issue, Shunyi followed Chuxi back to the production team. When the army green jeep drove into Little Sioux village, everyone in the team looked over. Hey, it's not time to recruit soldiers yet. Why are soldiers here? Someone working in the field wondered. Another person plucked a corn and said, Who knows? Maybe it's not about recruiting soldiers. The team leader heard the news and quickly came out with Aunt Su Yun and Wang Xiu, just in case the leaders arrived. Seeing Chuxi get off the car, the team leader and others relaxed a little. Even if the leaders came, having Chu Shi, who was one of us, made things better. Chu Shi. Why did you come back with the soldier brother? Wang Xiu, who had become familiar with Chu Shi, asked directly. This was also what the team leader wanted to ask. Chu Shi greeted everyone one by one and then introduced Shen Yi, saying, "This is Shen Yi, my boyfriend." The team leader and Aunt Suyin looked at each other, both surprised and then understanding. From his shoulder badge, it was clear he was at least a major. He was young and impressive. Chu Shi also introduced Shen Yi to everyone. This is the team leader, Aunt Suyin and Siyu. I told you about them. Hello, I am Chu Shi's boyfriend. Thank you for taking care of her, Shen Yi said quietly, rarely speaking more than necessary. You're welcome. Chu Shi helps us a lot. Hello, Shen Yi, said the team leader. Chu Shi, your boyfriend is really good-looking. Even better than Qin Xiangjuan. Wang Xiu pulled Chu Shi aside and whispered. In Wang Xiu's mind, the most handsome man in the production team was Qin Xiangjuan. Chu Shi smiled and teased her. Why compare him to Qin Xiangjuan? Why not Wei Qi or Wang Hongjun? Wang Xiu's feelings were exposed, and she blushed deeply. Oh, I just think Qin Xiangjuan is the most handsome. If you really like him, work hard to get his attention. Qin Xiangjuan is indeed a good person. Chu Shi encouraged Wang Xiu. After all, Qin Xiangjuan was the original male lead, and both his character and abilities were excellent. Gao Xiaodie became a successful person mainly because she married Qin Xiangjuan. In this life, Gao Xiaodie shouldn't even dream about it. Chu Shi won't let her have her way. Hearing Chu Shi's words, Wang Xiu felt a bit discouraged.
Sigh.
You don't know, I think Qin Xiangjuan doesn't like me. He's now only focused on studying. Chu Shi understood and patted Wang Xiu's hand. Qin Xiangjuan is a man with ambitions. He won't stay in the countryside forever. One day, he will leave here. If you don't want to miss your chance, you need to become someone who can stand beside him. Chu Shi's words made Wang Xiu think deeply. Chu Shi didn't say more, letting her figure things out on her own. The team leader and others finished chatting with Shen Yi. Shen Yi parked his car at the team office and then went back to Su's house with Chu Shi. When Chu Shi returned, Su's wife and Su Qing were having lunch. When they heard Chu Shi was back, they quickly put down their chopsticks and came out. Chu Shi, you're back, said Su's wife. She had been worried about her while Chu Shi was away. Who is this? Seeing Shen Yi beside Chu Shi, Su's wife asked. Ma'am, this is my boyfriend. I told you about him. Chu Shi smiled and introduced. Then she said to Shen Yi, this is Su's wife, and this is Qing. Shen Yi took out the gift he prepared and handed it to Su's wife. Ma'am, hello. Thank you for taking care of Chu Shi. Shen Yi thought for a moment and usually just exchanged greetings. Su's wife smiled when she saw him like this. Oh, just come, no need to bring anything. Chu Shi is a good girl. You're really lucky, Su's wife said as she declined politely while taking the gifts. Su Qing also joined in, saying, Yes, Chu Shi is very nice. Brother-in-law, you should treat her well. When Su Qing called him brother-in-law, it touched Shen Yi's heart. His usually expressionless face finally showed a rare smile. Oh, you two are really a perfect match. Very compatible. Su's wife couldn't help but sigh. They truly looked better and better. Shen Yi took a piece of chocolate from his pocket and handed it to Su Qingqing. Here, it was given by their team, as they also needed energy during rescue work. Su's wife, being experienced, could tell from Shen Yi's expression that he liked Chu Shi very much. She signaled to Su Qingqing, who then accepted the chocolate. Have you two eaten yet? Come inside and eat together. Qingqing, go get 2 pairs of chopsticks. Su's wife suddenly remembered and suggested they eat together. Chu Shi refused, saying, Sister-in-law, we ate on the way. You and Qingqing should go eat. Since they had already eaten, Su's wife didn't insist further. With Chu Shi not around, she and Su Qingqing ate simpler food. Today they had cabbage and tofu cooked with little oil. If Chu Shi and the others wanted more, she would cook a few more dishes. At night, Chu Shi arranged for Shen Yi to stay at the youth station, which had beds for boys, so it was a good place for him. Currently,
Only Su Ranan was a girl at the youth station. Curious, Chu Shi asked, what about Gu Chunyan? Mentioning Gu Chunyan, the people at the youth station looked a bit uncomfortable, especially Wang Hongjun, who once had feelings for Gu Chunyan. That woman really embarrassed us at the youth station, Wang Hongjun said angrily. The others remained silent.
Chu Shi didn't understand why.
Su Ranan, on the other hand, was eager for everyone to know. Gu Chunyan? Oh, she got married. During Chu Shi's absence, Wang Sufang used all her connections to quickly finalize her divorce from Li Lin. Li Lin returned to his small house in the village. Li Lin, having left his ex-wife, had nothing. Without a way to make a living and not wanting to be laughed at, he thought of Gu Chunyan. He had given Gu Chunyan a lot of money before and even arranged a fake wedding. In Li Lin's mind, Gu Chunyan was already his wife. Although the child wasn't his, he believed she should be. Gu Chunyan always believed that the baby in her belly was Li Lin's. She couldn't stay in the production team anymore because the villagers' strange looks and gossip made her feel terrible. So, she decided to go along with Li Lin and left with him. To be safe, she also made Li Lin register their marriage, which he was happy to do quickly and easily. Gu Chunyan happily followed Li Lin to his home, but when she saw this so-called home, she realized she had been tricked by this man. Li Lin's house was not completely empty, but it was the worst in the village, dark, damp, and falling apart. It made her feel very upset. Didn't you say you'd let me live in a big house and have a good life? Is this your big house? Gu Chunyan shouted angrily at Li Lin. Li Lin, acting careless, replied, do you really think I brought you here to enjoy life?
Don't be silly.
If it weren't for you causing trouble for me, I would still be living a good life. I'm just glad I gave you a place to stay. Now go wash my clothes. And where's your money? Give me the money, Gu Chunyan said. No way. I won't wash clothes, and I don't have any money. What about the money I gave you before? Did you spend it all on your lover? Li Lin's face darkened, and he clenched his fist, ready to hit. Gu Chunyan denied. I didn't, but if you listen carefully, you can tell she doesn't sound very confident. No matter if you did or not. Now you're my wife, Li Lin. Remember, you can't talk to other men. You have to cook, wash clothes, and have my baby. Do what I tell you, understand? Li Lin, who had lost face in front of his ex-wife years ago, now felt proud to have Gu Chunyan. He was very pleased. Why should I? I won't do it. Gu Chunyan clearly wasn't foolish. She thought, is this what a wife is? No, she's just a helper. Li Lin wouldn't let Gu Chunyan challenge his manhood. If you don't do it, or if you do it badly, I'll beat you until you do it, he said, swinging his fist. This made Gu Chunyan remember when Li Lin hit her before. She shrank back and didn't argue anymore because she was afraid of being hit. Li Lin watched her reaction happily, humming a strange tune as he lay back on the bed. He looked at Gu Chunyan, who was pregnant, busy tidying up. Gu Chunyan's difficult days have just begun, but she has no one to turn to for help and must endure on her own. After hearing about Gu Chunyan's situation, Chu Shi couldn't help but feel sorry. Gu Chunyan is eager to climb higher, but she has fallen into deeper trouble. This shows that dishonest ways are not good, and one must be strong and capable to succeed. During these days, Shun Yi helped Chu Shi finish all the work in the fields every day. The two of them spent a few days enjoying their time together. They have already transported some of the grain back, and Shun Yi is in charge of bringing the last batch. Soon, it was time for the two to part ways again. A few days ago, I sent you some food. Remember to eat it when you go back, and be careful during training. Rest more, stay safe on missions, and always remember that your life is important. At the moment of parting, Chu Shi kept giving him advice, worried she might forget something. Shun Yi listened quietly, watching Chu Shi's moving lips, and couldn't help but hold her waist and kiss her. Chu Shi quickly pushed him away, looked around to make sure no one saw, and said, "We're outside. Be careful." Shun Yi smiled softly and nodded, "Because you're so adorable. I can't help but want to kiss you." His sudden, unplanned words made Chu Shi pause for 3 seconds before she reacted. "Smooth talker," Chu Shi said, blushing. Shun Yi embraced her, resting his chin on her head. Don't worry, I will take good care of myself, for you. Chu Shi is the only person in Two Lives who cares about him this much. He wants to live well, protect her from the wind and rain, and spoil her like a little lady. Chu Shi also enjoyed this warm moment and nodded gently. Call me when you have time, and the man's chest vibrated and his voice sounded in Chu Shi's ear. Even if they are reluctant, they have to part ways, to work hard for a better future for both. After Shun Yi left, Chu Shi took many days to get used to being alone again. Gao Xiaodie and Gu Chunyan are currently paying the price for their actions. Chu Shi thought she could have a few peaceful days, but things didn't go as planned. However, this time she was just an observer. Although Gao Xiaodie has gone to jail, Gao Xiaoyan and Su Guoqiang still need to go through with their wedding. After all, the Su family paid the bride price. Gao Laifu lost his job, and he couldn't get the money back, so he had no choice but to marry her. Although Su Dazhuang is no longer an accountant, he still has some wealth. When his son got married, he spared no effort to make a big celebration. He wanted others to see that even though he had stepped back, he was not completely down and out. On the day of Guoqiang's wedding, Su Dazhuang held a banquet at the state-run restaurant in town. Almost everyone from the production team was invited. During the wedding, the most noticeable thing was not the bride and groom, but a woman sitting at the main table. Yang Hongli was there to attend the wedding and was seated at the main table. She found it strange. Some early arrivals whispered among themselves, "Why is she sitting over there? That's bad luck. Yeah, it seems the bride isn't really welcomed by her family. Poor Gao Laifu, he's lost his job now, and he can't even say a word." Through their whispers, Yang Hongli understood that Su Dazhuang was trying to make her uncomfortable for Gao Xiaoyan. But she found it funny. She was a widow, so was Su Dazhuang afraid that his son might be cursed to die? Actually, Su Dazhuang didn't think that deeply. His only goal was Yang Hongli. He had liked this young woman for a long time when he was in power, but he never got her. Now that he stepped back, he has even less chance. Today, at his son's wedding, he wanted to try. Hearing her position, Yang Hongli refused without hesitation. "I won't sit at the main table." Su Dazhuang looked at her with a flirtatious gaze and tried to persuade her. "Xiaoyang, Qiangzi is too young. The arrangements for the seats weren't done well, and all the other tables are full. You'll have to sit here." Yang Hongli wasn't particularly eager to eat the banquet. She just didn't want to be talked about, especially since everyone was there. When Su Dazhuang was in power, he had often hinted at her openly or secretly. Hearing this, she directly said, "Uncle Dazhuang, I'll go home now. I wish Qiangzi and the bride a happy life together." So, she quickly thought of a plan. "How about this? You don't have to sit at the main table. Why not sit at the youth table instead?" They temporarily moved the widow to another table. The others might not like it, but the young people at the youth table are educated and easier to talk to.